Rudd has always disliked his brother. He always felt that he was ahead of him in every possible competition, even when he was working hard. This caused him constant envy. Every time Rudd tried to catch up with his brother, he was still behind. He tried to reach the same level, but no matter how hard he tried, he was always one step behind him. His confident and always smiling brother made Rudd feel weaker and imperfect. His carefree confidence only made Rudd feel more inferior around him. He thought that his brother was too friendly and kind only because of his family ties. He always won every time, receiving well-deserved praise. Despite this, his smile was warm and sincere because he did not hold a grudge against his younger brother. For Rudd, he was both an example and a reason to believe that he was not strong enough. One day, however, these thoughts quickly changed direction. When the time of the great tragedy came, Rudd began to reflect on his own actions. He recalls the words of his friend who had pointed out his terrible character and pride against the background of his outstanding abilities. These accusations still echo in his head as a constant reminder. Until that very day, Rudd did not take these words as true. But the horrific events made him realize that his friend was right and his words were indeed true. Rudd realized this only when he lost his brother forever. The pain gripped his heart, and in that moment when he was alone, he realized the depth of his own selfishness. He does not understand how he could hate the only family member he had left. How he could think so badly of his brother, not noticing his sacrifices and the care he showed him even in difficult situations. Only at that moment did he realize that he did not really hate his brother. He only wanted to be equal to him and become like him. However, this realization came too late. The older brother died trying to protect Rudd. With a sad smile on his lips, Rudd whispers that even at the end of his life, his brother tried to stay ahead of him. His brother remained a hero even when he risked his life to protect Rudd. Now Rudd realizes that he is the only one who survived the battle with the dragons. Not his brother, who was supposed to be a hero and a great warrior. He was the only one who could defeat evil, but now it's up to Rudd to do it. From all directions came the eerie roar of a loud dragon roar. Rudd quickly realized that they had smelled blood and had arrived at the battlefield. Angry and defeated, he calls the dragons cursed creatures because he feels that he himself does not have much time left. His heart was pounding in his chest like never before. Rudd realizes that he will not be able to run far because he has lost 2 limbs at once. His body's strength was decreasing, but his will to live remained. In the end, he will not be able to resist the flying dragons, especially when a whole flock of these terrifying creatures is approaching him. But despair and anger kept driving him to do the impossible. However, his thirst for revenge makes him believe that he can take out several of them before he loses the ability to breathe and move. With the last of his strength, Rudd grabs his weapon and stands proudly in the face of the enemy who is steadily approaching. His soul is full of despair, but he does not stop. He is ready to go all the way. A desperate and painful cry comes from his lips, calling on his enemies to join the battle and attack. An instant before his sword meets the dragon's head, a bright flash of light cuts through the sky. The air swirls in a strange vortex to form a glowing magical portal. Among the gray rocks, this incredible light seems strange and unpredictable. Rudd freezes in place and holds his breath, unable to believe what he sees in front of him. Gently descending from the air to the ground, a hybrid of a human and a dragon appears in front of him. Its skin is covered with hard scales in places, and its claws are animal-like and seem capable of tearing through metal. This creature is the embodiment of power and unknown magic. The man has huge dragon wings and curved horns on his head. The light enveloping his body immediately makes it clear that he is no ordinary wizard. The flying dragons that had intended to attack Rudd now quietly bow their heads to the ground as a sign of respect. They seemed invulnerable and strong, but suddenly became submissive to this powerful being. Rudd is shocked because he did not expect to encounter someone like this in such a situation. His mind is simply not ready for this turn of events. Is this the real Dragon King in person? But how is that possible if all the dragons of the royal bloodline have been killed? Rudd is sure that the price paid for this is too high because the number of lives sacrificed is even impossible to count. He lost his comrades who died in this battle as true heroes but did not deserve such an end. Now Rudd is forced to say goodbye even to his own brother who helped to kill all the king's dragons. Now he sees this majestic image that looks more like a mirage or a visual illusion. This strange creature does not even radiate magic. He can't tell if it's real or an illusion. The king notices that Rudd is alone because his entire team has been killed on the battlefield. He says thoughtfully and calmly that this is a problem. His inner voice screams that he is in extreme danger, perhaps even more terrifying than the 7 royal dragons he had to deal with before. But Rudd is sure of one thing. He must finish the creature no matter what it takes. He can't afford to back down, even if it's the last fight of his life. Rudd clutches the hilt of his sword in his fingers. ready to move at any moment and strike the king with a fatal blow. His heart is beating faster, but he won't give up on his goal. The brooding and mysterious king has his own plan, as he speaks the words that he knows what he must do. But Ruud does not waste time. He grips his sword as tightly as he can with only one hand left. His voice is calm, but there is something in it that makes Ruud wary. Decisively and quickly he moves toward the king, around whom a mysterious glow appears again. This light seems to absorb the surrounding space and creates a feeling of an invisible threat. However, it is impossible to frighten the redhead anymore. A wide swing of the sword slices through the air around Ruud. He puts all his strength into the stroke because he is sure that he has only one chance to win. Every muscle in his body is tense to the limit. The king does not move. On the contrary, he seems calm and says that he needs to wait a little longer. His words are spoken without haste, but there is something mysterious and frightening in them for Ruud. Ruud does not have time to realize what is happening to him. His ears are filled with noise and his body stops listening. His whole life and the whole world seem to be flashing before his eyes at the same time. A flash of bright light blinds Ruud's eyes. The reality around him is changing so fast that it is impossible to even capture the moment. Everything around him dissolves into light and time seems to stand still. A second later, he sees a view of the familiar architecture. He has been here before and knows the place well. Instead of torn clothes, the distinctive uniform of an academy student appears on his body. A golden coat of arms sparkles on his back. Ruud looks shocked and bewildered. He doesn't immediately realize that the strange creature has transported him back in time. His mind can't handle this time jump and he doesn't know how to react. The familiar voice of the teacher announces the one truth that all students must learn. These words pierce his consciousness and make him feel like he is back at the very beginning of his studies. He says that all future dragon slayers should remember their purpose to protect the lives of innocent people from these creatures. This is a huge responsibility that must be carried with pride and courage to preserve the peace and safety of people. It doesn't matter if it becomes an important goal, entertainment, or a difficult task, because the goal remains the same and unchanged. It will always determine the direction and give meaning to every step. From now on, all the new recruits become proud sons and daughters of the majestic Reincarnating Academy, and the teacher solemnly congratulates all the newcomers present. This is a moment of great joy and responsibility that opens up new horizons and opportunities for them. This academy was founded more than 700 years ago. It was and remains the best place to train warriors who will defend humanity against dragons. Its ancient walls preserve thousands of stories about brave warriors and their exploits. Ruud had heard these words in the past, but now he was back on his first day of school. He was a new student who had yet to learn the skills he needed. Everything around is the same as it was many years ago. The sun fills the spacious square with its rays. The newcomers are rushing to the welcome meeting, actively talking to each other. It all seems absolutely normal and familiar. But Ruud tries to understand how this could have happened. He cannot find an explanation for what is happening to him. What kind of creature is this that could throw him back in time and change the course of his life? He still believes that he is only imagining all this because a minute ago he was mourning his comrades and brother on the battlefield. Where did the surrounding ruins go, and how did he end up on the day he entered the Reincarnating Academy? Against the backdrop of the hellish events, this image seems like nothing more than a dream. Then Ruud is overcome with anger and despair. His heart burns with anger, and his thoughts are filled with despair. He curses all the king's dragons because he did not count on such powerful abilities of these monstrous creatures that can change reality itself. In my head I hear Ruud's own cry, with which he begged his brother not to leave him in this cold world full of dangers and losses. However, the older man's phrase becomes more important. His words sound in his mind like a command that penetrates Ruud's heart. He commanded that Ruud must not let any of the king's dragons in, for this could lead to irreparable consequences. He remembers how brutally he dealt with each of them. He remembers how his team fought with devotion, leaving no doubt about their level of courage and bravery. Ruud cannot accept that this reality has been lost. It is impossible. It shouldn't have happened because he still remembers how things used to be and how everything changed in one terrible moment. He finished them all. 7 great dragon kings fell at the hands of Ruud himself, his brother, and his comrades. They gave their lives to bring peace and free the world from monsters. Doubts bring to mind the voice of the same king who became his last enemy. He said that losing everyone could be a problem. Ruud cannot believe that he has really gone back in time. He is sure that such incredible magic does not exist even in his wildest imagination. The disbelief is fueled by deep doubts that the creature was actually a real dragon. It defies all logic and seems completely unrealistic because its appearance does not match any descriptions in the books. This seems impossible because the king was too much like a human being and only partially possessed the features of a monstrous creature. His gaze was full of deep wisdom and at the same time cruelty, which prompted reflections on his true nature. Rude comes to the conclusion that the nature of the creature does not matter to him because whoever he is just a lizard that needs to be destroyed. Even if he actually ended up in the past, he now has a chance to fix everything and change the course of future events for the better. This time, Rude will be much stronger and will ruthlessly exterminate all the dragons to the last one. He has a real opportunity to save his loyal friends and his only brother from losing them. Then Ruda is gripped with determination and confidence in his ability to win. With this attitude, he moves toward the entrance to the academy. Suddenly, a woman's voice calls out to him. Turning toward the sound, Rude sees a slender, red-haired girl with expressive orange eyes. Her gaze was bright and defiant, and her hair shimmered like a flame in the light. She twirls her finger at his temple and asks him with a bit of sarcasm if he is in pain. Her tone was mocking, and her smile was mysterious. In the image of the girl, Rude immediately recognizes his brave friend, Hanis. In his mind's eye, he hears her asking him to survive the terrible day when everything changed. When Rude recovers, he asks the girl if her name is really Hanis Hafley, to which she is surprised and raises her eyebrows. She asks him if he knows her. Realizing that this is their first meeting in the scenario of past events, he quickly comes up with an answer and says that he knows the girl by name because of his highest grades among the freshmen. The girl's gaze looks defiant and self-confident, but she says that this remark is really true. Her words sound firm and confident, and her gaze leaves no room for doubt. Rude asks why she asked if he was in pain. Hanis replies that she thought he was suffering from a mental disorder because Rude looked strange when he was talking to himself. She explains that the Iradium Academy rarely accepts crazy people, but among the group of average people, she meets a real psycho with unconventional and strange behavior for the first time. A smile appears on Rudd's face because he is glad to see that Hanis is as proud and sharp-tongued as he remembers her. Her stubborn and independent nature immediately evokes familiar feelings of admiration. The girl is surprised by this reaction. She assumes that Rude might be a pervert who likes offensive words. Rude apologizes for making her angry and assures her that this is not the case. And Hanis says she's glad because Rude understands this very well, so he doesn't need any additional explanations. In his mind, Rude recalls again the words of Hanis, who dismissively said that she forgives him because there is nothing to gain from him. Now this memory seems both bitter and melancholy. Meanwhile, the teacher's loud voice announces that the admission to the academy is about to begin, filling the room with an atmosphere of solemnity. Once again, the familiar words are repeated about the purpose of all students who should direct their ambitions and hopes in the right direction. Hanis stretches tiredly and yawns with her hand over her mouth. Her movements are slow and heavy, as if she is already tired of everything that is happening around her. She says that the speeches are too long and rolls her eyes in frustration. Her face expresses impatience, and her posture is an expression of a complete lack of desire to listen to more. Staring at Rudd and resting her head in her hands, she waits for some kind of answer because the ceremony seems very boring to her. He realizes that he has to say something. After all, if he ignores her, Hanis will start picking on him even more actively. That's why her persistence and sarcasm will not allow him to remain indifferent. That's why Rude agrees, and Hanis immediately assures him that she can sit through the whole thing because patience is the main skill of wizards. Her words sound confident and even a little too preachy. Pretending to be interested, Rude says it's cool. His voice is filled with doubt, but he tries to give the impression that he respects this charming patience. Hanis says with confidence that it is easy for Hafli, who are famous wizards. Her voice is full of confidence and pride in her heritage. And then she asks Ruda's name, so her gaze becomes more attentive and intent. Crossing his arms over his chest, he tells us that his name is Rode Donatos. He says that he comes from the village of Disol, which Hanis has hardly ever heard of or even read about in books. Hanis says that this is the first time she has heard the name and the place. She wonders how Rude joined Arathium and assumes he doesn't know anything. In the next moment, Hanis puts her hand over her mouth and mentally notes that she hasn't said the most welcoming things. Her eyes betray her wariness because she has been careless. She recalls how her mother instructed her. She urged her to always behave nobly, even if you have to communicate with fools who will never reach the level of the Hafley family. These words sound in her memory like a certain law that cannot be broken. Rude seems calm and does not react to Hanis's words as if he is not offended or hurt at all. His facial expression remains neutral and his gaze is indifferent, like a person who has long been used to such words. However, Hanis decides to explain what he means and puts his hand to his chin thoughtfully, as he wants to find some kind of excuse. She says that she can help Rudy if he doesn't know something. Her voice sounds calm, but with a hint of willingness to share her knowledge. She points to the people standing behind the second tier on the stage, so her gaze becomes more attentive. And Hennis says that these are leaders of well-known guilds who look at students in advance and look for talent. Her words are full of interest in this situation because she is well aware of the importance of such meetings for the student's future. Rude recognizes these men as the leaders of the three guilds. Sacred Flame and Pale Moon are the first to catch his eye. Their faces radiate strength and determination, and their presence on stage literally absorbs the attention of all the students around them. Later he spots the leader of the third guild, the Pursuer. His appearance seems no less impressive. But Rudd knows exactly what success these leaders will achieve in the future. He also remembers exactly how they will say goodbye to their lives. Meanwhile, Hennis says that in her third year she will be able to choose her guild, even though she has already decided. Rude interrupts her and says that Hennis will be in the Sacred Flame because it is the top-ranked guild. She agrees but notes that this is not the only reason. The leader of the guild, Liana, is a role model for Hennis as she aspires to become a powerful and influential wizard in the future. The Empress of the White Flame seems incredibly cool and powerful to Hennis. She admires this sorceress who has not only strength but also incredible charisma that impresses even the strongest opponents. However, her fate is also well known to Rudd. He knows that the supreme sorceress who uses White Flame will be destroyed by the King of Dragons. Her place as leader will be taken by Hennis. Hennis is consumed with a thirst for revenge. She will use the magic of the flames to avenge Liana's life at the cost of her own. Her determination will be unwavering, and even the need to sacrifice herself will not stop her from doing so. When Rude emerges from his memories, he assures Hennis that she will definitely get to the Sacred Flame. His words sound confident and sincere because he believes in her abilities and capabilities. And Hennis thanks Rudd but says that it was already clear. She has no doubts about her own success and feels that her path is meant for this, to reach great heights. She is called on stage next. Hennis has to recite the freshman oath, and her steps sound confident and solemn because this moment is an important step on her journey. Rude assures himself that everything is happening exactly as it has in the past. Events are repeating themselves, which means that his brother should be the next to take the stage after Hennis. He recalls that his brother was the president of the student council. He was an exceptional genius and a steadfast warrior. He was the one who wasted his abilities and died to save his brother, a great hero, Asir Donatos. The president begins his speech with a greeting and announces that his name is Jeremy Duvall. His voice sounds solemn and confident, and his gaze covers all the students present. He says that people all over the world are suffering from dragon attacks. They destroy villages and even cities, leaving nothing alive. Then Jeremy says that the students can be proud of themselves because they beat their competitors and entered the academy. Undoubtedly, this is the best place to train dragon hunters, and each of them has a chance to become a hero. Rude doesn't understand what happened and why it was Jeremy who came on stage and not his brother. This fact seems strange and incomprehensible to him because he expected to see a familiar face. He recalls the words of the speech, but in his mind they sound like Asir's voice. He was the one who was supposed to meet the newcomers and give this speech, and this only adds to his sense of confusion. Jeremy's smile looks friendly and open, while at the same time Rude is losing his head in shock. He wonders where his brother is and why he didn't become president of the student council. Rude does not understand what is happening because Jeremy has always been Asir's best friend. This further confuses him and makes him doubt everything that is happening around him. He supported Asir as president and shared his ambitions. There seemed to be no misunderstanding between them. But Rude stands up abruptly and moves toward the corridor. Hennis asks where he is going. Rude replies that he wants to see what class he will be in. His decision to leave the room during the speech seems unexpected and to some extent incomprehensible. Of course, this is a lie because Rude stood up only when the president left the stage and went into the corridor. Rude quickly catches up with him on the stairs and asks him to wait. Rude then grabs Jeremy by the shoulder and asks him why he became president if the seat belongs to his brother. He asks if Asir Donatos has submitted his candidacy for consideration. Perhaps his brother is a member of the student council. His voice is full of despair mixed with hope. Rude hopes that this will explain the situation and help him understand what is happening. Jeremy is surprised because he doesn't understand what exactly they are talking about. He smiles awkwardly and tells Rudd that this is the first time he has heard the name. Rude is shocked by this answer. He expected to learn more from his best friend Asir, but now it turns out that in this version of reality, they don't even know each other. If Jeremy doesn't know Asir, where can he be found? Rude is bewildered by this news, and his confusion only grows. A terrible thought flashes through his mind. Surely Asir Donatos is no longer in this world. It could not be that no one here knows him and has never seen him. His brother, who is supposed to be a great hero in this world, does not even exist. The Aesir whom Rud so desperately wanted to save remains in the painful memories of the past. In the meantime, the announcement is made that the induction ceremony is over and the students are to go to their classes. While the students are busy with their own lives and conversations, Rud is drowning in guesses and questions, unable to gather his thoughts. It could be that Aesir doesn't exist in this reality at all, and he never came here. Rud tries to understand how this is possible and why everything has changed so much, but each new thought only deepens his confusion. But what if he also returned to the past with memories of all the events and simply did not come to the Eradium? His brother could have chosen a different way of fighting, knowing that this would be the end of it all. Pondering these questions, Rud walks into the right classroom and takes a seat at the desk. He hopes that the second guess will be correct, because then there is a chance to change history and save his brother. Suddenly, Hanise appears in the office. She approaches Rud and asks him what he is thinking about so seriously. Rud did not expect his friend to appear so suddenly, so he pauses for a few seconds to look at Hanise. She sat across from him, so the conversation could remain private. He tells us that he would like to find one particular person who might be a student and is looking for ways to do so. Hanise immediately suggests that he contact the Information Guild. She says that you can ask in the library or look at the lists of students to make sure and get an answer. At the same moment, Rud gets up from his chair and moves towards the exit. Hanise gets angry and asks where he is going. Rud casually replies that he is going to the library. Following Rud, Hanise says that there are only 15 minutes left before the start. Does Rud really want to be late on the first day of school? Rud doesn't seem to care because he immediately tells Hanise that he didn't ask her to follow him. Then Hanise comes up with an excuse and says he just wants to see if Rud is up to no good. She gets angry and calls Rud strange because he started a fight with the president of the student council. Rud calmly informs her that he was not arguing with him, but simply asking a question. Hanise calls Rud a psychotic with an obvious attention deficit, but Rud denies this remark. Noticing that Rud is heading in the wrong direction, Hanise asks him if he even knows where the library is. Emphasizing that Rud is going in the wrong direction, she whispers that he is a fool. When Rud stops at the stairs and Hanise sternly commands him to follow her, opening the door, Hanise is surprised at how majestic and beautiful the library is. The central library is a huge room filled with many books and resembles a room in an old palace. The golden chandelier and picture frames add luxury, and the wooden furniture looks like a real solid rarity. Hanise says she has always wanted to visit this place. Rud asks her how she knows the location if she is coming to the library for the first time. She says that before entering the university, she should have learned a little better where the important places were so that she wouldn't have to spend hours looking for them. Then Rud praises Hanise, but his voice is tinged with sarcasm. In fact, in his past life, he had never come to the library. He was either focused on other activities or simply too lazy to read. However, first of all, he needs to find the list of students. Rud walks around the shelves, looking at the material and assuming that there might be lists from previous years. Meanwhile, Hanise finds the Handbook of Herbs by Erteni and Understanding Magic, which are no longer available. Rud looks tensely through the lists, searching for the name of his only brother. He bites his lips nervously as he repeats it in his mind. Does Aesir really not exist in this world? Is it really because of him? Recalling the last battle, Rud thinks that Aesir's opponent was the ancient dragon Sartnin, the one who controls time and dimensions. He disappeared with his brother's body just before Rud was thrown back in time. The thought occurs to me that my brother may be alive because he could have traveled to another dimension with the dragon. They could both be alive. However, it is time to leave the library and do other things. Rud looks out from behind a column and calls out loudly to Hanise. At this point, she tries to prove to the librarian that she only wants to borrow 17 books. She assures her that this is not a lot. The librarian insists that you can only borrow 3 books at a time. She also asks if the freshmen shouldn't be in class right now. Confused, Hanise doesn't want to be caught playing hooky, so she quickly selects the 3 books she needs and hurries to catch up with Rud in the hallway. Barely in time for the start of class, Hanise and Rud take their seats. She asks if Rud has found the right person, to which he replies that he is not on the list. Hanise suggests contacting the Information Guild and clarifies who Rud is looking for. He only has time to say that his brother, Professor Daniel Gould, appears in the classroom and will be instructing the students in the art of battle for a year. The professor also says that he will be a classroom teacher and will mentor beginners. He notes that if students sign up for additional classes called Weapon Studies and Battlefield Studies, they will be able to meet with him much more often. As the professor begins to talk about what it will take to become a master, the girls in the class gossip that Daniel is a very cool runner and has suddenly become a teacher. However, their conversation is quickly cut short as Daniel says that to succeed, the students will have to go through several circles of hell, the third-year internship at the guild. diploma and exams that will have to be passed with flying colors. In order not to scare young students, Daniel notes that a lot of effort and maximum talent will help them survive the test without any major problems. Rudd does not feel optimistic about these words because he believes that no matter how hard you try, without talent and abilities, everything will be in vain. He recalls how many humiliations he had to endure in order to prove that he had a small but still talent. The professor claps his hands and smiles, saying that this is the end of the introduction to the class. He wishes the students to have many good and vivid memories over the next 4 years of study. Ruud intends to leave the office again as soon as possible. Hennis asks him where he is going because the dormitory is in the other direction. Ruud says that he knows it very well. And Hennis is at a loss as to how it could be that Rudd did not know about the library, but he knows the direction to the dormitory. However, Ruud heads to the training ground. He knows that in a battle with dragons, physical fitness is the most important thing. For this reason, many training grounds were built on the territory of the Aratium, so that students could train and develop their strength. In his youth, Rudd used to visit such venues frequently, so he knows the way to them very well. Everything remained exactly as it was in Rudd's memories. It seemed as if these events had happened so long ago, and now it was all happening again as if for the first time. Ruud decides to test his fitness and practice. He takes off his jacket and grabs the bar. A firm grip of the palms accompanies the strenuous body movements. He pulls himself up and counts the number of successful exercises. The count stops at 30, after which Ruud realizes that this is his maximum because he doesn't have enough energy for more. Now he can assess his strength and fitness level because he realizes how important it is. Unfortunately, his results are disappointing. He realizes that this is typical for a 17-year-old teenager, but he still thinks his body is too weak. Classes are scheduled to start tomorrow, and there is only 1 week left before the classes on fights and battles. Ruud has to improve his performance and become better than his old self to avoid making the same mistakes. He comes to the conclusion that he should focus on muscle strength and endurance because in the past, monotonous training has worked best for him. At this time, another guy appears on the training ground. Ruud immediately recognizes him as a familiar figure. He never thought he would meet another friend from his past life so soon. His name is very familiar to Ruud. This is his friend Balaksteros, who will receive the title of King Without Arms in the future. But in a past life, they met under different circumstances. Rudd started spending time on training only after the midterm exam. He met Balak in the building of the new building, and this happened later, which makes Rudd think about the confusion in time. However, Ruud forces himself to calm down and focus on his training. It's better not to mess with Balak right now because the priority target is different. Nevertheless, Balak begins to repeat after Ruud. In exercise after exercise, Ruud repeats well-learned movements. He's done it 1,000 times, so now he doesn't have to think about the technique. Everything is perfect and practiced. Only Balak's shadow interferes, copying his movements like a reflection in a mirror. Unable to withstand the tension, Rudd drops the barbell to the ground with a loud sound. He irritatedly asks Balak if he is deliberately reproducing his movements exactly. However, Balak claims that he is just training, but Rudd insists that he is repeating him and even adding kilograms to the barbell. Apologizing for making Ruud think that way, Balak says he only repeated himself because the movements were perfect. Ruud doesn't understand why the guy is responding in this way. Balak explains that the way Ruud lifts the dumbbells and moves his forearms during the exercise is really impressive. Asked if Ruud is a sports god, Balak says that no one in his family has ever had such a technique in exercise. Ruud tells him his name and assures him that he is only a freshman. Balak responds by admitting that he is also new. He insists that Ruud teach him how to train. Confident that one day Ruud will surpass him in terms of beauty and strength, Balak asks him to call him his student from now on. The answer is a decisive and cardinal refusal. Irritated, Rudd boils over from such requests. The week flies by. The first lesson on weaponry begins at one of the Aratium's outdoor stadiums. Professor Gould explains that the choice of weapon has a significant impact on the fighting style. He emphasizes that it is recommended to choose the weapon that the student used before entering the academy. However, he also says that it is useful to try something new sometimes. The quality of the weapon is phenomenal, although the blades are dulled specifically for training. Then Hennis asks the professor if she needs to choose a weapon because she plans to become a witch. Daniel replies that situations can be unpredictable and that wizards need to be skilled with weapons as well. And Hennis turns his gaze to the various accessories and pensively examines each type of proposed disruption. Then Ruud suggests that she choose a dagger because its blade can be transformed by magic and it is much easier to store. In his thoughts, he recalls that in the past, Hennis was very familiar with this type of weapon and used it in close combat to save magic. This allowed her to be more effective and save her strength for the more important moments of the battle. In the end, Hanise takes Rude's recommendation and chooses a medium dagger. She feels that this is the best choice for her because it is a fast and maneuverable weapon that can be combined with magic spells. After making her own choice, Hanise notices that Rude has already chosen a medium sword. She asks him if he will use it. Her eyes are attentive and interested, as choosing a weapon is an important step for everyone. Rude replies that first he needs to try it in action to understand it. He easily pulls the sword from its sheath and makes a single wide swing. His movement is precise and sharp, showing his experience with this type of weapon. Then Rude quickly evaluates the item and says that the sword is not bad and that he will most likely take it. Hanise is surprised at his quick decision. She says that he only swung it once while the other students were making a show of it. The professor watches the training from the sidelines. He wonders if it was an accident, because this swing of the sword is clearly not at the level of a student of the academy. Hanise invites Rudd to look at the arsenal again. He assures her that the weapon is of excellent quality anyway, and mentally notes that it is a great sword for an experienced craftsman. The professor comes closer and Rude asks him if students can choose more than one weapon. Daniel answers that there is no such rule, but students rarely choose more than one. It would be much more effective to focus on one thing. He is going to offer options if you want to choose an additional weapon, but Rude immediately replies that he would like to take not one but several additional options. The professor is surprised that he is going to use the additional options as his main weapon. He decides that Rude is very confident. Meanwhile, he agrees to the choice and thinks to himself that this guy is worth watching. Rude declares without a doubt that he will take the spear along with his sword. He takes it with both hands and makes an elegant swing. The professor is now not just surprised, but completely baffled by the skill of this supposedly completely green freshman. But at this moment, Rude looks absolutely calm and confident. He knows exactly what kind of weapon is right for him, so he immediately grabs a large two-handed sword after the spear. Grabbing it by the handle, he swings it forcefully and makes a big lunge in front of him. He landed it on the ground with a firm and heavy hand and said that he wanted to take this sword as well. He chooses 3 main weapons at once, making Professor Daniel laugh nervously. The professor admits that Rude is a genius because he is different from the others. He can understand the technique and the confidence of the movements, but where does the fluidity come from with each swing of the sword? Daniel asks Rude about his life before entering the academy. He replies that he lost his entire family to a dragon attack, so he worked as a mercenary to earn his living. The professor nods in understanding and apologizes for the question. Rude replies that it's okay because it's in the past. However, Hanise overhears this conversation and asks Rude if he really lost both his parents to the dragon. This question proves to be an awkward one. Then Hanise begins to feel that she has asked an inappropriate question and looks away in embarrassment. She admits that it is not easy for Rudd to go through this situation and quickly apologizes for even asking. Ruth is surprised that she can feel guilty and says that it was a long time ago. He recalls that she was never mean or bad, but always had a very sharp tongue and a specific burning temper. The couple is distracted by a conversation going on nearby. Hanise notices the fight and asks what happened in the B class. The professor confidently states that all students must choose a weapon for training purposes, to which Balaksteros aggressively replies that he is a wrestler and does not need equipment, his body is his weapon. The professor tries to explain that some soldiers can fight using only their bodies, but they need at least gloves. Then Balak shouts that Steros does not use weapons. His words sound sharp and confident, as if he were repeating a law known to all. He clearly doesn't want to hear any objections on this topic, which drives the girl to a nervous breakdown. Straightening his back and proudly raising his head, Balak repeats that the wrestler Steros will not use weapons. The furious professor reaches a state of fierce irritation and spits in Balak's face while yelling at him. At this point, Hanise asks if Rude knows this fool. He replies that he does not. The professor intervenes and asks everyone to calm down. He pulls an angry student away from Balak, who is actively trying to break away. Then Hanise notices that Balak is looking in their direction, and Rude quickly suggests that they get out of here. At that very moment, Balak raises his hand and waves to Rude. He thinks that he shouldn't pretend that they don't know each other. Confidently and quickly, Balak moves toward Rude and Hanise, ignoring the still noisy opponent next to him. Hanise notices this and asks Rude if he and Balak are friends. Rude replies that he doesn't know and can't say for sure yet. Meanwhile, the professor aggressively asks Balak where he is going when the professor is talking to him. Is it really to chat with a friend? But Balak denies it and says that he and Rude are not friends and that they have a deeper relationship. Rude immediately interrupts him and confusingly claims that they are just friends. The professor says that even if the Steros family is against guns, it is still part of the educational process. He is currently in training and has no right to refuse to choose a weapon. But Rude recalls that in a past life they came up with new rules and laws if Steros continued to bend his line and refuse. Meanwhile, in the present reality, the professor says that Balak may be retained for the second year of his studies, which is very surprising to Rude. Steros looks puzzled and thoughtful, while Rude can't believe that the past has changed and that different events and rules now take place. He assumes that this change has happened because of him, and it's bad because if Balak is retained for the second year, the main team that fought against the Dragon King may change. Balak, meanwhile, is ready to give up his fame and stay for the second year of his studies. Rude urges him to be quiet and abruptly covers his mouth with his hand. He asks the professor if he can make an exception. The professor replies that he cannot make exceptions just for Balak because other students might think it is unfair. However, Rude doesn't understand why they can't come to an agreement since everything was easy in his past life. He asks if Balak needs to choose just one attribute and turns his attention to the available equipment. Among this pile of weapons, there must be something quite suitable. A pair of protective gloves with a cut for open fingers catches his eye. He grabs them and offers Balak to try them on. Throwing them to the surprised Steros, he waits for a decision. Balak repeats that the wrestler Steros does not use weapons. Rude interrupts him and says that it is protective equipment. Balak immediately starts arguing and tries to say that he can't use protection either. Rude asks to take the mittens as a gift from a friend, but Balak is struck by this wording and looks at Rude in surprise. The professor says that these are not weapons, just mittens. It seems as if she is not satisfied with this choice. Rude objects and says that this is also a weapon that is now being produced for the purpose of fighting. He asks them to stop arguing because Balak looks like he has already chosen his equipment. He whispers the word friend and looks at his gift. A group of students begin to notice that something strange is happening. They talk about how the professors are grouped around a few students. Daniel suggests that they agree with the choice because they are not ordinary mittens at all, but strange mittens. Rudd thinks with a smile that the professor has a very attentive and sharp eye. He is glad that this time it went well and realizes that he has to be more careful in the future because his actions can have a direct impact on the future. There are not many people around because it is only the first day of school. Most subjects are still theoretical. This is done to make the adaptation of new Iradium students easier. However, at the same time, teachers and professors are closely observing the newcomers to make their assessments. They carefully consider new students because they have to give recommendations for joining various guilds. Rudd remembers how this structure works, so he made sure he was remembered in advance. He took the necessary steps to ensure that a good recommendation was written for him, which would ensure his admission. Now all that remains is to prepare for the wrestling practice. His mind is on strategy, while Hennis and Balak follow him through the corridors as if nothing happened at practice. Hennis asks if Balak is the same asshole who made the scene in the street. He assures her that he is the fighter Balak Steros. He also says that she is a wizard, so she cannot understand the dignity and honor of a fighter because the shame of dishonor is worse for him than the loss of life. Hennis assumes that he is really out of his mind to say such strange things. The conversation is interrupted by a loud but unfamiliar male voice. He addresses the company and defiantly calls them bastards. Pointing at the company, he aggressively insists that he is addressing them. But Rude is only interested in the schedule, which he reads all the way through, so he doesn't immediately realize that he is the one being addressed. The guy assures him that he was talking to Rude and his companion behind him, whom he calls a bore. But Balak immediately starts to object, but is interrupted by Hennis. She comes to the fore and rears her head to ask who they are if they dare to bully her company. The guy recognizes her and says that he heard her give a speech at the ceremony. He has no problem with her. He introduces himself and says his name is William Fart from Class B. Hennis says dismissively that she didn't ask the idiot. William says he's sorry to see the best freshman in such dubious company. He wanted to invite her to his place, but now he sees why she is walking with them. He asks her to leave because he is not talking to her. Hennis says that she doesn't care who he's talking to and insists that Far to leave. She is furious and tells William not to say her name in public. Rude pulls her aside and asks her to leave. He asks what William wants them to do. William says that for starters, they should calm down and stay out of the way. Rude doesn't understand the claim. William says that you shouldn't jump in over your head to show off for the professor. He accuses Rude of choosing a bunch of weapons and bragging about it. Does he really think he can get away with it? And Balak hasn't chosen anything at all, so they should both get the hell out of the academy. And Rudd mentally claims that he did it on purpose. He recalls that even in his past life, when he kept a low profile, people like this appeared with claims. A guy from the past said that Rudd had no parents, no abilities, no character, and as soon as he was able to get into the academy, his friend laughs and says that he feels sorry for Rudy. Maybe he got a place in the academy on a whim, but he doesn't have parents who can push him through their own connections. At the time, Rudd was full of energy and took these harsh words seriously, so his enemies were in trouble, but now he has to behave differently. That's why Rude says that even if William had 500 different swords, he still wouldn't have defeated Steros, even if the conditions were favorable. Although Balak is puzzled, Rude continues and says that he himself could have handled such a fool with his bare hands, and so would Hennis. And William is not just enraged by this answer, it makes him furious, forcing him to growl at Rude and call him a bastard. He shouts that Rudd is a real fool who just wants to attract attention and stand out. Swinging to strike Rudd, he jumps in his direction, but he easily and quickly dodges the blow. One slight kick from Rudd is enough to make William fall awkwardly to the floor. He turns around to see the result of his action and remains completely calm. At this time, Hennis is watching the fight with interest and wonders how Rudd managed to do it so easily. William, on the other hand, is reddening with anger and rage. He did not expect that Red would be able to dodge his punch so easily. Rising to one knee, he suddenly grabs the training sword on his belt. Then Hennis shouts that the weapon is not allowed to be used outside the training ground for fights. William yells at her to shut up and violently brings his sword behind her shoulder to stab Rude again. His face is full of hatred. Rude doesn't move, not even trying to escape. He is confident and focused. Ready to react at any moment, he considers his opponent pathetic. However, he decides that now is the best time to apply what he learned from Balak in his previous life. Mirroring a Steros-style strike, with his bent arm in front of him, Rude blocks the blow of the training sword, disorienting William. Taking advantage of the lapse in his attention, Rude lunges forward with a swift and confident lunge to use this time wisely. As he approaches his opponent, he delivers several decisive blows with his hand. The frightened William did not expect such a force, but he cannot dodge it. Quick and sharp blows make him fall to the floor again, but this time he is bumping into it face first. His companion says it will be a good lesson for William. It was high time to show the impudent boy that picking on others is at least impolite and at most dangerous. However, Balak quickly recognizes his family's signature technique and does not understand what is happening. The same professor who yelled at Balak on the training ground appears in the hallway. She asks why William is lying on the floor. Ordering the boy from William's group to move away from Rude, the professor makes a certain gesture with her hand. The guy who was standing next to Rudd says that he hit William first and started the fight of his own free will. But Hennis immediately begins to defend Rudd. She says it's a lie because they were the first to start bullying and take up arms. Rudd just responded to the bullying and defended himself against the sword. Balak supports her and says that Rudd did not even have any weapons in his hands. The professor wonders how the freshman was able to calm William down without getting a single scratch. She orders William's friends to take him to the medical office. However, Rude must go to the professor's room after class to talk about the situation. Hennis wonders where these fools came from, but she's much more concerned about the technique Rude used. He answers that it was a parry. However, Hennis says that they don't know what it is and how to do it with their bare hands. She also asks Balak if he knows how to do the same. He replies that in his family, adults use this technique and he is not yet very good at it. He assumes that Rude is his secret brother, whom his parents have been hiding for many years. However, Rude cannot say that it was Balak who taught him this trick in his past life. Instead, he tries to lie, but there is a delay because Rude can't find the right words. He says it's because he's a genius. Hennis's gaze expresses absolute doubt about the veracity of these words. She seems irritated and her gaze is not friendly. However, Balak believes and says that his teacher is a great teacher. At the same time, Hennis says that this is not an explanation. She asks him to tell her honestly if Rude is hiding something from them. Rude immediately replies that he doesn't know what she means because he's not hiding anything. And Balak says that even if it is, it's not a reason to pester your friends with questions. I'm sure that Hennis herself has some secrets. She agrees with this but asks when they managed to become friends if they just met. Balak smiles and says that they are now, and he is very pleased. Hennis says irritatedly that he is really an asshole. In response, Balak asks if it is okay to call his friend a cretin, and Hennis tells him that he pisses her off. At this point, Rude recalls a conversation at a small table. The adult Hennis tells Balak to move because he is getting hot because of the amount of muscle he has. Balak asks if fire wizards shouldn't be able to tolerate heat. Hennis replies that it annoys her that Steros is so hot. Asir laughs at this and asks them to calm down. Rude stops in the middle of the corridor thinking. Balak calls out to him and says that they might be late for class. Hennis confirms that they had better hurry. Rude thinks only that he will not let any of them die again and will do everything to save his friends. After talking to the professor, Rudd politely says goodbye and hurriedly leaves her office. She lets him go and tells him to get some rest. She realizes that this guy has done nothing wrong, but he seems suspiciously lucky, so she wanted to find out what happened. However, this was not necessary because 20 minutes ago, Rude had proved everything she wanted to know. Apologizing for the mess he made, he explains that William and his team were insulting Rude's friends, so he did not realize how angry he was. But when William started swinging his sword, his patience ran out and he couldn't keep quiet. Rude was afraid that his friends might get hurt because he hadn't calculated his strength. He apologizes and says that he should not have acted like a child. The professor is overwhelmed by this sincere apology. She did not think that Rudd, who had been involved in a fight in the corridor of the academy, could be so polite and kind. William is a different story. The professor is angry with him and is going to beat him up pretty badly during the upcoming training sessions. A few minutes after Rude leaves the office, there is a knock on the door. Daniel enters, which surprises the professor. She asks him what he is doing here and why he came. Daniel asks if she's joking because he's here for the first-year teachers' meeting that is about to start. He recalls that she insisted on having the meeting here because she was too lazy to go anywhere else. She snorts quietly in response and says she doesn't remember when she insisted. It was just a simple suggestion that could be quite expensive next time. Two more people appear in the classroom. They are Arthur Winston, who is the head of Class D, and Damien Grace, who is the head of Class C. Arthur asks them if they know how many times the professor has called the administrator. She asks him what she did wrong and why he is always picking on her. He says that she deserves it because she is always demanding that something be installed in the professor's office. She denies it and says that she only bought a magic air purifier and a dragon skin sofa. Damien adds that she also bought a 3 million ribble delphinium flower. The professor immediately screams that it was a secret. However, Arthur sighs nervously and says that he needs to follow the work plan more closely because the professor has no right to forget about the meeting. The professor sarcastically remarks that Arthur has no hair on his head because he is so picky. When he hears this and asks, the professor convinces him that she didn't say anything. Daniel acts as a guardian of the peace and asks everyone to calm down because it is time for the meeting. He is the first to speak and tells us that this year's freshmen are stronger than last year's newcomers. Arthur agrees and adds that the probability of graduation is also quite high. The professor says that this is impossible to know for sure because even with a good base of skills, there can be mental problems. She emphasizes that the role of the teacher is also to help students grow internally. Arthur asks if the others have identified anyone who deserves special and closer attention. Damien says that there is no such person in Class C because everyone is quite high. The professor says that in Class B there is one student who is behind the others and one who is a real psycho. Then Arthur is surprised by this manner of speech. He assumes that the laggard is the same guy who was seen in the fight, but who is the psycho then? The professor says that there is a guy among her students who starts talking about his muscles every time he doesn't like something. Balak Steros did terribly on the written exam, but he did incredibly well on the practical. That's why Arthur asks if he is the son of Steros, a famous admirer of muscle strength. Daniel admits that Balak is quite capable and is openly looking forward to meeting him. He also wants to tell us about two future stars in his class. The second daughter of a famous family of wizards, Henice Halfley, and another student named Rude Donatos. Damien notices that the White Flame Empress noticed her right away, and this is not surprising since Henice is the best student among the new students who entered this year and is also a firebender. Arthur asks about the other student's background, but Daniel hastily cuts off the question and says that they should look at his case in person. Then Damien asks if he is talking about this student. After all, his written and practical exams barely reached the average score, and he lost his family and worked as a mercenary. But Daniel insists that they will change their minds when they see him. Perhaps he's jumping to conclusions, but Daniel is confident that Rude will be the strongest of the freshmen. Arthur respects Daniel's opinion and says that he must be unusual if the professor thinks so. He asks if the professor has seen him since he is in Class A and had a class with her. She replies that he would do anything for his friends, and that he is also a polite and talented student. She assures him that she likes him so much that she wants to take him to her class. All three professors are shocked by this answer. Danielle asks if she can also praise students and not just growl at them and chase them around the training ground. She explains that she also knows how to praise, but there is one student in her class who was waving a sword in the middle of the academy corridor, and it was Rude who was able to calm him down with his bare hands. She is asked if it is true that he used a sword on the entrance exam and now he fights without fail. The professor replies that he clearly has a knack for hand-to-hand combat, so she would be a better mentor for him as she is an expert in this field. Daniel says that this is problematic because Rude's real skills are in sword and spear, so he should be the one to teach him. The professor asks when Daniel became so interested in his students. He replies that in his class, learning will be much more effective. She responds by asking why Rudd needs to learn to use weapons if he deflected a sword blow with his bare hands. Daniel argues that he was the first to see Donato's unique abilities and therefore cannot give in to the professor. She gets angry and offers to show Daniel once again who is the older one and needs to be respected. Daniel responds by reminding her that 2 weeks ago the professor had an argument with him and lost. Angry, Arthur hits the table with his fist and causes it to break in half from the force of the blow. He orders both of them to sit down because quarrels between professors are unacceptable and simply outrageously inappropriate. The professor is equally outraged and immediately says that her desk was an expensive item that is now ruined. Arthur, meanwhile, asks Damien if he has any thoughts on the matter. He says that he will refrain from answering because what student would want to choose such an intimidating-looking professor as a tutor? Arthur admits that if Rude has spear skills, he should meet him at least once. He says that until the training matches and recommendations from the curators are made a week from now, he can calm down. He also adds that you can show interest as much as you want, but the final decision still belongs to the student. Later, he reads Rudd's file more carefully and cannot believe his eyes. He asks if this guy is really from the village of Dizal. The professor recognizes the name. She says it's a small village that disappeared 10 years ago as a result of the Heavenly Crush. This event happened in the south of Caliban. As a result of the terrible tragedy, half of the kingdom's territory disappeared. After this incident, the state lost its majestic power, and a few years later, Caliban completely disappeared from the world maps and ceased to exist. The culprit in the destruction of the entire village was one dragon that could transform into anything. Arthur immediately recognizes this image and calls it one of the 7 great dragons named Tianil. He asks if he recalls correctly that Daniel also took part in the raid. Daniel agrees and says that the person who took the life of the sky dragon was his teacher. He was still a beginner at the time and knew nothing at all. However, Arthur reassures his colleague and says that it was almost impossible to survive in that situation because the village was completely burned down. He didn't know that any of the ordinary people managed to get out. Then Daniel mentally assumes that Rude wants to take revenge for that tragedy. A genius with a hatred of dragons in his heart who is able to use his skills to fight back even his current mentor. Arthur summarizes and says that Rude is the only survivor of the village of Diesel and the one with extraordinary powers. But even here he has to correct Daniel a bit in his conclusion. And that's why Daniel is puzzled and looks at his colleague with a look of surprise on his face. But Arthur says that, according to Daniel Rude, he may become the most outstanding and strongest student among the freshmen. But one very important detail was overlooked because we did not mention another interesting student. Perhaps not everyone knows it yet, but there is also an outstanding and special freshman in Class D, a genius with incredible abilities. As promised at the next training session, the professor keeps her eyes on William and makes him do an incredible number of repetitions of certain exercises. He is dripping with sweat and can barely hold on, but the professor won't even let him rest. Meanwhile, during independent training in the gym, the students can not only work out according to their own program, but also watch William's humiliation. Only Rude does not pay any attention to this. He doesn't care about the fate of the bully who picked on them in the hallway. He is focused solely on his own training and the success he wants to achieve in the future. Thinking that there are only 3 days left before the fights, he concludes that he has already managed to remember the breathing techniques and movements from his past life. He will be able to achieve the desired result. However, he is distracted from his melancholy and rational thoughts by Steros's muttering. He lifts the barbell and groans as he exhales noisily. Rude asks if he can work out in silence. Balak replies that great strength is manifested in powerful breathing. Rude says that this is nonsense. If you roar like a bear, you'll get the same strength. However, Balak assures him that Rude will not be able to lift this weight because he is not strong enough. Rude just says that Steros should stop talking. He explains that Balak should first assume a normal posture and only then speak. Every time he groans while lifting weights, his body leans to the side. Deciding to listen to his teacher, Balak makes a simple movement and breathes slowly. He notices that this is actually better because the muscles are stimulated more effectively. Standing up, Balak says that Rude is definitely his best teacher. Rude agrees distantly. Meanwhile, Hennis appears in the gym. She complains that the room smells like sweat and doesn't understand how anyone can work out for 3 hours without ever resting. Balak replies that Hennis is too thin and will only be able to understand their joy of training when she feels muscle growth in her body. He offers to help her, but she says that she is a normal weight and asks him to move away because Steros stinks. He says that compared to women of his kind, everyone here is too thin and looks like very hungry dogs. However, Hennis is outraged by this comparison, and she angrily kicks Balak in the leg with her shoe, asking if he wants to stay alive after such words. Rude ignores the argument and moves toward the exit. Hennis notices this and asks where he is going. Rude says he wants to buy some water, and she replies that she will go with him. Asking Balak if he is coming with them, she hears the answer that he cannot walk after such exertion. He dreams of having Hennis bring him a protein shake, but she quickly runs out of the room after Rudd. On the street at the vending machine, they meet a girl who is ahead of them. Hennis is surprised that someone came before them. The girl turns around holding a jar of lemonade in her hand, and then everything happens very quickly. Ruth is able to look at her face. She mentally realizes that her guesses about the brothers' resemblance may be wrong. In the next moment, Rude remembers lying on the ground with the most furious face. There is only one thing running through his mind. This girl's name is Lion Clyde. She is not just a student, she is a swordswoman with incredible and diabolical power, a strong warrior and dragon hunter who can match a seer's strength. It was she who first showed Rudd the insurmountable wall of difference in skills and talents. Rude desperately vowed then that he would remember her and prove her wrong about him. He is angry because in his past life he did not get a chance to defeat the swordswoman. That time she was killed in a battle with a sky dragon, and Rude was never able to fight her at least one more time. Back in reality, Rude pulls Henise aside and tells her to leave. He comes closer to Lion and urges her to get out of here as soon as possible. The girl doesn't respond, so an irritated Rude asks if she has scabs in her ears if she can't hear his words. The next moment, a crumpled lemonade can that Lion had just been drinking is flying at Rudd's head. He manages to dodge in time, but his face shows a thoughtful, intense look of surprise. He was expecting an attack, but not so suddenly and quickly. A second later, the girl jumps up and kicks him right in the face. Fast and strong, she moves almost imperceptibly. However, Rude is also not the same person he was in his past life. He sharply moves his hand to the shoulder and grabs the girl's leg, preventing her from completing the kick. Lion widens his eyes in surprise and raises his eyebrows. She doesn't understand how he managed to block her punch, but she doesn't give up and doesn't give herself much time to think. Regrouping her body, she jumps again and makes another attempt. This time the kick is also aimed at his head but from the other side, but Rude blocks this kick as well, dodging it in time. However, Henise looks frightened and asks why the hell Lion is pulling such maneuvers. Lion, on the other hand, is utterly bewildered. She thought he was just some idiot, but he managed to block 2 of her punches at once. Then Lion asks if Rude is among those who came to mock her because she entered the academy on the recommendation of a friend. But Rude glares at her and growls that it's not about that because she's blocking the vending machine. Surprised, Lion looks confused. Rude says he is thirsty and orders him to finally move to the side. While angrily choosing lemonade for himself, Rudd does not notice that Lion is watching him from behind. She says she was mistaken and asks Ruda what his name is. He tells her his name and surname, and Lion says he will remember it. Rude angrily says he doesn't care while Henise sees the girl off with a thoughtful look. She says that Lion should have apologized because who is she to allow herself to behave in such a way? Meanwhile, Rude thinks about the fact that he is now forced to suffer from pain and almost broke his arm during the attack. He just wanted to see what the difference was between them, but Lion turned out to be just as strong as in the past. Hennis asks if Rudd is okay and if his girlfriend has hurt him. He says that he deflected her blows and was not injured, but Hennis claims that she saw Rude's arm about to fall off, so she pushes him to the medical office. After being examined and treated, Rude returns to the gym with his arm bandaged. Balak notices this and wonders how it could have happened while walking to get lemonade. The rumor of the arm injury quickly reaches the professor's ears. She runs up to Rude and asks him how it happened. He assures her that it was just a small accident and nothing terrible happened. The conversation is witnessed by Daniel, who arrives in the room and asks what is going on. Hennis immediately begins to tell him that some girl started kicking and beating Rude. He denies it and says that Lion didn't beat him, that they just had a small fight. The professor starts asking about the girl's appearance. Hennis says she is a freshman, she has long silver hair and yellow eyes, and said that she entered the academy on a recommendation. Daniel and the professor lock eyes. There seems to be only one guess in their minds that this student is none other than Lion Clyde from Class D. The professor gets angry and says that she needs to go and sort out the situation immediately. Daniel gently asks Miss Claire to calm down first. She replies that she will not tolerate this because it is not the first time Lion has harmed other students. The students listen to the conversation and learn that someone has been beaten, while the professor remarks that she will not forgive an attack on such a polite and good boy as Rude. Daniel explains that he is not asking her to be patient. He says that she, as a teacher, should find a more interesting way to influence the girl. If she immediately starts to deal with it on the spot, control of the situation will pass to Arthur, who will rush to hush up the case. He recommends to start by contacting Lion's father, who is currently the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. Daniel shares that he is one of those people who share personal and common things, which is why he will ask to have an educational conversation with the girl. Only then can she go to Arthur and make a scandal of the fight. Mrs. Clare guesses that she can turn the tables on Arthur and get the right to punish Lion. Daniel agrees and says that it is better to do without penalty points and corrective work. And since the goal is still to correct behavior, it will be possible to go a little beyond the classroom program in the extracurricular activities. The professor is satisfied with this plan of action. Meanwhile, Rude blames himself for being in a rather shameful position. However, Balak reassures him and congratulates him on the support he has received from his professors. He asks him not to be sad because it is defeat and despair that make real men. Rude can't take it anymore and yells at Balak to shut up. 3 days later, all the new students are gathered in a spacious hall for a special lesson. Arthur asks them to line up in their classrooms and split up because now a joint lesson on fighting is about to begin. However, Rudd has been preparing for this day and knows exactly how the whole process will go. He confidently takes his place and directs a determined look at his mentors. When all the students seem ready to start, he announces that the first competition will be between classes A and B. Each student must choose an opponent for the competition in turn. Those whose name has already been called will not participate in other competitions, as each student will compete only twice. In the end, Arthur wishes the students good luck and wishes them victory in the competition. Meanwhile, all the teachers took their seats on the second floor and began assessing the students. Helion Mektovel was the first to enter the arena and announce the name of his opponent. Meanwhile, such an event can only be called a competition in name only because it is actually an evaluation exam. Teachers look only at abilities. The background and past are no longer important because only skills and talents are evaluated. Hennis thoughtfully admits that such conditions are one of the reasons why the Oratium remains one of the best places to study. She says that everyone here has heard praise and elevation to the status of geniuses all their lives. However, if you think about it, the enemy should be numb with terror in front of a true genius. Meanwhile, it's her turn and Hennis has to start her competition. She seems inspired and confident, so she walks decisively to the center of the arena. Keeping her back straight, she wants to show off her best. Balak loudly supports her and shouts after her that the real genius Hennis will definitely win. Rude watches the competition more closely and analyzes the situation. He doesn't understand how a sorceress with low chances in a melee battle could choose a swordsman as her opponent. Only Hennis could do this because her self-confidence can be really impressive sometimes. Meanwhile, Arthur tells the students to get ready. Hennis smiles and takes a fighting stance with his palm outstretched. The swordsman covers his body with a shield and keeps his weapon ready. The signal announces the start of the competition. Hennis wastes no time in closing his eyes to start casting spells. She utters the magic words, and at the same second, large fiery sparks begin to flash around her. They turn into spheres of flame that are only under the control of her hands, and Hennis turns to her opponent with a smile. A huge sphere flies towards the swordsman and is supposed to hit him in the head from the top. He looks intensely at the flames and chooses his defense options. The swordsman is relieved that the speed of the fireball was not critical because then the competition could have ended after the first strike. Hennis would not even have been able to cast another spell. Meanwhile, the swordsman blocks the fireball with his shield in time. He's fast and skillful, so the next moment he lunges to the side and starts moving rapidly toward Hennis. Having realized the trajectory of the next spheres, he deftly dodges the next few blows and gets only closer. Aiming his sword at Hennis, he takes a preparatory stance and in the next moment delivers a decisive and very fast blow. Then Hennis manages to dodge the blow and increase the distance between her and her opponent. The puzzled swordsman does not understand how she was able to jump away so quickly. Hennis takes advantage of this moment and releases dozens of small layers of flame in the direction of the swordsman. It is difficult to deal with them because they fly from all sides, but the swordsman manages to repel them one by one. Meanwhile, he analyzes the increase in distance and notices that Hennis is already preparing his next magic trick. He realizes that he needs to move to the attack as soon as possible, but he doesn't have time to make a move. That's why Hennis manages to close the distance and shouts that the swordsman is hooked. It seems the small layers of flame were just a distraction. Hennis gets close to the swordsman and puts a short dagger to his throat. The swordsman realizes that he has underestimated her because he did not think that the sorceress would be able to get so close to the swordsman. He considers this technique thoughtless because she will not be able to resist him in close combat. However, he kneels down in front of the girl and loudly admits that he has been defeated. The mentor summarizes the victory of Hennis Halfley. A melodic female voice comes from the second floor balcony, saying that both students have done well in the competition. Smiling and obviously pleased, Hennis looks up, knowing who she will see there. She is very pleased that she receives a compliment from Miss Liana because her figure serves as a role model. The White Flame Empress smiles back at Hennis. The student has definitely managed to attract the attention of the leader of the guild she dreams of joining later. Going down from the arena, Hennis meets Rude ahead of her. He asks her what she was thinking when she decided to get so close to a swordsman with a shield. She replies that she bet on the effect of spontaneous appearance because the swordsman probably thought that the wizard could only shoot magic from a fairly long distance. Ruth thinks that if the enemy had noticed Henice's intention to get closer a little earlier, she might have been in danger. However, Henice has always been like this, even though wizards are not used to such intense battles. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Miss Clare is summarizing the results. She concludes that Henice has a good sense of her opponent and her moves were really good. She also used her magic correctly and assessed situations quite well during the competition. Arthur agrees and says that a combat wizard is a rare phenomenon. He is sure that they will need to announce a recruitment of additional mentors because they will need an experienced fire wizard. Meanwhile, it's the turn of the next student who is invited by Miss Clare to enter the arena. This student is William, and he does not miss the opportunity to compete with Donatos. He points his finger at him and calls him to become his opponent. He says that last time he was distracted, but now Rudd will not stand a chance against him. The professor is speechless. She is shocked by her student's arrogance. The Trinity looks at William in surprise and does not understand why this demonstration of arrogance and completely unnecessary words are necessary. Rudd realizes that he has nowhere to go in this situation and, as a sign of respect for William's willpower, agrees to compete. He plans to show William his strength once and for all and avoid distractions in the future. With his fingers crossed, he enters the arena and the competition begins. The amazed crowd has time to follow Rudd's skillful movements out of the corner of their eyes. William's screams seem desperate, but in the end he gets what he deserves. After a few minutes he is forced to beg for mercy and shouts that he is giving up when he makes the last stroke. Rudd is pleasantly surprised that William fought to the last and praises him for it, but William takes defeat hard, and he is carried out of the arena on a special stretcher because he is unable to walk on his own. The tutors are pleased with the spectacle and are immediately going to call the next student. It turns out to be Rudd, so the curator suggests changing the order of the competition if he needs to rest after the battle. Rudd confidently replies that he wants to continue the battle. The curator asks him to choose an opponent. Rudd looks out at the crowd, but it's clear that he already knows who he's going to compete against. With an inviting gesture, Rudd asks them to come up to the Balaksteros arena. He seems shocked and does not immediately realize that Rudd is calling him to the arena. However, a few seconds later, he climbs into the arena and stands opposite Rudd. He says he does not want to compete with his friend and hopes that the choice of his opponent can be changed. Rudd says that he will have to compete because he is the strongest of all present, so he is the only one who can resist in terms of strength. Then Balak denies it and says again that the fighter Steros does not compete against his friends. But Rudd asks him if he plans to run away like a coward. He is sure that this provocation should work. Then Rudd recalls that Balak has always been incredibly strong. In his past life, the ground shook under his feet and mountains fell at the swing of his fists. Rudd is forced to challenge his honor, which he guards more closely than his own life. However, this is necessary in order to rise at least one level higher and become the strongest. Rudd learned a lot when he was kicked by Balak in his past life, but this time it was his turn. Meanwhile, in the current reality, Balak changes his point of view and says that Steros does not refuse the challenge to a fight. A pleased Rudd says he would have preferred to have received such an answer right away. He is inspired by the idea that he can unleash the talent of a wrestler who has not yet had time to blossom. Balak says that Rudd is stronger than him and he will not ask him to draw his sword right away. Meanwhile, he hopes that Rudd will compete with him only at full strength. Rudd smiles proudly and defiantly and replies that he didn't have to say that. The judge stands in the middle between the boys and raises his hand in the air, ordering them to get ready. Then Rudd and Balak take up their preparatory positions. They both look confident and clearly anticipate the outcome of the competition. A moment later, the judge announces that the battle has begun. Everyone around is holding their breath. No one knows what to expect from such different but undeniably strong students who are now facing each other in the exam arena. Rudd's subconscious recalls how he and Balak met in a past life. He was practicing with his sword on the training ground when Steros approached him. At that moment, Balak said that he had come at Asir's request because he said that Rudd was acting wildly and needed to be calmed down. Rudd responds by snarling that Asir can come in person if he doesn't like something about his behavior. Balak asks if Rudd is speaking too harshly about his family. At the same moment, the training sword falls to the stone floor with a clatter. And Rudd calls Balak a bore and orders him to shut up and not to mention the family ties between him and Asir. Balak asks him not to call himself a bore and asks why Rudd resists Asir's will so much. But Rudd grabs him by the shirt and hisses with a challenge that Balak probably wanted to say goodbye to his life because he was always going where he was not asked. Balak responds by calmly saying that Steros does not refuse a challenge to fight. Rudd angrily shouts that in that case Balak should start attacking. However, a second later, Rudd was hit in the face and fell heavily to the ground. He gets angry and calls Balak a bore again, but recognizes his incredible strength. Steros remarks that he finds Rudd quite strong, to which he replies that it sounds like open mockery. Balak assures that this is true, although he is much stronger than Rudd. This memory helps Rudd analyze the situation better. He realizes that after the fights with Lion and William, he had to admit that he was not good enough to be among the real talents. Meanwhile, Balak wastes no time in making his first move toward Rudd. He plans his attack and concentrates his strength. This is evident even in the fact that the stone surface of the arena cracks under the powerful supporting movement of his foot. The rapid leap forward looks almost imperceptible to the eye because Balak develops incredible speed. He throws a strong fist at Rudd, but Rudd manages to block the lunge with almost the same movement. And Rudd seizes the moment to take advantage and punches Balak in the jaw with all his might. Missing the shot only enrages Steros, so he immediately throws the attacker's hand away. Rudd doesn't calm down and quickly brings his leg up for a knee strike, but this time Balak blocks the attempt with his own elbow. He jumps in the air and turns around to regroup and strike, but Rudd is faster and manages to elbow Balak right in the stomach. He grabs Rude's shoulder as if to keep his balance, distracting him. The next blows only get faster and more unpredictable. The audience can only see the fight between them out of the corner of their eye because they move too quickly. Rudd manages to avoid another blow only by increasing his distance. Then Balak says that this time Rudd was able to endure, but this does not guarantee a repeat of such success in the future. But Rudd responds with sarcasm and insolence that Balak is just a psycho for attacking so openly. The fact is that Rudd thinks he's a crazy mountain of muscle, so he openly says so out loud. And this is not surprising because after several accurate and strong blows, there was not even a single scratch on Balak. This is related to the Balak family because they believe that the soul of a wrestler is in his muscles. The Steros are a family of muscle-obsessed fanatics who come from the north. Over the years, their muscles turned into weapons and became stronger than iron armor. Their bodies did not need additional equipment because they acted as weapons instead of spears and shields. Rudd uses these facts to his advantage because he realizes that conventional attacks will not affect Balak. That's why you have to rely on agility. He needs not only to move quickly, but also to use a complex technique that is not easy to observe in time. His plan works perfectly, and his deft stroke hits the target. This only makes Balak more excited, and he clenches his fists for the next blow. He jumps to deliver a decisive blow from above. At the same time, Rudd thinks that it is impossible to break through Steros' armor. However, he still sends a blocking, and at the same time, powerful punch right into Balak's chest. It turns out that Rudd was wrong. Balak loses his breath and squeezes the air out of his lungs in confusion. Then Rudd swings again and simultaneously advises Balak to dodge better. Rudd's threats only make Balak more angry. He draws his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and stares at Rudd with rounded eyes. Very quickly, Rudd realized that the blow should not be short and predictable. It should be attacked with a gentle pressure that will help break through the armor and destroy the insides. According to the plan of attack, if Balak cannot dodge the blow, he will definitely lose. Rudd gathers his strength and lunges toward Balak to deliver the decisive blow. Rudd knows exactly what Steros' attacking technique was. It combines stone hardness and inner softness to create a perfect balance. Balak understood that Rudd's movements were similar to Steros' technique, but he had no idea that he also understood the techniques of countering this very technique. He doesn't understand how Rudd could know about it if he doesn't come from the Steros family. Meanwhile, Rudd's stroke hits the target, and he succeeds in accomplishing his plan. He takes a fighting stance and prepares to strike again. Balak realizes that he needs to put his thoughts aside for now. For now, he is only interested in winning the competition. Rudd feels confident and has no doubts about his abilities. He advises Balak to get ready as he plans to move on to the next shot. And Balak thinks that he needs to concentrate and watch his opponent's quick movements more closely. He manages to deflect the next blow because he is able to catch the speed of the movement. He is confident that he must find a pattern and guess the trajectory. However, in order to win, he must not only dodge the attack, but take decisive action. He needs to capture Rudd. And the very next moment, Balak lunges forward and with a loud shout rushes toward Rudd. Their strokes mirror each other and collide right in the middle of the course. Rudd anticipated Balak's actions and managed to block his attack in time. He has a gambling smile on his lips because he considers himself a real genius. But Balak does not calm down. He strikes one blow after another, increasing his speed. Rudd is not afraid of such methods, so he easily deflects one blow after another, not allowing Balak to grab him. However, Balak continues to analyze the situation and mentions that Rudd's strength is not in his incredible physical abilities, but in his ability to sense his opponent and maintain impeccable technique. But now he looks tired because Balak is superior in strength and physical endurance. He decides to take advantage of this and tilt the odds in his favor. Pushing off the floor with determination, he lunges and puts all his strength into this kick. His body is tense and focused, and his hands are clenched into fists. He has no doubt that this punch will be the winning one. However, Rude seems to have anticipated even this strategy. He does not move from his seat and does not even try to dodge. With a sly smile on his lips, he says it was a really good battle. However, Balak seems confused at this point. He does not understand what exactly is on Rude's mind at this moment. Rude recognizes that Balak is very strong, and at the same time a sword appears in his hands. Rude's body tenses and his eyes focus on his opponent, preparing for an important step. He makes one quick and well-practiced swing. His movements are full of refined technique and look very well choreographed. His technique seems flawless, so the shot hits the target. He blocks Balak's supposedly winning shot, which surprises him. He manages to cut through Balak's shirt, and the next moment he is on the floor. Balak can't believe his own defeat, so he looks at his opponent in shock. Rude smiles calmly in response because he was sure of his victory. He is now stronger. Rude watches the outcome of the battle with the realization that this moment proves that he is getting stronger. The crowd watches the competition with bated breath. All eyes are on the arena, and silence fills the space as soon as the fight is over. Different voices are heard from all sides, as each viewer has their own favorite. Now their conversations and discussions fill the space after the battle is over. Professor Arthur seems to be the most surprised. His face reflects shock and bewilderment as he cannot believe that the result of the competition turned out this way. He notes that neither of them used mana, but their skill level exceeds the standard dragon hunter level. He pays particular attention to Rude. Miss Claire is equally surprised because she realizes that they were not competing at full strength. She is impressed by the skill of the movements and the accuracy of the blows. Daniel agrees with her and says that this student is already a ready-made high-level fighter. He thinks the most impressive thing is the perfect sword strike at the end of the battle. The professor notes that Balak also turned out to be not just an ordinary guy, but Daniel ignores this and thinks only of Rude. He wonders how this is possible because Rudd's techniques remind him a bit of his own mentors. This technique was called the Heavenly Sword and belonged to a great teacher and respected master named Ian Bryce. Despite his genius, Daniel was sure that the demon could not be defeated. However, he was not just a genius, but a true monster of the sword. He had a fully developed technique even before he began his full-time studies at the academy. The eyes of all four mentors are focused only on Rudd. Each of them thinks about how they would like to personally teach such a capable student. After the competition is over, it's time for lunch. The students slowly begin to gather in the spacious student cafeteria, and Hannes is unhappy that the canteen is offering Korean food again. She is sure that on such a significant day they could have had lunch in a restaurant. Balak responds by saying that restaurants often serve low-protein meals. Rude says that he simply does not have the money for it. However, Hannes irritatedly tells the boys that they have got her, and Rude doesn't understand why you have to pay for delicious food when you can eat it for free. He assumes that Hannes is simply too rich. His guess turns out to be correct because Hannes agrees with this assumption. Then Rude remembers that in the past Hannes did indeed come from a wealthy and respected family among wizards and hunters. But Balak also never complained about the lack of money and always seemed to be someone who did not need to make efforts to get money. In this case, he should be called a gentleman, but in Rude's opinion, he behaves like a gorilla. Meanwhile, Rude comes to the conclusion that he is the only one with money problems. All his life he has been taking risks and working as a mercenary for money. Later, Hannes thoughtfully announces that she can, in principle, treat them to a meal. In her opinion, Balak should also be quite wealthy, so only Rude is poor. But Rude himself is visibly irritated by this conversation. He angrily shouts that he doesn't need pitying favors and calls them filthy rich people. Hannes was not expecting such a reaction and asks Rude if he has adopted the manner of speech from the rude Balak. Meanwhile, two men approach the company. One of them claims to have seen that very special student. It is Hannes and Rude who turn their attention to the men, while Balak continues to chew his lunch serenely. One of them asks his friend Abel if he was talking about Rude. The students sitting around recognize the men as guild leaders. They are the leaders of the Pursuer and Pale Moon guilds. The leader of the Pursuer Guild introduces himself and says his name is Roderick Riedler. He says that the competition was amazing. However, Rude clearly did not expect this meeting and seems surprised. However, he politely tells the men his name anyway. He knows these men well. He knows that Roderick is called the Sky Archer. Abel has the nickname Moon Shadow. In his past life, Rudd did not have a chance to meet them in person. They lost their lives in a battle with the Sky Dragon before Rude became a dragon hunter. Meanwhile, Roderick introduces his friend and jokes that he is shy. Abel rolls his eyes and denies this fact. Roderick says it was just a joke, but the three students don't look impressed. After that, Hennis recognizes the guild leaders and politely says her name. Balak follows suit and introduces himself to the men with a rather indifferent look. So Hennis immediately starts scolding Balak for being too friendly. At this point, Roderick smiles and says that he also found the two of them quite capable. But Hennis is distracted and asks what the two are doing in the student cafeteria. So Roderick replies that they also graduated from this academy and just missed Korean food. Hennis then asks if Miss Leanne is accompanying them. He replies that Leanna left right after the competition ended. She said she had nothing else to see. Roderick notices that this upsets Hennis and asks her to keep her head down because Leanna will be coming to Arathium soon. Now he turns to Rude and tells him that Abel praised him a lot. He said that his guild needed such a talent. But Abel interrupts his friend and asks him to stop talking nonsense. He asks if he heard Ruda's name correctly and if he knows who Abel is. And Rude immediately answers clearly that he is on the 4th place in the ranking and is the leader of the number 2 guild called Pale Moon. Abel notes that the Pale Moon is ranked 2nd, not because it is inferior to the Sacred Flame Guild. Then Rude agrees but doesn't look very interested. Abel says it's better to get right to the point. He has witnessed the competition and thinks Rude's progress is quite good. And Rude smiles defiantly and confirms that he performed well. He thinks that now he will be treated as a genius. Then Abel says that Rude has good self-esteem. He has a proposal for Rude and asks for his consent to join the Pale Moon immediately after graduation from the academy. Hennis can't believe her ears and asks in shock if she really heard correctly. However, Rudd finds this proposal surprising and a bit strange. He asks whether it is forbidden to recruit students in advance and why Abel wants to choose him. Then Abel calmly replies that this is just a formality spelled out in the rules. If the student has enough skills, then such genes need a stage where they can show themselves. He guarantees that the Pale Moon Guild can provide the best conditions for this. In response, Rude apologizes and says that he hasn't decided which guild he wants to join yet. He understands that such a large guild will give him a reliable rear, but if he accepts the invitation, he will lose the opportunity to freely plan his next steps. Instead of consent, he offers Abel a deal. He asks if Abel can find one person. Ruth explains that it is his older brother who survived the heavenly destruction 10 years ago. Then Abel says that if we are talking about a survivor of such a terrible disaster, it will be difficult to do so. He says that if he refuses to join the Aura Guild, he asks for too much in return and offers nothing else. Rude responds by suggesting personal connections. This wording confuses Abel and amuses Roderick, and Rude thinks that having personal connections with a future star is also a good option. Then Abel agrees and says that he hopes this acquaintance will turn into a more useful relationship. That's why Rudd smiles mysteriously and says that it can't be otherwise. The men leave the dining room, and Hennis notices that she feels like a hurricane has passed through the room. She wonders if all runners are like this, and Rude says he doesn't know. Hennis also summarizes that Rude refused such a big invitation because he is very confident in his abilities. She asks if Rude got good results in his letter. Rude asks what kind of letter she is talking about, and she explains that it is the teacher's evaluation letter. Rude realizes that the unexpected meeting made him forget to read the evaluation letter after the first competition. Each student receives a similar personalized letter with their competition scores. Rudd recalls that in his past life he never got good results. He says that he did receive the letter but accidentally forgot to check it because he was busy with other classes. Hennis closes his eyes thoughtfully and says that he doesn't even have to look because everything is immediately clear. Most likely teachers wrote only good reviews and gave good grades so that the whole family could be proud of the student. When it comes to the family, Rude admits that Hennis cannot calm down about the story of his brother. He mentions that Hennis has a sister who, according to his information, is in a coma. Meanwhile, Balak asks Ruda what kind of person his older brother was. He is really interested to know a little more about the person who serves as a role model for Rude. In his response, Rudd combines such terms as very kind and brainless idiot. He really thinks his brother is an idiot because he decided to be an invincible warrior to save his only younger brother, for whom he eventually gave his own life. But out loud, Rudd says that Asir was very strong and Rudd will never be able to match him. Balak says that if you believe Rude's words and do not doubt Asir's strength, you cannot worry because he must be alive. Then Rude looks away thoughtfully and says that he really hopes this is true. Hennis tries to distract the boys and suggests that they check their grades first. All three of them simultaneously open the sheets to see their results and read the teacher's comments. And Hennis reads his results out loud. The teachers noted a great sense of battle and excellent use of magic. They also evaluated her strategy and wrote that Hennis has all the necessary qualities to become a martial artist. Hennis smiles and confidently says that she expected exactly these results. Balak is the next to read out his grades. The teachers call him a high-level fighter and praise his excellent physical data and reaction. However, he is a bit puzzled by the phrase about beautiful muscles. Rudd asks if he heard the last words correctly. Balak assures him that the teachers are not blind because they wrote the truth. He thinks that Miss Clare had a hand in this grade. However, Hennis says that this is nonsense. But Balak disagrees and says that the professor recognized the beauty and strength of his muscles for a reason. Then Hennis notices that Rudd is silent and looking at his sheet, so she asks him why he doesn't read his results. In one swift movement, she grabs Rudd's letter and snatches it out of the boy's hand to see for herself. She is shocked by what she sees, so she raises her eyebrows in wonder and asks what it is. She doesn't understand what the signatures of each of the teachers can mean because usually only comments from one of them are recorded. The names of each of the mentors are handwritten on the paper. It looks like an invitation to a personal conversation with the mentors. That is why, after the lunch break, Rudd heads to the professor's office. Knocking on the door, he enters and apologizes for disturbing him. All four mentors meet him at a large table. Their gazes are directed only at the guest because they have been waiting for him to arrive. Arthur folds his hands near his chin and keeps his eyes on Rudd. He seems to have been waiting for this meeting and has something to say to the student. Then Arthur smiles and invites Rudd to come to the table and take a comfortable seat. He asks if Rudd has had time to settle in at the academy. However, Rudd looks rather nervous about the amount of attention, but he says that he had enough time to adjust to student life. Mrs. Clare smiles broadly and squints her eyes. She offers Red a coffee and asks him what kind of cookies he likes best. Daniel notices that the weather is still cold, so it would be better if Rudd put some warm clothes on his shoulders. In this strange situation, only Damien remains silent and looks really serious. Rudd quickly realizes that this performance is happening for a reason, and that the curators have called him to choose his future mentor. But Arthur confirms that he is right and admits that Rudd knows what all the signatures on the evaluation sheet mean. He says that after the competition, freshmen have to choose the curator who suits them best. Sometimes it happens that the student is personally contacted by the curators who leave their signatures on the evaluation sheet. Damien notes that it is rare for a student to receive the signatures of all the professors in time. Miss Clare explains that all four of them signed Rudd's letter because he has performed well in various fields. She says that Rudd's opinion is the most important and he can feel free to make his own choice. She also adds that each of the curators is a professional in their field. Mentally, Rudd recalls the names of each of the curators. Daniel Gould's last name is Whitesword. Professor Claire Mason is deservedly called the Mad Dog because during a battle she often loses control and trusts in the excitement of winning. Damian Grace himself is nicknamed the Phantom Predator, which fits his mysterious and silent figure. Arthur Winston is named Thunderbolt. Rudd thinks that each of them could be his best teacher. In his past life, Daniel also chose Rudd and taught him sword techniques. That is why now Rudd turns to Daniel and says that he wants to learn sword skills from him. Daniel praises Rudd and says that it is a very good decision. Mrs. Clare and Arthur seem upset. Rudd says that he agreed for a reason and has one special condition. He wants to become Daniel's personal student and receive personal lessons. All of the curators look at Rudd at the same time and seem shocked. Daniel asks if Rudd knows what the request means. Rudd answers directly and knowledgeably. He says that he has heard that the position of the Heavenly Warrior's successor is still open. He knows that a Heavenly Warrior is a swordmaster who controls mana and is specially trained to hunt dragons. In his past life, Professor Daniel was the teacher of Asir, the legendary Sky Warrior. From the very beginning, Asir was supposed to be his successor, but now the situation has changed. Daniel confirms that the place is still available but asks how Rudd found out about it. The professor had already thought about making Rudd his successor, but planned to do it a little later. Daniel asks if he can ask why Rudd wants to take this job. Rudd replies that he needs strength. He says that he is very weak because all his friends and family have lost their lives because of the dragons. If he were stronger, he might be able to protect them. He does not want to lose his dear people again and is ready to do everything to protect them in the future. Daniel is reminded of his own past. He wonders if he could have protected his loved ones if he had been stronger in the past. When he was very young, a giant dragon attacked their village. They were forced to flee, so Daniel and his older sister decided to run through the forest. At some point, young Daniel stumbled and twisted his ankle, which prevented him from running any further. It was at that moment that the dragon caught up with them. The sister protected young Daniel by covering him with her body and paid for this salvation with her own life. That is why Daniel is now convinced that it does not matter what kind of suffering a person has had to endure. If he wants to gain power only because of a sense of revenge, then such a person has no right to take the place of a heavenly warrior. But it is quite another matter if its purpose is to protect people. The other curators do not intervene in the conversation, and Daniel takes a minute to think about it. As a result, he agrees, which surprises his colleagues. He officially declares that from now on he will make Rudy Donatos his student. However, he also suggests that all four of them become Rudd's mentors and teach him together. However, Rudd did not expect this decision and seems shocked. Daniel explains that Rudd has special skills, so it would be a shame to waste them on sword techniques alone. If there is a way to develop all of his abilities, we should try it. Then Rudd jumps up from his seat and starts arguing. He says that it is impossible to offer four mentors at once, because even with one it will be very difficult. His argument is that this would create an imbalance in the education of other students. But Arthur disagrees with the student's opinion and favors Daniel. He says that the world needs a dragon hunter to exterminate them all. In this case, all other students are put on the back burner for the sake of raising the best hunter. Rudd again wants to aggressively deny the curator's words, but he can't find any suitable arguments. He thinks about how Arthur is known for his iron-fisted adherence to the rules, but now he is saying the exact opposite. The professor confirms that such a decision will lead to discontent. But in this case, nothing can be done because the other students will have to think about their own inferiority. Miss Claire raises her hand and says she agrees with the decision. She supports Arthur's opinion. Daniel realizes that Rudd is under a lot of pressure, so he is quick to tell him that this is only a proposal. Whatever choice Rudd makes, they will all respect that decision. Rudd thinks deeply about what he should do in this situation. He wonders if it would be right to agree to become the next Sky Warrior and study with four professors at once. He realizes that his choice may leave another capable student without a chance. He doesn't know how this will affect his future, but if he wants to change it, he needs someone to replace Asir. He needs a warrior who can stand up to the heavenly dragon and be able to prevent future disasters. Having made his decision, he asks the curators for support and help. He is convinced that it is necessary to return the future to all those who lost it in the previous scenario of life. To do this, he is ready to transcend himself and direct his every action to achieve a single goal. He has to become stronger and prove himself worthy of the title of Heavenly Warrior. After school and extra hours for some students, Lion has a hard time climbing the stairs. She moans in pain and can barely move her legs because she is tired. Angry and hurt, Lion holds her side. She thinks that Professor Claire has a particular dislike for her. She and Lion met on the practice field 2 hours ago because the professor called her. At the beginning of the meeting, the professor announced that it was time for an additional lesson. She also immediately clarified that the lesson was an independent training session. Lion did not understand this wording and looked at the professor with obvious surprise on her face. Mrs. Claire is jokingly happy that Lion has understood everything and advises her to take a preparatory position. Otherwise, if Lion is not ready in time, she could very quickly say goodbye to her life. As she says this, the professor moves swiftly toward Lion, attacking her with her bare hands and a crazed expression on her face. The bewildered Lion does not have time to fight back. That's why now, when she climbs the stairs after finishing, she holds her side, which is aching with pain. In a state of irritation, she also thinks of Rudd. She believes that one blow during a fight is nothing to worry about, and there was no need to run to complain. In an attempt to get rid of her negative emotions, she kicks a flower pot standing on the intermediate floors near the stairs. She admits that she was in the wrong because she misunderstood Rudd and injured his arm. However, she is hurt and sad that one fight resulted in penalty points and forced her to do corrective labor. She believes that this extra lesson was just a stupid excuse for humiliation. Her mother also called to scold Lion for his behavior. The anger gradually turns into sadness. Lian lowers her head and shoulders as she sits down on the step, despite her tightly clenched fists. Tears of despair begin to flow from her eyes. In her thoughts, she did not notice that there might be someone else in the corridor. Rudd becomes an accidental witness who cannot believe what he has seen and heard. He thinks that he just imagined it, but Lion Claire would never cry. She was cold-blooded to the point that one would doubt that she was even a normal person and had feelings. Rudd wonders if Lion can be sensitive and cry because of negative feelings. There must be reasons for her aloofness and coldness. Rudd thinks that she became like this after the loss of the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. He was Lion's foster father, and until the very end of his life she was an ordinary child. Rudd was also quite young at the time and didn't get along well with Lion, so he didn't see the need to find out the details. He could not even imagine that circumstances could turn a 17-year-old girl into a real demon. It's funny that the guy who is now the cause of Lion's tears is thinking about this. He feels guilty, but he believes that he did not complain and did not spread any gossip about what happened. This guilt both angers and reproaches him, so he grits his teeth and decides to talk. He comes out from around the corner where he was hiding and asks Lion why she is sitting on the stairs crying. She is surprised because Rudd is the last person she would want to see right now. Her fingers clench as a surge of anger grows stronger than despair. She jumps up from her seat and starts yelling at Rude. She says that they just misunderstood each other a little bit, and Rude immediately ran to complain. She immediately asks him if he can imagine how hard it was for her after he complained to the professor. She tries to explain that the catalyst for her attack was a rude tone, but Rude interrupts her. He apologizes and hands her a handkerchief. Lion was not expecting an apology at all, so all her anger disappears in an instant. She asks if she heard correctly and looks at Rudd in shock. He is embarrassed and explains that he had overreacted and apologizes once again for his own rudeness towards her. Trying to justify himself, he says that he did not complain about her. He says that he himself is embarrassed by the gossip, but he could not do anything at the moment when his friend just started telling the professor what had happened. Lion seems to be listening, but still can't get over the shock of the apology. Rudd got away with it too easily, so it probably doesn't matter to him. Is he really that easy to take this situation and doesn't realize the consequences? Nevertheless, Lion accepts the handkerchief and noisily clears his nose from the effects of tears. She asks if Rudd thinks that after he apologizes she will stop being angry with him. He smiles and says that he didn't ask her to stain the handkerchief with his snot, to which Lion angrily replies that he will wash the gift before returning it to the owner. She accepts Rudd's apology because she recognizes that she is at fault, but she immediately warns him that if he makes any further advances she will not turn a blind eye. Rude assures me with an indifferent look that he will try to avoid Lion. He realizes that he does not need to influence the development of her power. After all, in the past, Lion became incredibly strong and successful in her craft without his help, even though she was a loner. Meanwhile, Lion looks annoyed but says that Rude is welcome to meet her. But Rude does not understand this remark and looks after her with a gloomy look on his face. Simultaneously angry and embarrassed, Lion turns around and repeats that she doesn't mind if Rudd greets her when she meets her. This reaction shocks Rudd because he is used to Lion's completely different manner of behavior. Once again, he realized that he had not expected to see Lion from such an unusual angle. As Lion walks away, she mutters something about how she should have said something else because her friends won't show up because she does unusual things. Rude manages to hear what she is saying and sarcastically asks what exactly Lion is not supposed to be there for. She gets scared and asks why Rude is following her. He replies that he is going in the same direction, and Lion hurries to clarify where exactly he is going. Rude points to the door and explains that he is going to Training Field A, which is reserved for teachers. Lion is surprised and says that he is also headed there. She admits that Curator Ruda also wants to carry out corrective work. Rude, on the other hand, has a hunch of his own, and he abruptly opens the door and rushes to look inside. Daniel smiles mysteriously at the students and says that he has been waiting for them. However, he does not hesitate to ask if they came to him together. But Ruth gets angry and asks if Lion will be attending the extra class with him. Daniel confirms this guess and says that he invited her personally. Rude is speechless and whispers that this cannot be true. In a past life, Lion's tutor was Professor Claire. Although she was a good swordswoman and the daughter of a respected guild leader, Lion could have chosen Claire to fill in the gaps in her melee techniques. And Lion asks if Rudd doesn't like something, and he replies that it's not about that at all. He impulsively says that Lion wanted to learn close combat techniques because it is necessary to fight dragons. She also uses a light one-handed sword. However, Rude quickly realizes that he cannot know such details. Immediately coming up with an excuse, he says that he has seen her compete in a competition. According to him, her sword technique is impeccable on its own, but it would be useful to add strength training to it. Daniel agrees and says that melee combat is great for closing the gaps between the enemy's sword strikes. Then Lion thinks about it and says that even though she doesn't like that Rude was watching her, his idea seems good. Rude whispers under his breath that he wasn't watching anyone, but realizes that he can't take back the words that came out of his mouth and curses loudly. And Lion scolds him for swearing in front of the professor and covers his mouth with his hand in shock and a gesture of surprise. Daniel just laughs quietly, and Rude says that she is talking nonsense. Lion smiles slyly and says that if Ruth is distracted for even 3 seconds, she will immediately go to complain about him. However, Rudd did not expect such words and thinks that he will not be able to get used to such behavior. After calming down, Lion asks Rude what exactly he meant when he talked about close combat and physical strength. He explains that he thought Lion would choose Professor Claire's signature over Professor Daniel's. Lion denies it and says she hasn't received any such signatures. She asks if Rude really thinks that she would agree to become the ward of this mad woman who made her suffer so much in training. She would never in a million years agree to such a thing. And Rude assures us that the future has indeed changed because in the past, Lion had a good relationship with Professor. Now they are almost enemies. All this gained momentum precisely because of Professor Daniel's plan, but it is still Rude who is responsible for the emergence of this plan. Daniel says that they will talk later because it is time to start the lesson. But first he has to give a brief explanation. He explains that there are many levels of sword techniques. The training will start with simple movements that they have to do their best to perfect. Although they have both reached the point where theory is not really needed, they still need to gain the necessary experience to find their own personal way of using knowledge. Daniel also adds that this experience can only be gained through appropriate training. Lion and Rude look confused because they already have an idea of how this will happen. Their fears turn out to be true because the next moment, Daniel announces with a demonic laugh that it will be an independent training session. A couple of students look angry and embarrassed because they realize that they will have to fight among themselves or against the professor. The workout ends only when Rude and Lion fall to the floor exhausted. Daniel says that in the future they will combine individual lessons with related classes. He wishes the students a good weekend and says he will see them next week. Daniel then heads off, and Rude says that he thought he could at least defend himself, and Lion says she warned him to be careful what he said. Rude explains that if she had to work as a mercenary, she would not hold back in her language. He also asks her if she is angry that she did not manage to do anything special but only got beaten up. She replies that she is not angry because they lost because they were weak. She is sure that they are here to learn. Besides, Professor Daniel was exposed a lot during the competition. Rude is incredulous at this remark. She adds that Rudd should try practicing with Professor Claire once to realize that it was just flowers. Rude snorts and asks her not to talk about it anymore. Lion laughs and asks if Rude felt guilty. Trying to avoid an awkward conversation, Rude gets up and says he's going to leave. Lion asks him where he is going. If he really feels guilty, then he should teach her his techniques. Puzzled, Rude sees no logical connection between the two phenomena and quickly asks why on earth he should do this for her. Lion says that he himself said that she lacks skill in combat. She has heard that he is good in close combat, so she wants him to teach her. Rude asks why he has to do it, since she can go and learn from a teacher. She says that she doesn't have enough time to study sword technique, so Rude could show her his techniques. Trying to persuade Ruda, she says that she is tired of being kicked by Professor Claire. Her eyes are full of despair. For the first time, she looks sweet and defenseless because she really wants to learn new skills from a student who even now has a pretty good reputation and is famous for the strength of his techniques. Rude agrees, but only if she stops pulling his sleeve. Lion smiles happily in response. She checks to see if Rude has lied and asks him to remember his promise. Rude confirms his words and rushes away. He feels confused because he can't get used to the difference with his previous life. This time he couldn't even say no to her. Rude reassures himself that it's not because she looked so nice. He knows that she will be part of the main raid team, so it would be better to befriend her. Maybe this is a good chance on the contrary. Rude realizes that this is his opportunity to repay the debt he received in his past life. He doesn't understand how she dared to ask him to teach her how to fight. However, he decides to make her regret it very soon. The Arachim Academy is located in the capital of the Alphean Empire. Strong and experienced dragon hunters have been and remain the strength of the nation. The Imperial Palace supports and helps the Academy in every way possible, and most graduates work in the guilds of the Empire after graduation. Almost all the equipment in the Academy became very modern. Despite the decent conditions created by the Empire, the students remain dissatisfied with the limitations of their own space and life only inside the Academy. That is why the Academy's management decided to allow students to go to the city on weekends or holidays. That's why students start going out on their own business on these weekends as well. Hanis is obviously in a hurry and tries to hurry Balak and Rude. She explains that she has a lot to do today, but Rude and Balak look tired. Rude says he was going to sleep a little longer tonight. Balak agrees because his muscles need rest. Hanis assures them that there are many interesting things to see in the capital. She asks if they are going to sleep through every weekend for the next 4 years of study. Ruth notices that she would rather sleep than carry Hanis's bags. She has brought not only a lot of things, but also a huge stack of books. However, Hanis asks him to stop grumbling and be patient because later she will treat him to an expensive dinner. And Ruda is fine with that, and he says that if lunch is expensive, he'll have to endure it. Although Balak was not promised anything of the sort, he says that Hanis asked Ruda to carry his things, so he has to do it himself. Rude asks Balak if he took the money with him. Balak recalls that he left it in his room. He says that in that case they should carry the money together. Meanwhile, Hennis is heading towards the market and is already making a list of necessary purchases. Balak immediately takes over and tells Rudd that the psychology of poverty sounds quite sad. Hennis asks why they are walking so slowly and urges them to move faster. Shopping continues from early morning until the sun starts to set. Only then does Hennis say that it's enough and that they can go to lunch. She didn't lie and really chose an expensive restaurant to treat the boys. Right at the entrance, the staff greeted Hennis and called her by name. They seem to know her well because she is not the first time she has visited the restaurant. The staff members urge the trio to go to the right table. Arud looks at the interior and asks if they have confused the restaurant with a palace because everything looks too expensive. He is surprised because Balak and Hennis look very confident. Do they want to show that they are the real rich people? Hennis asks why Rudd is late and invites him to sit down. Rudd is puzzled because he has never been to a place where even the number of forks makes him nervous. The waiter offers to take the trio's order. Then Hennis asks to serve all three of them the same set and carbonated lemonade as a drink. Balak hastens to say that he likes a lot of meat and asks for a venison steak to be added, which should be increased by 600 grams. He explains that he needs to replace the lost energy in his muscles. Surprised by his insolence, Hennis shouts that Balak should know better. Meanwhile, Rudd studies the menu. He is surprised to see that one set costs 5,000 rubles, which is the cost of his meals for the whole month. He nervously asks if it is too expensive. The price tag seems outrageous and not justified at all. He doesn't understand how an ordinary meal can cost so much. Hennis does not care about the high price tag. She says that she has to treat the boys properly because they have been faithfully carrying her things. She also adds that if Rudd wants to, he can order anything. Balak takes up the offer and is about to add something else to his order. Hennis asks him to be quiet because she has already added a steak to his order. But Balak shrugs sadly and says that he also carried her things. Hennis hisses at him and tells him to shut up. Soon plates of food begin to appear on the table. The waiter wishes the company a good meal. Rudd rounds his eyes in surprise and even opens his mouth because he did not expect to see such exquisite delicacies on the table. Meanwhile, Balak immediately starts eating. He praises the taste of the food and says that it is as good as their family chef. However, he notes that the portions are very small, so he needs to order something else. Hennis is very unnerved by such remarks, so a second later she stabs a table knife into the surface next to Balak's hand. She repeats that she told him to shut up. However, if she looks at Balak with anger, she turns a rather smiling look to Rudd. She asks if he likes the food. Pointing at different dishes, she recommends what to try. Rudd thanks her but remains thoughtful. He has never eaten such expensive food, so he doesn't even know what it should taste like. Also, after the conversation about Asir, he began to feel a kind of increased niceness from Hennis. Rudd finds this fact quite disturbing. He recalls that they were not close friends in his past life. She was rude and arrogant. He recalls the time she brought a report after the battle with the Earth Dragon. She claimed that she could have handled it herself and that Rudd was just being a badass and wasting equipment for no reason. The angry Rudd replied that even dogs are not touched during lunch and she should leave him alone. Angry, Hennis asks him how he can eat in peace when he has betrayed her so badly and shouts that Rudd is worse than a dog. When he returns to the new reality, he realizes that it would be too easy to see her as rude but honest. For now, her kindness is questionable and displeasing to Red. He is about to tell her how he feels, but he doesn't have time. Hennis turns his attention back to Balak and says he's had enough. Grabbing his hand, she repeats that she did not allow him to order anything else. He has already eaten too much, so what is he going to choose again? She assumes that all the food goes to the muscles and does not touch the brain, and asks if it is also made of muscles because it has no gyrus. Her anger escalates to the point where she threatens to cut off Balak's hands if he ever touches the menu again. That's why Balak looks scared and closes his eyes because Hennis is shouting at him too aggressively. It seems as if flames are about to come out of her mouth, but she addresses Rudd again very kindly and asks him what he wanted to say. Rudd rushes to assure her that he only wanted to thank her for the meal and to note the delicious taste of the food, but in his mind he decides that it is better for him to be embarrassed but not to receive the same treatment as Balak. Hennis smiles with satisfaction, even though Balak is despairing and complaining about discrimination. Meanwhile, Hennis asks why Balak has started to feel so sad, and Rudd turns his attention to his watch. It shows 8 hours, and this time reminds him of something because something was planned. His brain quickly throws up the memory that he had managed to arrange a meeting with Lion for this hour. He immediately feels embarrassed that he had completely forgotten about it. Meanwhile, Lion is already waiting for him near the training field and complaining about being late. She's annoyed that it's been 5 minutes and Rudd hasn't shown up. He is the first person she has had a chance to talk to at the academy. She realizes that Rudd, unlike her, must have many friends, so he could easily forget about the meeting. But her guess that he won't come turns out to be wrong, because the next moment Rude enters the hallway. He calmly walks closer to Lion and greets her as if he hadn't forgotten about the meeting and was late for domestic reasons. Lion says that he is late and reminds him that it is usually customary to arrive 10 minutes before the agreed time. Rude scratches the back of his head and apologizes for not knowing about it. She asks if Rude has eaten dinner tonight. He frowns and thinks he has bad breath, but he says he went to the capital with friends. As he takes off his jacket so that the extra clothes don't interfere with his training, Lion asks if Rude is talking about the capital, which is outside the academy. He confirms this and says that his friend treated him to dinner tonight. In response, Lion is completely embarrassed and looks down at the floor in confusion. Rude ignores this and wants to ask about the lesson plan for today, but Lion interrupts him. She notices that Rude has a lot of friends. But Rude ignores this and says that they will start from a simple position. Upset, Lion whispers something about never having been to the capital. Rudd's mood is confusing, and he continues to walk to the training field. Then Lion realizes that Rude doesn't want to continue this conversation and suggests that they start training. Going down to the lower level of the field, Rudd talks about next Saturday. Lion does not understand what this means and catches up with him on the stairs. Rude says that if she wants to go to the capital so badly, they can go together. However, Lion is surprised but quickly begins to smile happily. She can't believe her ears and asks if Rude is telling the truth. Rude smiles slyly and notices that she looks very happy. Lion denies it and says he's not really happy because he's just being polite about the offer. Ruth says they don't have to go, but Lion says he wants to. Stretching his shoulders and closing his eyes, Rude says that now it's time to warm up because Lion wanted to learn fighting techniques. Lion agrees, but that's not what he's thinking about. While Ruth is warming up, she asks what to see in the capital, and if there are really many delicacies there. She also wonders what they will eat and what they will do because she doesn't know what is customary to do while walking with friends. And although the questions do not end because Lion is full of enthusiasm, Rude interrupts her endless words by throwing a mitt directly in her face. She gets angry and asks why he did that. Rude asks her to stop and put on her gloves for class. He asks if she has always been so talkative. Lion shyly replies that her mother always says that about her. She asks if Rude knows her mother because she is the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. While Lion continues to talk, Rude wonders how Lion managed to stay silent in her past life if she loves to talk so much. At one point he rudely commands her to stop talking, and Lion quickly shuts up. Now it's his time to talk. Rude says that he uses the Steros style in his wrestling, or rather his modified technique that is suitable for use by an ordinary person. He asks if Lion is aware that the Steros base their technique on extraordinary physical performance. That's why all Rudd can teach her is a couple of techniques and Asir's methods. He recommends combining these techniques with Professor Claire's technique, and since there are no specific rules and regulations, she should try to dodge blows and hit her opponent as often and as hard as possible. However, Lion says that it sounds easy enough, but asks how you can dodge when the enemy follows you like a shadow. And Rude says that's why he's going to teach her a way to dodge and avoid blows more often. Then Rude starts the demonstration and quickly moves towards Lion. The trajectory of his movement is unpredictable and fast because he changes direction with every step. And Lion realizes that he cannot catch these movements because they are similar to the way a snake moves. Rude explains that when using this technique, you should only move on tiptoe when attacking your opponent. The leg muscles are minimally used at this time, which makes future movements almost invisible to the eye. Then Lion asks if this technique also belongs to the Steros family, because in the past Rude used modified techniques of these famous fighters. Rude denies it and says that he invented it himself. However, he also notes that Lion does not use such techniques. She is surprised and recognizes that Rude is actually a genius. Rudu is flattered by this remark, however, and he smilingly recommends that Lion try using this technique. She doesn't immediately understand how to move her legs, so she puts her head down and watches each movement to get an idea of the direction of movement. Asked how to do it right, Lion thoughtfully plans each step and is not in a hurry at all. She gradually tries to reproduce the movements that Rudd showed her, and after a few minutes she begins to make progress in mastering the new skill. Rude just observes from the outside and quickly concludes that these are the kind of people who should be called geniuses. It took him 2 years to develop this technique, another year was spent on honing it, and the 4th year on practicing and perfecting the skill. He believes that it is difficult to call someone who tries to survive in all possible ways a genius. For him, a genius is someone who has mastered a technique that took 4 years to master in 4 short minutes. Rude considers Lion and all his comrades from his past life to be geniuses, but not himself. Meanwhile, Lion seems fascinated and asks if she is doing the technique correctly. Rudd's smile stretches across his face and seems ambiguous. The very next moment he tripped Lion and said that she was moving terribly. But Lion was not expecting such a setup, so a second later she falls heavily to the floor. Then Rude repeats that you have to move on tiptoe and not do dances during training. Lion gets angry and rubs her head, which she hit hard during the fall. Rude smiles and encourages her to get up and try again. He recommends that Lion try hard and do the exercise properly because he plans to abuse her until she gets it perfect. And he does make her repeat it many more times and ignores her calls to stop tripping. Rude only reaches his own bed later in the night. Thick twilight descended from the window and a faint moon appeared in the sky, providing almost no light. He sinks down heavily on the pillow and sighs heavily, saying that he is very tired. His body is aching with fatigue and muscle pain. Mentally, he is happy that everything is going well, because visually this life is not so different from his past. However, the difference lies in the relationships between people. They have changed a lot and are now significantly different from what they were in the past. Rudd wonders what impact this will have on future events and whether they will change so dramatically. He realizes that this would be a good thing because it shouldn't be the way it is. He has to change the events of the future in order to save his friends. It is necessary to reassemble the team and defeat the Sky Demon. This is what will allow him to see the Dragon King again. For now, Rudd can only fulfill the role of a seer. He has to become as skillful and strong as he is to reach the required level. And the first thing to do, according to this plan, is to master the blue sky technique. The next training session with Professor Daniel turns out to be personal. Over and over again, the training swords collide with each other with a special sound indicating a blocked blow. Rude skillfully defends himself, but the professor seems completely relaxed. He keeps a smile on his face with each successive swing. Even when Rude swings with force and aims a punch at the professor, he easily deflects it as if he were making no effort. Rude concludes that it is not easy to compete with Daniel because he is surprisingly fond of jokes. He seems to have no intention of giving in or losing, but this fact only makes Rudu more determined. He can feel Daniel's every move stirring up a fire of inner rivalry. The next swing is particularly strong, but Daniel deflects the blow with precision and speed. Instead, Daniel, without giving Rude time to rest, abruptly intercepts the sword and directs a blow at Rude. He thinks that he should change his style because so far none of his shots have hit the target. He feels that his strategy is not working and he needs to adapt to the situation. He adds to the swing of the sword a hand strike, which Rude did not expect at all. Daniel's rapid movement leaves little chance or opportunity to react. Rude tries to cope with the flow of attacks, but they are too fast and unpredictable. However, Rude manages to raise his crossed arms at the last moment to prevent the fist from flying directly into his face. His body shudders from the blow, but he still blocks the attack, which gives him a short rest. And Rude asks if he can use something other than the sword because he has noticed a change in the professor's technique. He's trying to find some weakness in Daniel's style, hoping to gain an advantage. Then Daniel says with a smile that he has a very changeable character. His eyes sparkle with excitement. He enjoys the battle and is ready for new changes in strategy. Rudd strains and realizes that he is still not physically up to the level of his mentor. He feels his strength is waning, but inside he is determined to continue the fight. He also decides to change his tactics, so he moves away sharply, increasing the distance between them to gain space around them, which will allow him to use an additional maneuver. Daniel notices that Rude has moved too far away, as if trying to lure his opponent to come closer. He decides to stop and wait to see what Rude is really capable of. And it works, because the next moment Rude starts to move forward. And it works because the next moment Rude starts to move forward rapidly. His movements become decisive and fast as he decides that it is time to act and change the course of the battle. He chooses to follow the standard methodology. The first step is a blocking punch that comes down sharply on Daniel. The punch is accurate and strong, so he blocks the attack and creates a moment to attack. The sword flies upward, leaving the owner unarmed. Daniel loses control of it and is momentarily defenseless before Rude's next move. The next move is a counter, and Rude looks as focused and confident as possible. He knows that the blue sky technique is a sword technique that is aimed at defense. This is the technique that Rude learned to keep up with his brother's level. However, to be truly proficient in the blue sky technique, you need to use another element. Daniel smiles and says that Rude's techniques are incredible. He has no complaints about them and admits that Rude has been mastering them from the very beginning. But Rude says with a smile that Daniel easily beat them, even despite his skill level. The professor announces with obvious enthusiasm that it is now time to move on to a more serious level. However, Rudd did not expect such a change and asks what exactly the professor means. But Daniel explains that the blue sky technique includes more than just the ability to use a sword. However, mana control is only transferred to followers who learn the blue sky technique, which distinguishes it from others. He explains that mana is a raw life force that usually accumulates in the human heart, which is considered the most important organ. However, the blue sky technique deviates from this norm and allows you to use mana from the surrounding space. A glowing blue symbol appears on his hand in the form of a snowflake with wings. Daniel then calls it the seal of mana. He explains that the followers of the blue sky technique control a large amount of mana that accumulates in space and is called the heavenly spirit. This means that they use a separate channel for energy transmission. Rudd recalls that Asir also had a similar symbol, and Daniel continues the story and says that this is an effective way, but if a person's heart already contains mana, his role as a guide is significantly reduced. He asks if Rudd has studied other ways of mana management before. Rudd agrees and says he has never done anything like this. In his past life, he used a conventional method based on a system of magic circles. However, now he understands what maximum mana management looks like. But Daniel says that the fastest way is to try this method in practice and invites Rudd to sit down. However, first he has to choose where he wants to put the mana seal. Then Rudd thinks for a moment. He realizes that he has to follow Asir's image, which is why he makes the obvious choice. Daniel warns that it will tingle a bit because it is a rather complicated and powerful process, and Rudd stretches out the back of his hand to get the symbol exactly where Asir had it. Daniel touches the selected area with his index finger and a bright blue glow appears around him. It swirls in the air like a wind current and allows you to see the energy around you. Then Rudd grits his teeth because Daniel's wording was too mild to describe the sensation. He feels like his whole body is on fire. Meanwhile, the surrounding glow finds a connection point on Rudd's skin, creating a unique symbol on his hand. It is enveloped in streams of mana, allowing him to see direction with a simple glance. Rudd stretches out his hand and enthusiastically watches as the space around him is filled with an incredible light of energy. The symbol allows you to see where the pure essence of mana comes from. The space around him loses the features of a training ground. Then Rudd embraces the endless blue sky. Now it is clear where the technique got its name. It is a legacy of followers that has been passed down from generation to generation for many years. They dedicated their lives to reaching a certain level. After all, it will allow you to turn the information and mana you receive into real endless heavens. It is these heavens that are the blue sky. At the very moment when Rudd realizes this truth, an unknown voice addresses him from the depths of space. He seems to recognize Rudd, which surprises him. However, the connection is interrupted by Daniel loudly calling the student by name. He asks how Rudd met Blue Sky for the first time and what his feelings were during that encounter. Deeply impressed, Rudd says it was incredible. Daniel explains that the first steps in mastering mana can be compared to the emergence of a new organ in the body. It takes a lot of time to get used to this feeling and start using mana. He is surprised that even now Rudd can feel the mana in his body quite confidently, but as soon as Daniel turns around, he sees that Rudd is not just feeling it. He can easily control the mana that descends from the blue sky. It is incredible that it took him only a few minutes to do this. The professor's face shows outright shock because he has never seen it happen so quickly. Rudd does not pay attention to Daniel. He thinks about how, when he was learning the normal way of interacting with mana, a ring appeared in his heart. It was with its help that the level of mana was manifested. However, the level of Blue Sky's technology is manifested through the number of wings on the symbol, which fold into the image of a snowflake if there are enough of them. Daniel has 6 of these wings, while the Masters of the Heavenly Sword have 1 more wing in the symbol. His brother Asir, who was one of those incredible swordsmen, had 7 wings. Currently, Rudd's goal is to reach 8 wings to surpass his brother, so he should make every effort to do so. After all, at the moment, Rudd has only 1 wing of skill, which shines in the palm of his hand with a pale blue glow. Daniel informs us that the seal cannot be removed because it is engraved not on the body but on the very soul of the wearer. Even after a follower dies, his memories and power return to the source. However, Rudd realizes that in the space connected to the Heavenly Spirit, there were only the voices of Daniel and the unknown person who addressed him. Asir was not there. Looking down at the symbol, Ruth thinks that it is engraved on the soul. So it is possible that even after his return, the celestial spirit will keep the memories of Asir. Walking along the street facade, Rudd thinks about the fact that Daniel didn't say anything about being imprisoned in other dimensions. Along with Asir, the sky dragon Sartnin disappeared, although it was the only clue to find the reasons for Rudd's return to the past and all the changes around him. Hennis and Balak, who have caught up with him, do not allow Rudd to analyze the situation in peace. Hennis asks why he left the training room so late. She reminds him that every second counts if they want this idiot to learn anything. She is probably referring to Balak, who is chewing on a banana thoughtfully. Rudd reports that he finished on time and asks why they didn't leave without him. Hennis nervously replies that he can't handle the fool on his own, but Balak objects and says that he is not a fool or an idiot. Hennis says that at this rate he risks repeating the second year and repeating his first year of studies. Balak says that it's strange because as soon as he starts listening to the theory, he's ready to faint. Thoughtfully putting his fingers to his chin, he admits that it could be some kind of psychological attack used with the help of magic. He is sure that he needs to prepare his muscles for a psychological attack, but Hennis does not listen to him. She asks Rude how his lessons with his tutors are going. Rude assures him that nothing special is going on, but he mentally realizes that they are showing too much interest in him. During the spear lesson, Arthur called him incredible and praised him for exceeding his own expectations. Professor Clare marveled at Rudd's technique and called his movements very beautiful. Hennis is not satisfied with this dry answer. She asks how it can be nothing special if Rude has the opportunity to work with all the curators at once, which has never happened before in history. For example, he could have seen Professor Damien without a mask, and this would be especially so because he is considered a misogynist. Rude thoughtfully recalls his class with Professor Damien. They were studying an hour ago in the professor's D classroom. To the students' surprise, there was no competition or training on new techniques. They sat on the sofas and had tea while Damien didn't say a word for an hour. If they had known each other in a past life, they might have been able to talk about some news, but they hardly ever met, so Ruth knows nothing about Damien. The fact is that among all the professors, Damien was the first to take his own life. However, the tension is broken by Damien's question about whether Rude likes tea. Rude is surprised and says with a pause that the tea has a good flavor. Damien tells us that this tea is the most popular in the Empire and calls it a kind of millefeuille. He also adds that it is his favorite tea. Rude is even more confused because Damien hasn't taken a single sip from the cup. After that, the silence continued for another half hour and the lesson ended. However, Rude repeats to the inquisitive Hennis that nothing special happened because he just drank his tea and left the classroom. Then Hennis finds this information terribly boring. Meanwhile, Rude asks how their lessons with the curators went. And Balak says that he really liked Professor Clare because she is a strong warrior who deserves respect and also appreciates the beauty of muscles. That's why Rudd recalls that in his past life they got along well because they both had only muscles instead of brains. Meanwhile, Hennis complains that everything went terribly for her. There was no magic tutor, so she was assigned to another teacher. He told her that fire magic was not effective at all and that it would be better to choose another type of magic. He also said that if she followed only one direction, Hennis would quickly reach her limit and stop developing. Hennis complains indignantly and says that this teacher will never be able to match the Empress of the White Flame. Balak thoughtfully says that the teacher's words make sense because fire wizards are quite rare. Then Hennis goes crazy with anger and yells at Balak that he doesn't understand anything about such things. Ruth asks Hennis to calm down and tells her that if she doesn't get along with the teacher, she can always change classes. Hennis sighs sadly and says that there are no fire wizards among the professors of Aratium, so there is no point in replacing them. And Ruth admits that a miracle may happen and the Empress of the White Flame will decide to teach at Aratium in order to teach Hennis the magic of fire. She is shocked by this answer and asks why Rude is saying such strange things. Meanwhile, Jeremy interrupts the conversation by appearing behind Hennis. Rude gives him a dark look and immediately recognizes Asir's best friend. Jeremy responds with a friendly smile and squints his eyes. He tries to look positive, so he tries to make a good first impression. He reminds the group that he and Rudd had met during the induction ceremony and introduces himself to the group as the president of the student council. He also recognizes Hennis and Balak, so he greets them in a friendly manner. Jeremy glances at each of them and smiles as if they were old friends. However, Rude asks if he specifically sought out information about all three students in advance. He looks tense and irritated. Jeremy denies it and says that the three of them are quite famous because it's hard not to notice the freshmen always walking together. This is especially true of Rudd's fame. He knows that Rudd was elected by all the curators, and this caused a lot of resentment. Even the senior students think it's unfair. Rude looks confident and cocky. He asks if Jeremy has been selected as a representative of the seniors to express their indignation. But Jeremy objects and raises his hands in a gesture of reconciliation. He says he has no objection because the professors definitely had reasons for making this decision. Jeremy, on the contrary, assures us that he likes such prominent people as Rude. And then he asks Rudd if he is interested in joining the student council since they always suffer from a shortage of staff. Rude defiantly replies that he does not like being an errand boy. And Jeremy advises not to take it that way because he is not asking him to be a mercenary but is offering him a rather respectable role. However, it is unlikely that Jeremy realizes the impact his words have had. Rude clenches his hands into fists and narrows his eyes angrily as he glances toward Jeremy. He claims that he said it at random and shyly admits that he suddenly hit the bull's eye. He knows that such small scratches as ruds on his forearm are common among mercenaries, so he assumes that Rudd has had a hard life. Then Rude says with obvious irritation that Jeremy is overstepping his boundaries in his communication. Jeremy claims that he has a hobby of playing detective and mentions Rude's unusual desire to find his brother. But Rude thinks he's disgusting and gets angry because he acts like he knows everything. In his past life, Jimmy was famous among mercenaries for his extraordinary powers of observation. However, Rude knows the true nature of this man. Although he is not a thief, he always behaves in the most selfish and arrogant way for the benefit of the vast majority. Rude knows very well what this nice guy is hiding under his smile. He tells Jeremy that although he doesn't like playing detective, he also knows something about him. For example, the fact that he shows too much interest in other people's affairs. And also how he mistakenly assumes that he can control people with his brilliant mind. With a dismissive smile, Jeremy tells Rudd in the back that he is surprised by such hatred and has some interest in him. And Rude says that he is well aware that Jeremy is only interested in those who are something. He also adds that Jeremy is not a bit interesting to him personally, and he tries to apologize for Rudd's rudeness, but Jeremy assures her that nothing bad happened. As Rude approaches the table, Jeremy notices that the group is about to study, so he'd better leave and not disturb them. Rude gives Jeremy a tense look, and Henice asks why he was so rude to the student council president. Rude recommends not getting involved with Jeremy and calls him an idiot. Balak agrees and says that Jeremy has a dangerous vibe about him. Then Hennis asks about the wording of the words, because only animals can pick up such smells. Balak explains that every person has their own smell. For example, Balak misses the smells of Hennis and Rude all the time. Meanwhile, Jeremy had managed to put a note in Rudd's textbook. It says that he needs to beware of Professor Damien Grace. Rude hisses and doesn't understand what the psycho is up to. He is sure that it is not Professor Damien that he should be wary of, but this weirdo Jeremy. He knows that in the past Jeremy has done a lot of bad things that have caused a lot of people to lose their lives. Damien Grace was also among those people. He was the first to suffer because of Jeremy's actions. But to be more precise, Jeremy did not physically do it with his own hands. Professor Damien did it himself using a dagger that he stabbed himself in the neck. However, the reason for these events was Jeremy's influence. The reason was that Jeremy considered Damien a threat to the Empire. His loss will lead to a chain reaction that will cause all the following events. Rudd believes that we need to neutralize him before he can do something like that. There is still time before that terrible day, but they need to start acting. Jeremy will most likely start to slowly put pressure on the professor, which is why there is no time to delay. In his thoughts, Rude doesn't notice Lion appearing in the transport that is supposed to take him to the capital. She asks why Rude keeps foaming at the mouth. Lion admits that he has a distorted sense of time. Rude objects and says that he is on time. Lion disagrees, however, and reminds him that the rules of etiquette require him to arrive 10 minutes before the appointed time. Then Rude crosses his arms over his chest in frustration and says that the best thing he can do with his precious time is to waste a day off on her. Lion is displeased and reminds him that it was he who suggested they go to the capital together. He asks what he should have done instead as she sat there very upset. But Lion does not hear him and notices that they have arrived at the right stop. She is the first one to jump out into the street and is surprised by how many people are around. The square is really full of passers-by, everyone hurrying about their business. Lion says that the street where the Dead Dragon Guild is located has always been quite crowded, but today it's especially so. She asks where they can go now. Rude is confused and says he doesn't know. He asks if he should just carry her things. But Lion doesn't understand what we're talking about. If he offered to meet, he must now show him the way. So Rude scratches the back of his head thoughtfully and admits that Lion should buy something for himself first because that's what everyone does. But Lion is only more inspired. She grabs Rude's hand and drags him towards the shops, saying that she wants to buy new clothes. Rude is surprised by this touch and asks why she took his hand. Lion moves forward confidently and quickly, asking Rude why he is so shy. Rude is surprised by her strength and says that at this rate she will break his fingers. Then Lion lets go of his hand only at the entrance to the chosen store. She looks for a dress and notices one hanging on a mannequin. And Lion asks how she likes red. He replies thoughtfully that the dress is nice and white, which simply states the obvious. Lion asks if that's all Rude has to say. Meanwhile, a saleswoman appears next to them. She offers Lion to try on the dress. Lion agrees and quickly goes to the fitting room. A few minutes later, he comes out to show himself. The saleswoman smiles and says that Lion fits her very well. Lion asks Rude for his opinion. He seems embarrassed at this point and looks at Lion. However, a little later he says that the dress is nice and repeats that it is white. He doesn't even try to find a more normal compliment because he feigns complete indifference. Then Lion says that Rude is starting to piss her off and tells the saleswoman that she is taking the dress. Rude asks if she's done and suggests she move on. but Lion stops him and says that he wants to buy clothes for Rudu as well. He confidently denies it and says that he doesn't need anything, but Lion puts the jacket on him and persuades him to try it on at least once. The saleswoman invites Red to go to the fitting room, pointing in the right direction and smiling. Meanwhile, Lion thinks that Rude is a very strange guy because his behavior often defies logic. At the first meeting, he was very wary and even seemed hostile. He was given away by the tension in his eyes and his general stiffness. But after seeing her tears once, he immediately apologized and began to show his soft and kind side. Most of his emotions seem very direct and honest, but sometimes it is confusing and surprising. However, Lion also sometimes has a strange feeling that he is mentally comparing her to someone. My thoughts are interrupted by a saleswoman who addresses Rudd. It seems he has already changed his clothes, so it's worth distracting yourself and paying attention to him. She says it looks good on him too. Rude tries on a black shirt that makes him look more reserved and classic. Lion is stunned and frozen in place. Her stunned gaze is riveted on Rude because he looks very unusual in this style of clothing. Is it possible to look at a person you hated so much with the same delight as you look at a star in the sky? Their eyes meet and there is silence for a few seconds. Neither of them can find the right words to express their surprise. Then Rude is the first to break the silence and asks Lion why she is frozen and staring at him. He finds it easier to remain rude. However, Rude reminds him that she promised to pay and quickly walks towards the exit. Lion gets angry at her lack of manners and mutters that she's wasting her money. After shopping, they go to lunch, and when it's over, they take a leisurely stroll along the park's alley. Lian says the lunch was delicious and understands why this place is considered quite popular. Turning her gaze back to Ruda, she wonders if he really looks good in such clothes. Rude notices this look and asks why she is staring at him. Lion quickly changes the subject and asks why Rude paid if she promised to treat him. He says he also has a conscience and paid because she had bought him clothes before. But Lion concludes that Rude is still quite strange. He asks her what she finds strange. She had heard that Rude had been a mercenary since childhood. It turns out that he has comrades and friends with whom he fought alongside. Rude briefly agrees and mentally clarifies that he did not work as a mercenary but as a dragon hunter. And Lion assures us that he considers his comrades closer to family because they care and protect each other. She again shows her talkativeness and continues to ask questions. Leon asks if among those comrades was his first love, whom he cannot forget to this day. Then Rudd nervously clutches the brochure he had been reading with great interest on the way. This question comes as a surprise to him. He looks tense and thoughtful as the thoughts in his head whirl like a whirlwind. Lion is surprised to hear this pause, but he keeps his eyes on Rude, watching the changes in his expression. Rude's reaction is quite angry. He shouts that there can be no family relations between mercenaries. He sees these people as masters of betrayal because he knows that they will not accept the younger man as an equal. He also complains about how much he has been through while Lion puts her hands over her ears and says she didn't know. Rudd is sure that there can be no love or any other relationship between colleagues, and she says out loud that Lion is talking absolute nonsense. She assures him that this is the first time she has seen someone like Rude. He nervously asks what she's talking about. Lion replies that every time she asks him a question, he gets irritated and yells. He always has a gloomy and defiant look in his eyes, and if you're unlucky, you might even get a scolding. But despite this, he remains honest and began to teach her fighting techniques. Even now, he is looking at the brochure closely to see where he needs to go next. She says that if you shorten it, you can call it a 6 with a terrible temper. Rude angrily tears the brochure in his hands. He says he went for a walk with her and wants to accuse her of being rude. However, he restrains himself in time and tells him that he is going to go back to the academy. Lion quickly slaps Ruda on the back and says that they can't go back because they have a lot of things to do. Rude angrily asks why she hit him, to which Lion says that's what her mom does. She smiles and says that if friends support each other, they build strong relationships together. That is why Lion changed her plan for today. But Ruth doesn't understand what she's talking about, so she explains that she would like to give Ruth the feeling of a real family, even though it's a very strange way to start a friendship. Then Ruth begins to guess what she means and which way the path they are walking really goes. The surprise from Lion is indeed astonishing. And Lion proudly announces that they are now heading straight to her home, namely the Dead Dragon Guild. She is confidently going to introduce Rude to her family. Physically, Lion's home was in Syria. Moving to this area was instantaneous, as special magic is used for this purpose. With the help of the warp gate, Rudd and Lion managed to move to the right place in a matter of seconds. Rude immediately asks if Lion knows that this is a violation of the rules. However, Lion is not too embarrassed by this, so she says that they just have to be careful not to let anyone know. By dressing informally, they are able to avoid unnecessary attention. However, Rude is still quite nervous and asks Lion if she regrets paying 6 million rubles to use the warp gate. She responds by saying that her mother allowed her to spend as much money as she wanted as long as she wanted to go home. This is not surprising, as Siren is located in the west of the mainland and is the capital of the Kingdom of Rebel. Although not as large as the capital of the empire, this city remains quite crowded and densely populated. Rudd remembers this place as a destroyed settlement. In his memories, these spaces lie in ruins, destroyed by a dragon. The buildings were burning and people were unable to escape, so this place is associated with the horror of tragedy. According to the calendar, in a few years he would be attacked by 7 dragons, which would lead to a catastrophe and the complete destruction of the kingdom. In the previous scenario, it was at this time that the Dead Dragon Guild completely collapsed. On that day, Lion witnessed these horrific events and could only watch her own house burn, but now everything is different. The bright and smiling Lion invites Rude to a whole and beautiful house, introducing it as her home. At this time, Rude thinks that the house looks more like a mansion than the location of an entire guild. Lion doesn't think twice about noticing Uncle Harold outside the house. Puzzled by his unexpected appearance, Harold asks how Lion got here and whether it is vacation time so soon. Lion denies it and explains that she has come for a short time because she wants to introduce her friend to the members of the guild. The Herald is visibly shocked and asks if Lion really started looking for friends outside the guild so quickly. He declares that in honor of this event, it is worth throwing a party and putting up posters all over the kingdom. Then Lion actively objects. She shakes her head in an attempt to prove her point and says that she is very ashamed of what he said. The Herald comes to his senses in time and explains that he had completely forgotten himself amidst the joy. Lion turns to Rude and asks him what made him smile so much. He says that from the very beginning he knew that Lion was an outcast and had no friends. But Lion growls at him, saying that Rude is not that different from her. Rude is about to vigorously object, but suddenly remembers her past relationships with people. He was often reproached for his bad temper and called an idiot. Most people tried to stay away from him and avoided him outright. He realizes that Lion is right and that he could also be called an outcast. However, he can't think about it for too long. After all, from the very threshold, a whole crowd of interested people swoops down on the couple. They ask a lot of questions at the same time. On the one hand, they call Rudd handsome, and a second later they ask if Lion paid him to keep quiet. Rude is bewildered by this unexpected attention, while Lion quickly begins to aggressively push the crowd away from him and orders everyone to get as far away from here as possible. One of them turns out to be Lion's sister, whom she asks to calm the younger ones down because they are crossing the line. The sister assures them that they are just excited about Lion's arrival. Rude watches the conversation between the guild members with silent interest. He sees them for the first time and realizes that he hadn't thought about such a warm relationship between them. They really seem like a close family. That's why Leon is sincere and smiling around them, which is completely different from the previous version of her. Rude is confident that the change in the character of Lion in a completely opposite direction after the destruction of Siren can be a completely natural result. The conversation is interrupted by Uncle Harold. He asks Mrs. Lion and his friend to go into the living room because the head of the guild is waiting for them. Then Lion asks why he is being invited to the living room and whether this means that the house has guests. The Herald informs her that someone has arrived whom Lion knows very well. They go up to the second floor and walk toward the office they need. Before entering, Lion knocks on the door. She is immediately happy because she sees her mother first among those present. This meeting is very unexpected and pleasant for her. Adeline Clyer, the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild, looks at Lion with surprise. They hug, and Adeline says that Lion has gotten very pretty since they last saw each other. She asks if something has happened to Lion because her arrival in the middle of the school year is very unexpected. Did she beat someone up again, and should she be transferred to another school? Lion denies it and says that she just wanted to introduce Adeline to a friend of hers. This answer shocks Adeline, and she asks if she heard correctly while the other guest continues to calmly sip her tea. But Lion is furious because this is not the first such reaction to the reason for her visit, and it is now that the second guest raises her voice. It is none other than the Empress of the Sacred Flame, Liana. She finds the fact that a girl with such a stupid character and a complete lack of communication skills has made a friend quite surprising. Then Liana also asks why these two are not greeted in the company of adults. Lion herself quickly recognizes Leanne and whispers that she is an old woman who comes to visit them at home because she has nothing better to do. Rude, meanwhile, bows his head in respect and greets her by saying her name. Then Leanna recognizes him and calls him the same guy who showed discontent during the competition. She also asks Rude if Hennis Halfley is doing well. He hastens to inform us that things are not so good because Henice is in despair because she does not like the chosen curator. And Liana replies with a rather indifferent look that it's not such a big deal because soon Aratium will have the best teacher. Meanwhile, Adelina puts her hand on Rude's shoulder and draws his attention to herself. She checks to make sure she heard his name correctly and thanks him sincerely. Rude feels very embarrassed by her words. Adelina says that her daughter is very special. Lion has an extremely developed sixth sense, which is why she takes other people's emotions very personally. She can analyze everyone around her in an instant, but she can't show her own emotions. This is the reason why Lion has not had any friends among her peers until now. Afterwards, Adeline asks if Rude is strong enough because last time Lion broke her classmate's wrist. Lion herself, who seemed to be fascinated by the cookies, hastens to assure that Rude is the person. Adeline is shocked by the news and looks at Rudd in surprise. But Lion assures that the reason was that Rude was the first to pick on her. However, all the bones have now fused and Lion herself has been punished. Then Adeline sternly calls Lion by his full name and her tone does not bode well. She asks if Lion taught her to fight so that she could bully people. But Rude interrupts the conversation and denies this fact. He says that Lion didn't torture him because he was also quick to speak and considers them both to be guilty of the situation. Adelina says that this is not a reason to beat people and injure them. However, Liana notices that Ruda and Lion have reconciled. She asks if Lion has apologized to him for what happened. Rude looks unhappy because Lian's words make it sound like he is the only one who has been hurt. Ashamed of these remarks, Lion hesitantly apologizes to Rude for hitting him. Rude, meanwhile, easily replies that everything is fine. Adelina continues to quarrel and reminds us that she has asked Lion many times to be more careful with ordinary students. However, Liana seems to disagree with her friend's words. She doesn't think it's right to think of Rude as an ordinary student. Liana explains that she has seen Rude compete and overcome Steros' son like a toy. She also knows that Abel personally offered Ruda to join his guild. Adeline looks impressed. The fact of overcoming Steros and the offer to join the Pale Moon have a serious meaning in her eyes. Lion hastens to confirm Liana's words and adds that Rude is not only very strong but will also teach her how to fight. Meanwhile, Rude replies that he refused Abel's invitation. However, Adelina was not expecting such a response, and her face shows outright surprise. Usually such invitations are not refused, especially when it comes to a freshman. However, the very next moment her gaze changed and a sparkle of curiosity appeared in her eyes. This indicated that an interesting thought had come to her. She says that as the head of the guild and a mother, Lion simply cannot ignore Rude's strength and his vocal reputation. She smilingly invites Rudd to demonstrate her capabilities and fighting style. This becomes a direct invitation to a competition. However, Lion is shocked by this proposal. She stares at her mother with wide eyes, puzzled. Meanwhile, Rude analyzes the situation carefully. He knows that the head of the Dead Dragon Guild has always been very belligerent, and she has confirmed it now. He sees this as a great opportunity to test his strength against someone of a higher rank. In his opinion, there is no reason to refuse, which is why he cheerfully and quickly accepts the challenge. This competition quickly turns into a very special spectacle. The guild members gradually gather in the spacious hall and make guesses about what is about to happen. One of the witnesses says that the head of the guild plans to confront Ms. Lyon's friend whom she brought home. Other members doubt Rude's success and wonder why a first year would agree to compete against a professional dragon hunter. They place bets on how many seconds he will last, because minutes are not even in question. All hopes are that the leader is not going to do something stupid. Meanwhile, Rude is changing into a special uniform for the competition, and Lion is in a hurry to tell her how well it fits him. She understands why Adeline lent him the guild uniform and advises him not to worry about it. Lion also apologizes for having to suffer because of her. Stretching his muscles, Rude says that he is grateful to her. He considers this a great opportunity to fight a very high-level dragon huntress. Lion encourages him and tells him that he is in a good mood for the competition. She wishes Rudd good luck, and before the competition begins, she manages to ask Adelina to be gentle with Rudd. Adeline's sly look is impossible to identify because she is clearly up to something. Meanwhile, all those who want to watch the competition take seats on the balcony. Their gaze is directed only at the so-called arena, and their opinions are expressed in quiet voices. The start of the battle is announced, and the noise gradually subsides. The spectators focus on the competition and stop talking to each other. The conditions are that the weapon is a wooden sword. You are allowed to control magic only inside your body and avoid vital organs when attacking. Adeline also suggests an additional rule. She says that Rude will win when he hits her, and if he succeeds, Adeline will grant him one wish. The app only adds a gambling sparkle to Rudd's eyes. He agrees with a confident smile on his face. However, Adelina gets right to the point and takes a combative stance, asking if Rude is ready to start. He grips his sword with a firm grip. He tells her she can start whenever she wants because he is ready in advance. Adelina's eyes are filled with anticipation. They simultaneously begin to move toward each other, and the very next moment their swords collide as Rudd attempts to block the blow. Adelina swings again in a technical and calm manner. Her movements are polished and confident because she has quite a bit of experience behind her. But Rude repels her attack a second time without letting the sword touch him. He is attentive and focused because he is determined to win. It seems that for Adelina it was just a warm-up. She doesn't show any hints of fatigue and only succumbs to excitement. During the next swing, she jumps up and down and lunges at Rudd with a punch from above. He manages to turn around in time and deflect the attempt in the air, but it was quite difficult to pull off. The astonished crowd cannot believe their eyes. All eyes are on Rude as he becomes the center of discussion among the audience. They are shocked that such a young boy is able to deflect such skillful blows from the leader. Her strength and experience will far outweigh the freshman's abilities. She is surprised by this fact herself. In her opinion, Rude has perfect sword technique despite his young age. At some point, she even feels sorry for his mediocre physiological data. However, Adelina believes that this level is the limit for Rudd. He has to use his arm to deflect the next quick swing, but even then Adelina doesn't back down. With each subsequent movement, she only speeds up and picks up the pace, making it impossible for Rudd to get his bearings in time. He bounces off the wide swing of her sword at the last moment. Now he was able to assure himself that at that time adults did not succumb to children. He lands boldly on the ground and quickly bends his knees. Adelina, meanwhile, wonders if he's tired after all this time. Rude has no plans to surrender or retreat. He picks up his sword again and calls upon the seal to use the power he has recently gained. A blue feather lights up in his palm and pale blue sparks begin to appear around him. Now it's his turn to go on the offensive, and he wastes no time in sending a sharp and strong punch in Adeline's direction. She does not expect to use such a technique at all, and therefore looks in Rudd's direction in surprise. With her sword up and her hand in front of her face, Adelina uses her own tricks. A circle of bright blue light appears around her, easily protecting her from attack. Rude flies off in the opposite direction and his training sword falls to the floor in shattered pieces. However, Adelina concludes from Ruda's technique that he has already learned the blue sky technique. She admits that she hadn't realized that the unlucky Daniel had gotten himself a personal student. Then Rudd asks him not to call Daniel a failure because he is his teacher and deserves respect. Adeline is amused that Rude dares to express his dissatisfaction. She suggests that he get up and take the match in order to defend his teacher's honor. Lion could not believe her eyes. She knew Rude had incredible strength, but now he has gone beyond her imagination. Her mother also enjoyed the battle so much. Despite the general joy, Lion feels confused. She can't understand what she's feeling because she is hesitating between feelings of jealousy and doubts about her own inferiority. Meanwhile, Rude rubs the back of his head thoughtfully and says that a rematch is a pretty good idea. However, in this battle, he considers himself the winner. Adelina disagrees with this statement and raises her eyebrows in puzzlement. Rude then accuses her of having just used mana outside her body. In the end, the leader did do something stupid, although she did not immediately realize that she had violated her own rules. The crowd begins to talk amongst themselves because Adeline was warned before the battle. However, Liana sees this and sighs softly, calling Adelina stupid. Meanwhile, Rude defiantly crosses her arms over her chest and says that the guild leader should not break the rules she made up herself. She confesses that she promised to fulfill Rudd's wish and asks him what he wants. However, she notes that this should be a realistic wish that she will be able to fulfill. He shouldn't ask for a big reward because the guild is going through a hard time. He is quick to say that he is not interested in money. At the same time, Adelina points out that Rude has no right to spoil the guild's reputation with his desire. He's worried about something else entirely as he analyzes Adelina's style in his mind. He could not guess whose technique the leader's movements resemble. However, I quickly realized that mother and daughter always remain the closest. The leader's technique is reminiscent of Lion's from the past. Although Rudd didn't manage to overcome her, he almost managed to win. He says he had a very simple wish. There was not even an attempt to think of something related to money or other material goods. He wants something completely different. He extends his hand to Adelina and offers her to fight again on the same terms. She agrees, and soon the battle begins again. Fast and swift blows echo through the hall with the dull clash of swords. Adelina understands why Rude has chosen to fight another duel because this time he fights very differently. His calm face speaks of cold calculation and confidence. He is determined to win and is not going to back down. Meanwhile, Adelina mysteriously suggests checking something out. Her curiosity provokes a change of tactics, but she still considers this competition to be just a test. She moves decisively toward Rude to satisfy her own curiosity. Her movements remain quick and confident. However, she doesn't even have time to get close because Rude comes at her with incredible speed. She decides that she must have a chance to strike back. You need to organize yourself a space that will allow you to swing. However, Rude doesn't give her a chance to do anything but deflect her blows or try to dodge. He is swift and decisive, and his speed is beginning to go beyond the limits of real understanding. Rude is almost simultaneously defending and attacking, which is why his reflexes seem superhuman. That's why Adelina doesn't even have a split second to swing her sword. Then Adeline notes that Lion also has similar abilities, but still wonders where Rude came from with such powers. Meanwhile, Rude himself is just getting acquainted with new sensations that seem extreme to him. With the help of mana, he uses all his senses at once and becomes extremely sensitive. His reflexes and thinking accelerate, which has a noticeable effect on the nervous system. The speed of his movements also increases markedly because he attacks without pausing to think about his next move. However, he used to be obsessed with defeating Lion, at least in this way. Her image from the past comes to mind as Rude sees the resemblance between her and his mother very clearly. This only adds to his confidence as he wants not only to win but also to gain experience. Adelina assures him that Rude is not that easy to handle. His ability to perfectly predict his opponent's next move is very similar to Lion's style. It is the first time she has seen such a strange entanglement technique that does not allow her to predict the opponent's next move. However, Rude is not strong enough to corner Adeline, so she manages to successfully repel all attacks. She finds the right moment and launches a decisive offensive because she is used to seizing opportunities. One after another, her attacks force Rudd to retreat and dodge. She moves quickly and elegantly, testing Rude's reaction time. And Lion, watching the competition, realizes that her mother did not take her request to be gentle into account. However, Adelina defiantly urges Rudd to show what he is capable of and stop running away. And Rude does not change her manner and skillfully dodges each new blow from her. However, Adelina is not happy with the fact that he avoids every blow without even trying to deflect it. This infuriates the leader and she manages to get closer, significantly reducing the distance. Jumping up sharply, she makes another strong scent. Her body is tense, but she holds her sword confidently and does not allow herself to hesitate. But Rude is ready for this as well, as the sword in his hands takes on a pale blue glow and he takes an offensive stance. The sudden movement of the hand is fast and unpredictable. It makes the opponent momentarily lose track of the trajectory. He throws his sword high in the air, which surprises Adeline because this tactic does not fit the standard way of fighting. She recognizes in this maneuver the essence of the blue sky technique. It is a free and uneven countdown, complete freedom that can be used at your own discretion. Adelina watches Rude's movements with obvious admiration in her eyes. It seems as if she is actually impressed by this technique. She is preparing to deflect his next blow because she thinks it will be a melee attack. The very next moment, Rude pushes off the floor and jumps high into the air. Adeline realizes that all his previous movements have led to him throwing the sword away. She needs to increase the distance between them as quickly as possible. However, one important detail emerges that ruins her plan. She tries to understand what happened but can't find the answer quickly enough. Rude suddenly disappears from the place where he was just now. All that remains of his movement is the dust that was raised during his rapid movement. Then Adeline loses control and doesn't understand where he could have gone. This makes her visibly nervous and confused. Looking around, she doesn't immediately notice that Rude has landed heavily on the floor behind her. He did it so quickly that Adeline didn't even notice. Meanwhile, the floor beneath Red's feet turns to crumbs and debris because his landing was so violent. This is called the loud and fast Steros technique. All it takes is a moment of distraction to use it. And this time, Rude directs a straight fist directly into the leader's face. Adelina immediately throws a defensive strike to meet Rude's, which he quickly notices. However, he is now unable to dodge, so he takes the swing and is rapidly thrown backwards as a result of the impact. Adelina's defensive reaction was a powerful kick that finally put an end to the competition. Rudd lands heavily on the floor and admits that he is in pain. Then Lion runs down to the first floor and hurries to get closer to Rude. She is visibly worried about him and scolds him, saying that he should have gone back immediately. Then Rude coughs heavily and admits that he has been exposed to a lot of air. His stomach hurts, but he doesn't give in to physical weakness. Lion asks why he kept fighting if he knew he was going to lose. Rude responds by asking Lion to stop whining and assures him that he did not lose. Lion doesn't understand this answer because Rude is barely breathing on the floor while Adeline seems to be unharmed. However, it only seems so because there is a piece of torn mold on its side. She admits with a smile that she lost. It is not difficult for her to admit her defeat because she does not have the pride to make a scandal out of it. The amazed crowd cannot believe that the freshman really defeated the leader. Adeline says that promises must be kept and that Rude can ask for anything he wants. She offers to open a treasury for him in her guild. Rude replies that he doesn't need to do that because he has another request. He asks Adeline to promise him that she will believe him when he needs her to. She asks him if this will work. Even if Rude is talking nonsense, he says that's exactly what it's supposed to do. But Adelina finds this desire strange and asks Rudd what his reasons are. He does not immediately answer this question, taking a short pause, but later he says that it is necessary to save lives. Adelina smiles mysteriously. Finally, she holds out her hand to Red and says that as the head of the guild, the dead dragon officially gives her word to fulfill her promise. Rude shakes her hand to seal the deal. Meanwhile, she recognizes that a generational change is coming. She is sad but happy to meet him and calls him her future son-in-law. Lion and Rude open their mouths in shock and are completely embarrassed. But if we go back to the reasons for asking for such a promise, the fact is that Rudd already knows what will happen in the future. In a few years, the attacks of the 7 dragons will begin, and they will be sleeping until then. First, the heavenly dragon will attack, and the second will be the dragon of light. They will start a series of terrible and catastrophic events. The third will be the dragon of illusions named Lauzia. Powerful and incredibly strong, she will unleash her wrath on people without question. Her name immediately reveals the potential of her power because she uses the powerful and insidious magic of illusion. In the previous scenario, her attack resulted in the fall of the kingdom of Syrinx and all those who worked in the Dead Dragon Guild. Rude mentions that they later managed to capture Lauzia and neutralize her. However, the price of the battle with the 7 greatest dragons was the lives of all of Rude's friends. He knows that a great battle will begin very soon, but this time he will not let all these people say goodbye to their lives. Since he was lucky enough to meet the members of the Dead Dragon Guild, in the future he will be able to warn them in advance of an attack by the illusion dragon. Looking at the quiet and calm Lion Rude, he realizes that he can change her future as well. She quickly notices that he is staring at her and is distracted from his peaceful nap in the transport on the way to the academy. Rude asks her why she reacted so seriously to some stupid joke that had no basis for offense. It is not surprising that all Lion's relatives so actively supported the announcement of her future son-in-law and began asking about the date of the wedding. However, Rude advises her to simply ignore their words. From the outside, it all sounds rather silly, so don't take it to heart. Lion replies that he doesn't think much of it, but he feels that her mother really liked Rude very much. He responds by saying that he didn't get his ass kicked for nothing. Concerned, Lion asks him if he feels okay. As soon as Ruda tells her that he is in a lot of pain, Lion reminds her that she asked him to take medicine and accuses Ruda of being too stubborn. Meanwhile, their transportation arrives at the final stop just in time for the Arachim Academy. On the way, Rude mentions that they didn't have time to walk around the capital and asks if Lion is upset about it. She asks if Rude will go with her next time. It is immediately apparent that Rude is not eager to answer and make such plans. Lion, on the other hand, does not calm down and asks for an answer. Then Rude changes the subject a bit and asks why Lion is following him, since the women's dormitory is in a completely different direction. She says that she is seeing him off and plans to accompany him to the entrance of the men's dormitory. However, Rude is shocked by this statement and looks at Lion with surprise in his eyes. She hastens to explain that there have been some very strange rumors circulating around the academy lately. They talk about a naked pervert who trains every night at the entrance to the dormitory, and Rudd doesn't need to think long to guess who exactly we're talking about. Then Lion continues to recall and reports that they also talk about a blonde homeless man in the park in a flower meadow. She has some guesses, so Rudd asks her to tell him everything she knows. The next day, Rudd goes to a meeting scheduled in the professor's office. Arriving early in the morning, he greets the professor and enters the office. He is met by Professor Lillian Stout, who specializes in calling spirits. She clarifies the name and invites Rudd to come closer to hear him better and look at him up close. He politely bows his head and thanks me for agreeing to talk to him. This is a really important step for his plan. Lillian reports that Professor Daniel said that Rude had some questions for her. And this is true because Rude would like to know about a student named Lena Selket. He thinks she's been causing a little trouble lately. Lillian is obviously not happy with this formulation. She says that they cannot be called small in any way. Linnea constantly skips classes and runs away to the street every morning. She has the nerve to swim in the fountain and barbecue on the roof, and this is no small matter. Lillian looks furious and visibly nervous. She assures him that she has done everything possible and has asked Linnea to at least attend class, but she does not listen to anyone. Puzzled, Rude asks the professor to calm down a bit. It takes some time, but eventually Lillian pulls herself together. She apologizes to Rude for her excessive emotions. He is not surprised by this situation because, after all, he realizes that it is the result of a very large portion of stress. Lillian says that Linnea is actually a very talented student. Discipline and contact remain very important for most callers. However, despite her promiscuity, Linnea is very close to the world of spirits. You can tell right away that she will become an unrivaled caller. The problem remains that Linnea loves freedom too much. During a written exam, she made an airplane out of an exam paper and flew it around the classroom. During the lesson, she can say she is hungry and jump out the window. And more recently, she destroyed a gym because she wanted to test the magic of the spirit. Lillian had a very hard time because there was no easy way to solve this case. In his thoughts, Rude concludes that the situation is much more serious than he thought at first glance. He doesn't understand how Asir was able to make friends with such a crazy person in his past life, and recalls a conversation with his brother. Asir says that it was incredibly difficult to get Linnea to graduate from the academy. Then Rude suggested that Asir was exaggerating the overall scale. However, Asir stuck to his guns. He found it difficult to describe those events, but he said something that has not left Rudd's mind to this day. At that moment, Lennon was not just a person. Meanwhile, Liana continues her story and informs us that it is possible to stay at a radium only twice for the second year. If Lena continues to act this way, she will be expelled, but Liana does not want to waste such an incredible talent. She is sure that Rude asked about Lenya for a reason and impulsively asks him what his reasons were. In response, Rude says that he was just worried that such a talented student was behaving in a strange way. Liana agrees with this assumption. She gently takes Rudd's hand because she hopes to work with him. According to her, they must prevent such a talent from being expelled from the academy, if only for the sake of the country's future and defeating the dragons. Ruda is in shock and anxiety because he does not immediately realize what he has gotten himself into. And Liana is quick to assure her that Linnea doesn't listen to adults, but listens to words of support and encouragement. She has heard that Rude is a special student, so she assumes that Lena might listen to a younger student who respects her. The turnaround is unexpected for Rudd, as he hadn't planned anything like this at all. However, Liana almost tearfully persuades him to help. He is not to leave Liana to fend for herself because she will not be able to finish the academy. No matter how much Rudd argues and tries to prove that he does not know how he should do it, Liana remains adamant and begs him to agree. Meanwhile, the warm sun shines brightly outside, illuminating the neighborhood with its rays. Delicate yellow butterflies are flying around the lawn, and the grass is green and rustling in the breeze. Linnea is resting on it, relaxed and unburdened by anything. With her eyes closed with pleasure, she thinks that the weather is really incredibly pleasant this day. Eventually, she doesn't notice how she falls asleep. However, other students begin to notice and cannot remain indifferent. Some of them stopped at the alley and wondered if it was alive at all. Walking through the crowd, Rudd nervously crosses his arms over his chest and sighs heavily. Behind him, two girls pass by and call Linnea very beautiful and note that she doesn't even look like an ordinary person. As far as Rudd knows, Linnea is not so simple, as she is half human and half spirit. However, no matter what, in the human world she must behave like a human being. Rudd comes closer and nudges Linnea with the toe of his boot to wake her up. This turns out to be not very effective because she just rolls over and continues to sleep peacefully. Rude tries again and again, but doesn't notice that Lena has fallen asleep near the bottom of the slope. When she turns to her side again, her body is caught by gravity and she begins to roll down the slope. Eventually she lands in a bush. Many leaves and small branches are tangled in her hair, but the main thing is that she woke up. Rude rushes to ask her why she is sleeping on the lawn at such an early hour. She replies that she was looking at the flowers and didn't realize she had fallen asleep. She immediately asks him who he is. Rude tells him his name and says that Professor Lillian sent him. Linnea immediately concludes that Rudd is younger than her and asks what exactly happened. Reaching out, he takes a leaf out of her hair and tells her that he respects her very much. Lena immediately asks if this means she looks cool and if Rude wants to be friends with her. In his mind, Rude notes that his team is already habitually filled with outcasts who have trouble making friends. However, he says out loud that he will think about this later. For now, he would like to talk about Linnea's school life. However, she does not seem to be concentrating on the conversation at all. As soon as a beautiful blue butterfly flies by, Linnea gets up and runs to catch it. Rudd curses loudly and follows to stop her. He sits Linnea down on the stairs and asks her to listen to him. It's important for him to get his point across, so he really tries to calm down and not get angry. Linnea seems ready to listen, so Rude sits down next to her. She agrees to the request, but first asks what the curse that Rude uttered when the butterfly flew by means. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, Rude tries to explain that it is a specific expletive. However, he quickly goes on to say that he has heard that a student whom he respects very much is skipping classes and behaving strangely. He would be very offended if she were to repeat the year. Lena is puzzled because she doesn't understand what is so strange about her behavior. Ruth reminds her that she had recently wrecked the practice field, so she shouldn't be surprised now. She recalls something similar and says that no one was hurt then, so we can assume that nothing terrible happened. Rude then explains that the problem is not the number of victims. Realizing that it will be difficult to prove his point, he changes the topic and asks how exactly Lenia plans to finish her studies at the academy if she is constantly skipping classes. Lenia's quick glance proves that she is completely puzzled. Why on earth should she finish it at all? All of Rudd's attempts lose their meaning in a moment, and he asks why she says such things. Lenia says that it is very warm and there are many beautiful flowers around the academy while her homeland is full of snow. She reports that she likes walking in the park much more than sitting in class. She would like to live her whole life in such a pleasant climate. The levity strikes Rudd, so he is quick to explain that Aratium is not a simple academy. It's a place that trains the world's best dragon hunters. Did she come here for another reason? All over the world, people are losing their lives to dragons, and this cannot go on forever. After all, the world is organized in such a way that people hunt dragons and dragons hunt people. She believes that this is how nature should be organized. Personally, she only wants a calm and peaceful life. Rude is surprised by this comparison because he doesn't understand how people and dragons can be compared. Lenia repeats that she does not understand the difference at all. Her gaze looks very calm and serene because she doesn't feel anything like Ruda's feelings. He assumes that she has been living in the snowy mountains for too long because she doesn't know much. At the moment, it is safe to live only in the Alpha Empire because it is protected by large guilds. At this time, all the neighboring kingdoms are in ruins. The number of inhabitants is steadily decreasing and the states are falling apart one by one. Although the dragon hunters are trying to protect some settlements and provide assistance, it is not enough. The dragons do not hesitate to wipe entire villages and cities off the map. He asks her if she has ever seen her relatives or friends say goodbye to life in the most brutal way. Lena notices that Rude is angry and asks him why he is reacting this way. In response, he swears again in frustration. No matter how hard he tries to restrain his emotions, he cannot fully control himself. Comparing the conversation with her to a dialogue with a wall, Rudd does not hide his emotions. He realizes that she knows nothing and therefore has the right to her own opinion. But he did not expect such indifference and obvious stupidity from her. However, Lenia explains that she came to study at the academy because she was interested in seeing the place where her mother studied. Rude realizes that this conversation will not lead to the desired results. He says she can continue to live in peace and quiet for the rest of her life. But at the same time, she will irritate everyone who risked their own lives to get to Aratium. His words sound harsh, but there's no point in hiding the truth, even when Linnea sags her shoulders sadly and seems embarrassed. She turns to a spirit invisible to others, whom she calls her father. Lenia asks for advice on how to proceed because she didn't want to make Rudd angry and only wanted to make friends with him. The voice comes from a large blue crystal hovering near Lenia's head. It advises her not to worry because friends usually appear during times of conflict and dispute. She asks if this is true, and the spirit replies that he has never deceived her. Satisfied, Lenia decides that she will find Ruda tomorrow to apologize to him. A spirit king named Feldrua praises Lenia and says he would like to talk to Rudd if possible. Angry and nervous, Rudd moves away so as not to insult Lenia even more. Her words confuse Rudd's thoughts because this position will never be understood by him. However, the purpose of the conversation was completely different, and Rudd failed to achieve it. He believes that he ruined everything because of his terrible character and blames himself for it. The logic begins to gain momentum, and Rudd comes to the conclusion that Lenia has lived in the mountains all her life, which must have consequences. She had not been affected by the dragons in any way, so she could not easily agree with human emotions. It is possible to understand her, but Rude could not restrain himself and poured out all his anger on her. Asur was able to cope with a similar task because of his kindness. Now Rude has to fix the situation, but he has to decide how to do it. Meanwhile, from the other side of the street, we can hear Hennis's habitually angry and loud voice. She notices Rudd and says that he has arrived on time. Her eyes look very dark and she is tense with anger. The reason for Hennis's anger was Lion, who was not allowed to say a single word. However, Hennis is not greedy for words, so she manages not only to yell at Lion, but also to recall the attempt on the integrity of Rude's arm. No one is stopping Hennis from also calling her a crazy psychopath. She seems to understand why Lion is wandering around in front of the dormitory, because she obviously wants to take revenge for being punished. Lion hastens to deny this and says that on that day he and Rudd simply misunderstood each other and have already made up. She just wanted to pay a friendly visit and brought breakfast with her. Then Hennis turns a furious look on Rudd and asks him what exactly this wording is supposed to mean. Rude explains that nothing special happened. He says that yesterday he was visiting Leon and by chance he not only took part in the match but also earned a small injury. Hennis summarizes these events and emphasizes the repeated violation of the rules. She is so angry that she threatens to go to the professor right away and tell him the truth about what happened. Rude immediately jumps up and calls for her to be detained. For Balak, this is not a problem, as he only needs to grab Hennis by the collar to pull him off the ground and stop him. Lion is quick to provide an explanation. She says that she understands what Hennis is going through as a friend, but assures us that she did apologize. The match took place on rather confusing and strange terms, but in the end they turned out to be fair. He and Rudd also agreed to train together every weekend. Hennis's anger gradually subsides, it turns into cold calculation, and in the end she calmly asks Balak to let her go. Once on her feet, Hennis adjusts her own form and looks up at Lion with a completely different look. With a smile on her face, she says that if they can actually reconcile with Rude, they can also offer her their friendship. And Lion is visibly impressed because she did not expect such an offer at all. Then Hennis confirms that they can train together and jokingly adds that, in this case, not only she but also Balak will have to suffer bone injuries in his hands. Lion is puzzled and completely embarrassed by these words. She blushes and looks away with a confused look. However, Balak interrupts the conversation and puts his hand on Hennis's shoulder, asking her to stop. Lion looks very upset and offended and hurries away. However, Rude asks Hennis if she had to do this. Hennis is also offended and visibly jealous. She says that in that case, Rude can only be friends with Lion and can run after her as much as he wants. And Rude doesn't even have time to answer because he doesn't understand the reason for such vivid anger on the part of Hennis. Meanwhile, Balak says he has to go because he has a volunteer job that he was given as a punishment for violating school rules. Rude is left alone in complete confusion. He goes to class where he finds a reason to distract himself. At the end, the teacher reminds the students of their homework and dismisses them for lunch. Rudd is slowly collecting his textbooks when he suddenly notices that a girl comes up to him and says hello. He quickly recognizes Lenia and asks what she is doing here. He is surprised by this unexpected appearance because senior students rarely share classes with newcomers. Although he mentally recalls that they had a fight in the morning, he still doesn't know what he should say to her. Lenia smiles awkwardly and asks Rudd if he's hungry so she can invite him to lunch. And although Leanna told him about the rooftop barbecue, Rudd didn't even think about participating in it. The skin of the roasted meat crackles on the hot barbecue surface. It spreads an incredible aroma around. Meanwhile, Lenia is grilling meat with a smile. She looks relaxed and calmly enjoys the process, which brings her pleasure. She asks Rudd what degree of doneness he likes because she wants to impress him with the best dish. He thoughtfully replied that medium would be just right. Before that, he hadn't really thought about which degree he preferred because he was used to just eating without too much pretentious criticism. In general, he can understand why Linnea invited him to have lunch with her and organized a spontaneous barbecue. However, he asks why she has to do it on the roof. He wonders why Linnea chose such a remote and rather specific place for such a hobby. She simply replies that if you grill meat in the office, there will be too much smoke. In her opinion, it's not very logical. Lenia also advises Rudd to eat the meat before it gets cold and says that it is perfectly cooked. Then Rudd heeds the advice and hurries to taste the food in order to have time to eat the meat hot. While he chews thoughtfully, Lenia takes a moment to carefully apologize for what happened yesterday. She recognizes that Rudd is human and must have suffered because of the dragons, which is why he wanted to become a hunter. She realizes that he was trying to help, so her response may have come across as too carefree. Therefore, Lenia assumes that her answer made Rudd angry because she is only half human and does not share his feelings completely. Rudd denies this and reminds her that he has already spoken about his incredible respect. Mentally, he concludes that he must use this moment to turn the situation around. Out loud, he says that he is embarrassed that such a beautiful student with incredible talent will not be able to graduate from the academy. However, Rudd thinks she is perfect in every possible way. If he just has to be patient for a few years and not behave so freely, even among his peers, there will be many who want to be friends with him. Lena looks away thoughtfully. She was really impressed by Rudd's speech, so she needs a moment to think. She is surprised that there is a student who respects her so much. Perhaps she really needs to change her own thinking to make a difference. Rudd concludes that Lenia is indeed very sensitive to praise, which is why the situation can be resolved more easily than he first thought. She extends her hand and asks if they can be friends now. This gesture is really very important to her. Rudd smiles happily and shakes her hand. He is grateful that Lenia made the first step towards him and easily accepts her offer of future friendship. She promises that she won't skip classes anymore and will do her best on her exams because Rudd's respect is very important to her. And Rudd promises to support her in all her affairs and urges her not to forget about her decision. He thinks that the situation is resolved, but Lena hasn't finished speaking yet. She recalls her father's request and asks Rudd if he would mind talking to him. Rudd asks in shock if this is really about Lenia's father. She says that she doesn't have to worry because her father is not scary at all and is quite ordinary. She folds her hands in front of her, and in a moment, the blue crystal that is the form of Feldrua's spirit appears in the air. The King of Spirits shows his unusual image of a redhead and raises his voice to attract attention. He turns to Lenia and asks her to leave because he wants to talk to Rudd alone. Lenia agrees and says she's going for a walk in the park. Rising from her seat, Lenia hurries to go about her business so as not to interfere. And as soon as they are alone, Ruud quickly rises to his feet and greets the King of the Ice Spirits with great respect, calling him majestic and saying his own name. Feldrua does not intend to drag his feet, so he suggests that we get right to the point. He asks if Ruud has really returned from another life. This question shocks Ruud. He doesn't understand how the King of Spirits found out what Ruud didn't share with anyone. Feldrua knows that Ruud has already been to this world because he knows the smell. He says that this is a completely different dimension that differs from the ordinary world and the world of spirits. In the heart of this dimension there is a passage that connects the spirits with the callers. This implies that the spirits whose bodies are imprisoned in this passage are also influenced by the real world, which is why the déjà vu effect occurs. He is also in this passage, so he could not escape the influence of the world's magic. However, he felt some fluctuations in time. Despite the fact that the Spirit King has no memories of what happened before he returned, he has questions. He admits that he knew Rudd in his past life and asks if he was a warrior. Ruud replies that there was another warrior there and he was just following him. However, since this opportunity arose and they met so unexpectedly, Ruud has something to say. He agrees to tell Feldrua about the world he has forgotten. Some time passes, but Ruud does not miss a single important detail. At the end, Feldrua grapples with the idea of Asir and the heavenly dragon disappearing at the same time. He admits that Asir may well be alive. Ruud asks what the basis for this guess is. As far as Feldrua knows, the Sky Dragon is a very cautious character. He would not say goodbye to his life together with his enemy. Most likely it would just hide to recuperate. Asir was probably just carried away with him thanks to powerful magic. She could have easily dragged him down with her. But warriors don't die so easily, so he most likely ended up in some other dimension. Ruud hopes that this is what happened and that his brother is indeed safe and sound. He is very worried about Asir's fate. But Feldrua says that if Ruud wants to find Asir, he should go to the floating island where the dragon's lair is located. However, Rudd is sure that it is too early for that. He has to prepare for all the disasters that will happen in the future. It's not easy to get to the floating island, so Ruud has to get stronger first. Ruud is also interested in another question. If Feldrua realizes that he has returned to this world, he may also know about the dragon that caused it. Feldrua asks if Ruud means the dragon that controls the magic of return. He knows about it, but he can't give Rudd any information. It's about an old oath that cost the life of a spirit king. He is not allowed to tell anyone. Ruud wonders what kind of creature this is if even the King of Spirits himself has taken an oath based on his own life. He replies to Feldrua that he knows the cost of the oath to the spirits and agrees that nothing can be done about it. However, Feldrua also has questions for Ruud. He wants to know what the last moments of Lenin's life were like in the afterlife. Ruud answers that the cause was the ice dragon Jade. In the end, they never found a way to destroy it. When the most critical moment came, Lenia decided to seal herself and the dragon in a huge block of ice. Until the last moment, she had a smile on her face. Feldrua concludes that if she smiled, it was the best decision she could have made in that situation. He also says that whatever the reason for Rudd's return to the past, he now has the opportunity to change his daughter's future. Ruud replies that he has been thinking about it himself. He doesn't know how such a weakling can do it, but he promises to try his best. Even though Feldrua is pleased with this decision, he does not want to just wait. He wants to influence his daughter's future and knows exactly what needs to be done. The crystal begins to split into tiny pieces. Feldrua believes that Ruud can change the future. The crystal particles wrap around Ruud's body, penetrating him. He urges Rudd to stand still and explains that he is not going to harm him. Parts of the crystals turn into a cold glow. It settles on Ruud's fingers and begins to penetrate his body. Ruud immediately realizes what is happening. The particles of the Spirit King that have penetrated the body literally turn Ruud's heart inside out and change it. Ruud begins to choke and clutches at his throat in an attempt to breathe normally for once. His whole body is in pain. Feldrua realizes that these feelings cannot be pleasant, but he advises Rudd to be patient because he will need the strength of mind. It is in this way that he is going to influence Lenia's fate. The radiance envelops Ruud's limbs and shackles them in endless cold. Feldrua says he has put a small part of himself into it. Ruud does not believe that this is possible. In his past life, his level of intimacy with spirits was 0. And now when it comes to an official contract with a spirit, Rude simply cannot accept a fragment of the king's soul so easily. Feldrua sternly asks Rude not to disappoint him. The ice covers Rude's entire body, covering it with a thin crust and preventing him from even moving. However, Rude manages to gather his strength and break the shackles, causing the ice to crumble to the ground. He complains about the terrible sensations and calls Feldrua crazy. In response, the spirit laughs and says that nothing terrible happened. He lets Rude resonate with his powers, or to put it another way, to use him when necessary. Rude asks what exactly Feldrua hopes to tell Lena about these events. After all, it is unclear what to call a contract with a friend of his daughter's who has returned from the future. However, he shouldn't have said this out loud because Lenia came back and heard his words. She thought the conversation was going on too long, so she decided to check if everything was okay. With a thoughtful wiggle of her nose, Linnea marvels at the new smell. Her sense of smell is very sensitive due to the nature of her background. She says that now he smells like her father, but it never happened before. She finds it strange. Feldrot is the first to try to explain what exactly happened. He wants to come up with a reasonable answer so that the events do not seem strange. Rude interrupts him and says that they understand each other perfectly well, so they decided to become friends. The King of Spirits did not expect such an answer, but he is not going to argue. However, Lania did not expect Rude to be so open and friendly, especially in relation to the King of Spirits, since the age difference is more than a few hundred years. Rude agrees, but mentally considers his response to be revenge for Feldroa's penetration of his heart without permission. He suggests that Lania return to the main building and urges her not to skip classes anymore. And then time starts to fly by. One day gives way to another, and so it goes for several weeks of training. This time allows Rudd to come to terms with the part of the Spirit King inside him. From time to time, Feldrua reminds him of himself. This time he advises Rude to hurry up. Rude doesn't think it's strange to talk to himself, so he replies that it's already happening because the company has agreed to work together. However, a courier appears at the door and hands Rude a letter. Opening it, he realizes that it is a package from the Pale Moon Guild. Finally, he can get at least some information about Asir. As promised, after the investigation, Abel sent a report with the results, which turned out to be dozens of pages thick. Rude read them all, but the conclusion remained the same. No trace of a man named Asir Donatus could be found. There is no mention or record of him. Even a similar name has not been found. If the Best Information Guild Pale Moon came to this conclusion, then Asir has never existed in this world. The image of Feldrua appears next to Rude. He reminds us of the possibility that Asir is imprisoned in another dimension along with the celestial dragon. However, the question remains what exactly Rudd plans to do in this situation. Rude sees only two ways out. In the first case, he needs to try to find Asir in the Heavenly Spirit's treasury using the blue sky technique. However, the difficulty is that Rude will only be able to do this when he reaches the same level as his brother and receives 7 wings on his seal. The second option is to find the traces of the sky dragon on his flying island. However, this is not so easy to do, as you will have to fight all the guards. Then Fedroy thoughtfully says that whichever option Rude chooses now will not be easy to fulfill. Rudd replies that even if traces and the necessary coordinates are found, there may be no way to get to another dimension, and then all efforts and attempts will automatically become meaningless. He thinks that he should look for a sorcerer who studies other dimensions. Feldrua says that he has never noticed anyone with magic abilities doing anything like that. However, for Rude, these are just thoughts. He heads to the library because he remembers that he is expected. A smiling Linnea meets him right at the door. She could smell him standing outside the door beforehand thanks to his scent. She had come to study and asked if the fact that the promise had been kept was worthy of respect. Hannes's habitually irritated voice comes from the side. She informs them that they are in the library and asks them to keep their voices down. She has a special complaint against Rude because he came later than they had agreed. Actually, it was Rude who was supposed to be working with Lena, so Hennes asks why she has to sit here with 2 fools. He tries to explain that he had to think about it, but Lennon immediately denies his own stupidity. Hennes reminds her that she has stayed for the 2nd year. She wants to hurt Lenia and finds a reason to do so. Lenia doesn't understand what this remark is supposed to be about. Meanwhile, at the table, Balak is taking a peaceful and deep nap. He is not at all disturbed by loud conflicts, so he is resting peacefully. Rude is addressed by a quiet voice that only he can hear. It turns out to be the spirit of Professor Daniel, who asks if he can hear him. Once he is satisfied that he has established contact, he asks Rude to come to his office for a moment. Rude rushes to wake up Balak and lightly kicks him in an attempt to bring him to his senses and draw the necessary attention. Sleepy Balak wishes him good morning, but the morning is long gone. Rude says that he needs to go out for a while. Pointing to Hannes and Linnea, he asks Balak to make sure that the two do not start pulling each other's hair out. Steros doubts that it will come to that, as they met less than a week ago. Ruth cannot tell him that in their past lives they pulled each other's hair the first time they saw each other, so he asks out loud to separate them if something like that happens. Even though she and Linnea are having a fight, Hennis notices that Ruth is about to leave and reminds her that he has just arrived. But Rudd explains that he was called by a professor and promises to return soon. And Hennis remains irritated, so Linnea asks why she is always so angry. Hennis then denies this remark, but her face expresses maximum dissatisfaction. Linnea reports that before Ruda came, she looked at her with dislike, and now she is also angry, looking at everyone around her with red eyes. However, Hennis makes a sarcastic remark about his own genetics. However, she explains that she is annoyed by the behavior of Linnea, who supposedly came to study, but in fact only kept asking when Rudd would come and doodling in her notebook. Linnea assumes that if she is annoyed by such trifles, it may indicate a limited and difficult character. She does not understand how Hennis still has friends. And Hennis says that the second-year student who likes to sleep on the street has no right to say such things. Linnea concludes that she has a much better upbringing than Hennis and asks if her friends know how rude she is. She replies that friends appear only when they know each other well. And the next moment he asks if Linnea is tired of pretending and keeping up this innocent look. And Linnea realizes that Hennis really doesn't like her and asks if it's true. Hennis replies rudely that she doesn't need to stare at her. They are both set up for conflict, and it is not surprising. Linnea is a descendant of the Ice King of Spirits, while Hennis carries a fiery heart full of burning magic. They are completely opposed to each other, and therefore if the conflict worsens, it is better to stay away. It is Balak who should prevent this, but at the moment he is so confused that he does not even understand how he can influence reconciliation or calm the girls. Meanwhile, Rude quickly arrives at Professor Daniel's office and goes inside. He wonders what happened because the challenge to use the power of the spirit seemed very urgent to him. Daniel invites Rudd to come in and introduces him to a guest sitting on the couch in his office. He tells him that this is his teacher who will become a great man for Rude. The guest turns out to be the master of the heavenly sword, Ein Bryce. He smiles and says that he will be pleased to meet you. After bowing respectfully, Rudd introduces himself and says that he is very pleased to meet the great teacher. The voice of the King of Spirits is surprised at the youth of the person he knows by name, but it is the first time he sees Ein. The redhead knows perfectly well what caused him to look so young. In fact, Ainu is over 100 years old. By reaching a certain level of mana control, he managed to stop the aging process. This happens at about the 6th level of the Blue Sky technique, so Ain is obviously a much higher level. It's an incredible level of ability, but the most important thing is that he was the one who defeated the Heavenly Dragon in his past life. With a smile on her face, Ain praises Daniel for his good choice of student. Daniel thanks him for the nice words, but makes a comment about Rudd's lack of manners. He asks if Rude could not have bought a cake on his way to meet the great teacher. However, he immediately offers to go to the store himself, which puts Rude in a very awkward position. Ain quickly picks up on this idea and asks Daniel to buy 5 cream balls from the shop near the academy, because 2 will definitely not be enough. Then Daniel smiles politely and agrees to the master's request. He sits Rude down on the couch across from the teacher and tells him that he will be back very soon. In response, Rude says that Daniel doesn't have to worry. He is left alone with Ayin in a brief moment of silence. At first glance, the atmosphere looks awkward, but only Rude feels it. Slowly tasting his tea, Ayin calls Rudd a baby and smiles mysteriously. He asks if he knows the purpose of the great teacher's visit to Aratium. However, Rude admits that the reason for the sightseeing is that there are a large number of packages near Ain, which indicates shopping. Ayin notes with displeasure that Rude not only has no manners, but is also completely hopeless in this regard. Rudd is not particularly bothered by this, as he often hears such things about himself. Then Ayn decides to get down to business. He emphasizes that everything he says must remain a secret from Professor Daniel. Rude did not expect this change and seems a little confused. But Ayn asks if Rude knows Professor Damien Grace. He has information that Damien has a connection to the Sky Dragon. The fact is that he carries the heart of this dragon in him. It is not known how Damien managed to survive because there have never been cases of a person living with a dragon heart. Most likely a very specific magic is involved in this case. What is clear is that the heart of the heavenly dragon has invaded Damien's soul, and it is when it completely takes over that the second cataclysm will begin. That's why in his past life, Jeremy tried to provoke Damien to take his own life. This was considered the right decision to prevent a terrible catastrophe. However, immediately after losing Damien, Jeremy secretly stole the dragon's heart, even though he knew the dangerous consequences of doing so. This provoked a future attack by a thunder dragon named Karma, who turned his wrath on Arathium. Rude was still very young at the time, so he could not interfere or help in the fight. However, not only Daniel and Ein, but also many other hunters died that day while trying to protect ordinary citizens. However, all of this happened in the past, so how did Ein find out about Damien in the present? Aen says that he came to the academy to watch Damien. However, Rude immediately asks if the professor is aware of this news. He needs to know how many people are aware of what is happening. Noting that Daniel has a habit of getting attached to people very quickly, Aen replies that he did not tell him because he anticipated a rather negative reaction. Rude immediately asks why Aen decided to tell him the secret. It turns out that Ainu knows about Rude's origins and his roots in the village of Disol. He is considered to be almost the only survivor of the Heavenly Crush. That is why Ain decided that Rude had the right to know about such things and could legitimately feel hatred. These words make Rudd nervously clench his hands into fists. The memories of the past events still resonate in his heart, with acute pain and despair for the losses. The teacher also knows that all of the professors are involved in Rude's education, so he asks what he thinks of Damien. In fact, Rude had already gotten used to the professor's behavior. Recently, Damien started giving him various training tips, and they even managed to discuss some topics that were off the table. Rudd answers with some thought after a short pause. He realizes that his answer may have certain consequences. He says that he finds Damien not very friendly and open to communication, but he does not consider him a bad person. Ain assures him that one can never know for sure what kind of character is hiding under the mask. However, he asks Rudd to let him know if the professor's behavior becomes suspicious. Agreeing, Rudd clarifies what exactly should be considered suspicious and strange. Ain explains that such behavior should be considered violent aggression or a noticeable change in character. However, Rude does not have to do anything because Ain wants to deal with the situation on her own. Then Rude thinks that there are very few people in the world who might know about Damien's secret. However, if Ain is so hostile, then only one person can be his informant. Rude asks if he can ask a direct question. There is something that interests Rude, and he can't just put it out of his mind. He wonders if a student named Jeremy Duvall has ever contacted the great teacher. Curious, Ain asks what it is about this person that troubles Rudd's thoughts. In response, Rude says that Jeremy has some pretty rebellious ideas. He is willing to make any sacrifice for his plan. Rude does not leave the feeling that he will definitely arrange some kind of setup that will have wild consequences. However, Ain wonders if there is any other way to solve the problem. In his opinion, the best solution is to neutralize Damien Grace and destroy the heart of the Heavenly Dragon forever. Rude agrees that this decision sounds reasonable. However, knowing what can happen, he argues that this is not the right way. Ain asks if there is any alternative. In response, Rude says that they need to find her while there is still time. Meanwhile, a smiling and rather carefree Professor Daniel returns to the office. He says that he has bought everything his teacher asked him to buy. Ain praises him and tells him that he can be free. Snatching the bag of sweets from Daniel's hands, he heads for the exit. He smiles at Rudd and asks him to do his best. Daniel remains completely confused in this situation. Meanwhile, Rude thinks about Ain's request. Despite his words, he is not the kind of person who will wait long, so it's worth making an effort to find an alternative way to resolve the situation. When Rude returns to the library, he notices that his entire group has disappeared. He was hoping to join the study, but instead of his friends, he finds only a note. It states that Balak tried to do everything possible to reconcile the girls. However, they were still kicked out of the library because they made too much noise and disturbed others. A serious confrontation between the girls is planned on the roof, so Red should hurry up. He's furious because his head is already full of a ton of information. He doesn't need any more conflicts to get involved in. His mumbling about a headache is overheard by Lion, who comes closer. She asks what happened to his head. In response, Rude urges her to stop pestering him because he is busy preparing for his exams. Lion sits down next to Rude and says that now he too pretends not to notice that his friends are hostile to her. He denies it and says that the hostile attitude did not start from the beginning. He also asks if she is still angry with Hennis. And Lion says he is not angry, although he has great reasons for it. She is much more interested in what Rude is currently reading. This book is about the Great Rift and contains information about the 7 dragons. 700 years ago, the first hunter sealed the 7, and the most important of them, the Dragon King. Among them was the Heavenly Dragon, which appeared in the south of the mainland 10 years ago. In a few days, it turned the entire territory of the southern lands into ashes, killing many hunters. Among the few survivors were people like the Heavenly Swordmaster Ian Bryce and Professor Daniel. Lion asks if Rude is up to something strange. She is very sincere in her interest because she is really worried that Rude's plans could be dangerous. Confused, Rude asks her what she means because he can't immediately understand what she means. Then Lion admits that he may be planning to escape from the academy because he cannot overcome the desire to take revenge or to go to the southern lands where entry is prohibited. And Rude says he's not crazy enough to ride south and give himself up to the dragons as easy prey. Lion is reassured by this answer. She concludes that if there is hatred for dragons, there should be no fear of them. However, she was worried about Rude's words about wanting to destroy all dragons. Rude is quick to say that it was not a joke at all. Shocked, Lion looks in his direction with eyes rounded with surprise. He explains that he plans to gain experience and build up his own strength. After that, he will begin to destroy the 7 one by one and get to the king. When they are finished, it will be left to deal with all the other dragons that do not have such a high status. This is the only way Rudd can regain everything he once lost. He promised himself to destroy absolutely all the dragons that exist in the world today. Lion is surprised and doesn't understand how Rude can plan a raid on the 7 dragons if they have remained only a legend until now. She asks if they really exist, because the name was invented by humans. It's all about the resemblance of other dragons to the Heavenly One, and nothing more. However, Rude immediately answers that they do exist. He had to study them very well and learn about them from his own experience. He says that 10 years ago he already saw the Heavenly Dragon and it was a real disaster. Lion stews and apologizes for the question, remembering what Ruda went through. He says that he has already experienced the appearance of a dragon once, so he does not want it to happen again and is going to eradicate the cause. Lion asks him if he feels any fear about this because his plan sounds quite unexpected. He immediately wonders if Lion herself is experiencing something similar. He really wants to know if she is currently suffering from a fear of dragons that she will have to face directly in the future. She replies thoughtfully that it's not the dragons themselves that scare her. Now she has deeper reasons to worry because her priorities are different from the previous version. She is much more afraid of the possibility that her friends and relatives in the guild might get hurt. Rude leans back in his chair and wonders how the amazingly strong Lion Clier can be afraid of anything. She reacts with obvious surprise and Rude says it's time to go. He is going to dinner and Lion advises him to stay in the library. Heading for the exit, he leaves Lion alone with herself. However, she is clearly not at all prepared for such an abrupt end to the conversation. Quickly rising from her chair, Lion rushes to catch up with Rude and grabs his shirt. She is going to help him. Lion says that this goal can be shared. It will help in creating a raid strategy or creating a new guild for it. However, Rude is concerned because he doesn't believe she is sincere. He asks if she is really ready to leave the Dead Dragon Guild. She is sure that her mother will respect this choice. Even though she is not as strong as Rude, she is also good at many things. She is sure that her help may be needed. Rude doesn't argue because he knows what she can do. Most guilds would love to have her. However, he asks why she wants to do this, why she chooses such a difficult and dangerous path when she can choose a quiet life. She replies that she just wants to and should not go against her will for any reason. Rude expected to hear a more substantive reason, so he jokes that the decision was made out of sympathy for Lion. In response, she clenches her fists and growls at Rudd, to which he immediately says that it was a joke and that he shouldn't react so angrily. Lion immediately turns around and walks away. Rude tries to stop her, repeating that he was joking, but she runs away anyway. Either out of anger or shame, her cheeks and ears begin to turn red. She thinks she's lost her mind and only speeds up so that Rude can't catch up. Stopping just at the entrance to the training field, she bows down and takes a hard breath. Lion blames himself for running away and is afraid of what Rude will think of her now. It was perfectly clear that he was joking. And Lion herself is sure that she cannot like Rude. She goes deep into her own thoughts and puts her hands to her red cheeks. All she could think of was that she couldn't possibly like a guy as bold and rude as Rudd. Her thoughts are interrupted by Professor Claire's sudden appearance in the hallway. Lion is frightened and shouts that she is just confused. Claire doesn't understand what we're talking about. She asks why Lion is late, since she has one last lesson left. She plans to see what Lion has learned from a month of endless beatings. During the training, Claire notices certain changes that indicate the growth of Lion's skills. At first, she wanted to build character in the student. However, Lion learns very quickly, and this has a certain charm. She also notices a new way of moving. Although Claire doesn't know who taught Lion this technique, she mentally praises the new style and calls it good. At one point, Lion manages to dodge Claire's punch. Instead of blocking it, she skillfully groups up and ducks to land her own punch. She manages to hit the target and stab the professor in the stomach in time. Having anticipated her movement, Lion bypasses the defense, so everything goes well. Claire is surprised because Lion quickly learned to counterattack. She hadn't expected such skill and speed, so now she has to change her tactics. She imitates a pause because she is supposedly in pain after the blow. This trick is meant to buy some time and deceive Lion's attention. However, Lion does not realize that she is being tricked, so she sees this as her chance and attacks again. However, it was only a deception because Claire takes advantage of this attempt and strikes back. She knocks Lion to the ground and mentally counts the fact that she was only able to dodge one blow. However, she should not have been distracted further. She has to be attentive every second because her opponent can be tricky. Lion is unable to deflect the next shot and falls awkwardly to the floor. A smiling Claire is quick to point out that she thought Lion was just taking a beating all this time. However, it turned out that she had learned a lot during this time. Irritated, Lion replies that Claire only bruised her and that she was taught by a completely different person. Claire says that she knows about the lessons with Rude. Lion responds by saying that he is very good at explaining and teaching techniques that are really effective and useful during battle. Surprised, Claire asks when she and Rude manage to become friends if she speaks so warmly of him. However, Lion is again embarrassed and plans to escape, quickly announcing that she has to leave because the training is over. She runs for the exit. Rudd manages to find peace and quiet only at the end of the day. When it is already dark, he sinks down on a park bench and sighs heavily. His thoughts are full of contradictions and his head is bursting with news. At this moment, Feldroyd appears next to him and jokes about a great time to date. A nervous Rude replies that this is nonsense. He's quite tense and irritated, so he furrows his brow and seems rude. Feldroyd reports that at this age people become very emotional. After all, the younger the age, the easier it is to develop sympathy. He thinks it's natural, so he advises Rudd not to worry. With a tired shrug, Rude replies that he already knows this very well. Feldroyd adds that whatever the reason, it's a good thing to be interested in someone with such phenomenal abilities. He admits that he has a rough idea of what Rude might be thinking. The Lion Clear of his past life and the one he knows now are two completely different people. Rude sighs heavily. It is this thought that haunts him because he used to hate Lion and dreamed of taking revenge on her, and now he feels the exact opposite. The next few days fly by rather quickly. It's time for a new written exam for which the students are preparing diligently. And while the students are walking along the alley discussing the level of preparation, Rudd sits alone. From the outside, he seems to be interested in the textbook, but his thoughts are elsewhere. He thinks about the fact that Lion has been openly avoiding him for several days now, and he can't say that this change in his girlfriend's behavior is very pleasant for him. Feldroyd assures Rude that she is just ashamed to look him in the eye after the stupid things he said to her. However, Rude is nervous and asks Feldroyd to be quiet. He has been tormented by remorse all his life because of her. She used to look down on him. In her past life, there was cold cruelty. However, now there is no dragon blood on her shirt, and her attitude is completely different. Most importantly, she is alive now. Rude dreams of defeating the dragon and silencing the voice of conscience that haunts him forever. It is then that Lion appears in the clearing and comes closer to Rude, asking him if he is delaying his preparations until the last moment. He doesn't have to answer, though, because the reason for her arrival is nothing special at all. She is embarrassed again, and rather abruptly presses the package into Red's hands. This small gift is meant to cheer him up, as Lion wishes him good luck with his upcoming exams. Then, as usual, he rushes to escape and avoid a possible response. Rude gets angry in response to this behavior, clutching the package and whispering that he doesn't need anything from her. After the exam, students have the opportunity to relax and head to the dining room for lunch. Hennice reports that she completed the test in 5 minutes, while Rude's test took 10 minutes. Since she was faster, she won. He wonders if it's normal to be able to complete a test that takes an hour in 5 minutes. She seems pleased and says that the boys are still far from her level. Then Balak smilingly assures me that he managed to do it in 1 minute. However, Hennice denies it and explains that he wrote a note to the professor asking not to punish him and simply left the classroom. She is sure that nothing will help him and that it is simply impossible to teach him anything. At this point, Lenia walks by and denies this fact and says that Ruud is doing a great job teaching others. She really enjoys working with him. Hennice gets irritated and says that such classes are hardly education, and now she sees the limit of Lenia's intellectual abilities. She laughs quietly and asks if Hennice thinks that only she can see this line. A new spark of conflict flashes between them and the situation becomes tense. Meanwhile, Balak chokes on his food and Ruud advises him to chew more thoroughly. It's almost impossible to stay calm when a new conflict between Lenia and Hennice is unfolding. Ruth asks Feldroyd to do something, but he says that the girls become closer when they fight. However, Rudd knows that they can quarrel for 10 years and still not be friends. His thoughts are interrupted by Balak, who asks if Rudd is prepared for tomorrow's practical exam. Rudd replies that there is no point in preparing because the training field will be chosen at random. With some condescension in his voice, Balak concludes that Rudd does not know anything yet. He gives the example of preparing water in case of desert. Watching the escalating quarrel, Rudd notes that there is a useful source in this idea, but wonders how exactly Balak is going to bring this water with him. Balak thinks his idea is brilliant and says that he will bring the water right away in his stomach. Meanwhile, the conflict between the girls reaches a point where they start pulling each other's hair. The day of the practical exam comes quite quickly. All the students are gathered in a special pavilion with a shining platform in the middle of it. Arthur attracts the attention of the students and is about to tell them how the practical exam will be held. It is held on the outskirts of the Alphean Empire at a special stadium called Aratium. This stadium represents different mainland territories. The type of monsters will depend on the climate and conditions of each zone. He wonders if students are hoping that the exam will be passed only with the help of monsters. The goal is a bit different. First, the student must use the warp gate to get to their destination, and then dodge the monster's attacks and find the dragon's tracks. Only when they find the dragon and finish it off will the exam be considered a success. Arthur also reminds them of the characteristics of dragons. Ordinary cuts won't even cause a scratch. They are smarter than ordinary monsters and can resist magic. Some of them can even use it themselves, so you shouldn't relax at all. Also, those who successfully pass the practical exam will have the opportunity to take an additional test. It will be held in the form of a tournament. The student will be given the opportunity to choose something from the Aratium's treasury. Then Arthur assumes that most of them should know the risks involved for those who want to become real dragon hunters. But enough talk, because it's time to start the exam. But Rudu remembers how in his past life he lost to Lion in the final of the additional test after the exam. Then Feldrua is surprised that Rude is so eager to get rid of the feeling of guilt that he is ready to defeat someone who does not even remember her past life. It is unclear whether Rude is trying to reassure Feldrua or himself, but he says that this is not revenge at all. It's an attempt to reassure himself. Meanwhile, Rude begins the exam and is transported to a green forest glade. Feldrua tells him that he can feel the presence of monsters. Rude hastens to assure him that with so many people from all over the country gathered in the academy, he is no longer afraid of monsters. Moreover, professors monitor the exam process, so if it becomes too dangerous, one of them will definitely intervene. At the moment, Rude doesn't feel anything strange and feels relaxed. He plans to search for the dragon's tracks, as that is his only goal. He asks Feldrua to check for signs of a dragon when a large monster with a bat comes flying out from behind him. He was obviously aiming for Rudd's head, but upon landing he noticed that there was not a spirit left of him. The miss is obvious, but how exactly Rudd managed to do it is unknown. The very next moment, the monster notices a critical injury to the Achilles tendon, and Rude continues to talk calmly to the Spirit King because he needed only one swing of his sword to defuse the monster's first attack. Rude thinks to himself that he doesn't have to look for the dragon, he will make the monster come to him. Meanwhile, the big monster, looking like an angry orc, attacks Rude again. He turns and swings, but Rude strikes again and damages the monster's leg on the other side. He knows what attracts dragons best, so he directs his anger at the orc. By striking him one blow after another, Rudd tries to draw as much blood as possible. One of the attempts ends up being fatal, but he doesn't stop until he separates the monster's head from its body. His uniform is now stained with red spots, but a gambling smile plays on his lips. He is sure that the dragon will not be able to pass by the smell of so much blood, so it must appear very soon. And he turns out to be right, because the very next moment the birds fly away with a noise. This indicates that the monster is approaching, and the proof is its thunderous cry that tears the air with vibration. Rude is happy because he has managed to find the lizard. The dragon's powerful footsteps make the ground shake, indicating its rather large size. However, Rudd thinks he hears more footsteps approaching very quickly. A frightened student flies out of the bushes, intending to run further, but runs into Rudd. He recognizes Rudd and is surprised to find himself at this location as well. Rude asks thoughtfully who he is, because he can't immediately focus and see the face of someone who has appeared so quickly. However, the student quickly reminds him that his name is William Fartetta, and it was very rude to forget his name. This is the same guy who was harassing Ruda's team in the corridor of the academy at the beginning of their studies. He notes that there is no time to talk because he has to get up and run as far as possible. A giant dragon is approaching this place, posing an incredible threat and frightening even by its mere appearance. However, before he can even finish speaking, they are covered by the monster's large shadow. The dragon turns out to be really big and looks very angry. He directs his fiery gaze toward the students and squints his eyes in a sign of danger. Frightened, William falls to the damp ground and breaks out in a cold sweat of fear. He is trembling and cannot even run away. Terrified and completely confused, he can become easy prey for the dragon. However, Rude is not going to back down and takes a confident step toward the threat. He is not afraid of the monster's approach. Meanwhile, the dragon makes its first swift swing. Rude readily meets this blow and blocks it with his sword. William is surprised by this because earth dragons are very strong, and at this rate, Rude will simply break his sword. However, Rude is sure that he just has to trust the flow of power. So, with his next swing, he lets the dragon throw him high into the air and grips his sword tighter. Scared, William watches the scene in horror. He shouts loudly and tries to tell Rude that it would be better to run away so as not to endanger himself. Rude loudly asks him to stop provoking the dragon and shut up. He is confident in his abilities and immediately turns to the blue sky technique. It's been 2 months since he started learning it. He already has 3 blue wings on his palm, so he should have enough strength to fight such a dragon. Meanwhile, the monster doesn't allow for distractions even for a moment, directing an angry roar in Rude's direction. A blue glow begins to accumulate in the air, centering around Rude's sword, giving it the power of the blue sky. Rude rushes toward the dragon's head and with one sharp blow pins its toothy mouth to the ground. He managed not only to hit the monster's head, but also to pierce its tough hide. The wounded dragon is thrown up suddenly and tears the sky with an incredible and loud roar. And Rude dodges to avoid getting hurt, while William is surprised that he doesn't even look scared in front of the dragon. Rude is focused and confident, so he meets the monster's tail with preparation. The blue sky does not leave his weapon, so the counterattack falls on the monster's strong paw, damaging it. Then William urges Rude to stop because it's too much. He also tried to fight with his sword, but ordinary weapons are no match for the dragon's strong scales. This is only possible with a high level of mana. Rude advises William to shut up and watch the battle closely. He knows that unlike other monsters, dragons' bodies are covered with hard scales. However, they also remain living creatures with a certain structure of body functioning. Their eyes, airways, and joints are relatively soft. Therefore, it is only necessary to slightly widen the distance between the scales to be able to reach vulnerable areas. Using this knowledge, Rude easily and confidently directs his attacks at the dragon. He moves very quickly, so you can only see the shadow of his movements and constant flashes of bright blue light. It's as if the ghost of Rude doesn't even give the dragon a chance to swing, as his blows come one after the other, and with the last swing, he shouts with determination that the dragon must finally say goodbye to his life. But the unexpected happens. Rudd's sword loses its power at one point and crumbles into pieces right in his hands. He looks down at his weapon and notices that there is no longer enough to reach the neck bone of the sword, and this is not surprising because no matter how good the training equipment is, it is quite difficult to defeat a dragon with it. The dragon is still alive and raises its head. His heavy breath releases steam through his nostrils and rises around his giant head. However, the very next moment, Rudd struck him with a sharp fist to the head and ordered him to lie still. He turns to William and asks if he has a spare sword. William replies that his weapon has also gone bad, and in that case, Rudd has no choice but to do it. He will have to finish the dragon with his own hands. William is shocked because Rude has defeated a dragon that the whole crowd of students could not handle. And he did it with his bare hands and no weapons. Only when Rude calms down a bit does he notice that the dragon is no longer breathing and that he can stop. And it was then that William addressed him with an apology for his behavior and gratitude for saving his life. Rude furrows his brow thoughtfully because he had no purpose in saving this guy. But William has not finished his thought. He persists in asking something important. He asks if Rude would mind if he adds him to his list of competitors. Rude doesn't understand what they're talking about and gives William an irritated look. In response, William explains that he was also considered quite strong in the area where he grew up, but now that he has seen Rude's strength, his own abilities seem ridiculously weak. He realized that he was missing a lot, but he was not going to give up. William wants Rude to become his competitor so that he can get a goal to develop and become as strong as he is. Rude is embarrassed by this speech and mutters that William can do what he wants. Feldroy, meanwhile, suggests that Rude was ashamed because Rude recognized himself in William's image from his past life. Meanwhile, a teacher appears on the lawn. She informs them that the practical exam for Group A is over, so they should get ready to return to the General Assembly. Irritated, Rude mentally addresses the Spirit King and says that he would rather sleep than talk such nonsense. However, Feldroy assures him that it's getting interesting now. Meanwhile, not only professors were watching the battle in the exam process. With the help of magic, the curators were able to observe the students through the eyes of the crows that live in the area. The rector of the Aratium, Jared Degraham, was particularly interested. He was pleased with the exam and concluded that Rude was really a good and promising student, as he had been told. Daniel asks about the rector's impression. In response, Jared says that his professors all praise Rudd and his success. However, what he saw now went beyond his expectations. He was sure that he would have a hard time dealing with a dragon of this type. With a smile on his face, Daniel agrees and says that these are phenomenal skills for a guy who is only 17 years old. He is confident that Rudd will do his best in the additional test. There is every chance that in the future he will become a first-class dragon hunter the world has never seen. Jared has seen enough, so he climbs down from the tree to the ground and adjusts his suit. He thinks about what Daniel said about being a first-class hunter, and out loud he admits that in time Rude may become as strong as the Free Warrior. Daniel asks if he is referring to a collection of famous historical documents called the Benares Diaries. In response, Gerard agrees and recalls the dragon hunter who was born human. In ancient times, people were considered nothing more than prey for dragons. The monsters walked on the ground and flew across the sky, remaining as large as the mountains themselves. Everything in the world at that time belonged only to them. However, they were ruled by special creatures called dragon men. They looked like ordinary people, but were endowed with incredible intelligence and strength. They also ruthlessly killed people and used them not only as prey. 700 years ago, these cruel creatures forced people to fight on this place for fun. However, now the square has turned into a giant stadium, which in Arachim has become a symbol of freedom and dragon hunters. Jared finds this fact amazing. As Daniel is the successor of the blue sky technique, he is well aware of these fragments from the past. Benar was one of those used by the dragon people for their entertainment. He was considered to be stronger than others, so he was able to gather like-minded people around him and start a revolution. It was after these events that the world's first dragon hunters appeared and managed to drive the dragon men back to the northern mountains. They managed to seal the seventh dragon in China, namely the king among the monsters. Only then did the era of freedom and peace for people begin. Humanity was able to start a new and peaceful life without threat. However, Daniel is well aware that the Benares Diaries are a prominent legend and also serve as the main subject for many bards and musicians. However, he still doesn't understand why Benar, with such a level of power, didn't just exterminate the dragons completely. Then there would be no need to train new hunters and worry about the fate of humanity. Daniel sadly admits that in the event of extermination, things could have turned out very differently. And the rector picks up on his point. He says that then neither Rude nor Daniel would have suffered from the attack of these monsters. Daniel hastens to add that he never doubts the strength of his descendants so that the rector does not think something wrong. However, Gerard smiles and reassures the professor. He asks him not to worry because no matter what the past is, only those things that people have to do now remain unshakable. Meanwhile, the practical exams are coming to an end and students are asked to gather at the assembly points. Very soon they will be able to find the schedule and location of the additional tests. They begin in just 3 days. Before the start, students gather in a special room and prepare for the battle. Some of them are visibly excited about this day, as weapons from the Aratium treasury are at stake, which is a very valuable prize. Only one student from each team was selected to participate in an additional test, so now only the best will compete. Anise appears in the preparation room. She points her finger at Rude and asks him to share his feelings. However, Red is not impressed by this appearance and asks Anise to stop talking like that. She calls him boring and states the fact that even under such circumstances they all met again. Anise also explains that she is not going to give in to friendship. She is able to buy herself any weapon she wants, but at the same time she is incredibly curious about what exactly is in the Aratium's treasury. Rude did not even allow himself to doubt this information. However, he is much more interested in the reason for Balak's participation since he does not use weapons. He replies that fighting the strongest is a prerequisite for strengthening the abilities of one's body. And Rudd agrees because Balak's voice seems very confident. However, his gaze is directed to the wall where the pairs for the upcoming test are drawn. Balak's opponent will be none other than Lion Clyde herself. Anise had no doubt that Lion would want to participate in such competitions. She was curious to see Lion's level of strength and evaluate her. She also threatens Balak and says she will destroy him if he loses. He also turns to Rude and asks him if Lion is really as strong as they say. Rude agrees and calls her the strongest of the freshmen. Balak asks if she is stronger than Rude himself. He denies this and says that he has a higher level. The previous version was stronger, so now Rude is much more experienced than he was then. Meanwhile, the competition begins as announced by the familiar voice of one of the judges. Professors appear in the arena and all the spectators take their seats on the balconies. Then Lion once again complains about being late and is surprised that it was her opponent who did it. Balak hurries to introduce himself, but Lion interrupts him and says that he already knows his name. She advises him to stop talking and start attacking. The delay is getting annoying, so Lion wants to get down to business. However, Balak points a finger at her and explains that it is his family's tradition to say his name at the beginning of the competition, so don't interrupt him in the middle of a word. Meanwhile, Lion makes one single and quick move. With a swing of her sword, she slices Balak's fingertip, putting him in an embarrassing position. She proudly says her name and asks if Balak is satisfied with the exchange of pleasantries. Such actions only make Balak more excited. He calls Lion strong enough to compete with such a noble warrior. However, Lion is not satisfied with talking. She is the first to take a strong swing and strike at Balak. He does not try to dodge and crosses his arms in front of him to block her swing. Lion is surprised that Balak managed to deflect her blow with his muscles since she didn't see a mana shield. At the same time, Balak says he hopes Lion will like his incredible muscles. She chooses a different strategy and begins to analyze the situation. She concludes that Balak doesn't need a shield at all because his muscles can withstand much more than the protection created by mana. Balak moves quickly and confidently, planning his next attack. His power sparkles and bubbles, and Lion can only block such swings in her direction. His speed and wide range of strikes amaze her. However, she concludes that the wider the range, the more open Balak's position becomes. She should use this moment to counterattack. And as soon as she manages to catch the right moment, she immediately aims her sword at an open point of the body. However, Balak clearly anticipated this strategy, so he manages to dodge it. Lion's sword stabs into the ground, and only then does she realize that it was not such a good moment as she had thought at first. Balak doesn't seem to have intended to dodge, as he continues his attack and forces the lion to the ground to avoid being hit in the head. Several more attempts continue without weapons. Both of them manage not only to dodge but also to attack. The movements are so fast that it will be difficult for the audience to make out individual blows in the air. However, Lion still manages to seize the opportunity and shoot Balak in the stomach. Sweat appears on his face, indicating that he is in pain. He jumps back and increases his distance to rest. And Lion uses this second to get his weapon out of the crack in the floor. She concludes that Balak is not affected by ordinary sword techniques. His body is saturated with mana, so he remains incredibly strong. Balak also praises his opponent and says that she is a good attacker. He notes to himself that although the blow was not critical, the pain reached even his bones. Then Lion becomes angry because she admits that her abilities and skills may be inferior to Balak's physical abilities. He also starts to get angry, and the next moment his t-shirt cracks under the pressure of his muscles and flies into pieces. He swings again and shouts that Steros' body cannot be pierced by a sword. Lion meets his rapid movement with readiness. She begins to use the technique that Rude had taught her. Her movements become incredibly fast, and she manages to grab Balak's arm and throw him over her. After falling heavily to the floor, Steros almost immediately rushes to get up. Lion assures us with obvious contempt in his voice that this is the reason why he does not use a sword. She calls Balak a narcissist and violently deflects his next blow. Balak is surprised that Lion's speed has become too fast to catch her movements. Meanwhile, she keeps going and strikes him one blow after another. She manages to throw him back again and increase the distance. An angry Balak praises Lion and says that she is really strong. However, he does not intend to give up. He's going to gather all his strength into a fist to confront her. His body grows again and his muscles swell. Because of this, cracks are already forming on his pants. They tear in particularly pronounced areas of muscle mass and eventually turn into rags. But he does not have time to attack because a hand falls on his shoulder. The judge announces that he is disqualified. The fact is that not only his pants were cracked, but also his underwear. Balak considers the disqualification for this reason unfair. He shouts that Steros' body is a real work of art and not some ordinary nudity. The judges call on Balak to shut up and lead him away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lion Clyde is announced as the winner. Rude catches Lion's eye. She looks completely unhappy and leaves the field. Meanwhile, Hanise asks Rude not to tell anyone that they are friends with Steros because soon it will be their turn to compete. He seems distant and as if he is not listening at all because his eyes are directed only at Lion. She looks back at Rudd with irritation, her eyes cold and angry. It is not known what is going on in her mind at this moment. In the end, she leaves the battlefield without saying a word to the audience or the judges. And Hennis wonders what happened between him and Lion that he is now watching her so thoughtfully. She is not satisfied with this, so she shouts to draw attention to herself. Rude snaps out of his thoughts and asks what's wrong, so Hanise repeats that it's their turn soon. She tells Rude not to give in to her, but he quickly replies that she doesn't have to worry about that. She heads to the arena, but Rude catches up with her only later. He remembers what Hanise was like in her past life. In the future, she will become the most powerful firebender and a majestic warrior. Then she went through countless battles, and there was never anyone who could surpass her. Hanise's name has become known for her unsurpassed skills and ability to make the right decisions. However, she is now losing the competition. However, even this does not break her confidence because she is sure that next time everything will be completely different. A strong and strong will never fades in the heart of Hanise Hafley. However, in the current competition, it is Rudd who is declared the winner. He says that he is sorry that in the end the moment was appropriate, but the shot was too weak. Rudd's eyes show understanding because he knows how hard she takes defeat. After hiding his sword, he does not plan to leave the battlefield immediately and leave Hanise lying on the floor. Hannes gets annoyed and reminds Ruda how much he pisses her off. In that case, he should have taught her how to use a dagger. But Rude at this moment gives her a hand to help her up, not knowing that Lion is watching. He asks why he should teach her if she can do it on her own, and just as Hanise accepts the help, Lion rushes to leave the observation deck. Meanwhile, Hanise asks Rude why he doesn't want to help her since he taught her in Lyon. Meanwhile, he notices another escape and watches clear. He quickly heads for the exit. Hennis asks where he is going since the finals are coming up. Rude assures her that he has to take care of something quickly before the finals. Left alone, Hanise does not understand what really happened between the two. In the corridor, the students discuss the previous stages of the competition and agree that all the students did very well. Most of them guessed that it would be the student from Daisal and the daughter of the head of the Dead Dragon Guild who would meet in the final. However, Lion does not want to fight. She runs away as if trying to escape her own thoughts. All this time, Rude was trying to find excuses to cancel his training and not fight, but why is he behaving so differently now? His gaze from the balcony seemed hostile, and Lion was confused. He acts like he's really looking forward to this battle. His behavior is marked by a desire to win an open hostility. However, Lion does not understand why, even under all these conditions, he still does not want to fight him. Breathing heavily, she sees only his angry and harsh gaze in front of her, which does not leave her memory. She stops only to catch her breath and calm down. However, Rude eventually catches up with her. It was not difficult for him to follow where she decided to run away to. He seems angry and asks what she is doing in such a faraway place. He is irritated by the fact that she has run away again, as Lion openly avoids talking. In half an hour, the final battle will begin, so she should return to the waiting room. Lion is embarrassed and says that it shouldn't be his business. Rude objects and reminds him that this is exactly how it should be because he remains her rival in this battle. However, Lion shakes her head and says that she is not going to fight Rudd, and she doesn't care about the prize, so she plans to withdraw. He clenches his fists angrily and gets more nervous. When he asks if she's serious, he only puts Lion in a more awkward position. The past pain takes precedence, so he asks if she wants to show pity for a weakling who is not even worth fighting. Lion does not understand why he is saying such things. She is confused and visibly embarrassed because she sees no reason for such references. She wonders why he is saying this and wants to ask him about the reasons for his behavior. But Rude interrupts her and angrily grabs her by the shoulders. He yells that she should shut up because she has no right to give up on winning. Lion is completely confused and asks what this is supposed to mean. She has been trying to avoid the battle by all means because she does not want to win. This time he will not let her escape. The memory of her loss hurts Rudd's heart too much. He recalls begging her to open her eyes and holding the wound. He urged her to pull herself together and pull herself together. However, she already realized at that moment that it was over. Rude assured her that she had never even won, so she couldn't just give up. Until the last second, Lion had a kind smile on her face, despite the tears in her eyes. She raised her hand higher and said that Rudd had always been like that and hadn't changed at all. Rude growls in desperation and asks her to think of a way to stop the bleeding because it won't stop. However, Lion puts her hand on his cheek to stop his cries. She wants to remember this last moment and see his calm face. She laughs quietly and says that Rudd is really a fool, and the next moment her hand falls and her breath is her last. That moment was incredibly painful for Rudd. He did not deny his negative attitude towards Lion, but she was not kind to him either. However, he does not understand what caused her sacrifice. She was capable of destroying the dragon Lauzia and instead gave her life in an attempt to protect Rude. He considers himself unworthy of such a sacrifice, and Lion's actions are simply stupid. However, the battle dragon Leflay, who had been watching the hunters say goodbye all along, had a similar opinion. He considers Lion's actions to be completely illogical because she gave her life to save some weakling. Leflay says he has lost interest and is not going to deal with Rudd. For him, it's just fun and a spectacle. The battle dragon is not going to waste time on the melancholic suffering of mortals. And this fact only wounds Rudd more and makes him scream in despair because Lion cannot be brought back to the world of the living. But that was in the past. The thought that the Lion he knew before no longer exists has never left Rudd. He realizes that his words may sound stupid, but he can't shake the feeling of defeat. Lion fights his hands away and asks him to let her go. She is irritated and offended because she still finds Rude's behavior rude. However, she is not in the mood to talk further, so she asks Rudd not to follow her. He realizes with regret how lonely Lion looks at this moment. However, he himself is obsessed with the thought of surpassing her, and he looks pathetic. No wonder he is considered a weirdo who hunts dragons only for revenge. However, the image of Lion is much deeper for him. It is a wall he has to overcome. It is a goal that he must achieve. That is why he cannot forgive and understand. His mind is full of emotions. Rude tries to release some of his anger by punching the wall. He doesn't understand why she has such feelings for him, since he doesn't consider himself worthy. Feldraite is confused and wants to help, but Rude rudely advises him to shut up and say nothing. He returns to the battlefield, but the wait is too long. With each passing moment, Rude becomes more and more angry. The judge announces that the participant of the additional exam did not appear on the battlefield, so this will be taken as a refusal to participate. The winner is announced as Ruda Donados. Observers are clearly dissatisfied with this outcome because they expected a spectacle. Among them is Henice, who cannot believe that Lion just ran away. Rude hoped to the last that she would come. He felt a spark of hope and waited for Lion to appear on the battlefield. He leaves the battlefield with heavy thoughts that this time he let her escape. However, it will be the last time because Rude will not make such mistakes again. He will not let her go again. Meanwhile, Lion is hiding outside the university park. It is a quiet and remote place where there are no other people and you can be alone with your thoughts. She thinks about how much time has passed because the final test should have been over by now. She wonders if Rude is angry with her for doing this, but a rustling in the bushes distracts her from her thoughts. She turns around because she did not expect her hiding place to be found. Rude, whom Lion did not expect to see here, enters the clearing. However, Rude knows this place very well. In her past life, Lion often came here when she was feeling anxious, and Rude used it to create another competition between them. Now he pulls out his sword and swiftly strikes the ground with it. His movements look decisive because he is not going to back down from his plan. He sternly urges Lion to stand up because there is a final battle left. Lion is anxious and asks why she has to do this. She still feels anxious and doesn't want to enter the competition. Then Rude reminds her of how she herself said that she had no right to refuse this decisive battle. In response, an angry Lion asks why he is recalling this at such a moment. However, Rude is no longer himself. He angrily grabs his sword again and says that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He brings his sword up sharply and makes a wide swing. For him, this revenge match should be the final point to end her abuse of him. His weapon is filled with blue light and the force is directed towards Leon. She is forced to take out her sword and start defending herself. However, even during the block, she emphasizes that she does not want to fight Rude and does not understand why he is acting this way. However, he is not interested in this at all. He only sees his thirst for victory, so he attacks again and again. His blows are too heavy and too targeted. There is even enough pressure for Lion to start losing her footing. But Lion is surprised by this fierce confidence and puts up a shield of mana. She believes that no matter how strong the attack, Red will not be able to break through her defense. However, Rude puts even more force into the next blow and advises Lion to act properly if she does not want to say goodbye to her life. The strong shield cracks and crumbles into pieces that disappear into space. Lion can only jump away to avoid the blow and increase the distance. She is furious, so her sword begins to glow yellow like electrical impulses. With an irritated shout, she directs her special powers at Rudd. And even in this situation, he is surprised by her phenomenal abilities and impressed that she has mastered such a technique at such a young age. Lion, in case of awareness, advises Red to stop. No matter how strong he is, he cannot overcome her without this sword technique. Rude, however, does not agree with this opinion at all. He wants to find out during the competition, so he picks up his sword again and swings it in the air. Then Lion explains that only the same or higher level magic can counteract this technique. Rude's techniques don't seem strong enough for her, as she hasn't seen him demonstrate his skills in a more powerful range. But Rude doesn't say anything and starts moving. He doesn't want to waste precious time on idle chatter. Seizing the moment, he uses an acceleration technique and confuses Lion into waiting for a punch. He manages to get closer and Lion immediately thinks of binding her with his sword and fighting with his bare hands. However, she cannot allow him to draw her into this trap and must keep her distance. That's why Lion begins to aggressively fight back and dodge Rude's attempts. She switches to a counterattack, but he is much faster and avoids every one of her punches. Rude manages to close the distance. His next stroke is right in Lion's face. He attacks with his bare hands, not even trying to pick up a sword. However, it also restricts Lion's actions, preventing her from using the weapon. Her attempts to do something are met with aggressive resistance. All the blows fly by. She thinks about Rude's incredible speed of reaction and his ability to perfectly predict her next movements. She had seen something similar during his fight with his mother. It reminded her of the manner in which he moved then. However, Rude draws different conclusions and realizes that he has not trained in vain. Now, Leon Claire is much stronger than the previous version of herself, so she will have to go to extreme lengths to overcome her. On the other hand, Rude himself has become stronger. Since his return from the future, he has acquired new skills and knowledge and increased his physical endurance. However, He is confused by a very strange feeling. No matter how much he tries to cope with it, it does not go away. Now he increases his distance and picks up his sword again. Lion immediately analyzes that this technique is not at all advantageous to him. She cannot understand whether he wants to win or not. However, she stops herself because she no longer wants to understand him. She grabs her own sword and fills it with a blazing yellow electric glow technique. Shouting that he was to blame for his own inclination to do so, she makes a wide swing. Rude looks ready for such an attack. He's focused and tense, watching his opponent's movements closely. Their techniques meet on the battlefield and clash with swords. Lion emits a bright yellow flame while Rude uses the blue sky technique in response. Two incredible energies meet each other. They collide in space and explode with sparks because their strength is almost equal. However, at some point, Rude's technique cracks and crumbles. So Lion immediately claims to have won. She wants to end this stupid competition as soon as possible. However, Rude's face does not say anything good. He stares at Lion sternly without saying a word. The blue light around his sword grows brighter. It doesn't fade even after the blow fails, which surprises Lion. The wings on his palm sparkle with blue lightning, and later it becomes apparent that a fourth has formed on his skin. His level of skill has increased, so he raises his sword again and tries to attack Lion. The power around his sword now shines differently, and his technique seems more powerful. Rude immediately decides to use his new fourth wing and leap over the limit of the level he had previously reached. He lunges forward and points his sword in her direction. Lion is impressed because she recognizes the technique. However, she did not expect Rude to be strong enough to use it. Meanwhile, Rude's swing causes a massive blue explosion in space. Lion loses his balance and flies far backwards, barely able to hold his own sword. She's scared because she realizes that it's the same technique, but the level of skill is radically different. Only when the explosion subsides does Lion lower his head and exhale heavily. Rude slowly walks closer to her. His body still has a blue glow around it, but Lion doesn't want to fight anymore. She recognizes his victory and asks if he is satisfied with the outcome. Then Rude realizes that he should be satisfied because he has finally defeated the one who humiliated him and treated him like garbage all his life. However, he doesn't understand why she abused him and tormented him. Instead of feeling satisfied with his victory, Rudd is filled with emptiness and despair. Lion asks what exactly his emptiness means. He made her fight for no reason, and now she is unnerved by his words of despair. However, Rudd cannot immediately find the words to answer. He doesn't know what the answer to such a direct question should be. But Lion benefits from this because the very next moment she comes closer and punches him in the face. The punch is so strong and desperate that Rudd is rapidly sent flying backwards. He's confused and off balance. Lion shouts in frustration that he's just mocking her. Once again, she reminds him that she didn't want to fight him at all and isn't going to continue. Sitting on the floor with his hand over his broken nose, Rude whispers that he needed it. However, Lion is not in the mood for heart-to-heart talk. She yells at Rudd because she does not understand the motive of his actions. The resentment and pain inside her does not allow her to hold back her emotions. He still had an urgent need to defeat her at least once. Lion, however, has completely different assumptions. She admits that it was not her he wanted to win. All this time she was haunted by a strange feeling that she could not cope with. From the very beginning she saw this groundless anger and sense of inferiority on Rudd's part. This despair could not have come from nowhere, so Lion decided that Ruda's openness in emotion stems from the fact that he sees her as someone else. Angrily grabbing Ruda by the shirt collar, Lion shouts that he wanted to win the person he wanted to win, and that she was just a replacement. The anger reaches its peak and begins to turn into despair. Bitter tears begin to drip from Lion's eyes. It hurts so much inside that she can no longer cope with her feelings. She falls to her knees and whispers that she has known about this for a long time. Finally, Ruth is able to understand what she has been saying all along. He covers her palms with his hands and asks her not to deceive herself. He has always seen her and no one else. Throwing her hands away, Rudd furrows his brow angrily. He says that she has always been the person he envied, but at the same time admired and tried to get her recognition. All of his anger and resistance stems from the fact that in the past, Rude couldn't even match her, let alone beat her. She was incredibly skilled and really cool. However, Rudd was never able to master even a part of this power, only now have his true feelings found their way out. He realized that it was just stupid to try to take revenge. The problem was that Rudd just wanted to become her. He tried to repeat her movements and technique. He even tried to imitate her feelings and coldness towards others. However, no matter what she did, Rudd could not make it in time. He confesses that he could not accept the fact that she had said goodbye to her life because the reason was to protect such a fool. Lion is completely lost in this story and asks what kind of nonsense Rude is talking about. However, he does not listen to her at all. Only now does he realize that the feeling of emptiness in his heart is actually unbearable despair. And Lion's questions only get bigger. She doesn't understand how all this can be real if they just met for the first time recently. The events Rude is talking about have never happened to her. Meanwhile, Rude raises his tired face to the sky and closes his eyes. A heavy exhalation is accompanied by a quiet advice from Feldrua that he should stop. However, even though Feldrua tries to persuade him to come to his senses, he cannot withstand the pressure that has fallen on his mind. Rudd is now determined to tell the truth because he has no more strength to remain silent. He says that she passed away in an attempt to protect him and left a rather stupid will. Lion stares at Rudd with shock in his eyes and still doesn't understand what he's talking about. And only now Rudd explains what he's saying about his past life and the events that took place then. All this time he was referring only to the version of Lion that existed in the past. He doesn't care if Lion believes his words because he has no way of proving them to be true. He assures them that he has returned to the past and has been given a second chance. If Lion is not stupid, she should have felt it even during the competition. The level of mana improvement is too high to be considered just another martial arts genius. In fact, it is the possession of knowledge that cannot be retained without relevant experience. It's imitating the skills and talents of people he met along the way, and all this would have been impossible to use if Rudd had not studied all this beforehand. Only now Lion puts her head down and begins to think about everything that has been said. In her mind, it is this fantastic return that can explain the inconsistencies and doubts that have plagued her all this time. If Rude is telling the truth, then a lot of things actually change their meaning. She asks him what he knows about the adult version of himself that she cannot know. Rude sits down on the nearest rock and forces himself to calm down, for now he needs to get his bearings because emotions can lead to unnecessary resentment. He tells us that in her past life, Lion lived only for revenge and treated him as if he were a garbage can. Regardless of how desperately he wanted to beat her, it was Lion who had always been the one who didn't even look in his direction. Even the way it cost her life was incredibly offensive. Lion listens, but she finds it hard to believe that her past life is so different from her present. Then Rude confirms and says that she was rough and strong, to the point where Rude had to risk his life just to get a chance to fight her. Lian plunges into a deep realization. She begins to realize that the person whom Rude both hated and considered an unattainable star in the sky all this time was herself. There was no one else to compare because the difference between the two images of Lion is only in the past and present course of events. All this time, she was vainly reproaching herself with guesswork and drawing parallels between people that made no sense at all. She asks if this was the reason for the fight during their first meeting. He doesn't hide the fact that he was going to fight right away, but she was stronger than he could have thought. Lion concludes that if Rude has been telling the truth all along, she must be much younger than him. Was his hatred so strong that he behaved in such a rude manner? Rude says that this is the case because otherwise he would not have gone so far. However, Lion wonders why he apologized after their first conflict. If he hates her so much, he could have just walked past her without worrying about her feelings. Rude assures us that he just wanted to make amends because Lion had made a very big fuss in the lobby. And Lion asks why he taught her fighting skills then. Why was it worth the time if the consequences were so bad? Then Rude replies that the victory only makes sense if Lion is strong and confident enough. But her questions don't end there, and she wonders why he took her for a walk around the capital on weekends. The number of questions makes Rudd angry, so he turns around with obvious nervous tension in his face. He asks what exactly she wants to achieve with these questions. His irritation increases moderately, forcing him to be rude in the conversation. He reminds her that in the past, her attitude was worse than that of a lousy dog. In his opinion, it can't get any worse in the world. However, Lion does not stop and reminds him that everything is completely different now. Rude himself said that this is his second chance, so everything can change. She orders him to stand up straight and takes a handkerchief out of her pocket to wipe the blood from the scratch on Rudd's face. She reminds him of the day he gave it to her because she was crying on the stairs in the hallway. Lion's touch is very gentle and tender because she is openly worried that Rudd might have suffered severe harm. He abruptly and rather rudely throws her hand away and forces her to stand back. This gesture made Rudd nervous and visibly puzzled because he had not expected anything like this from Lion. Instead, Lion quietly whispers that she wants to apologize. She's very sorry that her previous version called him garbage and coldly ignored him. However, she can apologize instead. However, Rudd's reaction is unexpected. He could have accepted it with gratitude, but the emotions inside him set him up for a completely different reaction. He breaks into a shouting fit and reminds Lion that his story about his past life was not to hear an apology. All he wanted was to get rid of the despair and regret that had been eating him up inside for so long, even after returning to the past. Now is a great chance to get rid of their current relationship. You can quickly and painlessly break off their communication to put an end to old resentments and attempts to prove something to each other. All this should be enough, because now there is no burden on his soul and no doubts. He is surprised that she apologizes and reminds him that this is not her characteristic. She should be angry, but she doesn't even look nervous. The redhead is overcome with hysterical emotions because he assures her that he has had enough of one miserable life, so she should stop making him feel like a fool. He asks her not to make him even more miserable than he already is. Lion finally loudly orders Rude to shut up. She tells him that she is also having a hard time accepting the whole situation. She also knows that it is Rude who should apologize first. It doesn't matter how much it hurt him because the current lion doesn't even begin to understand what happened in the past. However, this time she was the first to apologize. And the reason for this is that the present Leon is different from the past. She believes that her words and feelings are real now, and no matter how much Rude hates her, she can't do anything about it. She doesn't care what their relationship was like in the past because everything is different now. And Lion plans to prove it, so he comes closer to Rude. She grabs him by the collar again and pulls him sharply to her, not allowing him to escape. After closing the distance, Lion boldly and decisively kisses Ruda right on the lips. In her opinion, this is the most effective way to express her tender feelings. However, she says out loud with a smile that she likes Rud. And who would have thought that this moment would be so firmly imprinted in Rud's memory that he would dream about it at night? Waking up as if from a terrible nightmare, Rud jumps up on the bed and screams loudly. Frightened, he thinks it was all just a dream. However, Feldrua immediately assures him that such a situation could not have happened in his imagination. He believes that Rud should be ashamed of his yesterday's actions because his behavior is hardly normal. Rud realizes that all this has happened in reality and covers her face with her hands in a fit of wild shame. Feldrua asks whether, after such behavior, he can seriously say that this is his second life. What he has done cannot be simply covered up or pretended that nothing happened. However, it was quite funny for the Spirit King to watch Rud freeze in front of Lion like a fool and then immediately try to run away to avoid the situation. Rud admits that his actions last night were too impulsive. He suffered enough from his hot temper in his past life, and now he's repeating his past mistakes. Meanwhile, Feldrua jokes that Rud can easily get along with a girl who kisses him right on the lips before the relationship begins. In response, Rud gets angry and asks Feldroy to stop talking nonsense because he doesn't have time to talk about relationships. He plans to pretend that nothing has really happened because Leon has been acting strangely from the beginning. He doesn't understand the reasons for the kiss because before that he had gotten into a fight with her and openly talked about his negative feelings and hatred for her. Feldrua reminds him that all these events have already happened, so Rud cannot change them. Instead of tormenting himself with shame and regret, however, Rud would have been better off remembering that today he has to choose a reward for winning the test. And this reminder proves to be a good one because Rud had completely forgotten about it and only now noticed the time. The way to the treasury goes through a rather dark staircase leading down. Rud is accompanied by the rector, who asks if Rud slept well because he looks tired. In response, Rud lies and says that he is just worried about getting into the treasury. The rector laughs quietly and begins to explain what kind of place they are going to visit. Inside the treasury of Arathium is the ancient heritage of the dragon hunters in the form of rare artifacts and weapons. To get to the treasury, a student must not only win the test, however, he also had to win the approval of the academy director and most of the professors. That's why the rector is proud to have finally met a student worthy of visiting this place, because the treasury hasn't been opened for a long time. Rud recalls that in his past life he inherited weapons that were taken from the treasury by Asir and Leon. However, he is surprised that in the current realities there is not a single student who could replace either of them. Meanwhile, they arrived at the entrance to the treasury. A dark corridor eventually led them to a heavily guarded door leading to a secret room. The rector puts his hand to the gate and sparks of magical light begin to flash around it. He assures us that Rud will not regret any of the things he can take away from here, but there are things that should not be forgotten. This treasury contains artifacts not only from Arathium but from the whole world. It contains all the possible history of dragon hunters. The fact that Rud was allowed to enter is a great honor, and he should be proud of it. Meanwhile, the door slowly opens, flooding the dark staircase with bright light. Rud is determined, so he walks confidently toward the door. There is not even a hint of doubt in his face because he knows what he is looking for. Only when he touches the light does he realize that the mana flow is different from the usual. Feldrua quickly gives him a hint, telling him that it is a so-called subspace. It is something like a void in which the flying island of dragons is located. This space can only be created by people who have reached at least the level of Archmage. Rud guesses that the Archmage's help was also needed to keep the treasury and its contents in order. At a quick glance, all the equipment around them seems elite and truly unique. Feldrua wonders if Ruud is looking for something specific. Slowly looking through Ruud's arsenal, he says that he is. The Spirit King asks if this is the weapon Ruud used in his past life. Ruud replies that he would have done so only if the treasury did not have something better. However, he is looking for a completely different weapon. It takes him a few minutes to find what he needs. His hand reaches for an exquisite black sword that emits a red light. It is called the Demios, the sword that challenges the heavens. Faudelroy recognizes this weapon and is surprised because it was used by Vanar himself, the world's first dragon hunter. The Spirit King knows that a sword that is darker than the blackest ink can cut through even a stream of mana. Any high-level spells are also just fun for him because he has the ability to neutralize them. Feldrua asks if Ruud chose this particular sword to follow in the footsteps of the famous hero Vanar. The legend of the hero is well known to Ruud as he has heard it countless times, but he assures him that he does not wish to follow in his footsteps. He wants to save the world, so the sealing strategy doesn't work for him. Ruud wants to destroy all the dragons and be done with it. The reason for his choice is very simple. Ruud chose the sword that Asir had wielded in his past life. In addition, this weapon is ideal for taking down higher dragon species. Feldrua notices that it was a rather quick decision among such a wide range of choices. For Ruud, this decision was obvious and necessary. He knew in advance what he had to find and choose in the end. He is about to walk to the exit when he accidentally steps on something colored. He is curious about the nature of the object and picks it up. It does not look like a weapon and does not contain any protective magic. But as soon as he looks at it a little closer, vivid memories immediately come flooding back to him. That day, Ruud met Asir on the roof of the academy to ask about the reasons for Professor Damien's death. He thought the situation was strange and wanted answers. But Asir did not listen to him. He was looking at the strange blue glow that flickered in the sky and grew steadily larger. This was the beginning of terrible events because the radiance began to spark and create a rift. Shouts and orders to evacuate the students to a safe place as soon as possible were coming from all sides. With crackling and noise, the stone's glow broke the space, and then a thunder dragon named Harma appeared in the middle of the blue sky. Waves of explosions from the dragon's flames blazed all around. The sky turned into a solid black cloud that completely covered the sun. It seemed that the whole world simultaneously plunged into darkness and drowned in screams of suffering caused by the terrible beast. The stone that Ruud is currently holding was stolen from this dragon. Ruud first learned about the existence of the 7 dragons when he was still lacking in skills and determination. Even decades later, he can't forget the horrific screams and the smell of burning flesh that the appearance of these monsters brought. However, now he holds in his hands the Thunder Dragon Seal Stone that started the catastrophe. Feldrua asks why this stone is in the treasury of Aratium. Ruud doesn't have an answer to this question, but he's sure it shouldn't be there. However, if everything in the treasury is protected by a spell, the stone has nothing like that. This means that the Thunder Dragon did not attack the academy and that the stone was kept in the treasury all this time. Feldrua is surprised. He doesn't understand who brought the stone to the treasury or why, since the Thunder Dragon was sealed 700 years ago. Ruud turns the stone thoughtfully in his hands and thinks deeply. He asks if Feldrua can find out when he intends to wake up. Using his powers, Feldrua finds out that the seals are not in the best condition and will last about 2 more years. In his past life, the attack of the Dragon of Light began about 6 months from now. Just a few months after the loss of Professor Damien, most likely Jeremy's stolen Millennium Dragon Heart stimulated the Thunder Dragon's awakening. Certain lines of communication begin to form in Ruud's mind. The guesses gradually overlap, forming a rather clear picture of the obvious. He moves decisively toward the exit when Feldrua asks if he's going to take the stone with him. Ruud has no doubt that this is the right decision. He wants to act decisively because he needs to get ahead of the timeline of the past. Suddenly, Feldrua recalls Ruud's words about neutralizing all the dragons in the world. He asks if his decision will remain the same if he meets a good dragon one day. A gambling smile plays on Ruud's lips. He replies that even if there is a chance that such a dragon exists in the world, it can already be considered neutralized. Meanwhile, it is becoming clear that it is impossible to influence the seal stone. If, as a result, it is destroyed within 6 months to 2 years, it is necessary to prepare properly for future events. Fortunately, Ruud is in constant contact with Professor Damien. It's been a while since he's been to a training class, so this time he doesn't avoid meeting the professor. Despite the fact that he remained very silent, the atmosphere became more comfortable. This time, Ruud is not embarrassed by the professor and takes advantage of his question about the reason for the smile on his face. He says that the coffee has a wonderful flavor. Professor Damien sighs with relief and admits that he had his doubts. He reports that Ruud's dagger skills have already reached his own level. All this time he was wondering why Rude kept attending his classes. But now he is sure that the reason is his love for coffee. Next time he promises to get much better quality coffee beans. With a smile on his face, Rude says that this is not the main reason because he still has a lot to learn from Damien. He wants to know more about his teacher's experience because, in his opinion, Damien, as a dragon hunter in the past, deserves respect like no other. Professor Daniel is about to object, but at some point he falls silent. Rude is surprised by this pause. He wonders if the reason is guilt, since Damien must know about his origin from Diesel. The guilt may come from the fact that Damien carries the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon that once destroyed Ruda's hometown. Given the cautious nature of the professor, it is possible to use this topic and provoke guilt to get to the point. First, Rude asks if Damien has ever been to Dizzle. This question is supposed to be the foundation for the conversation that follows, and it has been thought out in advance. He says that this village was located on the outskirts of the kingdom of Kalawen but is now destroyed. He remembers his homeland as a very calm and peaceful place. He felt at home there and spent the best years of his childhood. During the hunting season, Rudd and his father would make traps to catch wild animals. Afterwards, the whole family would eat a hot stew that his mother would prepare for dinner. Then he was really happy. But this lasted only until the dragon appeared. All the small villages were destroyed almost simultaneously. Only Rude and his older brother were left among the survivors. During the story, Damien gradually loses control and changes his face. He nervously asks about his brother and tries to hide the trembling of his hands. Rudd confirms but says with regret in his voice that he and his brother cannot be together now. Rudd's memory brings back memories of a happy childhood where he and Asir could have been just kids. Even when they had to escape and run away, they were just boys who thought only about how to survive and help each other. The memory of the rescue is hard to recall, and Rudd clutches his coffee cup tightly. He is visibly nervous, although he did not plan to show emotion. For a while, the office is silent. Professor Damien cannot take it anymore and stands up. He asks me to tell the story next time. Rude, who came up next, says that he will not continue because it is a rather boring story. He calls it a typical cliché about losing everything and trying to get it back. On the way out, Rudd seems calm, because only outside the office door does he allow himself to show emotion. Leaning heavily against the wall, he breathes heavily and rapidly. He needs time to come to his senses and calm down. Feldroyd notices that he looks very tired. He is worried about Rude's condition because he has been under a lot of stress. In Rudd's calculations, everything should have gone well, but now he is consumed by a wild sense of guilt. After catching his breath, he reports that he has gotten into quite close contact with Damien, so now he has to get him to talk. There is skepticism in Feldrua's speculations. This is not surprising because he does not burden himself with unnecessary emotions and feelings. He assumes that Damien may never speak. This assumption has a basis, in fact. After all, there is an assumption that he is an evil person who carries the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon and does not even pay attention to all the complaining stories of Rudd. This question seems strange to Rudd because the answer is obvious. In that case, he would have to neutralize the professor with his own hands. However, Rudd is sure that nothing of the sort will happen. For an evil man, the professor blames himself too much. You didn't even have to listen to hear Damien desperately hitting the wall and whispering words about how sorry he was. Several days have passed since the conversation with the professor. In all this time, nothing has been heard from him and no new information has emerged. However, very soon Rudd will have to do something and prepare a plan of action. Today, he has the power of only 4 wings. However, it is now possible to use the will of the sword and a special subspace. However, even this is not enough to defeat the Thunder Dragon. Meanwhile, while Rude is washing up after his workout and thinking about all this, Feldrua interrupts his dialogue with himself. He asks if Rude has read about subspace in Zhang Chunsik's notes. Rude agrees and says that he found this information in the part about the heavenly spirit. It is a special subspace that only a follower can access. In his past life, Asir used many different weapons from this subspace. This ability will also be extremely useful for Rude, as he has already learned how to store weapons from the treasure chest inside and easily access them. Feldrua wonders if he can use the subspace for defense in case of emergency. According to Rude, this is possible, but it can cause a lot of disorder inside the space. The conversation is interrupted by shouting from the training room. Rude quickly notices the source of the noise and moves closer. Lion once again asks Balak not to undress. She doesn't understand why it is necessary to be naked during training. After witnessing this, Rude asks why they are fighting. It turns out that Lion trains jujitsu while Balak is always around and stinks. The offended Balak says that Hanis, unlike her, has no complaints against him. In the recreation area, Hanis pretends not to be distracted from her textbook. It turns out that her nose is closed with a special latch. She doesn't want to take Steros aside, but agrees that he's cool. Rudd is surprised that they still can't take training seriously. This comment only makes Balak more upset, but in an unexpected development, Rude uses her elemental magic skills to direct a stream of cold water at Balak. He immediately becomes much cleaner and stops stinking. All three of them are completely surprised by the new abilities, but only Hennis asks when Rude managed to master elemental magic. Serious and calm, Rudd replies that it happened not too long ago. He advises them to stop arguing and go about their own business when the training is over. Lion suggests that they train together since Rude has come to calm the fight. However, Rude is not in the mood for joint training at all. He also says that he does not plan to attend individual training for some time. This coldness irritates Lion, who asks if Rude is going to say anything and not just pretend that nothing has happened. Surprised, Hennis asks what kind of answer he is talking about. She doesn't understand what events she missed, so she seems interested. Lion didn't expect her to hear this, so she goes silent for a few minutes. However, she decides not to hide the truth and tells Hennis that she has confessed her feelings to Rudd. Hennis is speechless and looks at Lion in shock. I have to repeat what I said once again so that Hennis can realize the meaning. Meanwhile, Balak had already started training and Rude had not yet left. Their attention is drawn to the wild scream of Hennis, who cannot accept the shocking news. She waves her arms emotionally and asks 1,000 questions, which attracts the boys' attention. At some point, however, a loud noise is heard that puzzles the entire company. Lion assumes that the sound came from the street, and Balak agrees. Everyone but Rude decides to ask what happened and looks outside. A fight breaks out near the academy. 3 students attack the defenseless William, who is lying on the ground. One of the 3 says that even after being seriously beaten, Fartida cannot come to his senses. Beaten William shouts that he must apologize for his words. His desperate voice sounds almost torn, but he is not going to be silent. Lion wonders who this guy is, and Hennis recognizes him as William. Meanwhile, Balak wonders if Rudd is going to stop him. He didn't seem to want to because he says that children grow when they fight. Meanwhile, William shouts that the boy should apologize for his disrespect for Rude Donatos. He notes that Rude is his rival, so he doesn't deserve to be treated like that. Despite the beatings and trembling in his limbs, William tries to get to his feet. However, his attempt is in vain because the guy hits William again in the same second. A punch to the face knocks him backwards and he falls again. The guy says that Rude is just an orphan who was just lucky to win the competition because of the way he was treated. And William, despite the new blow, demands an apology. He is determined and is not going to give up on his demand, which he repeats over and over again. In response, the boy asks why he was not taught to talk to his elders and notices his level of arrogance. He's going to hit William again to calm him down. However, as soon as he raises his arm higher for a future punch, it is immediately intercepted. When Rude gets closer, he stops the guy, which makes him very angry. With a cheeky smile on his face, Rude reports that the orphan is in place. And the next moment, he forcefully introduces the impudent stranger to his fist. Punch after punch, he leaves the guy no chance of escape. The trio is only now getting closer, and Balak sadly says that he wanted to join the fight as well. Impressed, William beams with delight and asks Rude to stand up for him again. Rude, however, copies the attacker's words and asks how William is still able to talk nonsense after being beaten up so badly. Pleased, Balak says that such a guy deserves to be Steros' friend. However, Hennis disagrees because in her opinion he will not be a friend but a punching bag. Meanwhile, Rude puts all 3 bullies in a line and asks why the elders are catching the newcomer and beating him like gangsters. From the outside, he looks very threatening, so Lion mentally notes that Rude himself looks more like a bandit than these guys. Unable to calm down, William points his finger at them and shouts that he warned them about the consequences of saying something about a starving orphan. Lion admits that there is truth in these words, but Hennis says that we are talking about orphans who have never even seen rice in their lives, and that is why they were starving. Rudd himself disagrees with these words. He is sure that he has almost impeccable manners. The bullies immediately agree and add that all the professors and students praise Rude. Since they know the truth, Rude wonders what caused their actions. It turns out that the attacker's name is Brett because his friends are calling for him to be responsible. He reports that he heard that the newcomer, about whom everyone is talking now, behaved rudely and was rude to the president of the student council. Hennis immediately guesses who it is. His image appears in front of his eyes, and he puts his guesses together into a definite conclusion. It can't be anyone other than the arrogant Jeremy Deville. Rudd is going to visit him in the near future and look into the situation. He goes straight to the student council room where Jeremy greets him with a confident smile. Meanwhile, the girl from the council asks what exactly brought the freshman to the president's room. She's scared because Rude doesn't listen to anyone and is eager to go in, even if they object. As soon as the door opens, she complains that Rude is doing whatever he wants and that she can't stop him. In response, Jeremy assures her that Ruth is his guest, so she shouldn't worry and leave them alone. He smiles at Rudd and reminds him that they haven't seen each other for quite some time. According to his plan, Rudd was supposed to show up earlier, but he offers to sit in the chair anyway. However, Rudd kicks the chair with his foot, causing it to fly off at a fairly long distance. His posture expresses a threat, and he orders Jeremy to stop talking and start telling him what he's up to. Carefree, Jeremy says with mock regret that he is sorry for the damaged property belonging to the student council. An angry Rudd asks why Jeremy made a guy named Brett tell dirty lies about him. Jeremy's face remains a fake smile. He says that there was a misunderstanding because he never gave such orders. He only complained a little to Brett because in his opinion, Rudd's behavior that day was really quite rude. Leaning his hands on the table, Rudd asks if Jeremy wants to apologize. With a slight laugh, Jeremy says he just wanted to talk. This invitation seems like a very stupid decision to Rudd, but he is willing to listen. With his hands in the air, Jeremy sighs softly. His movements are full of serenity and a certain theatrical grace. The fact is that Rudd has been in contact with Damien Grace quite often these days. He recalls that he warned Rudd that Damien could be dangerous. Rudd replies that he doesn't think about such nonsense. He is not going to talk to him frankly and reveal certain secrets. In Jeremy's opinion, he is still too hot-tempered because he shouldn't say that when he knows nothing about the professor. However, Rudd does not intend to waste time on idle chatter and asks directly if this has anything to do with Damien carrying the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Jeremy did not expect Rudd to know this information at all. However, he mentions that Rudd is a follower of the Heavenly Sword technique, so he could have learned this information from an immortal master. In this case, he does not understand why Rudd maintains a close relationship with Professor. It only takes a few seconds for Jeremy to come to the correct conclusion that the Sky Swordsman has asked Rudd to keep an eye on the Professor and report back at the first sign of danger. These words only make Rudd more angry because he is annoyed by the fact that Jeremy seems to see through everything. He continues to talk and says that he understands that the Sky Swordsman will take responsibility for the neutralization, so Rudd keeps in touch with the Professor only for supervision. In response, Rudd says that he understands what kind of predictions Jeremy has in mind, but notes that he is very wrong. Professor Damien will stay alive. This is what must be achieved to avoid a very stupid and unnecessary sacrifice. And Rudd himself will be watching this very closely. He is determined to protect innocent lives to the last. Later that day, Damien is waiting for Rudd for another meeting. He has made the best coffee as promised. However, his thoughts are very disturbing. The fact is that he can no longer withstand such pressure. He has to confess to Rudd that he carries the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon, and not just confess, but tell him exactly how it happened and what caused it. The professor's story begins in his early childhood. He recalls how much he loved listening to the stories his grandfather read to him before bed. Despite the wide range of literature, Damien has always chosen stories about dragon hunters. He dreamed of following in his grandfather's footsteps and becoming a skilled hunter as an adult. His first memory is filled with the aroma of aromatic coffee and reminds him of the touch of his grandfather's big hand. It was his grandfather who raised Damien, as his parents were dragon hunters and said goodbye to life when he was very young. It was thanks to his grandfather's care that he grew up happily without feeling the absence of his parents. He wanted to be proud of him, so he cherished the dream of becoming a hunter. But one day everything changed. Young Damien was struck by a rare disease called mana hypersensitivity. During this disease, the human body reacts too strongly to mana, which is the source of life. Even if it flows properly and continuously, the human body suffers from unbearable pain. The flow of blood through the vessels and even every breath caused suffering. Damien's grandfather tried to do everything in his power. However, even after visiting many healers and magicians, he continued to lie in bed with no hope of a possible recovery. It was because of his illness that Damien forgot about what was happening outside the house. However, his grandfather never forgot about it. All the while he was worried and trying to find a solution to save Damien. One day he came home later than usual. It was already late at night, but the sky was torn by lightning. The dark cloak was wet because a wild storm was raging outside. He asked Damien if he wanted to live. In response, the sick Damien could not say anything because his hope was already very weak. And at that moment his grandfather took something from under his cloak and told Damien to swallow it. Then a frightened Damien looked at his grandfather with rounded eyes and asked what that strange object was. However, the grandfather insisted that this thing would cure Damien in a moment. Grabbing him by the face, his grandfather shoved the dragon's heart into Damien's mouth without allowing him to object. The young man's eyes filled with tears of horror and despair, but he was left with no choice. His grandfather kept his mouth closed and did not allow him to resist, even though he was screaming. Holding his grandson's hands tightly, he did not allow Damien to move or try to escape. All this time he was begging Damien for forgiveness, but he saw no other way out. Damien's grandfather turned out to be the rector of the Aratium, but the professor could not explain this. The difficult memories affected his condition, creating conditions for panic and hysteria. Damien grabbed his head with his hands in an attempt to control the trembling in his body. And while bitter tears were pouring from his eyes, he assured me that his grandfather had done nothing wrong because he was trying his best to save his grandson. If we talk about guilt, it is Damien who should be considered the bad guy. He blames himself for taking so many innocent lives just because he wanted to live a little longer himself. Reaching out to Ruta, he trembles and cries. However, he continues to desperately repeat that he is sorry. Meanwhile, in the alchemy club room, Hennis is dozing right at the table with his head on his textbook. She is woken up by a senior student, but Hennis is not at all happy about the loud scream. A senior student asks if Hennis has a vocational training class today because Hennis always got up half an hour early to meet Liana on time. A thoughtful Hennis replies that she couldn't get herself together because there were too many thoughts in her head. Liana was worried that the training ground might turn to ashes if they continued, so she told Hennis to rest and not to waste her energy. That's why the training ended early. The senior student wonders what is causing Hennis to be anxious. She assumes that it is the festival season, because Hennis might be worried about how to get more club members to participate in the special event. Clearly not in the mood for conversation, Hennis asks if the senior student hasn't been busy writing her final thesis. She reminds her that less than half of the students graduate, so it's worth the effort. However, the senior student does not calm down and asks again what happened to Hennis if it is not about the upcoming festival. Hennis asks what it feels like when your close friend starts dating a girl. She wonders if this causes insomnia and anxiety because your friend will no longer give you enough time. The surprised freshman puts her hand over her mouth and only now realizes that Hennis is worried about the relationship. She starts asking Hennis a lot of clarifying questions and openly hints at her possible sympathy. In response, Hennis actively denies it and waves her hands. At that moment, Rude enters the room. He asks if I'm in the alchemy club. Nervous, Hennis immediately jumps up from her seat and asks what he is doing here because she expected to see anyone but him. Rude replies that he would just like to join the club. Without even trying to fight his indignation, Hennis shouts that he's not even a wizard. The older student is quick to deny this and explains that not only wizards can join the club. She greets Rude and tells him that he needs to fill out an application to be admitted. As he walks away and begins to fill out the application, the older student leans into Hennis's ear and advises her to seduce Rude. Hennis's face turns red. However, the senior student is in a hurry to leave. On the way out of the room, she wishes Rudd good luck and leaves him to Hennis, as she has to work on her diploma. A nervous Hennis rubs her neck and Rude finishes writing the statement rather quickly. She is still quite ashamed to look him in the face, but she will not run away. Instead, Hennis asks to be handed the statement and begins to read it. She now knows that Rude has no experience in alchemy or understanding of witchcraft. She informs him that creating a potion-based medicine is a very unusual reason. With her head bowed in thought, Ruth wonders what is so special about her. Meanwhile, Hennis is in a hurry to leave the room. She invites Rude to sit down and wait, as she has to go get the research notes. The wait turns out to be worthwhile because Rudd is interested in the records concerning mania. They say that mana is a force of the world that flows inside the body. Even after centuries of research, this force remains poorly understood. Because of this, there are many special laws and diseases that have not yet been discovered. Magical fever is one of the undiscovered diseases during which excess mana is released into the surrounding space. Since the body cannot withstand such pressure, it leads to the end of a person's life. This is similar to the disease described by Professor Damien, but his problem was not an excess of mana, but an oversensitivity to it. Rude recalls that throughout her life in the past, Hennis was engaged in researching treatments for her sister Layla Hafley, who suffered from fever. Many years passed, but the efforts paid off. Eventually, Hennis managed to come up with a treatment. However, during her visit to her sister with the good news, she was faced with the fact that it was already too late. Unfortunately, by that time, Layla had already said goodbye to her life. Even when 4 months passed after Layla's funeral, Hennis's condition remained poor. Her friends were worried about her and constantly asked about her condition. During one of his visits, Balak reported that she was also starving and crying constantly. He understood the pain of losing a family member, but the position of the head of the Sacred Flame Guild has been empty for too long, and discontent has begun to grow. It was then that Rudd realized there was no more time to wait. He had to take action and somehow bring Hennis back to life. So despite Balak's attempts to dissuade him, he headed for Hennis's bedroom. Kicking the door open and calling out loudly to Hennis by his full name, Rudd entered the room. A broken and crying Hennis looked up, asking what the hell he was doing. Angry, Rude asks how long Hennis plans to keep shedding tears. He explains that she has no right to ignore her duties to the guild and the dragon hunters just because she lost her sister. Hennis begins to get angry and clenches her hands into fists. But Rude continues and says that she has fallen so deeply into self-pity that she has abandoned the world that her predecessors defended at the cost of their lives. He asks her if she plans to forget about her ambitions to become a descendant in the sacred flame and avenge the White Flame Empress. Enraged, Hanis threatens Rude, but this is exactly what he wanted, as he has been cunningly provoking her all along. Even after the threat, he asks if she plans to complain to her sister about the provocation. This is the last point in Hanis's patience, because the very next moment the room is torn apart by a huge explosion that fills the space with hot flames. The wave of air that followed the flames ruffles the hair of Lenya and Balak, who do not look surprised. Meanwhile, Ruda is thrown against the wall and barely manages to regain his breath. The blow is powerful, so his clothes are partially ruined and he has ash marks on his face. Hennis asks him why continue provocations if you know for sure that you cannot win. However, Rude's motives were very clear. He wondered if Hanis had any brains left in her head, as her fiery temper had faded away, leaving room only for stupid tears. However, he still thinks that Hanis is very strong, so he tells her to stop crying and acting stupid. Starting tomorrow, she has to return to the group and take care of her relationships in the guild. Hennis smiles in response, but still gets hit in the head by Rudu. She calls him a psycho, but she doesn't look as unhappy as she used to. However, all of this is just a memory of the past. In the present day, Hennis notices that Rude is reading the notes and asks him why he's meddling in someone else's work. According to Rude, the recordings were scattered in such a way as if to specifically draw his attention to them. He asks why Hennis is studying such a complex and incurable disease. In response, she says that she believes that this disease can be cured. It is important for her to believe this because none of the healers and noble priests could help her older sister. She is in a very bad condition, so there is almost no time to delay. Rude decides to make an effort to change the scenario of the past. He assures Hanis that the disease is curable because he has seen patients who have managed to recover. All the books that Hanis was holding in her hands fall to the floor at the same time. She is shocked and starts asking a lot of questions. Rude explains that he is talking about a very capricious woman who studied healing methods a long time ago. Now she is no longer alive, but he managed to learn a lot from her, even though he had no knowledge of alchemy. He is sure that it will not be difficult to create a cure if he has enough of the necessary ingredients. Provided that Hennis buys him a few different potions, Rude is willing to help him create the cure. Hennis's reaction is unexpected. She runs up to Rude and hugs him tightly, almost knocking him down. Her voice is noticeably shaky, but she sincerely thanks Rudd for the opportunity. Noticing that she is crying, Rude does not try to avoid the hug, but only smiles weakly. Mentally, he hopes that this time Hanis will not be late and will be able to save her sister. And then the days started to pass by as if twice as fast. Before I knew it, spring was coming to an end. Every year, at the end of spring, Aratium hosts a large-scale festival. This event is important not only for the Academy, but for the entire nation. It is dedicated to the beginning of the human era, which came after the 7 dragons were sealed. During the festival, everyone is allowed to enter the Empire. Many tourists come from different parts of the world, which is why real crowds form at the festival. While the students are already actively walking in the middle of the fair, Lion finds a place near a quiet fountain on the square. She invited Rudd to see the sights of the festival together. Recently, however, Rude has been very busy. Even just seeing him has proven to be very difficult, although Lion is not sure that he is avoiding her on purpose. Hoping that he will come, she sighs heavily and sadly. However, an equally disappointed sigh comes from the other side of the fountain. Turning her head, she sees Hanis sitting right next to her, also on the edge of the fountain, looking rather pensive and upset. She is surprised to see Hanis without her usual company and wonders why she is sad alone during the festival season. Hanis is unable to give an answer right away. She looks embarrassed and tries to come up with an excuse. Hanis's thoughts revolve around the day she hugged Rude and cried on his chest. Even though she's gotten used to the fact that Lion has confessed his feelings, she's not quite ready to accept completely. Thinking about it makes Hanis angry because she feels she doesn't have to explain anything. Recalling Lion's story and putting all the facts together, Hanis realizes that they are not even dating at the moment, so there is no point in talking about it. Instead, she asks why Lion is also alone here and assumes that she has no friends. In response, Lion denies it and explains that he has a scheduled meeting. Hennis exhales heavily and props her head up with her hand. She admits that the whole company has dumped her, so now she has no one to hang out with at the festival. This frankness impresses Lion, so she laughs quietly and admits it out loud. The laughter unnerves Hanis because she takes it as a hint of a desire to tease her. And then Lion admits that she actually lied about the planned meeting. She says that she really doesn't have any friends to go to the festival with. Lion's frank confession quickly quells Hanis's nervousness, and she decides to make peace. And he even says that it is not necessary to call her by her surname because the formality can be omitted. Lion is surprised, so Hanis is quick to explain herself. Despite the fact that they are hardly friends, Hanise considers Lyon talented enough to be a role model. Besides, they will see each other quite often in the future. Lyon's smile is back on her lips, and she notes that Hanise is quite sharp with her tongue. She also asks why Lyon is always trying to be rude. Instead, Lyon notes that it was a compliment to his invincible frankness. Once again, Lyon's kindness confuses Hanise and silences her. However, it is only now that she gathers the courage to voice her disturbing thoughts. But as soon as she opens her mouth, Lenya approaches the fountain. As a result, she doesn't have time to say anything, because Lenya's appearance interrupts her train of thought. She greets Hanise with a smile and asks what they are doing here. Hanise's anger finally finds a catalyst, and she says through clenched teeth that everyone has been trying to annoy her since the morning. Lyon considers this behavior rude, as she only came up to say hello out of politeness. When she notices Lyon, she asks who she is and assumes that she might also be Ruda's friend. After politely introducing himself, Lyon looks at her and asks almost the same thing. Smiling openly, Lenya introduces herself in return. She explains that she is formerly a respected senior student, but also a friend of Rude's. A wary and still irritated Hanise admits that Lenya came for a purpose and asks if Rudd asked her to do so. Not expecting this assumption, Lenya is lost for a few seconds in response. However, she almost immediately explains that Hanise's guess is wrong. She saw two people sad at the fountain and decided that they could go to the festival together. In her opinion, it is very difficult to find new friends with such a character and intelligence. In response, Hanise starts shouting that Lena has no right to make such remarks. Having miraculously not lost her hearing from the screams, Lyon asks both girls to calm down. However, the level of anger of Hanise only increases. She shouts that it is Lyon who must come to his senses because there are already a lot of gossips about a group of inadequate students in the school. It's not hard to attract attention if your group consists of a genius and a student with the support of gangsters. All you need to add is a guy with a mountain of muscles and a representative of the freshmen, and to complete the set, add a crazy woman barbecuing on the roof. Concerned about the loud shouting, Lenya asks Hanise to watch her tongue because they are already getting attention. She is sure that the seniors have never been concerned about the conversations and conflicts of the freshmen. However, the witness is someone who has already been mentioned in the monologue with vivid epithets. Balak recommends that Hanise behave quietly because she attracts too much attention from the general public. A wreath of feathers and flowers is placed on his head. Not surprisingly, his torso remains bare, and he is wearing only shorts with a straw skirt on top. He explains that he plans to take an active part in the celebration. His determination is understandable, but Hanise wonders what it has to do with the striptease. William appears from behind Balak's shoulder and is quick to explain that Balak's body is unsurpassed. He is delighted that on the way to the fountain, 6 people asked to take a photo with him and 8 more asked for his autograph. He himself is wearing the exact same outfit but with a sporty body shape. He also adds enthusiastically that Master Balak is the true embodiment of the god of muscles. Lyon threateningly warns him not to get too close. Only Hanise is interested in how Balak managed to become friends with William. With a calm smile, Balak explains that William is quite strong. After the invitation to train, they spent several weeks working out and talking about the beauty of each other's bodies. Lena laughs but says it sounds incredibly disgusting. Lyon smells the unpleasant odor of sweat and grimaces. Meanwhile, Balak tells us that the men in the Steros family are considered gentlemen and must accompany the girls. Since they have already met by chance, Balak suggests that they all go to the party together. Each of the 3 girls immediately recalls urgent matters, and they quickly leave the boys alone, avoiding their attention. After the walk, they choose a nice place to relax and order sweet milkshakes. Hanise shares that she is confused by Rude's behavior. The more she thinks about it, the more confused she becomes. Interested, Lyon asks what exactly she means. Her eyes are genuinely curious because she really wants to know what Hanise thinks about this. According to Hanise, at first Rude gathered and rallied people as if he was planning something serious, but right after that, his focus shifted to something else entirely. She also mentions that a few days ago he bought quite a few potions. The mention of this raises questions, but that's not what Lenya likes. She tells Hanise that she says bad things about Ruda behind his back. In that case, she should no longer call herself his friend. Since Hanise has personal reasons for doubting her, she gets up from her chair and shouts that Lenya doesn't understand anything because she just wants to keep everyone else away from Rude. And while a loud conflict is starting between them again, Lyon gets up and says that she is tired and will go to rest. In reality, her mind is on more important things. She is trying to figure out what exactly Rude is up to. Hanise's guess was right on the money, because after Rude's story about going back in time, it became clear that his thoughts were focused on correcting his mistakes. He said that he had witnessed a terrible future No wonder he is now quietly preparing for its repetition in order to prevent a catastrophe. Lion is worried because she doesn't want to interfere with him. However, she is worried about him because he might have decided that he could handle all the problems alone. Lion's opinion turns out to be close to the truth. After all, while all the students are having fun at the festival, he is sitting in the library. Around him are many papers and textbooks. It is not known how many hours he has been studying, but he looks tired. Only after closing the last textbook does he lean tiredly on the back of his chair and close his eyes. Only now, when the work is finished, can he have a little rest. Studying human anatomy took quite a while. That's why Feldrua is not ashamed to admit it. While kneading his neck, Rudd rudely asks him to shut up because no one knew that this topic would have to be studied. Feldrua is surprised that a person needs to spend so much time to gain such a small drop of knowledge. Irritated, Rudd asks him not to evaluate the low intelligence of people from the height of the standards of the King of Spirits. In response, Feldrua says that although Rudd is human, he still knows nothing about his physical form. Needing an explanation, Rudd asks about the meaning of this statement. Feldrua calls him a man with a weak body, which doesn't come as much news to Rudd. However, the Spirit King explains that no matter how much mana Rudd gathers to enhance his physical abilities, his body has a limit. All the techniques Rudd uses seem too hard for a body with average training, so he asks how he managed in his past life. Rudd explains that he had no choice, so he used the techniques until he became crippled. His limbs crunched like rust, and his unbearable cough was accompanied by blood. However, even covered in bandages and crippled, he continued to fight quite well. There is no need to worry about it. Feldrua is sure that these are not all the consequences, because such techniques as extreme sensation should have a much higher price. Even so, Rudd is not interested in consequences. He sees his goal as the threat embodied in the dragons. They are the harbingers of disaster, so it is impossible to guarantee victory in this battle. However, Rudd is willing to put his life on the line to do as much as he can. His prospect of becoming a cripple again, he will do whatever it takes to destroy the dragons. In Rudd's words, Feldrua senses not only determination but also despair. However, Rudd explains that he will not give up even if the sacrifice is not enough. Then there will be at least one more thing in which Rudd trusts himself. He is interested in gambling on the power of endurance and finding out what will happen in the end. In either case, only one goal will be achieved. Either he will manage to destroy all the dragons before his body fails, or he becomes crippled before the deadline. Meanwhile, Rudd leaves the library and heads to the rector's office. Ignoring the fun of the festival, he confidently walks to the right place. The rector is surprised by Rudd's unexpected appearance. Gerard de Graham remains a hero who has slain hundreds of dragons in his lifetime and returned alive after a battle with the Sky Dragon. Later, he left the battlefield due to injury, but all his merits were recognized. Later, Gerard's fame as a hero helped him become the head of the Aratuim Academy. He fully deserves the respect of the entire human race. However, Rudd knows that he was the man who stole the heart of the Millennial Dragon. Meanwhile, the rector asks what exactly brought Rudd to the unexpected visit. Rudd assures us that he only wanted to know how the rector was doing and to visit him. But Gerard says that such a guest is always welcome in his office. He doesn't know what Rudd's plan is, so he asks if he's enjoying the festival. Unfortunately, Rudd had no time for fun because he had so much to do. Gerard thinks this is not a good idea because Rudd is still very young. Even dragon hunters need to let go of their worries and responsibilities sometimes. With his head tilted in a smile, Rudd realizes that he needs to get down to business, but do it wisely. He assures me that he is not so stupid as to think about the days of his youth when the situation becomes urgent. Gerard is surprised and asks what exactly makes the situation so critical. Leaning on the rector's desk with his hands, Rudd begins to tell him that he has been talking to Professor Damien quite a bit lately and has learned a lot. For example, that the professor's grandfather is none other than the director of the institution himself. Clenching his hand into a fist, Gerard is surprised that Damien was the first to confess, but Rudd is quick to point out that the professor has a lot more to say. Not only about the chronic disease, but also about its specifics and consequences, and also about how he managed to get an unusual heart. Gerard's expression immediately changes as he is overcome with anger. Assuming that Gerard is hard of hearing due to his advanced age, Rudd smiles. He explains that it is the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon that he has placed in his grandson's body. At the same moment, Gerard jumps up from his seat. The rector's figure looks heavy and visibly tense. His swing is so heavy that the table immediately shatters with a loud noise. Rudd had no doubt that the rector would immediately want to attack him. He allows himself to be grabbed by the throat, but a wide smile shines on his face. He thinks Gerard has been sitting still since returning from the battlefield. However, he is still an executioner who can manifest the aura of the sword with his bare hands. which is exactly what happens in reality as Gerard makes a serious attempt on Rude's life. However, Rude was ready for this. A sword quickly appears in his hand. Blue light envelops the weapon with powerful sparks of power. Rude easily deflects Gerard's powerful and fast swing, which surprises him. The blow was so strong that a cloud of dust rose around. The power of the rector leaves no doubt. Gerard wonders what Rude was thinking when he told him these details. The sword in Gerard's hands becomes real and his face expresses a critical level of threat. He threatens to kill Rude to keep his grandson's secret. With a smile on his face, Rude asks if he is really going to neutralize the student as long as Gerard remains the director of the academy. He laughs back and says it was just a joke. However, the next moment his face changes as he swings for another blow. In his opinion, it will be enough to lose a few limbs to shut Rude's mouth. However, Rude is sure that limbs are out of the question because Gerard's punch is capable of tearing his body to pieces. That's why Rude puts his strength into blocking, preventing Gerard's punch from reaching its target. Gerard's technique is full of magical power, so when he meets Blue Sky, a powerful explosion occurs. He breaks out into the street as the wall is blown to pieces. You have to use the magic of the wind spirit, which, although a low-level technique, turns out to be a critical necessity to avoid falling off the floor. If Rude had taken the blow, his back would hardly have survived. It turns out to be too difficult for Rude to fight an executioner with 4 wings. Gerard's mana density is on a completely different level. Now, Rude is forced to use the potions he stored with the help of subspace. Seeing them in the student's hands, Gerard assumes that Rude was preparing for a possible fight. With a quiet laugh, Rude says that he only came to tell us that he was going to take the dragon's heart out of Damien's body, so he was quite well prepared for that. However, his training is irrelevant because Rude will not be dealing with Gerard in the future. Enraged by this news, Gerard fills his sword with technique again and rushes towards Rude with wild rage. Ain's voice is heard from the side, noting that his spiritual grandson turned out to be a real bully because he knows exactly how to get a person off balance. He gets in the way of Gerard's punch and notes with a smile that they haven't seen each other for a long time. In fact, these events were planned several days before. Rude met with Ain on a quiet lawn outside the academy and shared his plan of action. In Ain's opinion, Rude was unexpectedly noble. He called Damien just a relic of a 1,000-year-old dragon, but even this reason was not enough for Rudd to want to destroy him. He explained that he wanted to end the dragon but did not want to harm Damien himself. This is a problem for Ain. However, Rude advises him to consider it the stupidity of Ain's student who caused the problem. In response, Ain begins to laugh out loud and sincerely. He is shocked by the other man's impudence and asks how Red had the courage to ask the Heavenly Sword Immortal to simply stall for time and not neutralize the executioner. The teacher's seriousness is alarming, so Rude decides that he can't just stand by. Meanwhile, the battle continues. It is only now that Gerard realizes that Ain came to the academy for surveillance because his behavior seemed very suspicious. This turns out to be only half true. Ain reports that Rude has a rather interesting plan, but it could cost Damien his life. The smile on Ain's face irritates Gerard, so he asks what the hell he's talking about. He explains that immediately after the dragon's heart is taken from him, Damien will not be able to withstand the hellish pain and will slowly say goodbye to his life. He cannot let this happen and his grandson get hurt. He also reminds Ainu that on the day of the heart's theft, the celestial swordsman promised to neutralize Damien if he failed to cope with his burden. However, Damien has been coping with survival for many years without any problems, and this may continue. So he does not believe that Ain has now decided to retract his words. Rude is quick to explain that he is not going to harm Damien, but only wants to take his heart. And these words are the last straw in Gerard's patience. He shouts at Rude to shut up and angrily swings a flaming sword at him. Disgruntled Ain manages to grab Rudd by the collar at the last second and pull him back. He complains that Rudd always complicates things by choosing the words that piss people off the most. According to Rudd, nothing terrible happened because he was just explaining his plan. Ain believes that he has chosen a real fool as a follower. However, Ruda is not afraid of such remarks because he knows that Ain has no right to refuse this title. The master can only sigh heavily and agree. He explains that they will continue to work according to the plan. As long as Ain distracts Gerard and stalls for time, Rude has to get the heart of the millennial dragon. Rudd is happy with this plan, so he emphasizes that there is no need to neutralize Gerard, but only to buy as much time as possible. Meanwhile, Gerard falls into a state of wild rage and makes a hellishly heavy swing at Ain. It seems easy to do in words, but Ain needs to gather his strength. The seal of the blue sky appears on his neck, which has 7 majestic wings of skill. A powerful blue glow engulfs the space and collides with Gerard's swing in a blocking strike. In Ain's opinion, it is not surprising that when confronted with the techniques of a vortex that pierces the heavens, everything begins to seem unattainable. Ain's determination is impressive because his technique is flawless. He skillfully accumulates mana and directs an attempt at Gerard. However, the Rector's rage also gives him extraordinary strength. Their battle is full of sparks and explosions as the magical swords meet in confrontation. Strike after strike, the battle only gets fiercer and more active. The movements are accelerated and the force of the blows only increases. Everything is happening exactly as Rudd had planned in advance. He hoped that events would unfold in this way. And while the battle is unfolding in the middle of the Rector's office, he decides that this is the best time to fulfill his part of the plan. He has to prevent the appearance of a 1,000-year-old dragon and make sure that it remains at rest in the world of ghosts. However, he is confused by a new extreme sensation that he is not yet able to explain properly, even to himself. While the students are having a good time at the festival and don't notice anything, Damien is suffering from pain in the alley between the walls of the academy. His body is bleeding and his legs are barely holding him up, so he leans against the wall with a heavy exhalation. He feels unbearable pain that makes his skull seem like it could split in half. Keeping a cool head is harder than ever before in his life. Damien was sure that the cause of the pain was the guilt that began to torment him after the conversation with Jeremy. However, even after pleading guilty and confessing the truth to Rudd, it didn't get any easier. He is sure that he has to stay away from people until the pain begins to subside, but he doesn't have time to run away because he is found by none other than Jeremy. He smiles slyly and says that such a disgusting creature belongs in a dirty alley. Slowly walking toward the professor, Jeremy is openly trying to provoke him to aggressive emotions. He reminds us that before Damien becomes even more miserable, we should finish what we started. However, Damien rushes at him and angrily grabs him by the neck, pressing him against the nearest wall. Even so, Jeremy has a smile on his face. He advises Damien to get it over with as soon as possible. The aggression affects Damien's appearance. His eyes grow fierce and flash sparks as his body changes and his muscles tense. He shouts that he does not consider himself a monster and remains who he was. And Jeremy laughs, almost out of breath, that you can't say that when you have that expression on your face. He advises Damien to take a look at himself and reminds him that he can't survive if he becomes a global evil. Tired of pain and mentally broken, Damien lets go of Jeremy and bows down heavily. Jeremy pulls out a dagger from under the fabric of his jacket and advises Damien to stand quietly if he is tired and needs help. The next moment, he quickly swings and points the gun at Damien's heart. Broken and full of despair, Damien realizes that he must fulfill his duty as a hunter and do what he is being asked to do. In his opinion, it is better to end up a miserable human being than to become a living monster. In the short seconds before the impact, Damien recalls the day his grandfather came to him with the heart of a dragon in his hands. And then the image of Rude appears in my mind, begging Damien to survive against all odds, and this is what turns out to be the moment of choice. Damien raises his hand at the last second and throws the dagger away. A dark light appears around his head and takes on the shape of a dragon's horn. An incredible and powerful force engulfs his body, tearing away the remnants of humanity. He slowly begins to turn into a monster as the dragon begins to wake up. Darkness descends around him, and even the moon turns into a red luminary. Rude looks up to the sky in horror and realizes that he is too late because the worst has already happened. The second coming of the millennial dragon, called the Crimson Knight, has already begun. A strange feeling also gripped Lion, who was in the middle of the festival at the time. Rain begins to pour down from the sky, annoying the vacationers and surprising them that the bad weather started so suddenly. Some people are surprised that the raindrops have a rather unusual color, and only Lion realizes that these are not raindrops at all, but tiny fragments of liberated mana. The pattern on these fragments is so chaotic and unique that it becomes almost impossible to recognize its essence. However, Lion still has an insatiable appetite, which means an incredible thirst for more mana. This is nothing short of gluttony. Meanwhile, the sky begins to darken and soon becomes completely black, and she notices a weapon nearby. One of the festival guests notices that the rain is ending because the black drops are no longer falling from the sky in such large quantities. However, his young daughter persistently draws attention to the strange images. Horrifying creatures begin to appear from a puddle of black rain in the sky. They look like wolves, but their eyes glow with magical flames and their paws leave black trails of mana fragments. One of the wolves is running rapidly toward the defenseless father and his little daughter. They are frightened and expect the worst. The father hugs his daughter in an attempt to protect her. However, at the last moment, the air is cut by a powerful sword strike that goes straight into the wolf's mouth. Lion manages to protect ordinary people and shields them with his back. She advises defenseless people to flee as quickly as possible if they want to save their own lives. She immediately adds that they should run as far away from this place as possible. Meanwhile, other wolves also turn their attention to humans and rush to attack. Only Lion remains on the defensive while dozens of people run past in the hope of being rescued. One of the students is knocked down and falls awkwardly to the ground. Repelling another jump, Lion shouts that he should get up because the students of the Oratio must defend themselves. She advises all the students around her to pull themselves together and make a decision. Either they take up arms and help, or they have to flee with the rest of the people. Lion's motivating words are enough to make frightened students take up arms, even with tears in their eyes. They quickly rallied to the defense along with Lion, as they realized that it was time to live up to their vocation and apply the skills they had learned at the academy. A fight ensued, during which the wolves were hit one by one with arrows from the bow. However, it quickly became known that even though these wolves were wounded, they could not be completely destroyed. Quickly making a decision, Lion gathers a powerful force around the sword and orders the students to hide. She is confident that it is possible to fight the incredible regeneration. We need to make regeneration impossible in principle. This is exactly what it seeks to achieve by directing an incredibly powerful blow at the wolves. The amazed students are surprised that Lion's stroke has the aura of a hyperbole. However, the attack is successful and the wolves are left in dust. One of the students notices that even trolls do not have such a fast regeneration. He wonders if this power comes from demons. In Leon's opinion, it's not about demons at all, because you can feel the remnants of someone's obsession. She puts together in her mind all the manifestations such as black rain and strange patterns that cause a feeling of uncontrollable appetite. The realization that all the consequences point to the dragon's awakening frightens Lion. She quickly realizes that she must hurry and find Rudd. After ordering to keep the defense up and evacuate the people, she immediately starts running to find him. However, one of the students notices a new formation right in front of Lion and rushes to warn her. Lion manages to pay attention to the threat in time and jump back. Meanwhile, the dark matter blob begins to take shape again. History immediately comes to mind. The dragon of 1,000 forms is considered to be 1,000 years old. This refers to a number of alter egos he created that imitate the appearance of those who were consumed by the dragon. The appearance of these creatures is constantly changing. The stronger the dragon becomes, the more powerful its alter egos become. Lion is presented with the image of an archer who was a skilled and strong hunter in the past. She is annoyed by this appearance because she has much more important things to do. Shouting that she is very busy, she brings the burning sword up and moves rapidly towards the enemy. Meanwhile, the moon turns from red to completely black and begins to darken the sky into a dark color, and Rudd despairs that the future has changed again and not for the better. The battle in the rector's office instantly stops as everyone turns their attention to the black sky and moon. Dust settles around the smashed rector's office after the powerful blows, but the people around him do not care. In Ain's opinion, someone got ahead of their plan and tried to get to the ancient heart first. Rude has no doubt who could have done this. However, Aina still wonders if Rude is going to destroy Damien now. Rude is sure that he needs to stick to his plan. It will be very difficult to find Damien in this situation. However, it quickly becomes clear that there is no need to look for it at all. Through the broken wall in the office, we can see Damien's figure rising in the air, which has begun to change and has acquired wings. His features begin to deform, making him look more like a dragon man than a mortal man. Damien's eyes turn red and a terrifying scream erupts from his toothy mouth. Gerard's gaze at his grandson is full of pain and despair at what he sees. He recalls the last wish of his son, who forgave his father for all the sacrifices he made to save the world. But instead he desperately begged his father to protect Damien at all costs. It was a promise that could not be broken, but in the end Gerard made the same mistake. Tears full of bitter despair fall from his eyes. He feels guilty for everything that has happened, because it was his actions that led to Damien's transformation into a monster. Damien, now looking more like a real monster, directs his gaze at him. A new aggressive growl rips through the space. The next moment, Damien is rapidly approaching Gerard. With a wild cry, he stretches out his bony paw while Gerard calmly waits for his turn. He does not try to fight back or defend himself. He just watches in silence as his disfigured grandson approaches with the intention of destruction. Closing his eyes as the distance closes, Gerard prepares to accept the end of his life. The blow, full of purple glowing darkness, is so powerful that it causes an explosion that leaves only a splatter of blood. However, it quickly becomes clear that the blood does not belong to Gerard at all. Having managed to intercept Damien's terrible swing, Rude gets closer. His punch is covered in blue light because he has to make a lot of effort to stop the dragon. In one brief moment, Rudd's swing hits the target and wounds Damien. He is confident and determined because he is ready to fight regardless of the level of threat. Gerard, however, cannot allow Rude to destroy his only and precious grandson. He picks up his sword and seeks to stop Rude from finishing what he has started. However, his swing meets with resistance. Angry, Ian assumes that Gerard has completely lost his mind and blocks his swing at Rude. He is also unhappy that Rude intervened at all. In response, Rude asks if he should have let Damien destroy Gerard and stayed away. Ian is convinced that the rector himself is guilty of the assassination attempt. If he dared to touch the heart of the millennial dragon, he should have been prepared to end his life at the hands of his grandson. In his opinion, Damien is destined to become a monster. However, Rude is sure that the loss of life can be prevented. All he needs to do is take care of the dragon's heart. Irritated, Ain asks if Rude made such a mess on purpose. Rude's smile only irritates him more. However, Ain realizes that even if he follows the plan, it will be difficult to implement it. The dragon combination has already made significant progress. At the moment, Damien is already very similar to a Draconite and has also gained some regenerative ability. This means that there is not much left to the final form, and when he reaches it, there will be no one to save him because there will be nothing left of Damien. Rude's determination remains unwavering. He asks you to believe him even though it is difficult, and to keep Gerard in check. Despite her dissatisfaction, Ain asks Rudd not to sacrifice his own life and agrees to carry out the plan. Rudd himself knows that time is running out. Now that the executioner is busy, he must act as quickly as possible. When you look at Damien, you realize that his eyes are almost like dragons. He turns his attention to Rude and moves rapidly in his direction. The space gives way to him easily, so it seems as if Damien is pushing himself out of thin air. Only at the last moment does Rude manage to raise his sword and block the monster's attack in time. Although the mind remains under the control of the dragon, the body still belongs to Professor Damien. That is why all his attacks follow a familiar trajectory. Rude has mastered all the types of attacks the professor uses in his lectures and sparring sessions, so he is now prepared for attacks. This should be enough for personal defense. However, the goal is not to defend against attacks. Rudd needs to act decisively, so he skillfully switches weapons and attacks Damien from different angles. His punches are skillful and powerful because he uses the blue sky technique. He realizes that Damien is very well protected thanks to his body transformation and the fact that the dragon's heart is in his neck. Since the dragon hasn't had time to take over the body yet, it won't have enough time to regenerate. His life will be over, but the same goes for the body's owner. But now Rude has other things to worry about. A new weapon appears in his hands, and he decisively fills it with the power of powerful technology. At the moment, it is important for him to keep a cold head and not give in to feelings. With a new attempt, Rudd manages to hit the target again. However, Damien doesn't even think about giving up. He skillfully deflects Rudd's next shots and directs the blockers. His tactic remains parrying, so Rudd wonders why he doesn't attack openly. Is it a matter of self-esteem since Damien only reciprocates the blows? Even so, Rude calls Damien too clumsy. As he punches him in the face, he reminds him that Damien is not good enough. He is only an incomplete version of the dragon Keanu. After each new blow to the face, Damien's skin changes and grows hard scales. It covers the cheeks and neck because these places are closest to the dragon's heart. However, Rudd is not afraid of this because he intends to use a technique called the Fist of the Wind. Swinging and quickly closing the distance, he advises Damien not to even hope that the scales will stop him. This blow hits the target and slows down Damien's transformation as his skin becomes human again. Rudd is pleased with this result and is ready to continue at the same pace if necessary. However, Damien has some surprises of his own. Another short swing injures Rude's arm. No full attacks in response occur, so Rude's abilities are limited. He has to increase his distance to gather his strength and develop new tactics. And it was then that it became apparent that Damien's hand had a long and incredibly sharp dagger-like process. It was the dagger that caught Rude's hand in a short blow. Damien had managed to adapt to Rude's attacks. Along with the dragon's power in the body, the attacks will also become more complex and sophisticated. It becomes clear that Rudd needs to finish the job before something irreparable happens. Meanwhile, the dragon inside Damien begins to whisper. The crazy thoughts of an empty stomach and endless hunger make him think of nothing but a gourmet dinner. It should be Rude. Taking advantage of the increased distance, Damien covers his head with his hands and flaps his dark wings. Something strange happens as his strength increases. Realizing that the point is to restore mana, Rude tries to figure out why Damien is doing this. For a few seconds, there is a very suspicious silence around. And the next moment, Damien smiles demonically and stretches the monster's toothy mouth across his face. He flaps his wings sharply and real chaos begins to create around him. Powerful magic creates sharp spears on the ground that grow steadily and approach Rude's location. The thin spikes become an application and quickly cover the Rudd from all sides. He has to resort to the technique of extreme anticipation because otherwise he will not be able to avoid the spikes. Having gathered his strength, Rude begins to move quickly. He manages to avoid getting injured because he moves skillfully and almost imperceptibly. However, this takes too much mana, so Rude cannot use his unique sword that challenges the heavens. However, in such critical situations, there is no room for choice. That's why Rude raises his weapon and makes a wide swing toward Damien to stop the spikes from appearing. It costs him a lot of energy, and one of the needles still leaves a scratch on his cheek. It is only at this point that Feldrua wonders if he is okay. In fact, it becomes apparent that Rude has scratches all over his body. He explains that the dragon has become known for its ability to appropriate the power of the enemy. However, it was a surprise to Feldrua that the dragon uses so much magic. In Rude's mind, this makes sense since the monster has hundreds of devoured hunters on its record. Pulling a small flask of potion from his pocket, Rude pours it directly on his head. Meanwhile, the voice of the dragon in Damien's head only gets louder and repeats its desire to destroy all humans. He is driven by hunger, so he looks at Rude as if he were a dessert. With a new swing, he assures us that he will not just eat Rude, but will leave only his bones. Rude is ready for this swing, so he skillfully blocks the blow. He thinks that the dragon's ability to adapt is impressive because its movements have become smooth and its style has changed. This adaptation was the reason why the Academy stole the dragon's heart. It was the perfect panacea for mana hypersensitivity. Even now, the dragon's movements look as if this body belongs to him. However, Rude does not stop and does not plan to give up. He throws quick and skillful blows, closing the distance between him and his opponent again. His confidence is boosted by the idea that Professor Damien's skills are not above the standard norm. He thinks he is so weak that even the previous version could have defeated him. And at that very second, Rude delivers a powerful blow that hits the target and wounds the dragon. However, it doesn't do much damage to Damien, as he regenerates quite quickly. On the contrary, this irritates the dragon even more, because the very next moment he resorts to magic again. A powerful spell flies directly at Rude, so he is forced to defend himself. However, the problem is that using the techniques of such power has become quite painful. He can't use the sword as intended, so Rude has to change his tactics and concentrate. He decides that it would be better to save the power and use it to the maximum at one time. The weapon changes again, and this time Rude resorts to a spear. During training, Artur assured me that his spear technique was almost perfect. He just needed to add a little experience. As a professor, Arthur taught Rudd the technique that allowed him to reach a new level of skill. It is called the Thunder Spear, and it is this spear that Rude decides to use to fight the dragon. 4 blue wings appear on his palm to give the spear special power. The glow of the blue sky envelops the weapon, which begins to sparkle from the charge. Without hesitation, Rude throws the spear at Damien with all his might. Meanwhile, the students continue to hold the line against the demon dogs. Balak's senses tell him that a rather strong wave of magic is being used nearby. Meanwhile, William asks Balak if he notices that one of the dogs is currently biting his thigh. However, a creature of this rank would not be able to leave even a scratch, so Balak calmly throws the dog away. Watching this, William is truly delighted. But the dissatisfaction comes from Henice, who is actively using flame magic. She advises us to focus on blocking the incoming waves of dog freaks. He also explains that if they break through the Academy's border, entire villages can be destroyed. Lenia hears her words and says that they are not freaks at all, but real demonic dogs. The fact that there are more and more dogs that look like wolves and they don't seem to be ending is a cause for annoyance for Henice. Even if she gives more power to the flames, the situation will not improve. Lenia intercepts her thought and says that if there is a need for merciless extermination, other methods must be used. She moves toward the source of the dogs and Henice fails to stop her. Dropping to her knees and folding her hands in front of her, Lenia closes her eyes. A pack of dogs moves mercilessly in her direction. However, she resorts to the powerful magic of ice, which in a moment shackles all the attackers into huge cold blocks. This method surprises everyone present, but also delights them. A completely calm Lenia assures us that everything is now in order, so Henice can come and destroy them. Instead, Henice asks if Lenia could do this to all the dogs. However, Lena has already used up most of her mana, so Henice will have to work with what she has. The thing is that she is embarrassed by her own abilities. She is only a third circle wizard, so it will be quite difficult to cope with all the creatures on her own. The idea is just to stack the first circle spells on top of each other to increase the power. She manages to formulate the coordinates and strike. The dog throws large balls of flame that cause explosions around it. However, she overdoes it and immediately falls to the ground, losing her balance. At this point, Lenia sarcastically remarks that Henice's best efforts did not yield the desired result, as she did not manage to burn even half of them. Annoyed, Henice explains that most of the dogs were not even frozen. Meanwhile, Balak ignores the girl's arguments and handles the dogs with his bare hands. He comes to the forefront and asks the girls to save their mana because he is now taking the hit. And Hennies rolls his eyes and immediately says that he hasn't done anything useful before. William immediately defends himself and says that Balak has been watching over them all this time so that they can work their magic safely. He also wants to join the battle and help, but the next moment the unexpected happens. The source of the shadows transforms and gives off a completely new image. With incredible speed and strength, the ghostly warrior falls to the ground and William is thrown back by an explosive wave. The bewildered Balak doesn't even have time to blink in surprise. He didn't even manage to notice the figure's movement before it landed right next to him. Balak sees something familiar in the skills and unpredictable movements. Every next moment pushes him to guess. It is only when he comes face to face with the ghostly demon that he realizes that it is a Steros war machine. This ghost was definitely once a prominent warrior of this family. That's why Balak feels the power of his ancestors and notices an incredible level of mana. He quickly realizes that his opponent is perfect. However, the ghost wastes no time in thinking. Quickly rushing to the battle, he begins to attack Balak. Strike after strike, he forces him to dodge and block attacks. However, the difference between the two is striking. Even one well-aimed blow is enough for Balak to feel her level. In his opinion, this battle was lost before it even began. However, Balak boldly blocks the ghost's next blow with his arms crossed in front of him. Steros do not retreat or run away from their enemies, and despite the difference in abilities, Balak responds to the attempt by directing the next blow in the direction of the ghost. The latter quickly copies Balak's technique, and the two fly exactly the same attacks. However, they are not destined to collide, because the very next moment Miss Claire appears between the two Steros. She stops both fists with her hands and does not allow them to meet. A shocked Balak recognizes Claire. She reminds him that he should call her professor and adds that he's been acting rather stupid while she's been punching the ghost. On her advice, Balak should monitor the situation to the end and think with his head. After all, you can't achieve much on willpower alone. Turning her attention to the girls and William, Claire asks if they are okay. The first to speak up is Hennies, who assures her that everything is fine, but she is worried about the monsters. Their number is only increasing, and even the ghost of Steros begins to recover after Claire's blow. The source fills him with power, and in a few seconds his image is divided into 5 parts. They turn into full-fledged copies. Stretching her arms, Claire says that there is no need to be afraid because the number of monsters has increased. With a confident smile, she tries to say that the professor can easily cope. However, a blue sword swings in front of her face, preventing her from speaking. Daniel appears next to her and asks if all the targets are in place. In response, Claire says that it was not necessary to intervene right now. Hennis is sincerely happy to see the professor and wonders who is protecting the other students. He hastens to assure us that there is no need to worry because the Black Wolf Knights have already arrived to protect the academy. With an affectionate smile, he praises the students and notes that it was quite difficult to protect the residents. In his opinion, now the adults have to join the fight. However, his words are interrupted by a rather rude treatment from the outside. Raven Edelf, the leader of the Knightly Order of the Black Wolf, appears before them. He informs them that only weak demon dogs are left and asks if Daniel has confused them with the Dragon of 1,000 Forms. In response, Daniel says that the dragon divided his body and sent these parts out to hunt. In Raven's mind, the Order did not come to fight a bunch of weak demons. For the sake of the Imperial family's honor, he needs to see the dragon with his own eyes right now. Lion, who was nearby, hears his words. She asks him if he is okay, because she does not understand how in such a terrible situation one can think only of honor. Irritated, Raven is eager to answer such an impertinent question while Lion repels another attack by the demonic creature. However, Lion passes by dismissively and advises her not to get in her way. She calls Raven a senseless fool. This insolence makes him angry, so he immediately grabs Lion's arm to stop him. Daniel quickly intervenes and pulls Raven's hand away. He advises them not to touch the students and agrees with Lion's opinion that the situation is indeed an emergency. In response, Raven advises preparing for the consequences that will follow after the issue is resolved. Immediately afterward, he returns to his knights and begins to give orders for further action. Meanwhile, Daniel is thinking about where the monster attacks started. In his opinion, the source came from the North Tower. That's where the Academy Director's office is located. However, all thoughts are interrupted at once. A powerful explosion comes from the tower, attracting the attention of everyone present. Lion quickly realizes that Rude is in the center of that battle. Meanwhile, the charged thunderbolt hits the target. However, Rude notices that he missed by a little. This technique was supposed to give the spear an acceleration and protect its blade with a lightning bolt that focused on the sharpest point. However, Rude does not have as much power as Arthur, so he had to use the Spirit of Lightning as a substitute. Half of the Heavenly Spirit's mana was immediately exhausted. In his opinion, this technique needs to be modernized. While Damien falls to the ground and tries to recover from the spear's hit to his shoulder, Rude returns to his sword and steps toward him. The dragon realizes with despair that if he continues at the same pace, he will lose his life again at the hands of an ordinary person. He urgently needs to eat something to regain his strength. However, Rude confidently clutches the sword in his palm and fills it with power. Even at the cost of his life, he wants to destroy Kianel forever. And it is with such a decisive shout that he directs the blow towards the dragon. He realizes that he can't dodge. It was only at that moment that Damien's consciousness woke up. His whole life flashes before his eyes. He realizes that he desperately wants to live. However, Rude's decisive blow failed to reach the target. Gerard intervenes in the battle to defend Damien. A powerful blocking punch provokes a big explosion. He throws Rudd back with such force that he knocks all the air out of his lungs. However, Gerard was determined to protect Damien no matter who he was or what price he had to pay for it. He managed to escape from the control of Ain, who did not manage to catch up with his opponent in time. However, Gerard does not pay attention to the people around him. His gaze is directed only at Damien, whom he swore to protect until his last breath. Gerard's eyes show not only despair but also the remnants of hope. He reaches out to Damien and looks at him with tears in his eyes. With all his heart, he wants to save his grandson and help him. Reaching out to Damien's face, he gently touches his changed and no longer human face, and his mistake is that he believes the image of the dragon speaking in Damien's voice. A seemingly weak hand reaches out to Gerard, asking for help. The next moment, a toothy mouth stretches across Damien's face and bites into Gerard's hand. The dragon is pleased that the stupid man believed in his little performance. Ain reacts quickly to such actions and swings at Damien with wishes for a speedy end to his life. There is almost nothing left of his humanity, so he only wants to win and save people. However, even the master's powerful blow is blocked. Gerard uses his shield to cover the dragon and allow it to increase its distance. With reproach and anger, Ain shouts that Gerard is too persistent and stubborn. Meanwhile, no trace of Gerard's hand remains. And the dragon is only getting bigger and stronger. It opens its broad shoulders and smiles with satisfaction because saturation adds speed to the transformation of the body. He is surprised that even after so many centuries of development and evolution, people are still so stupid. Despite the fact that his body is immortal, Kianel lacks tastier and easier prey, and his gaze falls directly on Rude because he is considered the perfect prey for the monster. Meanwhile, Rude himself has already lost quite a bit of strength and mana. His head is constantly pounding and his body can't take the strain. Feldrew offers to use the potion, but Rude assures him that he has already used his destiny. The dragon is not distracted by the conversation, so he takes off and quickly flies toward Rude. He manages to jump away and asks whether Kianel thinks he has already won if he has recovered a bit and boldly attacks unarmed. However, I had to use a mana shield because this line of attack, although simpler, was much stronger. The difference in strength increased significantly because Rude had suffered significant injuries. He is confident that with the right level of physical strength he would have been able to cope. Now he is forced to fight and defend himself with his last strength, even with tears and blood on his lips. Kianel does not even think of retreating and attacks more and more aggressively. Meanwhile, fatigue and pain are tipping Rudd to the side of doubt. He realizes that he should have regained the strength he had in his past life and become stronger. However, the main thought remains that if Asir had been in his place, everything would have been resolved long ago. However, Rude stops himself in time and does not let himself fall into despair. He grabs his sword and gathers all the strength he can muster. Directing them at the legendary sword, Rude swings with force and hopes that one blow will be enough for him. Trying to protect himself with his black wing, Kianel does not even have time to increase the distance or dodge. His body is torn apart, but he does not have time to understand how this is possible. He was sure that it was perfect and immortal, so why did it fail him from the student's attack? At this point, Rude recalls the words Lion said to him. She assured him that he was relying too much on his own gut feeling and advised him to trust his own eyes. He needed to look into the future sometimes. He did not consider himself a genius and did not have good health and the right environment. There were always terrible conditions for growth around him. He was sure that he did not understand the meaning of Lion's words. However, now their meaning was obvious. You need to monitor the tension and relaxation of your muscles and not forget about the movement of the mana flow. You must not only monitor the speed and vector of movement, but also take into account physiological indicators and habits. Grabbing his sword again and filling it with the blue radiance, Rude stands before Kianel. All these details are important only if the blow hits the target, and this time he succeeds in fulfilling his plan and tearing a terrifying demonic scream from Kianel's throat. Immediately afterward, Ruda is overcome by a strange feeling as if every muscle in his body is ready to tear apart. This indicates that his body has reached the limit of endurance. However, even after the strike, the dragon is determined to destroy Rudd. He casts a powerful spell at him, wrapping Rudd in magical chains. They are full of purple light and can be fatal for Rudd because his body is weakened. However, out of his last strength and desperation, Rudd grabs his sword and realizes that he will fight as long as his arms are able to hold the weapon. He swings and misses with an unexpected swing. Keanu didn't see that one coming and sidesteps it. Rudd's sword hits the target and splits the dragon's body almost in half. A terrible and wild scream is heard, tearing the space with pain. Only now Rudd finds himself on the ground holding a sword and breathing heavily from the strain. The blade stops at the heart of the dragon hiding in Damien's throat, and only then does Rudd begin to feel that the mana of the celestial spirit has reached the bottom. Meanwhile, everyone else is running around looking for Rudd to help him. Lion advises her to go north because she is sure that is where he is. She turns out to be right as she finds Red in a clearing. He's on his knees, breathing heavily, and Keanu is leaning on him without a trace of movement. She recalls their conversation in the library about their fears of dragons. Then Lion said that it was not dragons that she was afraid of. She is ready to stand firm in front of them and fight with all her might. She is afraid of the possibility of losing her loved ones or getting injured. She looks excitedly in Rudd's direction but does not dare to come closer. He catches her eye and orders her to stand still. He doesn't need help, and it could be dangerous for Lion herself. The fact is that the dragon has its teeth in Rudd's shoulder. Having greedily torn off a piece of it, the dragon jumps away and throws Rudd to the ground. Concerned, Feldrua asks if Rudd is okay. He replies that he is to some extent. This is not surprising, as Rudd's body was quite badly crushed and exhausted. In Feldrua's opinion, Rudd was lucky that the dragon clung to his shoulder and avoided his neck. In response, Rudd only agrees with the other man's words and looks at the monster thoughtfully. He looks bold and confident, but his body still has a large hole in it and a sword sticking out of his chest. Pulling it out, the dragon starts laughing. In his opinion, this situation was proof of how stupid people are. He repeats that they are only worthy of being called food. Fully confident in his words, Keanu assures us that hope for humanity is lost because his hunger has no limits. He plans to feast on each of them and will not stop until he regains his true form. However, something strange begins to happen. A purple liquid resembling blood begins to pour out of the dragon's mouth and nose. He vomits with nausea and curls up in pain. At this point, Rudd gets to his feet and asks why he doesn't fulfill his promise and start devouring everyone around him. With the offer to feed the dragon, Rudd squints his eyes in a victorious smile. Only now does Feldrua realize what they were really talking about when they talked about Rudd's special belief in something. And while Keanu screams in pain and falls to his knees, Rudd calmly explains that he has a special body. It's the only reason he and his brother survived the attack on Diesel. Their blood turned out to be special. 10 years ago, the dragon of the earth attacked Rudd's family and killed his parents. However, the fact that the dragon ate Donatos' father played against him. It was then that it became clear that the blood of the Donatos was very poisonous to dragons. He and his brother did not understand how this happened, but they had more important things to do because they wanted to survive. This uniqueness is not the first time that Rudd's life has been saved. He solemnly informs Keanu that his existence is a curse for the entire monster race. Fauntleroy finds this adventure impressive. He watched as Rudd pretended not to have enough mana. If his blood didn't work as poison or the dragon wasn't hungry enough, it could have ended up costing Rudd his life. However, it was important for Rudd to stop the sword in time to save Professor Damien's life, and now Rudd plans to end the dragon once and for all. The witnesses of these events are trying to stop Rudd. But very quickly a column of blue light appears in front of them. It swirls like a hurricane and does not allow them to get closer. The serious-minded Ian orders everyone to stay away and just watch. And while Rudd puts the sword to the dragon's heart, Keanu grabs the blade with his own hand. He thanks Rudd and personally helps him plunge the sword into the body. The monstrous heart of the 1,000-year-old dragon is torn to pieces. Everyone around is watching with bated breath. Only Gerard sheds tears in pain, unable to believe the loss of his grandson. The dragon's features disappear and Damien's body becomes human again. The only question is the horrific wounds on his body. Rudd pulls the 2 remaining potion flasks from his pocket and breaks them over Damien's body. He reminds him that he asked him to stay alive to the last. Feldrua is quick to explain how the plan works. The dragon's ability to adapt has caused the intricate flow of mana in Damien's body to move in cycles. Since the dragon no longer exists, Damien's life is still in danger because the disease will return. However, if you use the Divine Sword, which is capable of redirecting mana flows, you can arrange a completely different scenario. To do this, you only need to know the exact distribution of mana transporting vessels and know human anatomy. In essence, the treatment is very simple. Using the sword, you need to cut through the tangled mana flows and then add a restoration potion to create the right paths. However, Rudd is not going to explain all this to those around him. He was only able to prepare himself by returning from the future. Now he just needs to execute his plan, so Rude brings his sword to Damien's chest cavity. From the clearing, Gerard desperately persuades Rude to leave Damien alone and take the sword away. He asks to save his grandson's life and not to cause him any more pain. Meanwhile, everyone else around them holds their breath and looks away from the terrible scene. And only when he's finished does Rude take the bloody sword aside and remind us of his own words. He promised that no one would say goodbye to their lives because the plan was thought out to the smallest detail. The only problem is that with each word, Rudd's voice becomes weaker, and eventually he falls to the ground, losing consciousness. Everyone around him immediately rushes to his side to help him. Some time has passed since the dragon was defeated. Everyone needs to rest and recover, but the duties of the hunters do not go away. The trouble of a decade ago has returned, and the reason for its awakening was a professor from Aratiu. All the leaders of the academy had to appear before the emperor himself to hear his verdict on these events. According to the head of the empire, Gerard's actions were regarded as an act of treason. Based on the details, Damien Grace needs to be neutralized immediately. Nevertheless, Ein spoke to the emperor personally. Since he had a strong influence on the dragon incident, he managed to insist that Damien not be executed but only imprisoned. Raven was also present at the discussion and actively insisted that the professors of the Aratiom had led to a great danger for the whole world. The emperor interrupts him. The fact is that he wants to hear this story personally from Rude, who is now considered to be the one who defeated the dragon of 1,000 forms. After these events, Ein is sent to the hospital wing where Rude is being treated after the battle. He informs him that Rude will be summoned by the emperor very soon, so he had better get himself in shape before then. However, he notices a rather romantic picture as Lion persistently spoons Ruda, ignoring all possible resistance. He asks if he really sees the two flirting and doesn't hide his smile. And while Lion is a little embarrassed, Rude remains rude and mumbles something about eye problems. Anyway, Ein has come for a private conversation, so he politely asks Lion to leave them alone. She assures me that she was going to leave anyway. Besides, they have been freed from school for a month, so they will have plenty of time to idle away. Her eyes are cunning and her smile seems flirtatious. Ein laughs slyly at this picture and is not surprised by the behavior of the youth. In response, Rude is quick to assure him that nothing special happened. Standing at the door, Lion hears Ein say that he was going to look for a new student because the old one had been unconscious for more than 3 days. In response, Rude irritably said that he had only been a student for 4 weeks, so he hadn't had time to gain the necessary strength. It is now that Lion is overwhelmed with despair because she was unable to help. She thinks she is weak and stupid. She doesn't even know if she and Rudd can be considered friends anymore. However, she does not allow herself to be sad and confidently raises her head in determination. She is confident that next time she will be able to be useful and help. Meanwhile, Ein scolds Rude for not taking care of his own body. He should have thought about it, even if everything was going according to the right scenario. Slowly chewing on an apple, Rude replies that he does not consider his merits to be great. However, if we take into account that we are talking about one of the 7 strongest dragons in the world, the result can be considered quite good. However, Ein tries to explain his thoughts in a different way so that he can be understood accurately. He touches Rude's hair affectionately and pats him on the head, explaining that he only wanted to praise him in this way. In his opinion, Rude did a really good job. This behavior surprises Rudd and he looks completely shocked. Ein wonders if Rude is going to frown even when he is being nice. In response, Rude asks him to recall what the professor's behavior usually is. He recalls that in his past life, Ein didn't pay any attention to him and considered him an empty space. Sighing softly, Ein explains that with such behavior of Ruda in front of the imperial family, one must remember that his head can easily fall off his shoulders. Rude doesn't think he's that stupid, but Ein can't agree. The teacher explains that this will be difficult in most cases. The fact is that Gerard and Damien have already crossed the line. Since Rudd is well aware of this, he explains with a smile that he is also trying to overcome this very boundary. The meeting with the emperor takes place only 4 weeks later. A ceremonial carriage arrives at the palace, and Rude is reflecting on the journey. In his opinion, the destruction of the dragon of 1,000 forms depended entirely on luck. This was only a fragment of the possible power because the main role was played by the special blood of the Denatos. This cannot be compared to how bravely Asir entered the battlefield with the Thunder Dragon. It was for this that my brother was nicknamed a hero. However, the time comes to get out of the carriage. At the entrance, a knight in armor greets Red and tells him that he will show him to the throne room. Impressed by the views, Feldrua tells him that it has been a long time since he has been in the palace. Mentally, Rude turns to him and asks if he has been here before. The King of Spirits explains that there are no places in the world where he has not been. He has seen the beginning of the birth of this empire and watched the construction of the palace. However, he still wonders why the imperial family brought the ore here. According to the gossip, the reason is the discussion of the incident with the thousand-year-old dragon, but Rude also admits that he may simply be praised for defeating it. It would be better if the second option turns out to be true. Meanwhile, the door to the throne room opens and Rude enters. He appears before the emperor and notices familiar faces. It turns out that all the leaders of the largest guilds have gathered, so it becomes obvious that the discussion will be about the situation that happened. From the guest's side, a smiling Adelina waves to Rudd in a friendly manner to attract his attention. However, it is the Emperor's smile that is of most interest. Prince Alfie Grimm Bernstein of the Empire. All the leaders of the Empire are direct descendants of the great hero. The fact is that the first dragon hunter, Benares, had the same surname. Everyone knows the story of how a simple man without a surname received it when he arrived at a dinner party and was called a distinguished guest. Bowing low, Rude says that he is honored to meet the prince in person. Grimm orders Red to raise his head and asks if he knows why he has been summoned to the imperial palace. He expresses his respect and gratitude to Rude for destroying and suppressing the last dragon king, Kianil. In Grimm's opinion, victory at such a young age and without a single casualty is a miracle. In response, Rude says that the praise is too high. He explains that the achievement of the goals would not have been possible without the professors and students who blocked the demons that had separated from the main part of the dragon's form. In his opinion, he only did what was necessary. A smile appears on Grimm's face because he likes Rude's modesty. He informs us that the imperial family will not bear the shame of not rewarding such a brave student for defeating the dragon of 1,000 forms. He asks if there is anything Rude wants, and Rude does not miss the opportunity to take advantage of this and says that she has a request. He asks to cancel the orders to execute Gerard and Damien. This surprises everyone around him, including Grimm. And while the prince himself is in no hurry to answer, Raven shouts loudly that this is incredibly outrageous. In his opinion, even execution cannot be a sufficient punishment because we are talking about those who contributed to the revival of the millennial dragon. He calls Rude a stupid young man who has no idea of the power of the 7 royal dragons. However, his speech is cut short by a single gesture as Grimm raises his hand and wordlessly orders Raven to be silent. He explains that it will be very difficult to fulfill such a request. Even though he is very eager, the chances of canceling the execution order are close to 0. Rude guessed that he would not achieve his goal easily because it is not easy to persuade a prince. The empire is in complete chaos, so conventional methods will not work. However, this time he has a trump card in his pocket. Slowly walking toward Grimm, he takes out a stone from his pocket that serves as the seal of the Thunder Dragon. Harma is the only one of the 7 dragons who was recognized as part of the dragon race without actually being a dragon in the classical sense of the word. It is the only polymorph in the world and is considered incredibly strong. It has the wisdom to retreat when it fails, and then ruthlessly return to counterattack. In his past life, many dragon hunters sacrificed their lives to stop him. Rudu managed to finish him off only thanks to the efforts of many people and Asir's great contribution. Everyone around us is well aware of the consequences of its awakening, even though they have not experienced them personally. The only question is why the seal is so dangerous. At the same second, Raven rushes towards Rude with a weapon. He shouts that Rude must be destroyed because he brought a time bomb to the palace. Almost immediately, Grimm orders everyone around him to put down their weapons and move away. Guild leaders who simultaneously targeted Rude for protection must submit and retreat. Meanwhile, Grimm asks how Rude got the seal stone and what his intentions are with it. In response, Rude explains that he found it in the treasury of Aratium. He doesn't know how the stone got there, but he thought it would help him advance his proposal. Now Grimm thinks that the stone is being used for blackmail. Rude explains that he didn't intend to blackmail anyone because he got the stone right away. He suggests checking and making sure that the seal is currently very unstable and can break at any time. Liana is the first to pick up the stone. Using her own magic, she explains that Rude is not bluffing. It is the first time she has seen something like this, but she is sure that the seal is extremely fragile. It will be hacked in the near future, but even now it is better not to touch it rashly. Rude is quick to explain that the consequences will be dire, as the seal cannot be repaired. That is why he suggests preparing for this event very well and focusing on winning. Grimm does not understand what exactly Rude means when he talks about preparation. In response, Rude explains that he intends to destroy the Thunder Dragon. He speaks of the Illusory Dragon, the Burning Dragon, and the Ice Dragon, and all the others as well. After all, Rude seeks not only to destroy the 7 kings, but also to defeat all the dragons that live in the world today. Raven interrupts the conversation and laughs at the fact that Rude feels like a hero. He notes that Rude was barely able to destroy the remains of the millennial and has no idea what kind of fear the 7 carries on its own. Undaunted by the provocation, Rude asks if Raven is afraid of dragons and what might happen. With this question, he provokes outright anger on the face of the head of the order. He grinds his teeth and squints his red eyes. He also clarifies that he asks whether Raven plans to quietly allow himself to be eaten out of fear. And while Raven is furious and trying to start screaming, he is interrupted again by Grimm. He asks what Rude's confidence is. Even the great hero Vanar could not destroy all the dragons. He only managed to seal the seven and push the dragon race behind the great northern mountains. In addition, the invasion of the Thousand Forms dragon 10 years ago destroyed part of the southern continent. Thunder is even more terrifying than Kianel, so how can an ordinary student deal with it? Rude explains that he did not intend to act alone. He needs a few conditions and things to cope with something like this. And from the very beginning, Rude should get a field where it will be possible to place the dragon. In order to prevent victims, it is necessary to place the Thunder Dragon in a special zone created by spatial magic. He wonders if there is a wizard in the Empire with such incredible powers. In Lyanna's mind, the image of the owner of the Crimson Tower, Iris Halfley, appears. Quickly catching on to the idea and realizing that his plan is feasible, Rude assures us that it will take a little over a year to prepare. The second condition is that everyone in the room except the prince must also participate in the battle. In his opinion, there is no need to bring an entire army and persuade them to make useless sacrifices. Preparing an army would do more harm than good because it would take up precious time. Grimm listens attentively to Rude and tilts his head thoughtfully. Not wasting the opportunity to hurt the impudent Rude, turns to Raven and says that those who are incredibly afraid of dragons do not have to take part in the battle. Meanwhile, Abel shares his opinion that all this does not sound convincing enough. He sees no guarantee of safety in a situation where the best fighters will be in a confined space with the Thunder Dragon. However, Rude admits both such an outcome and a direct defeat. However, it seems to him that if the strongest hunters on the continent lose, there is no point in fighting dragons at all. Roderick agrees and says that the chances of winning are not zero. If you prepare well and pray, you can get a chance of success. And if all this time the prince has been sitting in silence, now he raises his voice and agrees. He doesn't even notice Raven's resistance. In his mind, there is one simple question: where possible, either run away from the approaching catastrophe or face it. Judging by the confidence on Rudd's face, the answer is obvious, so there's no need to doubt. According to Grimm, there is a possibility that Rude will not only be able to defeat the Thunder Dragon, but also close the Hell Rift that has appeared in the southern part of the continent. Solemnly raising his sword and approaching Rude, the prince addresses him by name. He says that he will release Gerard and Damien from execution, and from that day on, he will appoint Rude as the leader of the forces to destroy the Thunder Dragon. Touching his shoulder with his sword, Grimm solemnly dedicates the regalia and makes an imperial promise. Meanwhile, a broken and despairing Damien sits silently in his cell. The next moment, the keys jingle in the lock. The guard informs him that from now on, Damien is free to leave. Looking at the guard, Damien doesn't understand how this is possible. The next moment, he notices a familiar face. Gerard, who had lost his arm, enters the cell. Damien recognizes him and can't believe his eyes. It seems impossible to him. Coming closer, Gerard hugs Damien and apologizes to him. He is convinced that his desire to save his grandson only brought more pain. Now they will have to apologize to all those who suffered because of their actions and to the guy who was able to free them. Only now that everything is over can Damien live in peace and freedom. Damien's eyes quickly fill with bitter tears. He begins to cry and desperately assures me that Gerard was doing everything he could to prolong his life. He considers himself to be the only one to blame and cannot be sure that he can live with all the sins he has committed. In response, Gerard says that Rude said important words. In his opinion, the guilt caused by trying to save someone's life deserves to be forgiven at least once. Rudd himself witnesses this conversation but does not plan to intervene. Quietly leaving the prison, he leaves the grandfather and grandson alone. Gerard and Damien embrace and agree to live their lives in a way that redeems them and makes a difference. A month after the attack, the imperial family officially announced the discovery of the Thunder Dragon seal. It was written about in the newspaper, so Hennis reads the news with interest. Rude Donatos was hailed as a hero and credited with defeating the dragon. The Emperor appointed him leader of the team to destroy the Thunder Dragon, but despite the pressure from the Ore, he stuck to his guns. He spoke openly about the return of the dragons, but also expressed a desire to unseal them to take the first step. The Crown Prince publicly recognized Rude's merits and awarded him the title of hero. According to Hennis, the prince wants to restore the northern lands by accumulating forces. This is really important and difficult because the northern part of the continent was abandoned for 10 years. She shares with her friends the idea that problems are accumulating like a snowball, which is quite annoying. Balak stops chewing and asks what exactly is bothering her so much. A thoughtful Hennis says that Rude should have informed them of his plans and asked for their help. However, Lenia objects and reminds them that Hennis doesn't have the skills to do so. She advises us to remember that Rude almost lost his life that day, while they barely managed to fight off the tiny particles of the dragon, and Hennis was tired of creating one big fireball. Hennis's irritation grows and she aggressively bangs her fists on the table in an attempt to release her anger. However, as soon as she remembers Lion's words, she immediately lowers her head and whispers that she was pathetic. She shares that Rudd helped her find the medicine to save her sister, and she could not have done it alone. Now Hennis feels as if he has to repay him, but he doesn't understand how he can help at all. With his hands relaxed behind his head, Balak advises her not to overthink things. In his opinion, everything is much simpler if you put your mind to it. At the moment, all of them are not strong enough. They need to learn from this situation and do everything possible to become stronger in the future. Only then will they be able to help Rudd when he needs it most. Meanwhile, the news also reached Jeremy. He expected that it would be easier to negotiate with the prince than with the emperor himself. He does not know what exactly happened, but the participants in the incident were not even punished. They managed to get away with just a couple of scratches. He meets Ruda at the door and asks him why he is the way he is and calls him a hero. This irritates Rudd, who already had far from good intentions. He rushes toward Jeremy and punches him in the face with a scream. The impact sends Jeremy flying to the floor and he barely has time to regroup. An angry Rude advises not to make others clean up after him because Jeremy can do it himself. He is not going to let Jeremy get away with what happened. Threatening to count Jeremy's teeth, he says he has to check something. He wants to know how Jeremy found out that Professor Damien carries the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. In response, Jeremy shares that he has had very good eyesight since birth, but Rude takes this as a provocation to strike again. To prevent this, he grabs Rudd's hand and tells him that his family is famous for having special eyes. Their vision is so sharp that it can even be considered intuitive. This works especially well when observing the flow of mana. Damien Grace used his mana in a very complex and intricate way. His mana was entangled in the neck and not the heart as it should have been. By checking the events of the past, Jeremy was able to confirm his suspicions. DeGraham's grandson suffered from mana hypersensitivity from a young age. However, immediately after the incident with the Dragon of 1,000 Forms, he woke up in the hospital healthy. That's how he got the name Predator. Even after the story, Rude is interested in the reason for Damien's push to end his life. Meanwhile, Jeremy laughs and reminds us that his own stupidity almost killed himself because he has no strength in fights. Irritated, Rude slaps him and orders him to stop pretending to be a fool. In his opinion, Jeremy was trying to reveal Damien's essence and become a hero. After exhaling heavily, Jeremy says that Rudd's plan turned out to be much better. However, he did not want to become a hero. Jeremy wanted only to witness the creation of the history of heroes and to have the opportunity to see their exploits with his own eyes, and not just battles, but great feats worthy of the famous hero Vanar. He predicts that Rude will become a similar hero and have an unforgettable adventure during which he will slay the 7 dragons and become a legend. For Jeremy, it is important to be there to observe because he will not be able to help much. However, he can call himself a friend of the hero and write a whole legend about his great deeds. In response, Rude rudely interrupts his story about his dreams and tells him that he doesn't care about all this heroism and legendary fame. In his opinion, beautiful headlines in newspapers are created only to sell more press. But in reality, if he had a choice, Rude would never have taken this role. In his reflections, Rude realized why his relationship with Jeremy had seemed so unclear and complicated in his past life. If he dreamed of becoming a hero's friend, Rude took his place. But the question is whether this was the only reason. Then Jeremy was still wrong about something. A seer, though close to perfect, was never perfect. Due to the human factor, he also made mistakes because he could not properly assess his own level of fatigue. He was constantly pushing his body to the limit, and people around him always had complaints and held grudges against Asir. Rude wonders aloud if Jeremy ever thought he would become a man who would carry propaganda to the masses on behalf of the chosen one of the imperial family. The question remains rhetorical because Rude is in a hurry to leave so as not to waste time. He calls Jeremy crazy and advises him not to do such nonsense personally. However, Jeremy himself cannot agree with this and desperately grabs Rudd's leg to stop him. He presses his head against his thigh and quietly informs him that he was born in Aten. This kingdom of commerce shares borders not only with the Alpheus Empire and the kingdom of Moaron, but also with the magical kingdom of Parma and the spirit realm of Wernick. Located between 4 borders, Aten became a center of trade between states. That's why Jeremy asks if Rudd knows that crime and money are directly linked in Aten. This is not news to Rude, as he has worked as a mercenary in those places. However, the fact of Jeremy's origin comes as a surprise, as Rude was sure he was descended from aristocrats. Meanwhile, Jeremy tells us that the Deville's family is considered to be in decline. Only he and his father managed to survive, but he was later killed as well. He notes that he doesn't press for pity because his father was not a good man, which Jeremy himself inherited. Irritated, Rude pushes Jeremy away from him by kicking his boot right in the face. And he promises to be honest and begins to tell his story. After losing his father, Jeremy began to sort through his inheritance and went down to the basement. There he found an old chest that contained the magic of preservation. For his father, this chest was considered trash because he spent all his money on alcohol and entertainment, yet it looked as if it had been created several thousand years ago. Inside were ancient books and drawings, as well as musical scores and manuscripts. Jeremy also managed to find the diary of the owner of this chest. It was none other than Alan Duval. At this point in the story, Feldroyd intervenes and explains to Rude that Alan Duville was the one who was constantly hanging around Vanar. Jeremy is excited to say that the diary was written by his ancestor about 700 years ago, and the story was about the majestic hero Vanar, who became the first hero. Jeremy's eyes shine with joy because his ancestor was a traveling minstrel who followed the first dragon hunter. The diary contains a detailed description of the events of the adventure. Rude looks at Jeremy with distrust, and Feldrua also doubts his veracity. However, Jeremy's main excitement is that history repeats itself. For now, he is also facing the one who will become a great hero when Jeremy himself can become his minstrel. The fact that the seal of the Thunder Dragon was hidden in the Erathium also becomes an additional factor. He admits that it could have been just a cover for Gerard, who was trying to cover up for his grandson and find reasons because no one could even imagine that the seal could be hidden in the treasury. Jeremy is sure that this is the perfect chance. He promises to be useful because he has been training for the role of the hero's friend for a long time. Persuading Ruda, he promises to give him his eyes and heart because he can use them as he wishes. In response, Rude orders Jeremy to shut up. His mind goes into chaos. He realizes that Jeremy is just being clever because he didn't know anything about the seal. But then the question of the identity of the person who hid the stone there arises. The location of the seal was not mentioned in any of the records. According to Feldrua, when trying to take the stone, a person had to be hit by a system of 3 protective steps. He would have definitely noticed the appearance of a new artifact in the treasury. However, it could have been placed there during the construction of the treasury. Returning to the conversation, Rude decides to ask a few questions that interest him quite a bit and leave him only guessing. He wants to know if the diary contains any special details about the Thunder Dragon. Specifically, I would like to learn about sealing techniques and how to achieve this. As far as Jeremy knows, the text did not mention such features because it was too dangerous for a minstrel to be in a battle. This answer only irritates Red more and makes him angry. Jeremy is quick to explain that the diary is currently at his home, so he won't be able to show it to Rudd right away. He's willing to give Rudd the keys to the basement and let him see the diary and other records in person. The only condition is that Rude recognizes him as one of the hero's comrades. Rude's face again shows anger and open threat. He repeats for the last time that he does not want to become a hero. He doesn't care what decision the royal family makes in the end because those who have no authority don't need to ask permission. His boot is back on Jeremy's shoulder in direct proof of superiority. He reminds him that the only reason to keep him alive is because he has eyes that can help destroy the dragon. Jeremy sees this answer as a hint of consent, and Rude is quick to explain that he has no right to talk about it publicly. He holds out his hand to get the key and tells Jeremy that he better listen if he values his own life. Jeremy doesn't even have to think about it. He smiles happily and hands Red the key. Later, Rude meets with Master Ain at a local cafeteria. He shares with him what he has learned about the identity of the person who hid the stone and shares his suspicions. With some misunderstanding, Ain concludes that the follower of the technique suspects the great founder. However, Rude says that the teacher also has his doubts. The question arises as to why Vanar only sealed the Thunder Dragon when he should have found a way to destroy it. And if the great hero did exactly that, then why are there no records of where and how the dragon was sealed? Horrible creatures played with people as if they were living dolls, so the famous ancestor had to leave information for his descendants. However, he only drove the dragons far away to the northern mountains. As a result, the people were able to escape the dragon's control, but the hidden threat remained. Drawing attention to the peaceful life of students walking by, Rudd suggests changing the subject. He notes that the Academy has almost completely recovered from the incident. Professor Arthur has been appointed the new head of the Academy. Rude wonders if Ain was present at the inauguration ceremony. Judging by his thoughtful look, Ain only knows about this from other people's words. He admits that with a long enough lifespan, you can see things like this. He also recalls Arthur's words about Rude taking a sabbatical. Root agrees and explains that he wants to complete his first and second year of studies as an external student. In 6 months, he has to pay off his student loan so that he can spend the remaining free year preparing for the sealing of the Thunder Dragon. He also recalls that Arthur promised to support him in this. During a large-scale inspection of the treasury because of what had happened, Arthur allowed Rudd to enter it whenever he wanted and take whatever he wanted. Rudd doesn't tell Ain about this, but he does say that he plans to spend 2 years practicing as an intern in different guilds. In response, Ain notes that Rudd's plans are quite big and far-reaching. Rudd had originally planned something else, but the head of the Pale Moon Guild was much more persistent than it might seem. He said that this time he would not be able to get away with it because of his personal relationships, so Rudd had no choice but to agree to the terms. The guild leaders demand Rudd's participation as an intern in exchange for participating in his plan. Rudd himself thinks it's his natural charm, to which Ain snorts in disgust and asks what other plans he has for the future. First of all, Rudd wants to join the dragon-slaying unit. In his mind, he realizes that after the Thunderbolt, the Dragon of Illusions will attack, so he needs to be there in advance. Ian quickly realizes that this is the unit run by the Clare family, and this fact amuses him. He draws a parallel with Lion's sympathy, but does not say anything about it out loud. Instead, he shares his desire to go to Parma in 6 months. In his opinion, the most important thing in the preparation will be to create a secure area for sealing. Rudd also received an invitation to a meeting from the Crimson Tower. He mentions that he would also like to learn magic, so this is a great opportunity. In response, Ain wonders if it's too late for Rudd to take up the study of magic, to which Rudd ironically jokes that Ain shouldn't prioritize his age, and then he explains that he wants to visit Ahtun first and only then go to Parma. Jan does not quite understand what exactly Ruda is interested in Ahtun, as this place is considered a haven for criminals and thieves. Rudd still has the key to the basement of the Duville's house in his pocket, so he wants to verify Jeremy's story. Since the diary is still supposed to be stored there, Rudd undoubtedly needs to see it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, strange things are happening in the Duville's house. A thief breaks into the house with the help of broken glass. He injured himself while climbing inside, so his blood was left on the carpet in the corridor. However, he finds his way to the basement even though he does not know the layout of the estate. Wandering among the chests and looking into each of them, the thief mutters that there is only garbage around. His body is hidden by a torn cloak and a torn chiton with a magical symbol on his calf. 6 months after those events, a snowy and rather cold winter came to the kingdom of Alpheus. You can find out about it not only by looking out the window, but also by hearing the sneezing of Henice Halfley, who is obviously catching a cold. Balak finds her in the library and asks why she is still studying and not going home like everyone else. She doesn't understand why he is interested, since she was also planning to stay at the academy for the summer break. He hands Henice a cup with a flavored drink and offers her a drink while she studies. In response, Henice asks what it is and is surprised that Balak has suddenly become so caring. He explains that it is a special tea. If you drink it and exercise, all the illnesses will immediately begin to recede. However, Henice refuses quite radically, which upsets Balak and forces him to leave. Henice's mind is on researching the disease, so she doesn't allow herself to be distracted. She wants to take Rudd's advice and enlist the help of an alchemy professor. If you put enough effort and time into it, you can definitely create a cure. However, she worries whether it will be enough. She is unable to talk to him because Rudd says he has his own things to do during the holidays. Gradually, Henice begins to realize that the topic of creating a cure was brought up on purpose. It's as if Rudd is aware of his sister's illness and her plight. She does not understand how he managed to prepare so many potions before the appearance of the Dragon of 1,000 Forms. All this indicated that he knew about its appearance in advance. As if having read her thoughts, Rudd appears in the library to support her friend's motivation. She is frightened by his unexpected appearance and screams out loud in surprise. However, Rudd smiles and hastens to remind me to focus on my studies. Then Henice turns her head away and embarrassedly assures me that she was just scared, so nothing strange happened. She wonders if the warm tea in Rudd's hand is for her, but he defiantly drinks it himself. On his way out, he good-naturedly advises Henice not to be idle and to study hard while he is away. In the corridor, Rudd asks Balak if he is cold from the weather. Steros talks about his magical mogul Gogol and says that it does not make you feel cold at all. Meanwhile, Henice goes deeper into her own thoughts. She has too many questions for Rudd. She wants to know the reason why Rudd seems to know everything beforehand and has such power at such a young age. Henice is sure that all of them should be there for Rudd and support him in the right moments, and she herself needs to constantly study and practice to gain a higher level of skills. In the meantime, Balak will continue to train his muscles and increase the strength of his body, and Lena will only improve the magic of ice and reach a higher level of its application. Each of them has to train and increase their strength to catch up and become useful to Ruud's mission very soon, and he sets out on the road that evening. Walking through the snowy forest, Ruud complains about the cold. Feldrua appears next to him and reminds him that the royal family sent him a magic cloak and he's still whining about being cold. In response, Ruud reminds him that the cloak is made of leather, so it doesn't keep him particularly warm. It is then that Feldroit reminds him of his contract with the king of the ice spirits and advises Ruud to face the cold head-on. Meanwhile, Ruud wonders if Feldrui has become so caring just because he is happy about the arrival of winter and the change in weather. A quiet voice is heard from the outside asking who Ruud is talking to. The snowman on which Ruud has placed his hand begins to crack and crumble. It turns out that Lion was inside all this time. She was almost covered in ice because she turned blue and started shivering from the cold. Her appearance was unexpected, so Ruud was quite frightened and screamed. She hurries to explain that she didn't know what time Ruud was going to leave, so she wanted to wait for him. Shocked, Ruud asks if she has lost her mind because it was at least very stupid to be stuck in the woods all day. Noticing how much she is shivering from the cold, Ruud rushes to cover her neck with his scarf and wraps her in it with care. Ruud also reminds her that she can easily get sick, so she shouldn't provoke it with such behavior. In response, Lion assumes that Ruud wants to strangle her to prevent her from getting sick and asks how he knows about her weakness to cold. He explains that in her past life she fell into an icy lake while fighting an ichthyosaur. He thought it was funny to see her shivering from the cold. But he was laughing so hard that Lion couldn't take it anymore and threw him into the lake, almost drowning Ruud himself. He deserved it, but it was incredibly difficult to get out. In response, Lion laughs quietly and wonders if this is not enough. After all, Ruud has already lived his past life and is now just about to begin his own adventures. She explains that she is not saying that he should forget everything that happened in the past, however, he should no longer feel guilty. She wanted to explain that she and Ruud's other friends did not give their lives because of him. However, Ruud interrupts her and asks her not to talk nonsense. Playfully tapping her forehead with his fingers, he advises her to do her best while he's away and make friends with someone else. Currently, Lion still has problems with communication and blushes at the sight of other people. Putting her hands to her forehead, Lion says that she is not the only one who has such problems. Ruud has no plans to argue, and there will be no time for that because a carriage has already arrived to pick him up. He says goodbye to Lion and informs her that he is leaving because they will not wait for him. But Lion can't let him go just like that, so he calls his name loudly and draws attention to himself. Puzzled, Ruud only has time to turn his head to the sound. However, the next movement on the girl's part surprises and confuses him. Quickly running closer, she wraps her arms around Ruud's torso and presses herself against him. With tears in his eyes, Lion says that he will miss him very much. Trying to hide his emotions, Ruud pushes her away and advises her to go indoors because it is very cold outside. He gets into the carriage and Lion waves goodbye until the vehicle leaves the country. Thoughtfully crossing his arms over his chest, Ruud is deep in thought. He is confused by Lion's words about feeling guilty. The fact is that he will never be able to forget about it. He feels guilty that he is the only one left alive. If he hadn't been so weak and wasted his time, they would all have survived. In his opinion, if it was possible to save the life of at least one of his friends, he would not have had to start the cycle from the beginning. However, now he can't even ask why Lion saved him and didn't feel guilty for what she did. At this point, he or she must find answers to all questions and find out the reasons for them. Meanwhile, in a distant dark temple, strange things are happening. The time has come to spread the teachings of compassion and grace among the white lambs. People are standing in front of the teacher folding their hands in prayer and listening. A man in a dragon mask says that it is time to set the world on the right path because it has been lost in chaos and has deviated from the path of life. He exalts the doctrine of dragon wing protection and smiles ominously in anticipation of important events. While the mysterious cult intensifies its activities, Ruud continues her journey. The journey from the academy to the capital in a carriage takes half an hour. In the capital, he needs to go through the warp gate several times, so it takes about 3 hours to reach the border. His path lies to Ibris, which is the capital of the kingdom of Atun. The city is quite lively and crowded, as befits the business center of the mainland. However, these bright lights only burn in the city center because the outskirts are full of mud. It is in this part of the city that Ruud finds himself. Feldrua asks him to recognize that even in the daytime, with a map in hand, topographical cretinism can take place. Only in this case was it possible to get lost, even in good conditions. Ruud disagrees with this remark and assures us that he knows his way around a map. He ironically notes that he doesn't wander through the forest for a whole week and have an accident in the mountains. And it was not he who once mistook a dragon's mouth for a cave in the middle of a volcano. With a laugh, Feldrua agrees and says that in this case, Rude is just a common fool. From Rude's point of view, everything really looked like an ordinary cave. In response, Feldrua wonders if Rude will even make it to the right place before sunset. Meanwhile, Rude is being quietly watched, which he doesn't notice at first. However, footsteps behind him quickly attract attention. He advises Feldrua not to worry, because even if he doesn't know the way, he can learn the way from the one who is pursuing him. Behind Rude walks a man wielding a huge axe. He addresses Rude with a light-hearted smile and informs him that there is a toll in these parts. If he wanders around the city, he risks losing his head. He mercifully says that he will let Rude live and orders him to give up everything he has on him. One quick movement on Rude's part is enough to frighten the pursuer. He is shocked by the speed of Rude's movements and expects to attack. However, Rude just shoves the map in his face and asks him where Duville's house is. The irritated pursuer complains that Rude has lost all fear and is acting too brazenly, as if he doesn't recognize the person in front of him. Rude's face shows absolute fatigue and indifference, but out of politeness he asks who the man is. The stalker threatens and says that Rude will regret his demonstrative insolence. He grabs his weapon and calls himself the executioner Wolvik of the fierce dogs. His swing seems strong and dangerous, but Rudd doesn't even change his face. He only has to duck a couple of centimeters so that the axe strike hits the ground. To himself, he tries to remember what kind of unit this is because the name seems familiar. By placing his foot on the axe blade to avoid an impending move, Rude shocks Wolvik with his unwavering confidence. He is overcome with nostalgia because he belonged to the fierce dogs much earlier than Volvik and was once even in their debt. And he very quickly realizes that he attacked the wrong person and should have stayed away from such a strong man. But Rude is not going to be threatened and asks him with a smile if he can be escorted by the Volvo to Duville's house. The answer turns out to be obvious, and very soon the Rudes are approaching the right estate. Meanwhile, Wolvik is in a hurry to get away as far as possible, and Feldrua wonders if Rude really knows the people from the fierce dogs. In response, Rude explains that he worked as a mercenary before joining the academy. In reality, these people are only called a squad when they are really just a bunch of wandering perverts. Thoughtfully looking at the surroundings of the house, Rude expresses interest in whether the leader of these vagrants is still alive. His attention span helps him to notice the broken lock on the door and the broken window. He assumes that there may be visitors in the house. Since he won't need the keys, Rude enters the house and immediately notices traces of blood on the carpet. From subspace, he takes out his sword and hangs it on his belt to be ready for a possible threat. But in the basement, he finds a real surprise and an extraordinary unexpectedness. He stops at the stairs and tries to figure out what he sees in front of him. Rude notices the body of a young woman on the table and realizes that she belongs to the elf race. Her skin is covered with dark lines and she is unconscious and barely breathing. It may seem like just a body, but Feldrua assures us that she is still alive. He knows that in Ibris it is customary to secretly have slaves of other races. Looking at the woman's body, Rude assumes that she has fallen victim to a curse, and it may be too late to save her. Feldrua, on the other hand, is sure that this is the work of a dark wizard, and is surprised that she has held on to her life for so long. Suddenly, a sound reaches Rude's ears. He is attacked by a little girl with a dagger, but he easily manages to put up a shield to protect himself. She screams for Rudd not to touch her mother and calls him a pervert. Only upon closer inspection does Rude realize that she is indeed a small child. But even so, the little elf wants to protect her mother, so she desperately resorts to the magic circle and casts an attack spell. She calls on the powers of the spirit, but it causes an explosion and refuses to help her. The girl flies back and does not understand why the spirit does not obey her orders and does not allow her to create magic. According to Rude, this spirit may simply be afraid of the consequences after attacking its leader. Meanwhile, Feldrua reports that this child is cursed in the same way as the woman on the table. Rude also noticed this, but since the child is jumping and attacking so much, she must still have the strength to endure. Drawing his sword, Rude steps towards the girl. In response, she is afraid of being attacked and starts screaming very loudly. Rudd himself asks her not to make so much noise because the screaming hurts his ears and makes it impossible to concentrate. He brings the sword to the shackle on the girl's leg and touches it with the end of the sharp blade. The sword immediately connects with the curse and begins to absorb it. The girl watches in amazement and does not understand how this blue light makes her leg heal. At one point, Rude orders the sword to stop and hides it in his belt. He curses that this weapon absorbs everything, whether it be mana or curses. However, suction is much harder to deal with than radiation. Rude has no intention of dealing with the girl's problems, so he returns to his search. Meanwhile, the girl turns to him and asks if he owns the house and if he will sell it to someone else. In response, Rude says that this is not his house. He is not interested in the circumstances of the girl's case, so He advises him not to bother him and to leave. He explains that he needs to find a book and then he will leave. Meanwhile, Feldrua notes Rude's modesty, for he first mercifully lifted the curse and now grumbles. However, the girl turns out to be more cunning and intelligent than it might seem at first glance. She realizes that Rude can help her mother heal and break the curse, so she quickly comes up with a plan. She grabs what seems to be the right book and wonders if it's the one Rudd is looking for so hard. Looking at it, Rudd realizes that she was the first to find the unique book. The girl assumes that it was Rude's sword that took away her curse. That's why she runs to the burning fireplace. Holding the book out to the fire, she orders him to save her mother, because otherwise she will throw it into the flames. In response to the girl's plea, Rude explains that curses are a type of magic. Mana enters the body through the heart. The curse also spreads throughout the body over time and infects the heart as the source of life. Then neither potions nor magic nor any other means will help. This means that sooner or later this woman will say goodbye to her life. The girl can't believe what he is saying and can't let this happen. She screams that her mother will live if Rude puts his sword to her and breaks the curse, as he did to her. In his mind, Rude assumes that the girl could easily be hit and the book taken away by force, but Feldrua reminds him that she is only a child. And Rude understands this very well, so he wants to show her how cruel reality can be, so that she realizes it as soon as possible. He easily pushes the girl away and asks why he is threatening her if she can't even hold a book in her hands. Holding the book up so that the child cannot grab it, Rude explains that there is no way to save her mother. He reminds her that he saved her own life and recommends that she stop fooling around, because now she has to think about how to survive alone. Clutching Red's mouth, the girl begins to cry bitterly. She begs Red to take pity on her mother and tells him that she can do the laundry and cook. She agrees to do anything, even be a slave, in exchange for her mother's life. Having brutally thrown the girl away from him, Rude asks if she plans to solve future problems with begging and tears. If this has worked several times, then it is simply stupid to trust your life in this way. It tells you that she is worthless, even as a slave. Since her mother is going to die very soon, she has to think about how to become stronger and survive alone. He is about to leave, but the girl stands up and clenches her hands into fists. She shouts that she does not want to live like this. Because she is not as big as ordinary people, she is not able to swing her sword boldly and use magic to its fullest. In her opinion, Rude has no idea how a helpless child feels. She thinks that saying cruel things is easy because Rude is an adult. With tears in her eyes, she says that Rude will not be able to understand a weak and ordinary girl because he was born strong, but in reality, Rude sees himself in her character, a little boy who fought desperately and wanted to become stronger. However, even this did not move Rude's hard heart, which had seen too much pain. He says that the girl can live here until the very last day of her life and heads towards the exit. The elf looks after him in disappointment, not understanding why he is so ruthless. The helpless child is left alone in the basement and sheds bitter tears. On reaching the second floor of the spacious mansion, he takes a seat in a comfortable chair and opens the book. Meanwhile, Feldrua wants to talk about what happened, but Rude cuts him off and says that only the girl herself can make decisions about her situation. His goal was only to get the diary. He asks Feldrua to leave him alone and begins to read. The diary contains the bard's confession. It says that bards put their experience into poetry and music. It's about experiences related to different people and time periods, not internal reflections. The person who records them should remain only an observer. If he does not stop talking only about himself, he will disrupt the general course of events. However, this diary hides an exclusively personal story. The author considers his experience so valuable that he wants to pass it on to his ancestors. This incredible historical moment should be preserved in memory. The author says that on the way to the desert, his company was attacked by a dragon. He was rescued by a man named Banar, who claimed to be trying to save the world from dragons. He decided to follow him and soon realized that the name of Dragon Hunter suited him very well. The fact is that Benares managed not only to control the sword and spirits, but also magic. Over time, he gained many followers, but there were only a few who could fight and be called comrades. As a result of the observation, the author identified 4 people who can have this status and are endowed with great power. The first name was Diana Halfley, followed by Killian Steros. The third name was Reynold Burstein, and the fourth was a girl named Arcania. While reading, Rudd was surprised because most of the names were mentioned in historical notes and records. However, nothing was known about Arcania. He continues reading and hopes to find a clue in the sequel. The author goes on to call them all crazy and condemns them for their stupid and rash actions. In his opinion, Diana has a terrible temper and Killian is turned on his muscles. He calls Reynold a man who wants to build a kingdom on bones and writes about Arcania that she is always in her own world. However, he considers her to be the most normal. She speaks strangely, but at least she doesn't do anything stupid. The story goes on to describe how the heroes managed to seal the Thunder Dragon. As a result, Reynold lost an eye, but he was satisfied that he had saved the city. Reading further, Rude reaches the page that tells about the warrior dragon and the flying dragon. The decisive battle took place on the ruins of the Irnum forest. Later, the author notes that everyone was tired from the hard battles, and only Benar and Arcania remained focused. During the battle, all the warriors headed for the sanctuary, but Benar decided not to go with them. After a while, the soldiers returned and announced the victory of the people. Peace and tranquility were to come to the mainland. However, after the end, the author still had questions. He didn't understand why Benar sealed the seventh dragon and didn't end it forever. However, I wonder why none of the soldiers argued. Perhaps something happened in the sanctuary that convinced them to agree with the decision. However, after these events, the warrior group disintegrated. Killian founded the Steros family, and Diana returned to the magic tower. As a result, Reynold became emperor, and Benar began to realize his dream of founding an academy where he would train future dragon hunters. Where Elaine and Bellion went is unknown. There is also no information about Arcania. At the end of the diary, there is a short story about Benar, who came to visit the old bard. However, even after reading to the very end, Rudd did not find any useful information. He recalls Feldroit's words about witnessing the founding of the empire, and wonders if the Spirit King knew the author of the diary, Ellen Duville. He also wants to know what Feldrua knows about the Thunder Dragon and the White Dragon with no name. A clear story emerges in Rudd's mind. If Feldrua saw all this, he must have worked with the first dragon hunters 700 years ago. He admits that at that time it was Banar who signed the contract with the King of Spirits. Judging by the fact that Feldrua did not know about the location of the sealstone, their communication was cut off before it was hidden. It turns out that Feldrua met with the one who transported Rudd to the past in the sanctuary. In his opinion, it was then that an alliance was concluded on which Feldrua staked his life. However, Feldrua cannot tell the truth, so he repeatedly reports it. Even when Rude orders and slams his fist on the table, he remains of his own mind. Meanwhile, the argument is interrupted by the girl, who again addresses Rude. She asks him to forgive her and begs him to help her again. He recalls that he had already said that he would not be able to help his mother and cure her because she was doomed. However, her request is different, and she assures us that it will be the last one. She asks to move her mother, who is fading before her eyes, to a place where she can see the forest. Her soul has already begun to leave her body, so you need to act quickly while it can still be delivered to the right place in one piece. After some thought, Rude finally agrees to help. On the way, he thinks about the origin of the girl's race. Despite the fact that slavery was abolished many years ago, the incredible beauty of the elves and the melody of their voices remained popular and desirable. This made them very attractive prey for slave traders. They hid deep in the forests and lived there, avoiding contact with other races. Their life was very peaceful. They did not reach adulthood until they were 150 years old, so they lived long and prudent lives. The kind of elves to which the girl and her mother belong originate from the spirit world. Perhaps this is why when an elf says goodbye to life, her spirit returns to her home realm forever. And now Rude has the opportunity to observe a similar process. The mother calls the girl Renee and whispers that she will always be there for her. It melts right before our eyes, and in a few seconds it is only a memory flashing in the air with barely noticeable sparks. Meanwhile, Renee is overcome with emotion. She imagines what might have happened if she had been older or had been able to get out of the hellish place faster. She wanted to save her mother because she had protected her all her life. However, after her mother promised to always be there for her, Renee realized that she had no reason to shed tears of despair. Watching her, Rude recalls that in their past lives, elves would rather run away and remain silent than fight dragons. They were destroyed precisely because they wanted to remain peaceful to the very end. Rude has never felt overtly sympathetic to their species, but this girl has managed to awaken good feelings in him. Gently patting her on the head, he reminds her that now she must learn to survive on her own. In his opinion, she cannot continue to grieve and wait for outside help. However, sometimes it is really possible to cope with difficulties by releasing negative emotions and feelings. However, Rudd does not plan to waste any more time, so he heads back to the estate. Catching up with him, Renee calls Ruda uncle and draws his attention to her. She tells me her name is Renee from the Nastia family. Now she has nowhere to go and has to hide from hunters who will definitely want to catch her. She promises to do everything in her power to help Rude if he allows her to stay at the Duville's estate for a while longer. Rude thinks the slavers will not let the fugitive go so easily. For now, the estate will remain the only place where she can safely hide for some time. He recalls that she used a spell when she tried to attack him. That's why he asks her to teach him some magic in exchange for this permission. In response, Renee says that she is not sure of this possibility since she is only a second circle wizard. Besides, Rude looks much stronger than her even without such magic. He also says that he needs to have more backup techniques just in case. Since he needs to learn magic control from the very basics, a couple of days will not be enough. In exchange for finding her a safe place to live, Rude offers to teach him at least these basics. She also adds that she shouldn't call him uncle because he is only 17 years old. She asks how she should address him. Rude says that it is better to do it by name, but Renee has her own logic, so she decides to call him Uncle Rude. The next day they begin their first lesson in mastering magic. Renee happily announces the beginning of the lesson. She says that she will now be considered a teacher for Rudy and asks for a respectful and appropriate attitude. And while Rude rather indifferently agrees, he reflects on the fact that in just one night the girl was able to completely heal and recover. Meanwhile, Renee starts talking and says that magic is very similar to painting. You need to use energy flows instead of paints. A spell is created by determining the nature and attributes of mana. In her opinion, this is similar to choosing a color to create a future painting. However, the difference between magic and drawing is that the former can be changed many times. She notes that as the level of magic increases, the laws of its use also become more complex and transformations require deeper knowledge. However, she has heard that archmages of the 8th circle can freely use all the given abilities. In the meantime, Renee wonders how many circles of mana Rude himself has. He answers that he has none because his mana is concentrated in the wings of the blue sky. He shows her a gloved hand with 4 blue wings shining above it. She quickly recognizes the blue sky technique inherited from the first hero and asks how he got it. In response, Rude says that he is an extraordinary man and asks to continue the lesson. She quickly concludes that Rudd has no problems not only with the amount of mana but also with its control and direction. In this case, you can start practicing right away. She explains that there are 3 basic rules to using magic. First, concentrate the necessary amount of mana and then create a technique and bring it to life through a spell. However, it is also necessary to remember the calculations and the process of releasing mana that affects the stabilization of the transformation. Looking down at his hands, Rude tries to put everything he has heard together in his head. He tries to put the knowledge he has gained to work and as a result receives a flash of blue flame between his palms. Watching this process, Renee is delighted that Rudd's spell is flawless. She says that he must have a certain talent to be able to get it so right the first time. Rude himself is interested in the speed of the process. In response, Renee says that even a professional wizard would find it difficult to complete a magic spell in 2 seconds. Looking at the flames on his palm, Rude says that his friends do without them. In response, Renee says that it is almost impossible to master such skills in one lesson. Moreover, she is sure that saying the spell makes it easier to determine the form of mana. It is possible to create magic with the help of imagination alone. But only if the wizard's level reaches the power of the Empress of the White Flame. Putting his hands behind his head, Rude suggests that he stop training because it takes much less time to swing a sword than to cast magic. In response, Renee reminds him of what she said about his talent and points out that it is not easy to cast a successful spell on the first try. She is convinced that it is too early to give up, so she wants to help Rude at all costs, even if he objects. Remembering that there are many good books in the estate, she's going to find some textbooks and asks Rudd to wait for her for a while. Meanwhile, Renee is running to Ruth's house, smilingly admitting that she is trying very hard. In response, Feldrua says that she has no other choice because she has to make an effort if she wants to survive. Not expecting an answer, Rude is surprised that Feldry has broken the silence he had made last night. Instead, Feldroyd suggests that the magic comes from one's own imagination. He offers his help and asks Rude to try again. This thought does not inspire Rudd because although he tries again, he remains convinced that magic cannot work without a spell. However, as soon as he opens his eyes, he sees a powerful magical circle of blue flames in front of him, caused by a spell, using the power of imagination. Powerful flashes of flame begin to swirl around him, forming into stars and snowflakes with sharp ends. Meanwhile, Feldrua explains that he can help with the calculations and the image of creation if Rude can take over mana control. Surprised, Rude realizes that the solution lies in the power of his own imagination and the redirection of its image. All this time, he thought that Feldrua would only talk in his head, not helping him physically. He assumes that Feldrua is seeking to agree to such a compromise by not being able to answer Rude's questions. This is not a correct assumption, but Rude does not object. This is enough to use in a real battle. Meanwhile, Renee returns to the clearing and announces that she has found the right textbook. Rude pays attention to her, turning his head away from the powerful magic circle he had just been practicing with. She is absolutely shocked by what she sees because she does not understand what exactly happened during her absence. But Rude explains that he just repeated the technique over and over again. As a result, it seemed to him that the diagram could be made three-dimensional instead of flat. This is exactly what the practice shows, because the magic around Rude now circles between two magic circles. Renee is shocked by these findings and actions. She warns that in such a situation you cannot lose control even for a moment. However, Rude is distracted and allows exactly what Renee was talking about. The magic gets out of hand and a massive explosion is triggered. He throws Rudd back and forces him to admit his own defeat and inattention. 2 weeks after these events, a meeting was held at the estate of the millionaire Jillian in the open spaces of Ibris. Wolvik was called in for questioning and turned out to be the one who had been sent to spy on Rude and Renee. He tells them that the girl stayed with Rude and is surprised that the boy turned out to be a warrior from the newspapers. The look on the face of the leader of the fierce dogs, Balkan Distiller, is filled with irritation. It is at this point that Jillian begins to complain that Renee has taken all his most valuable treasures. He also mentions Cyril, whom he calls his passionate and only love. He turns to Balkan and reminds him that good dogs have to work for their food, so it's time to get down to business. Balkan agrees through gritted teeth. He remembers that Rude Donatos owes him a debt, so this would be a great opportunity to pay it off. Meanwhile, the dark wizard Hyman interrupts the conversation. He warns Balkan that the enemy is a man who has the skills to be recognized by the imperial family and become the main character in the newspapers. However, Balkan does not believe in such silly rumors, and the idea that Rude could be a warrior seems ridiculous to him. In his opinion, Rude is just a crazy guy who doesn't shy away from blood on his hands. With that, he quickly leaves Jillian's house. Meanwhile, Hyman complains that no one ever listens to him, and Jillian wonders if Rude can really be that strong. Hyman believes that rumors always turn out to be exaggerations, but he asks not to worry. He plans to prepare well for Balkan's return. Meanwhile, the training in magical techniques continues at the Duville estate. Rude quickly realizes that even first-round spells can be useful if repeated 100 times. Even so, he needs to think about learning more advanced magic from a higher-level wizard. At that very moment, Renee comes out to meet him dressed in a new costume with a white cloak. She asks what else Rude plans to destroy today because she is tired of cleaning up after his failures. Renee also asks him not to tear his new clothes and advises Rudd to be calm while studying. But before she can even get closer, purple flashes start flying in their direction. He quickly orders Renee to duck to avoid a possible and dangerous blow. And this turns out to be surprisingly appropriate because the very next moment the flashes begin to explode. They bring down purple flames on the mansion and cause quite a bit of damage. Observing the consequences, an irritated Balkan thinks that this decision was quite stupid. He brought a whole squad with him, so he ordered them to be careful and not to do anything stupid. Looking under the rubble, one of the soldiers says that usually the magic of the sixth circle does not leave even a trace of the victims. This only irritates Balkan more because he cannot allow the loss of the slave that Jillian needs so much, and then it is she who gives a voice with a quiet cough from the explosion. In front of her, Ruda's sword sticks out of the ground. She recognizes it as the weapon that saved her life. The guess that the sword took all the damage may be correct, since the explosion did not even leave a scratch on it. Balkan immediately turns his attention to her and turns to the voice. He grabs her by the collar and asks where her mother is. In response, Renee begs him to let her go because she thinks Balkan is bad. This only makes him more angry and violently insists on an answer. He slaps Renee and repeats his question again. In response, a trembling Renee says that her mother has returned to the forest. She looks helpless and cries out of incredible fear of the perpetrator. Balkan is not satisfied with this answer, so he again hits Renee in the face with force. Instead, he asks her if she knows where Rude is and if he could still be alive. While openly mocking her, Balkan does not notice Rude approaching from behind. The latter promptly attacks him and causes another localized explosion with his attempt. However, Balkan manages to bounce back in time, and then he complains that Rude has only just appeared. He calls him a traitor, but Rude doesn't even change his face, maintaining complete calm. Frightened, Renee turns to Rude, and in response, he advises her to hide and not to worry. Meanwhile, Feldrua analyzes the nature of Rude's wound and reports that the same curse that infected Renee was used. It eats flesh, so he wonders if Rude needs a potion. In response, Rude assures them that thanks to the artifact, he was only slightly injured, so there is no need to worry. Instead, Rude confidently moves toward the attackers and calls them real mongrels because they don't deserve to be called the fierce dogs. At this point, Renee tries to tell Red about the lost sword, but the very next moment, another one materializes in his hand and he squeezes it tighter. Meanwhile, the attacker's squad is very angry at this swear word, so they rush into battle. It takes only one powerful swing of the sword to kick up not only dust around, but also a shockwave. Balkan has to hide from it, but he quickly realizes that it's not even magic. However, this move was designed to do something else, for Rudd's sword blade is now glistening with bloodstains. The attackers rush at him from all sides in an attempt to catch and strike him. However, a flash of flame bursts over their heads, causing a real explosion. Balkan can't calm down and laughs madly, asking how Rude dares to behave like that. He thinks that this maneuver will be a lie in an attempt to scare him. It is at that moment that he is warned of the threat behind him. This time, Rude actually resorts to using magic. In Balkan's opinion, there is nothing to be afraid of because it is only a first-level projectile. However, the difficulty lies in their number. They overlap and explode, so it is impossible to predict the future trajectory of the strike. Concerned, Balkan shouts to the soldiers to be more careful. However, Rude approaches him and says that he should be the one to pay attention. However, even after all these years, Rudd has not forgotten his name. Balkan Distiller is now in a weak position. Meanwhile, Rude says that he should have just cut them all. He cannot understand the reason for Balkan's anger, because he was the one who bullied Rude. The furious Balkan denies it and assures him that he treated Rude as his own son. However, he doesn't understand how Rude could have appeared in Ibris after he had destroyed half of the fierce dogs. Rude has no idea what he's talking about. Holding a glowing red blade to his neck, Rude reminds him that a lot of time has passed. And Balkan explains that for the sake of some stray child with no name, Rude destroyed his companion just because he did something stupid. Balkan considers the scar that remained on his face after that day to be a particular insult. Only then does Rude realize that something doesn't add up. In his past life, he didn't kill half of the fierce dogs, and he wasn't treated like his own son. He was that child with no name. In those days, the fierce dogs consisted of a group of weaklings who took part in street fights. Among them were quite a few not only perverts, but also just bad people. When Ruda's family was destroyed and he and his brother moved to Ibris Lut, the dogs were no different from other mercenaries. Fortunately, Asir was strong enough to gain respect for himself. Rud was perceived as a parasite who lived only at the expense of his older brother. At that time, Asir often defended his younger brother. However, there came a time when Asir managed to win Balkan's trust and was taken on missions. It was on one of those days that something terrible happened. As Rudd was tired of the constant abuse, he decided to confront the attackers. As a result, he was beaten almost to his last breath. By chance, Asir witnessed this scene and ended up destroying half of the fierce hounds at once. It was he who caused the bloody massacre and left a scar on Balkan's face. At the time, Rudd did not understand why he had to behave so cruelly, but it was too late. After that, Asir assured him that they were all scum and deserved to end their lives. Then when his brother put his hand on his head, Rudd looked at him in surprise. He did not understand why such terrible events had happened and was very much afraid of the consequences. With pain in his voice, Asir also said that everything was for his sake, even if he had to leave Rud. The next day, wanted notices were posted all over Atun, so Asir had to leave. He entrusted Rud to a trusted person. At the time, it seemed like the best solution, but it did not change the fact that for a long time, Rud was left all alone. The next mention of Asir came to him after several years of separation. Returning from his own memories, Rud realizes that he must now bear responsibility for all the actions that Asir committed in his past life. He became his reflection and shadow, which turned into a living person. He is annoyed by this fact, but decides not to take on the burden of such minor problems. Instead, he applies force to the sword and provokes its explosive action. This causes Balkan to fly away a certain distance and scream loudly in surprise. He tries to justify himself and admits that Rud had his own reasons for such actions. However, he orders him to shut up and stabs his sword into the ground between Balkan's knives. He says that even after all these years, the Mad Dogs remain nothing more than an organization that abuses children. Meanwhile, Balkan stares in horror at the sparks that cover the sword blade. In response, Rud says that it is not necessary to know the answer to this question. And in a moment, the sword reaches the stage of full readiness and causes a powerful and incredibly large explosion. Only when the flames calm down does Rud wipe his face of dust and realize that he is tired. Then Renee runs up to him and advises him to find a safe place. She explains that these people are Jillian's thugs. It was he who tortured Renee and her mother. He also keeps a lot of mercenaries and a dark wizard in his estate. She is sure that they are hunting for her, so she wants to protect Rudd from danger. Clutching his coat tightly, she hopes that he will listen to her and not make a terrible mistake. Instead, he grabs Renee by the hood and lifts her up to sit on his shoulders. He asks her to show him the way to the mansion. Renee can't accept this decision, so she grabs Rud by the hair and starts pulling. She reminds him that he has to get out of here and save himself. However, Rud asks her to stop and explains that she will be wandering alone for a very long time in search of the right place. Since Renee taught him magic, he wants to return the favor and teach her something. In his opinion, there are only two things for which there should be a price. The first is kindness, and the second is oppression and abuse. Meanwhile, Jillian's estate is also in turmoil. He and Hyman are watching the outcome of the battle with the help of a magic ball. Balkan's body appears in front of them, and they realize that he will not return. A moment later, Jillian begins to tremble with fear. He is surprised that the incredibly strong Balkan, in his opinion, did not even have time to attack back. And Hyman reports that Rude is on his way to visit them. That is why Jillian orders to gather and hide all the slaves of other races and make sure that none of them are forgotten. Turning to Hyman, Jillian reminds him that he spends a lot of money on an exile from a magical kingdom. He also orders that Rude be destroyed, but that it should be done there so that his treasure is not scratched. In his mind, Hyman realizes that he does not want to use his invaluable work to save Jillian. However, his further research is in dire need of funding. So he advises them not to worry because they have a certain secret that will become a weapon. This thought inspires Jillian and makes him smile because he considers the results of the wizard's research to be a real work of art. The weapon is a hybrid creature that looks like a human but has dragon-like features and a yellow glowing stone implanted in its heart. After a while, Rudd and Renee manage to get to the right place. Even at the gate, you have to fight because the guards come in waves and attack. Only at the entrance to the territory does Rude ask if they have arrived at the right place, and Renee assures them that this is Jillian's estate. Since there are so many guards, Ruth assumes that the owner of the estate is simply swimming in money. Meanwhile, Renee asks if Ruth is okay, and he doesn't understand why she's asking. In her opinion, the enemies are also people like Rudd himself. However, he reports that they attacked first and did so even after being warned. Even while we are talking, they continue to attack and approach. However, they are replaced by a second level of defense. Deformed beasts appear in front of Rude and Renee, clearly hostile. Renee admits that they could be mana beasts, but she has never seen them look like this. And Rude comes up with the idea that they are chimeras, monsters that were created by crossing different creatures with the help of magic, and something tells him that doing so is at least illegal. However, even if we assume that these creatures are chimeras, the question remains why beasts that cannot distinguish between enemies and allies were released. The fact is that they begin to devour the guards because they do not see the target of the attack. While Rude clutches his sword tighter, Renee advises him to hide and stays behind him. However, a new creature enters the battlefield next, and Rude quickly recognizes it as a real dragon. His power is so powerful that even other small chimeras stop and watch him move. It is created from the particles of dragons and beasts, to which are added not only mana beasts but also parts of the human race. Thinking about this, Rude is the first to grab his weapon and rush to attack. Renee tries to catch up with him because she has something very important to say. He charges his sword with a red glow as Renee runs up to him. He yells at her and reminds her that he told her to hide. She denies it because she recognizes the man who was turned into a dragon. In her memories, she sees a bright and joyful image of a young man, and Renee informs her that he used to be the guardian of her tribe and was named Herta Nastia. Meanwhile, Feldrua suggests that this news does not surprise him because it immediately seemed as if a living elf was used for a part of the dragon. The guardian of the tribe must be quite strong. However, his memory and consciousness should be pretty much wiped out by now. After a quick attack, which he manages to dodge only at the last moment, Rude realizes that the Draco is definitely stronger than the other creatures. Meanwhile, Hertha grabs his battle trident and attacks Rude, forcing him to use his mana shield to protect himself. However, even at this point, Rude finds the situation quite comfortable. He had long wanted to start using the techniques he had used in his past life. Unlike the blue sky technique, they were not considered as popular. Moreover, Rude developed them during battles on a wide battlefield. One of them is accompanied by rapid and long flashes of light that resemble images of bird wings. Rudd once named it Swallow because during an attack it seems that the enemy is being attacked by dozens of small and very fast birds. However, it was only a distraction to confuse the enemy. The very next moment, Rude jumps up and directs a powerful blow from his charged sword at Herta. Herta quickly realizes that he cannot evade, so he has to use a different tactic. In an attempt to counterattack, he resorts to a more sophisticated technique. It helps him to turn around and force Rude to hit the ground with a punch. However, the charged force of the sword passes through the fissures and cracks in the dry earth and still wounds Herta. This causes him to exhale heavily and fall over. However, he quickly notices that the wounds are not deep, so he can continue to fight. For Rude, this competition remains just a practice of old and forgotten skills. He watches Herta approaching rather indifferently, remembering the name of another move. It was called the Wolf, so Rude is in a hurry to use it in a fight. The burst of energy when it hits resembles a wolf's head, so it's no wonder why Rude gave it that name. Meanwhile, Feldrua notices that Rude has used the stored energy of the sword from his last attack and released it at the right time. He also finds the names of the techniques funny. However, Rude immediately points out that he invented them at a much younger age. In his opinion, names should be interesting and easy to pronounce. In between his thoughtful thoughts, Rude picks up his sword again and attacks Herta. However, a third party intervenes in the battle. A powerful flash of black and purple light appears in the air, indicating the use of magic. There is no surprise in Red's eyes at this. He calmly watches the wizard create a large purple circle in the sky for a fairly high-level spell. A frightened Renee tells Red that it is a dark wizard named Hyman, and Feldrua asks if he needs help to fight. Using subspace, Rude replaces his sword and takes up what is called the Sky Piercer. This time the enemy is out of range, so you need to think in terms of calculation and strategy. He knows that magic is made up of mana, of technique, and spells. In his opinion, magic of this level can be easily overcome by disrupting its structure. There's no need to worry about the remaining mana either. That's why Rude confidently jumps and uses the blue sky technique. His punch cuts through the magic circle and directs the power to destroy it. This shocks Hyman, who does not understand how Rouge managed to dispel his magic. However, upon closer inspection, he sees that the magic is not being destroyed, but devoured. Rudd's sword is constantly and greedily sucking up magic, leaving no trace of it. He doesn't understand what kind of sword it is, so he starts creating a magic circle for a new attack again. The only problem is that Rudd's sword doesn't just devour magic, but is filled with incredible and powerful power thanks to it. Rude directs it at the wizard with a punch that hits the target. He has to bring the fool down to the ground. The next moment, Hyman loses control and flies down. He thinks about the fact that he had to use a levitation spell and recovery magic in just one attack. In addition, he ran out of mana and was hit pretty hard. And then, thanks to the reverse flow of mana, Hyman throws up on the ground in a fit of nausea. Meanwhile, Rude ironically remarks that Hyman's level of magic doesn't matter because his body is weaker than a child's. Shocked, Hyman doesn't understand how Rude was able to handle the sixth circle magic so easily. Even if he is the next great hero, it still doesn't make any sense. Luckily for Hyman, he still has some mana to use the teleportation spell and escape as soon as possible. However, Rude seems to read his mind and steps on Hyman's hand with his boot to prevent him from performing the magic. He proposes to simplify the situation dramatically and raises his sword for a decisive blow. At that moment, Herta recovers from the attack and stands up. Renee notices this and shouts to attract attention. However, Herta moves quickly and shields Hyman, saving him from the blow. Hyman himself decides that this is his chance to escape. He pushes Herta toward the attack and urges him to finish his work. And while Herta is being pierced by a merciless punch, Hyman manages to use the magic of teleportation and escape. After the attack, Rude realizes that he has managed to destroy the core of Herta's body, so he won't live long. With tears in her eyes, Renee rushes to the side of the wounded Herta. However, Rude grabs her by the hood and stops her, saying that he could still be dangerous. He shares his thoughts that not everyone is worthy of becoming a guardian of the tribe, so Herta must have been very strong in his lifetime. In his mind, Rude can't accept that someone like him could be captured by a dark wizard. Shedding bitter tears, Renee watches as the second person close to her says goodbye to her life. She recalls a happy childhood in which they were close and there were no threats. However, now Renee asks Rudd where all the other people who attacked them could have gone. In response, Rude says that they can't be far away because they are quite badly injured. It turns out that Renee is desperate to find them. For Rudd, this is not a problem, so he invites Renee to join him on this journey. From subspace, he takes out a new sword and creates a dark portal into which he is going to jump. She realizes that her mother would be disappointed by this behavior, but she is determined to avenge her loved ones. Meanwhile, in the underground bunker beneath the mansion, chaos is breaking out. A frightened Gellion orders the walls of the house to be defended to prevent anyone from entering the shelter. He doesn't understand where Hyman has gone, but in a moment he flies into the bunker with the help of a spell. A worried Hellion asks what exactly happened to him and why he looks exhausted and injured. In response, Hyman advises him to shut up because he realizes that he has to run away as soon as possible. Hellion yells after him that he spent too much for Hyman. He bought him not only ingredients and catalysts, but also helped him create chimeras. In response, Hyman says that there is no point in talking about research when their lives are about to end. He shouts that he is in this situation because of Gellion's fault. He insists on giving him the keys to the stables and explains that he has spent all his mana, so he will have to ride the horses. But before he can even blink, the space on the ceiling bursts into a blue glow. Rude and Renee jump out of the portal, and the former asks where Hyman is going to run off to. Meanwhile, Feldrua wonders what kind of sword Rude has chosen this time since he destroyed the entire treasury. And Rude explains that the sword called Philia cuts through space and was used by Lion in her past life. Before that, Rude didn't want to use it because it consumes a lot of mana. Meanwhile, Hellion tries to escape and begs for help. He falls at the feet of the bound slaves, but does not have time to do anything. The next moment, ropes tightly encircle his body and tie his hands tightly, preventing him from escaping. Trembling with fear, Helion watches as Rude approaches the wounded Hymen. He notes that the elf from which the chimera was made was quite strong. However, it is unlikely that they could have caught it themselves, which is the same question as how they were able to get it. It turns out to be very easy to split Helion. He tells us that he bought slaves on the black market of Ibris. He traded with people wearing white robes and masks that looked like dragon heads. With a thoughtful frown, Rudd recalls hearing about something similar because the Church of the Dragon comes to mind. It's a strange organization that dreams of dragons ruling the world. If they destroyed Nastia's tribe and captured their guardian, then it all starts to make sense. Meanwhile, Helion begins to beg for mercy. He allows Rudd to do whatever he wants with the slaves. However, he does not notice that Renee has already freed most of them. He offers Rude money and his own treasures. In response, Rude laughs openly and asks if Helion seriously thinks he can pay off. After all, he thinks that the so-called treasures think quite differently. They have a personal hatred for Helion, so Rude hands him over to them to be killed. Abandoned and beaten, he is left in the bunker, but he notices Renee's arrival. He begs her to save him and notes that his beloved Cyrell would not have wanted to see her like this. In his opinion, his mother protected Renee with all the love possible. Throwing the dagger she came with on the floor, Renee says that she would not want her mother to see her like this. However, she plans to do something different. In her opinion, it would be appropriate to make many small holes in Gelion's body and then start letting air flow through them with the help of magic. It will slowly pass through his eyes and organs and eventually reach his brain. And Renee not only threatens but immediately begins to perform the described actions and resort to magic. As Helion's body explodes from the strain, Renee wishes that his soul would never rest because his entire family will curse him for hundreds of years to come. She thinks it's only fair because the person who abused her and her family deserves this fate. Rudd, who is watching this process, has nothing to say. However, Veldroit notes that he has managed to teach Renee something very good. After a while, Abel's guild arrives at Duville's estate with him at the head. They came to settle the consequences of the battle. As a result, it turned out that one of the criminals was a pervert who abused slaves. The second one turned out to be a dark wizard who conducted illegal experiments to create horrific chimeras. According to Abel's assistant, both criminals deserve to be executed. However, even though everything has been done to free the slaves, there are still too many dead mercenaries around. He can't just turn a blind eye to this. Worried, Abel quickly comes up with a plan. He suggests writing in the report that the culprit for the loss of so many people was a brainless chimera who could not distinguish between an enemy and an ally. Although the assistant takes notes on everything they say, he reminds them that they don't have to worry so much even though their guild is involved in Ibris's affairs. In Abel's opinion, the imperial family will start dealing with Aten anyway because of the precedence of illegal slave trade and dark wizards. He cannot allow the boy who took part in this battle to be publicly shamed. The assistant notices that for his age, Rude was very cruel, but Abel explains that in these times it is a privilege to be a well-mannered child. He knows that Rude's skills will be enough. However, we shouldn't forget that he's going to join the guild very soon, so his reputation needs to stay clean. While the guild workers are dealing with the bodies and taking them outside the estate, Abel realizes that the assistant's words are true about the cruelty and lack of humanity. Meanwhile, the cunning future hero is resting on the couch and serenely chewing on an apple. On his lap is Renee, who looks very interested in the book. Noticing the appearance of Abel Rude, he is quick to assume that his guild is quite poor, since in the few months of its existence it has not been able to provide even basic assistance. These words irritate Abel, so he complains that it took him too long to clean up the mess that Rude made. With a calm roll of his eyes, Rude notes that it wasn't even him who finished off the vile Jillian. A quiet cough attracts Renee's attention, but Rude immediately notes that this is nothing to be proud of. Instead, Rude asks if Abel's upcoming trip to Wernick, where he planned to take the rescued elves, is still relevant. He himself is planning to go to Parma, so he ironically advises Abel not to be too upset about the upcoming separation. Abel also has questions about the trip because he does not understand why the elves need to be taken to Wernicke. In his opinion, there are many forests where they can continue their peaceful life. However, Rude is sure that Wernicke is the only country that worships spirits so devotedly and treats elves with kindness. Besides, it's time to pay off the debts to Lady Worm. This name seems familiar to Feldrua, so he clarifies whether it is the Great Spirit who once made a contract with the King of the Wind Spirits. This is exactly what Rudd is talking about, so he agrees. In his opinion, it's worth building a good reputation for yourself, because sooner or later everyone will have to visit Wernicke. He tells her that the trip will take a long time on the mana-powered train. Since Renee has no friends and no company, Ruth asks Abel to take care of her and calls him her bro. While Abel snorts in frustration and leaves the room, Renee seems concerned. Ruth wants to know what exactly is bothering her, but Renee can't answer. She quickly gets up from the couch and runs away. Meanwhile, Feldroyd calls Rude heartless. In response, Rude says that he has done nothing wrong because this was the plan from the beginning. In the future, Rude is to go to Parma and check the subspace that Chairman Hafley was talking about. Besides, he has to study magic and deal with the Church of the Dragon. He simply doesn't have time to drag a child around with him. Nevertheless, Feldrua says that even despite his big plans, Rude allowed himself to stay here for a week of rest and then leave with the elves. Looking thoughtfully out the window, Rudd agrees, but does not understand why he did it this way. Later on the train, Renee and Abel meet on opposite seats in the same compartment. He sees that she is sad, so he assumes that she never had a chance to say goodbye to Rude. He thinks Rude is too cold, but he has no reason to be. Renee agrees, but accidentally calls Abel Grandpa because of his white hair and thoughtful look. He is shocked by this identification, but Renee ignores it. She begins to tell us that she has spent more than a month with Rudd, so they have learned a lot together. She dreams of being as strong as Rude. She wants to be able to fight on her own so that no one else dares to call themselves her master. However, she wonders if Rudd would have taken her with him if she were stronger now. She looks down again sad and calls Rudd stupid and bald. However, Rude suddenly appears at the entrance to the compartment and says that her words sounded rude. He reminds her that he gave her clothes and food, and in return she speaks of him so badly and for some reason thinks he is bald. Noticing Ruda, Renee asks him what he is doing here and what his purpose is. Rude can think of nothing better than to say that he is lost. In response, Renee says that even though he lost his way, he managed to get here. I have to admit that Rude says he wanted to organize a very cool farewell, but he couldn't because he thinks he's pathetic. He plans to return all the money he spent on it, even if it takes years. Renee can work or become a great sorceress who will reach the level of an archmage. She can do whatever she wants as long as she repays Rudu for his kindness and everything he has done for her. However, he also warns her that she has no right to run away because then he will pursue her across the continent. In short, it is an invitation to go together as Rude extends his hand in a significant gesture. In a whisper, Renee calls Rude stupid and threatens that he will really become bald soon if he continues to behave like this. Almost immediately, Renee gets up and walks toward the exit of the compartment. With these words, she quickly jumps and hits Rudd with her head and hands right in the stomach. Meanwhile, Abel looks out into the corridor and threatens that Renee must calm down, otherwise he will send her to Wernica with the others. On the way out, she scolds Rude for not inviting her earlier, because then she wouldn't have had to walk so much. In response, Rude mumbles that she was the one who disappeared without a word and without explanation. Watching the newly formed team with Ruda and Renee, Abel realizes that they are very similar to each other. They don't hear it anymore, because they are running merrily toward the exit of the train to catch another one. Upon arriving in Parma, Renee starts running around the piazza and marveling at the beauty of the surrounding scenery. She is amazed by the magical towers and rare tools that have been created through advanced magic. However, she is most impressed by such a simple thing as ice cream. She sees it as a reflection of the beauty and power of the magical kingdom. For her, Parma is a completely different world from the outskirts of the forest village. Meanwhile, Rude is surprised that a little elf can be happy to be in such a big city. In response, Renee says that she loves magic, so one day she wants to become a strong wizard to help him and be useful. In Rude's opinion, all the wizards he knows have terrible personalities, so he asks Renee not to become like them. Instead, Renee asks about the wizard that Rude has mentioned more than once, and it is she who approaches the guests from behind, surprising Rudd with her appearance. Annis waves happily at Rudd and smiles. She keeps her friendly gaze on him as she walks closer. Instead, Rude rudely asks why it took her so long to get there, since she had to wait for her. In her opinion, it was Rudd who arrived earlier than the agreed time, and now he is condemning her in vain. After they took a sabbatical, Henise hadn't heard from Rudd, so she was surprised when he called her. She also wonders who the young person is who is now accompanying Red, because she noticed the presence of Renee, who had been sitting next to him until then. After a polite bow, Renee says her name and says she is very pleased to meet Henise. She calls herself Rude's secret daughter and hopes that her new mother, played by Henise, will take good care of her. Meanwhile, Rude is in a hurry to explain that everything is not so. He tells her that he met Renee in the Atuna and that she owes him a favor. However, Renee distracts Henise and asks her to sit down next to him. She is visibly embarrassed and asks Renee to call her aunt to make it more acceptable. Renee agrees to the offer very quickly and doesn't forget to tell Henise how kind and beautiful she is. In addition, Renee tasted ice cream for the first time today, so she considers it the best day of her life. Admiring how charming Renee is, Hanise asks Rude why he bought her ice cream on such a cold day, as cocoa would have been much more appropriate, and while Rude and Hanise talk about the difficulties of age, they are closely watched. The Countess's assistant Eben tells her that Hanise is old enough to date and have a boyfriend. Meanwhile, Countess Hafley orders Eben to be quiet and clutches her crossbow. She knows that Hanise's goal is to get her sister Lila well, but she also hopes that her daughter will be able to live a full life. However, lately Hennis has been talking more and more about the boy who is supposed to be the next hero, so the Countess has no choice but to destroy him. Eben thinks she's going too far, so he tries to take the crossbow away from the Countess, causing her to scream. A noise from the direction of the train station exit catches the attention of Red Renee and Hennis, and they turn toward the sound together. With a completely shocked expression on her face, Hennis recognizes her own mother. She also didn't expect this and freezes in the middle of trying to take Eben's crossbow away. Later, all the participants in the situation gather in the dining room for tea. Countess Hafley slowly sips her tea and says she is ready to listen to the guest. He tells her his name, while Renee stares fascinated at the dessert on offer. However, Iris is not in the mood for long conversations, so she asks Rude directly if he has come to test the subspace barrier in connection with his mission. In her opinion, the visit was in vain. The subspace is still undergoing final inspection, so it will take an extra week. She could have told him about it on her cell phone to avoid calling her daughter. She concludes rather rudely that Rude can get the hell out of here. Pausing in thought, Rudd does not understand why Iris is so angry with him, but he has one more question for her. He would like to learn magic from her because she is the master of the Crimson Tower. In Iris's opinion, Rude's self-confidence is only due to his title. The fact that an ordinary second circle wizard wants to learn from the great wizard Harpulia seems ridiculous to her. She sees the level of his magic powers in the form of rings that circle around his body, and while Rude has only 2 weak rings, she herself has a much more complex and powerful level of magic. Moreover, she immediately refuses Rudd's request without wasting time to think about it. Meanwhile, Renee is watching the conversation and admires Iris's strength. She remarks that the fact that she tested Rude's strength even without using magic seems incredible and addresses Iris with great respect and politeness. In Iris's opinion, these actions are nothing special because she did not even put any effort into the process. However, Renee tells us that she herself has studied magic, so she has some flaws. However, in the future, Renee wants to become as powerful as the Countess, so she asks Iris to teach her and Rude magic. In response, the Countess laughs, but Renee has her own secret and invincible remedies. She looks at Iris with a glint of persuasion in her big eyes and quietly asks again. Hennis and Iris are both impressed by how charming and sweet Renee is. Trying to cope with Renee's aura of charm, Iris tells her that she will allow her to stay in one of the rooms for a while, but she cannot just accept a couple of random students as students. Meanwhile, Rude interrupts the conversation and offers to arrange an entrance exam in case Iris is sure that he does not have the necessary skills. She finds the offer interesting. However, before deciding whether she will allow him to take the entrance exam, Iris decides to ask him one question. She is interested to know Rudd's opinion on the essence of magic and to hear his thoughts on this topic. Rudd's answer does not take long. He says that, according to textbooks, magic is a miracle of human will through the use of mana. In reality, however, this is the result of imitating the dragon's powers in order to destroy it. This answer seems unusual to Iris. A proud wizard would not say such words. However, she agrees that ancient magic was only for dragons. The magic of today is only like a weakened spellbook from dragon magic that can only be activated by will and spells. In her opinion, people focus on effective spells with limited mana and create them from an equally limited imagination. However, even so, human magic can contain and suppress dragon magic. To prove her point, Iris gets up and walks out into the open air. And the next moment, her hands are embracing powerful magic circles filled with hot flames. She adds that sometimes growth begins with facing reality and not relying on reckless confidence. She finds Rude rather arrogant, but she doesn't think he's a complete idiot. Meanwhile, a powerful teleportation spell is created under her hands, and Rude is amazed by its ease of creation and its reach. Iris accepts his answer as worthy and invites him to enter the portal and begin the entrance exam. Behind her, a burning volcano erupts, covering the entire space with hot flashes and causing the stones to glow. Rudd's face shows nervous anxiety. He was not prepared to start the exam like this right away. In response, Iris assumes that he must be very busy due to his title. She also does not plan to provide housing for those who are not even among her students. That's why she wants to start the trial as soon as possible. Hennis interrupts the conversation and tries to object, explaining that Rudd needs time to prepare. However, in response, the stern mother reminds him that she has told Hennis many times that a nobleman's dignity begins with the way he speaks. Meanwhile, Rude gets to his feet and agrees to the test, but also asks what it will be about. In response, Iris explains that the portal in front of him leads to the volcano Elfale near the southern part of Parma. It is called the Grace of God, so it is not surprising that an incredible amount of mana flows through its veins. This volcano is the foundation of a magical kingdom and a special research area with endless resources and secrets yet to be discovered. However, in those places where mana is in excess, various life forms appear. Except for the research camp, this place is constantly under attack by flying dragons. Since Rude is still a student at Erathium, he should realize that after the end of winter, the flying dragons begin their mating season. Although they are not very dangerous individually, they continue to reproduce as long as their leader is alive. His goal in the lesson is to find the leader of the flying dragons hiding somewhere on the outskirts of the volcano. She gives him a deadline of 1 week and says that only after he succeeds will she allow Rudd to become her apprentice. Although Rudd agrees to these conditions, he asks Iris to keep her promises in return. The worried Hennis tries to object, but no one cares about her words. Iris then informs him that the tower's wizard never lies and hugs little Renee. Ruth wonders if she shouldn't also take the test to become an apprentice. In response, Iris says that she cannot send a magical little girl to a burning volcano. Rude points out that in reality, Renee is even older than he is. In response, Iris says that he will take good care of Renee, and the decision whether to teach her will depend only on his success. In Rudd's opinion, this is not entirely fair. Renee supports his opinion and wants to follow him out of loyalty. However, as soon as Hennis offers something sweet, Renee quickly changes her mind and waves goodbye. Rude's voice is outraged because he doesn't understand how she could have exchanged him for a piece of sugar so quickly. Meanwhile, Iris notices that Rude talks too much. She comes closer and pushes him toward the portal. With a loud scream, Rude flies to the ground and finds himself in the gloomy desert around the volcano. From the portal, Iris waves to him, reminding him of the deadline and wishing him good luck. He was surprised because he was not even offered food or water, but simply thrown into the portal. As a way to make fun of him, one single cookie appears next to the stone, which only irritates him more. As he wanders around, he thinks that it is unfair. Iris could at least tell him where the nest is. Meanwhile, Feldrua asks Rude to hurry up because he doesn't like this hot weather at all. He notes that despite the name, the place looks rather deserted. According to Rude, this place was nicknamed this way because the source of mana comes from another place. The flaming dragon Amit comes to mind. The dragon's veins must be sealed deep in the volcano's crater. Feldrua quickly guesses that testing subspace is not the only reason to come to Parma. In response, Rude says that he was planning to come here anyway. In Feldrua's opinion, it is worth thinking more positively because it did not take 3 years of walking to get there. Walking through the desert, Rude thinks that the flaming dragon will appear in 3 years. In his opinion, we should not forget about the variability of the future, so we need to prepare for this event properly. But he can't have a quiet walk because a large piece of stone is flying towards his head. Having dodged a possible attack, Rude complains that he didn't find the lair quickly enough. So far, he has only been attacked by small dragons. 2 of them circle menacingly overhead. They rush down and fly toward Rude to grab him. One of them tries to hit Rudd, but he dodges again and thinks about rather slow attacks. However, he wonders how strong their scales are. He can check and use one of the techniques. When the dragon flies closer, Rude channels the accumulated power into a punch and literally makes the dragon tear itself apart. This technique is called annihilation, and as a result, Rudd's arm goes numb. He is surprised at how Balak manages to use this technique with ease. The observant Feldrua notices the technique of concentrating the blow and assumes that Rude can handle small dragons even without a sword. According to Rudd's plan, the result was quite rough, but a sword strike would not have had the desired effect. This technique creates a strong vibration in the air, so very soon there will be a whole bunch of dragons nearby. The thing is that they are oriented to vibration, not sound, so the sky quickly fills with eerie shadows of approaching shadows. Among them, Rude also recognizes the leader of the pack because he is bigger and looks more powerful. Rudd's gaze remains calm and focused, and a satisfied smile plays on his lips. The leader's mustache is concentrated with magic, so he roars angrily, creating a circle of yellow light. The space around him is filled with magical vibrations that carry an outright threat in the form of light. It bursts into small directed beams with magical power, and Rudd has to use his shield to protect himself. He recalls the words of Hennis, who complained that it was pointless to fight flying dragons without the ability to fly and use magic. Although Rude has already mastered the ability to levitate, this time he won't have to use it. As long as he uses the shield, all magic attacks are easily blocked. He turns to his own subspace and takes out a new weapon from it. The long spear is equipped with a wide blade at the end, so Rude points it in the direction of the approaching dragons and invites them to descend. His weapon is filled with colorful light that twists into a vortex and gains power. The magic of the weapon gradually strengthens and gains power. So, later, large air hurricanes appear around the flying dragons to bring them down to the ground. Normal flying dragons have no defense against such power, so they are subject to the power of the sword. Meanwhile, in Parma, Henise goes for a walk with Renee. She apologizes for the pressure her mother's behavior might create. She responds by saying that she thinks her mother is good because she showed her the kingdom and gave her a real feast. In fact, before that, Iris had emphasized the importance of appearance and ordered Henise to take a walk around the kingdom. Out loud, however, Henise says that her mother cannot resist charm. Stopping at the fountain, she asks Renee if she would like to go with Rudd. This is true, but Renee believes that he will be the only one to interfere with it. She wonders if Rudd has always been so strong and wise. She admires him and wants to know a little more. In response, Hennis says that he has always been different. During the induction ceremony, he got into a fight with the president of the student council, and later one girl even broke his arm. Shocked, Renee asks who she is, and Henise explains that her name is Lion, but it's a very long story. They walk until the evening and talk about Rudd's past and his years at the academy. As a result, the conversation turns into gossip, and Renee calls Rudd indifferent to others and plans to quarrel during the meeting. However, Henise did not want to say bad things about him at all. She advises Renee not to worry because Rudd was strong enough to defeat the dragon of 1,000 forms. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, everyone around him sees him as a warrior and a future hero. Meanwhile, in the middle of the hellish desert, Rudd was able to deal with the flying dragons and their leader with a single weapon. He used the storm spear, which is capable of causing natural phenomena, as its name implies. In the past, Rudd could only dream of using it. The ancient weapon uses an insane amount of mana, so in his past life, Rudd could not have used it even if he wanted to. According to Feldrua, the use of such a powerful weapon against weak flying dragons is an indicator that Rudd's mental age has dropped to the age of his body. However, Rudd himself is proud to be able to use the potential of a cool weapon and believes that it should not be wasted. But the next moment his body becomes weaker, he falls to the ground and exhales heavily. The fact is that he has run out of mana. It turned out to be too heavy for the 4th lap, so the only thing left to do was to make a fire and roast dinner. Feldrua is left to his own devices and watches with disgust as Rudd devours the fried dragon meat. In his opinion, Rudd's intelligence level has decreased along with his mana level. Putting aside the bones, Rudd says that he had hoped that he would have enough strength to walk at least. He is worried that he has not yet managed to move to the 5th level of technique and get a new wing on the seal. A lot of time has passed and he should have enough skills. Since his mana will take a long time to recover, Rudd decides to study the celestial spirit to turn his attention inward. He wants to find the key to the 5th circle, so he activates the seal, which begins to glow. Gradually his body is enveloped in blue light, and air currents carry his consciousness to another place. Finding himself in the middle of the blue sky, he realizes that a year has already passed. He wonders whether clothes and weapons affect his spiritual personality because the image remains the same when he moves. However, these answers are not important, so Rudd begins to walk slowly in the middle of the space. He addresses Feldrua with a question about the blue sky, but the King of Spirits does not answer. The connection with him was severed because if the celestial spirit had been allowed to enter, the spiritual bodies of the masters would have been found as well. Moving on, Rudd stumbles upon something strange and unexpected. In front of him is a huge door that leads to who knows where. Rudd has no choice, as he is surrounded by endless blue, so he has to move forward. Opening the door, he steps forward, but suddenly steps into the abyss. With a loud scream, he flies far down and does not realize when he reaches the ground. As a result, he falls painfully to the ground and bends over with a heavy exhalation. He is annoyed by the fact that there is a cliff just outside the door and also notices that his sword is missing. Getting to his feet, he checks for the loss of his weapon but moves forward anyway. He sees a huge library with many books and high shelves. Right at the entrance, Rudd sees a book hanging in the air. Above it shines a magical inscription that tells the contents of the book. These are the memories of 6-year-old Rudd Donatos preserved on magical pages. By touching the pages, he activates the magic of the image that sweeps through his mind. Memories of his childhood and his past life come flooding back to him. However, Rudd does not understand how this is possible. He thinks about how the blue sky preserves his memories and reflects his inner self. And with a broader view, he realizes that this place holds not only his own memories. Rudd sees a truly boundless library with hundreds of skyscraper-like shelves. One of the shelves is different in color, and near it, Rudd notices a book with the memoirs of 24-year-old Lion Clyer. Quickly running closer, Rudd looks at the book. Curious, he touches it and activates the magic again. He is confronted with Lion's memories of the moment when she said goodbye to her life in the past. Rudd sees himself, but he hears her thoughts. She does not hear his words because the pain does not allow her body to react. But in her mind, she is surprised that Rude is screaming so desperately. Until the last moment, she thinks he's the ultimate bastard. The information shocks Rudd, so he quickly looks around. He doesn't understand what's going on and starts to get angry and clenches his hands into fists. Later, he manages to find the memories of all his comrades from his past life, and the questions only get bigger. Since the ties between the mental bodies and spirits of the teachers are severed, it must be a personal space. Since this library is the mental space of a follower, it becomes clear where the records of Rude's memories came from. However, the question arises as to how the memories of his friends from the past ended up here. The next moment, Ruda is distracted by a sound coming from other rows. The strange place already annoys him, so it would be a shame if someone else snuck in. He wants to catch the guest and angrily sets out on a vigilant search. Guided by the sound, Rude runs rapidly between the rows with a desire to catch up with the guest. In one of the corridors, he notices his sword, which he had recently lost. He doesn't understand how he got here, which is even more puzzling. However, something else attracts more attention. The section where Ruda's memories from the age of 13 are supposed to be is empty. He assumes that someone has already been here and is not wrong in his guesses. A woman's voice addresses him. She greets Rudd and calls him the Ninth. He is visibly surprised by her appearance and does not immediately gain the ability to respond. The girl's name is Charlotte Ervil, and she is the 6th follower of the Heavenly Immortal Sword. Rudd's reaction shows that he is not ready to accept this information immediately. She is surprised that Rude has not heard of the Golden Rose Charlotte. He has seen references to her in historical texts and knows that she was a master of the Heavenly Sword, but that was many years ago. With a smile, Charlotte admits that she might seem like a ghost. It's a pretty apt comparison, so she guesses that's what Rude would think. However, he explains that after the end of life, the body and soul of the follower return to heaven in the form of a mental image. She is this very image and also represents the will of the follower that connects with heaven. On her shoulders lies the need to help young Rude. However, upon closer inspection, she realizes that Rude is no longer a child, so she assumes that something has happened in reality. After regaining distance, Rude says his name and asks what exactly surrounds him. Since he has lost contact with the spirit and the sword masters, he assumes that he is in the middle of the infinite heavens. Meanwhile, Charlotte notes the sharpness of his character and confirms that this is his personal heaven. She says that the divine heavens are divided into 8 parts, which include both the outer and inner heavens. The outer heavens are called subspace, and the inner heavens are called mental space. All 4 parts that Rudd managed to visit were external, and the 5th part is internal. The physical and mental body in connection with the spirit constitute life. That is why there is a place where all the spiritual information that is attached to the body is stored. Only the spirit of the follower can get into this space, so it is not surprising that the side connections were severed. Simply put, it is the personal space of a follower among all levels of heaven. Until the last breath, all stories and memories will be recorded here. Then Rudd wonders why he found not only his own memories, but also other people's records. Charlotte does not know this information, so she assumes that it could be due to outside factors. In her opinion, the sword may have the information. She picks it up and looks at the rather interesting weapon with interest. She is able to see the nature of the weapon, so she is sure that the sword will not help provide information. Returning the weapon to Rude, Charlotte asks him where he got it. Rude tells her that the sword is named Demios and was used by the founder. This should be known to a follower. Charlotte had never heard of such a thing. However, in her opinion, the blade is enough to do what she came to do. A light begins to shine above her palm, which resembles magic but is not directly magic. And the next moment, the follower has her own sword in her hands and invites him to a competition. He has to prove that he is worthy of looking beyond the 5th heaven and crossing the line. All the followers who took over the post before Rudd's appearance took this test to raise their skill level. You need to make one sword strike with maximum force. If he wounds Charlotte, the test can be considered passed. Meanwhile, Rude did not even doubt that the transition to the 5th level would have certain conditions. He admits that things will not be so simple and takes up the sword to accomplish the task. She explains that in the territory of personal heaven, it is impossible to fully say goodbye to life. However, one should not hold back and should do their best. The very next moment, Charlotte lunges forward and throws a punch in his direction. In reality, she could have separated his arm, but Rude only felt a similar pain from such a sensation. He is shocked by her speed and sword skills as they surpass the heavenly sword. With a smile, Charlotte informs him that the spirit will feel the pain directly, so he should tense up. However, she also encourages Rude by saying that she was aiming for his neck, so he was able to partially dodge. In response, Rude clutches his aching hand and says it's too much for a test punch. Instead, Charlotte says it's a tradition with a long history. She herself had to endure hundreds of failures before she managed to pass the exam. The point is that you need to get through one punch without using techniques. So she advises Rudd to imagine that it's a training session. She understands that the attempted attack may seem off-putting, but after a few defeats, this feeling will not remain. He realizes that without Feldrua's help, there is no point in using magic, so the only weapon he has is Demios. He needs to invest all the mana in his body to deliver the necessary and powerful blow. He gathers his strength and prepares to energize his sword to strike first. However, Charlotte stabs her sword into the floor and releases streams of pale light. They create a vortex that gradually turns into a barrier around her body. He must show everything he has to overcome him. However, Rude thinks that he has only Asir's experience. And even the weapon in his hands used to belong to his brother. The sword he now wields was once Asir's weapon, and it helped him slay dragons. All this time he was only blindly following Asir's legacy and completely absorbing it until the boundaries became barely visible. Gathering his maximum strength, Rudd creates a dark sphere in front of him to concentrate it. His strike is fast and accurate as it hits the target. The sphere helps him direct the flow of mana and shatter the barrier on the first try. He calls this technique pitch black. With a loud crack, the barrier is torn apart. The explosion forces Rudd to his knees as the blast has drained him of all his strength and mana. Meanwhile, Charlotte admits that she is impressed by his strength. She didn't expect him to be able to not only break the barrier on the first try, but also to leave her no chance to counterattack. However, even after that, Rude looks annoyed. As her face darkens, Charlotte raises her sword and reminds her that this is tradition. With one accurate and strong stroke, she announces that Rude has passed the test. Rude finds the custom disgusting because his neck is stiff with pain, comparable to the separation of his head from his body. He chokes and clutches at his throat. However, very soon another shining blue wing appears on his palm. As soon as Rude returns to Feldrua, he feels a powerful wave of mental resonance, so he wonders if everything is okay. According to Rudd, these are just trifles compared to the dragon of 1,000 forms. Meanwhile, Feldrua asks what exactly Rude was doing in heaven. He perceives what he has been through as development and gaining new experience. During his stay in heaven, he also noticed that his memories from his current and past lives were mixed up and some were lost altogether. However, the central question remains about the nature of the sword. Turning to Feldroid, he asks whether Bernard actually used this sword since Charlotte has never seen it. In response, Feldrua says that the old Demios was only able to cut through mana flows, but now he can also absorb power. He admits that Bernard could have sealed something that gave the sword its powers. Rude's interested look is accompanied by a question about the seal. Then Feldrua tells him that from the beginning, Demios had two powers, i.e. cutting mana and forming seals. That is why Bernard used this sword not during the battle, but to seal the Dragon King. But since the sword's power had changed, it may be reasonable to think that the seal could have influenced the appearance of the ability to absorb. In Feldrua's opinion, this was a prudent decision because Bernard almost certainly sealed something dangerous in the sword. With an ironic exhale, Rude remarks that then this sword can be thrown into the lava to avoid danger. He gets to his feet, so Feldrua asks if they are moving on now. Rude replies that going to level 5 has restored his mana. And since the entrance test is also over, we can now move on to why he came. He doesn't know the exact position on the map, but the cult must be nearby. He knows that they use special signs to find their way around. In addition, there must be patrols to protect against attacks from possible enemies. Rude doesn't have time to search for them himself, so he decides that it will be easier to simply destroy everything in his path to provoke their appearance. And it starts working pretty quickly. One of the cult members named Myrta notices a movement. She hurries to tell a man named Miles that the future hero has arrived in Elfale and recently destroyed one of their signs. She doesn't know if he could have discovered the true nature of the dragon cult. In response, Miles advises her not to worry, because even though he is a hunter, Rude is still an immature and young boy. In his opinion, he could have simply noticed the magic of observation on the sign. A third cult member interrupts the conversation. He suggests killing Rudd without hesitation, even though the bishop has ordered him to avoid conflict. The destruction of the threat of the dragon cult should reassure and please the cardinal. In response, Myrtha mentions that it is time to spread the teachings of grace and kindness. However, the bishop witnesses the conversation. Immediately, Myrta rushes to explain what observations she is talking about. The bishop turns out to be a woman wearing a white dragon mask. She wonders what Rude was thinking when he decided to come to visit them. The participant asks if she is going to take action on this personally. In response, she says that she hasn't worked out for a long time. That is why a light walk will not hurt her. In addition, she has 2 huge snakes to accompany her, following her and obeying her will. Meanwhile, Rude thinks that the cult members should have shown up by now. Feldrua asks what his plan is, and Rude tells him that he plans to destroy all but one of them to find out the location of the base and other branches. However, he quickly realizes that this is not the best way. Meanwhile, Feldrua notices that Rude is still capable of development. In response, Rude tells him that he has already faced many problems in the past. The dragon cult is not one to reveal information under threats and torture. In a previous life, they were spread across the continent. After a pause, the tired Rude leans on his weapon and sighs. And Feldrua asks what he thinks is the most important thing in a battle. The first guess is a strong spirit, but this answer is not correct. The fact is that Feldrua is hinting at the importance of information, because in his opinion, strength also lies in knowing your enemy. Since Rude has returned from another life, he must know much more about the dragon cult than they know about it. If you use this information correctly and use cunning, you will be able to take the advantage without bloodshed. A memory of information begins to form in Rude's mind. He knows that their goal is to bring back the strongest dragons. Since they were good at hiding their identities, they were only discovered after the continent was left with little left. They were also behind the organization of the crushing of heaven. Meanwhile, there are 3 cardinals who are subordinated to 7 bishops. Their skill level is close to the best dragon hunters. They are followed by ordinary priests and believers. Among the dragon cult, there is strict confidentiality. They wear masks and often don't even know each other's names. But to get back to business, Rude asks Feldrua to help him. Rude is trying to find the bishop who controls the part of the cult in Elfile, so he will need the power of the spirit. According to Feldrua, even the 5th level of heaven will not give him the necessary amount of mana to use his power. However, Rude plans to use only the Winter Sword of Levantium, which is famous for its very high efficiency when using ice magic. All that remains is to find the cult member. However, it was at this time that the bishop herself appeared before Rudd and complained about the number of problems. She asks if it was necessary to destroy the yard in front of her house. Next time, Rudd promises to ring the doorbell if he sees them. He also politely greets a great sorceress and one of the bishops named Griselda Valentine. She is surprised by this knowledge because even among the priests, only a few have the opportunity to learn her real name. However, Rude is quick to apologize for not greeting him properly. He makes a certain gesture with his hand and utters words typical of the cult. After that, Rude calls himself the adopted son of Cardinal Adam Magrel and assures him that he has come to leave a message from his father. These words really shock Griselda. She is angry because she does not trust Rudd. She admits out loud that she is surprised, but raises her hand to cast the spell and direct the flying snakes in Rude's direction anyway. They wrap their arms around his body and begin to tighten their grip. Slowly squeezing Rudd's muscles and limbs, they will deprive him of the ability to move. Meanwhile, Griselda says that his actions and the way he uses the information can be seen as a brazen stunt. However, lying about the family relationship was too much, and she got angry. Rude's face is absolutely calm, so he confidently asks whether the cult could really screw up like that and allow an ordinary guy to learn the name of one of the most influential cardinals. Griselda doesn't care about the reasons because she is determined to destroy Rude. She asks if Rude really thought they would believe him because the appearance of a celestial dragon hunter cannot be accidental. And as the snakes entwine more and more tightly around his body, Griselda adds that despite all the reasons, she will not be able to let him live. At this point, Ruth resorts to provocation and advises him not to do anything that will make Adam doubt her. He knows how much she loves Miguel, so he reminds her of how much she has done to live up to expectations. Does she really think the cardinal will be happy to hear about the bishop who tried to destroy his son? Despite Ruda's words, Griselda is not going to believe him and threatens Ruda. It is then that he speaks of the heavenly crush. Griselda must know that Adam's involvement in these events is classified. He claims that this is when Adam picked him up in Dissol. And while he is trying to speak, the ice sword is already starting to work behind his back. Absolutely shocked, Griselda opens her eyes wide and cannot believe what she is hearing. Meanwhile, the snakes around Rude's body turn into ice stones. The awakening of the sword's power forces Griselda to cover her face with her hands because the light is so bright. He calls the 7 dragons the rulers of the corrupted world in order to gain the bishop's trust even more. And for the last time, he repeats that he is the adopted son of Cardinal Adam Magrel. Behind him, an icy figure with draconian features grows rapidly and looks like a ghost of a real entity. Meanwhile, Rude calls himself a follower of the anti-hero and calls for him to be called Rude Magrel. Meanwhile, Griselda recalls the same events that happened 10 years ago during the attack of the Dragon of 1,000 Forms. The guild responsible for the village was destroyed. Not a single survivor was left and the entire southern part of the continent was devastated. Black Star Griselda Valentine was considered an archmage of the 8th circle at that time. This realization came to her only at the threshold of her farewell to life. Human magic is simply insignificant compared to the magic of dragons. Then the cardinal heard her words. He told her that Griselda's pain was born of her belief that humans could be stronger than dragons. In offering to learn the truth and share his teachings, he assured her that salvation was the only way for her to be saved and begin to shine. It was then that her life was saved by the cardinal. Based on this knowledge, Rude cannot be a simple guy, and we should believe what he says about his family relationships. Falling to her knees, Griselda reproaches herself for having committed a terrible sin. Removing the mask from her face, she assures us that she has never heard of the cardinal having an adopted son within the walls of the Aratium. In response, Rude assures her that her loyalty to the cardinal is very weak because he is not obliged to share such information with an ordinary follower. A frightened Griselda tries to object, but Rude interrupts her. He doesn't want to hear excuses and plans to report what he has seen to his father. He has now arrived to check on the progress of the work and orders it to be taken to the lake. With guilt in her voice, Griselda lowers her head and obeys. While she's building the teleporter, Ruth mentally asks Feldrua if it was really necessary to put on a show of this magnitude. In response, Feldrua assures her that lying is all about keeping your spirit alive. When Rude arrives at the lake, he recognizes the place where the flaming dragon was sealed. He asks how the process of removing the seal is going. In response, Griselda says that the best prognosis is 3 years, but Rude only sarcastically says that this is not a comforting time frame, and mentally he concludes that everything is happening just like in his past life. Even if he succeeds in defeating the Thunder Dragon, he will have very little time to prepare for the battle with the Burning One. He must take this opportunity to reduce the cult's ranks as soon as possible. Rude says out loud that it's time to preach the doctrine of grace, which attracts Griselda's attention. He reveals that he has deceived the Heavenly Sword Warrior and has been chosen to be the next hero to fight the Thunder Dragon. Continuing to lie, he says that this was the Cardinal's plan. The goal of this battle will be to gather the best dragon hunters in one subspace in order to destroy them all at once. On the day of the battle, warriors will stand around the subspace in case of an emergency. One of them will be the Crown Prince Alpheus. The royal family will be a hindrance in any case, so they should be destroyed. He orders Griselda to gather warriors and destroy the prince while he fights the hunters in subspace. Finally, he also notes that this is his father's order because he understands the impact these words have on Griselda. The puzzled Griselda asks whether they really have to reveal themselves and start a world confrontation. In Rude's opinion, this is a good decision. In addition, he advises gathering all possible warriors because there will be many guards to protect the prince. With these words, he leaves and reminds me that he will report to his father about everything he has seen. Griselda doesn't want to let him go so quickly, so she grabs his hand. She just wanted to apologize again for what happened. She also asks him not to tell the cardinal about her terrible mistake. She admits that she was wrong and is ready to do anything to keep him from finding out. Rude quickly realizes that this could be a profitable venture. Meanwhile, Griselda offers gold and treasure. Rudd does not need money, but Griselda can give him useful artifacts. After all, as an archmage, she must have quite a few such tools. First of all, Griselda offers Chains of Mist, but as soon as she opens her subspace and begins to explain, Rude interrupts her. He asks her what she is doing, and Griselda freezes with surprise on her face. He did not say that she should choose for herself. Instead, he told her to show him everything so that she could choose what she liked. Even though she is dissatisfied, she obeys because she has no other choice. Its subspace is not rich in useful artifacts, but there are still some inside. She assures him that there is nothing else, but Rude advises him not to play with it and orders him to hand over the artifact she is holding. Wings of Darkness is a staff that significantly increases your mana supply. In Griselda's opinion, it is not suitable for swordsmen. In addition, she will lose most of the power of her magic if she gives it away. This answer only irritates Rudd more. He points out Griselda's repeated disobedience and says that his father couldn't stand it anymore and hired him as a caretaker even though he was young. He also reminds him that the cult did nothing when the Heavenly Warrior destroyed the Dragon of 1,000 Forms. Instead, when he receives the artifact, he promises to turn a blind eye to this as well. Feldrua's voice is heard mentally informing him that Rude's true self is showing more than the false image. Rude himself doesn't care because he got what he wanted, so now he orders the portal to open so he can return to where he came from. And after returning to the desert, Rude walks slowly along the stone slopes and is happy that he has made good money. He wonders what Griselda's reaction will be when she realizes that it was all a lie. It was then that Rude noticed that Feldrua's image had changed a bit and acquired a more pronounced icy form. The King of Spirits himself admits that the manifestation of his full image and power has left its influence on the current form. Since spirits depend on the experience of those contacted through the contract, Rude was bound to be shocked at the sight of his true form. However, Rude nonchalantly reports that he just thought Feldrua had become rounder, which he is openly offended and irritated by. However, Rude's thoughts revolve around a more important issue. He doesn't have time for nonsense because he has to develop a plan. He realizes that if the plan is followed, the cult members must attack Parma just as the battle against the Thunder Dragon is about to take place. Although the prince's knights are strong, there are not so many of them, so he decides to call for help. After a while, in the middle of the desert, they hear Henice's irritated shouts. She complains that it's exam season, but Lion says that no one forced her to come. Meanwhile, Balak finds the hot desert climate quite pleasant and compares it to a sauna where lava lakes seem like hot springs. A sarcastic Lenia suggests that he climb into one of these lakes and never come out. A smile plays on Rudd's face. Although he says out loud that he hates these geniuses, he is actually very happy to see them. Meanwhile, the company notices Rudd and moves in his direction. He hastens to report that they arrived on time, impressively so. They return to the Halfley residence together. For Rudd, it was an opportunity to prepare to make a big contribution to the battle with the Thunder Dragon. He officially became a student of the Crimson Tower and began to study magic. Working without rest, Rudd didn't even notice that a whole month had passed. After a while, the ceremony preceding the battle with the Thunder Dragon begins. Prominent nobles have arrived at the palace, and one of them notes that the grand ceremony looks like they want to draw as much attention as possible to the upcoming battle. According to the second, this was big news because now an 18-year-old boy is in charge of all the processes. The battle with the legendary dragon seems important to everyone, especially if we remember the horror of the invasion 10 years ago. However, the second nobleman's ultimate goal is to see the leaders of the dragon hunter guilds. However, only the nobles gathered at the ceremony are welcomed by the venerable Prince Grimm. Only Iris Halfley, the ruler of the Crimson Tower responsible for creating the subspace, appeared. It is believed that they are trying to conserve their strength before the battle. However, the appearance of Prince Grimm is enough for the nobles. Meanwhile, Iris goes to a closed room outside the ceremony hall. She finds Rude and calls him lazy because he is the main character at this event and has not yet appeared in the hall. In response, Rude says that he is tired and has to look after Renee, who is quietly sleeping on the couch. An angry Iris reminds him that it was she who was forced to take in all his friends and take care of their comfort after he brought them to the residence without permission. After that, she also took responsibility for the banquet. In response, Rude apologizes profusely. After that, Iris orders Red to appear in the hall and show himself to the annoying nobles, and she will take care of Renee on her own. She also adds that she is surprised by how much the imperial family supports Rudd, to which he notes that he did not ask for it. Iris reports that she is pleased with how quickly Rude was able to move to the fourth circle of magic. She also recognizes Renee's talent and calls her very persistent and hardworking. In her image, she sees her daughters when they were still at such a young age. Picking up the sleeping Renee in her arms and heading for the exit, Iris reminds her that Rudd was looking for friends. And he thinks about the fact that 5 days after this moment, Layla Halfley will have to say goodbye to her life. At the moment, only Hennis can get the exact prescription for the medicine. He believes that this time Hennis will be able to cope. The only problem is that the last ingredient to cure the magic fever is a part of the ice dragon's body. Rising from the couch, Rude guesses that the schedule will be very tight and sighs softly. It was at that moment that Henice found him. She is wearing a beautiful dress and holding a glass of wine. She also immediately begins to scold him for taking so much time to find him. He raises his eyebrows and asks her what exactly she was doing it for. She tries to find an excuse and says that the main character of the ceremony is not coming out for a long time. She would also like to say something before tomorrow's battle, but Rude interrupts her and grabs her arm. His stern gaze, so close to her, makes Henice blush. She does not understand what is happening and asks why Rude is doing this. Instead, he takes the glass away from her and asks why such a clumsy person allows herself to drink wine. This behavior irritates Henice, so she says that wine doesn't even count as alcohol. In response, Ruth offers to tell her mother what she said so she can hear how angry Henice gets from time to time. Mentally, Rude reflects that he has always wondered about the cause of Henice's future alcoholism. However, it turned out that she had become an amateur from a young age. Without returning her glass, Rudd asks her what she wanted to give him. The next moment, gloves fly into Rudd's face. He asks what they are. And Hennis says that it is a magical artifact that she made with her own hands. It has been enchanted to be resistant to electric current. She doesn't know how long it will last against the Thunder Dragon, but she wanted to help in some way. In response, Rude says that they will be useful, but that the design is rather stupid. Henice's eyes roll almost by themselves as her feelings for Rude begin to infuriate her as much as he does. She assures herself that they have nothing to do with romance because she just didn't want to lose her friend. Besides, she is sure that Rudd is not capable of warm feelings at all. Meanwhile, the gift reminds Ruda that he also has something for Henice. His gift turns out to be an earring. This surprises Henice because the gift does not immediately reveal its magical power. When it is touched by Henice's palm, it begins to glow with magical light. The next moment, the jewelry turns into the very staff that Rude took from Griselda. And Henice seems shocked because she knows that such artifacts are very rare. She immediately realizes all its advantages, so she considers this artifact absolutely legendary and asks where Rude got it. In response, he tells the truth and says that he took it from someone else by deception. However, he immediately asks Henice not to worry about it and tells her that the staff will transform into an earring because he knows that she does not like to carry heavy artifacts. Henice's eyes begin to shine with delight, and she tells Rude not to even think about asking for it back. Turning it back into an earring, she tries it on and is happy to compliment her formal look with such a beautiful gift. With a completely sincere smile, Henice thanks Rudd and says that he is the best. In response, he also smiles and says that the jewelry looks great on her. This compliment confuses Henice and she blushes rapidly. And the next moment he rushes away, saying that he wants to show off his mother's gift. Puzzled, Rude does not understand why she is behaving this way and suddenly runs away. Meanwhile, Balak finds him. He reminds him that Ruda is already looking for a lot of people in the room. However, Rude is not in the mood for a grand entrance, so he returns to the couch, saying that he does not know any of these people. Sitting next to him, Balak says that it's a great time to meet famous people. Rudd is not interested in this at all, so he suggests that Balak do something similar. Balak replies that he is already quite famous for his incredible muscles, so Rude decides to go ahead and give Balak his gift. He places a simple but powerful magic ring on Steros' open palm. In response, Balak immediately hesitates and says that he respects and loves Rudd as a friend. He perceives the ring as a proposal and is quick to point out that he does not share such feelings. Rude gets angry at this and says that Balak has misunderstood. The Ring of Protection is a one-time totem that is supposed to protect Balak in case he gets critically injured. Since he is constantly doing crazy things, such a gift should be appropriate. Rude also explains that he is not going to criticize Steros' fighting style because he knows that fighters have their dignity. That's why he corrects himself and calls the ring an artifact that will give a second chance if necessary. In his opinion, this will be enough for Balak with his power. Meanwhile, Balak looks at the ring and guesses that it is a friendship ring. He says that Steros don't wear armor, but that an exception can be made if a close friend really insists on the symbol. Irritated, Rude threatens to shove the ring up his nose if he continues to talk nonsense. The next moment, Linnea bursts into the room. She screams that the engagement cannot be valid. She also threatens that she will not allow such a wedding as long as she lives. Puzzled, Rude asks what they are talking about, and Balak is quick to explain that it's just a friendship ring that symbolizes how much Rude cares about him. This news reassures Linnea because she is sure that Rudd would never date such a fool. By the way, Balak was called by his father, which she is quick to remind him of. And when Balak leaves, Rude asks why he had to put on a show if she had already seen everything. She wonders how he knew about her presence, since concealment is Linnea's specialty. He replies that he could smell her. Carefree Linnea calls Red a dog. He tries to aggressively object, but Linnea pats him on the head and tells him that he is not a dog, but a real spiky porcupine. She also has a gift for Rudd. She takes off her pendant and hands it to Rude. He quickly recognizes it as a spiritual stone, while Linnea claims that it is currently empty, so it could be just a decoration. He asks if this means some future magic that could be used. Linnea explains that it will only work if Rude says goodbye to his life during the upcoming battle. In that case, he will become a spirit that can live in the stone, so no one can separate the two of them. Rudd's reaction is quite unexpected, as he did not expect to hear such words, even though Linnea assures him that it was only a joke. Since he knows how important this stone is to Linnea, he refuses the gift. In response, Linnea asks him how he knows this and assumes that Feldra has told him the secret. In fact, in her past life, Linnea herself shared that she had received the stone in memory of her mother. This time, however, Linnea covers his hand with her own and insists that Rudd keep it, because the decision has already been made. She believes that it is time to step out of her comfort zone and cross the boundaries that she herself once built. However, she smiles and says she also has another request for Rudd. He looks at her carefully and calmly asks her what she means. She knows that Rude respects her, but she would like to be as reliable a friend to him as Henice, Balak, and Lion. He immediately asserts that she is already a reliable friend to him. However, Linnea wants more than what they have now. She wants them to be able to talk to each other comfortably. A little embarrassed, she asks him if he understands what she is talking about. He agrees because it will also be more convenient for him. Meanwhile, Lenia invites him to go out on the balcony with her, which offers a great view of the surrounding garden. He doesn't mind, but asks if Lenia needs to go back to the banquet because dinner is coming up. He knows that the imperial chef who specializes in meat has been invited, and she doesn't need to hear anymore because she immediately runs into the hall in anticipation of something delicious. Meanwhile, the idea of a garden seems to Rudd quite good. It shouldn't be as stuffy as this room. As a result, he decides to go for a walk directly to the garden. Slowly walking along the alley, he looks at the flowers around him. They seem beautiful to him, but Rudd is sure that special magic is used to make them beautiful. Stopping at the flower bed, he mutters to himself that flowers can grow naturally, so there is no need to spend magic and money on it. However, he does not notice that he is being watched. With a joyful shout that Rudd has finally arrived, Lion jumps off the balcony and falls right into Rudd's arms. She smiles and happily asks if Rudd was waiting for her. With a wink, she suggests that he must have been looking for her everywhere. However, Rudd objects and abruptly relaxes her arms, dropping her to the ground. Scowling in resentment, Lion asks why he left her, but Rudd sits down on the ground next to her. She forgets about the insult and asks if he really wanted to see her. Sighing, Rudd asks her to stop and tells her that he has something to say. He tells her that during the battle with the Thunder Dragon, the entrance to the subspace will be attacked by a dragon cult. She asks if this happened in a past life, since Rudd knows for sure. However, he tells her that he set the trap himself. According to him, the dragon cult is an obstacle to the destruction of the 7 dragons. He has done everything possible to involve as many cult members as possible in this attack, including the Bishop of Elfale. However, he needs help in destroying them. To be more precise, the Bishop is a sorceress of the 8th Circle. Even if all the knights and hunters get together, the battle will still be fierce. That's why he asks her to help in the battle until the team appears. However, Lion does not understand why she should do this. She also wonders why he is telling her only, since he could have told her publicly when they were together. He explains that members of the dragon cult are also people. They were all capable of destroying dragons and magical monsters, but none of them harmed people. It must be hard for them to resist them. However, Lion wonders why he didn't think of her and her condition in the midst of such a battle. She is sure that Rudd knows nothing about her new reality. Even if in the past she was fixated on the desire for revenge, now everything is completely different. From the beginning, she only wanted to be helpful to Rudd, so why should she have to help others now? In response, Rudd kindly asks her not to be angry. Putting his hand on her head, he strokes her and explains that she is now radically different from the Lion he knew in the past. She is much stronger now. Rudd knows that it is hard for her. However, he is not telling her this because she is the only one who knows the truth about him, but because she is the strongest among all the others. She is the one who can defeat her enemies in order to protect those she cares about. In response, Lion calls Rudd an evil fool and forces him to remove his hand from his head. With a quiet sigh and a rather sad smile, Rudd apologizes. This conversation seems pointless to Lion because instead, Rudd can simply defeat the Thunder Dragon and return unharmed. Last time he did win, but only if Asir was with him. Looking at Rudd thoughtfully, Lion says that now they have him. However, Rudd does not believe in himself because he was there then too, but could not help. In response, Lion quarrels and asks Rudd not to humiliate himself. Grabbing him by the cheeks, she assures him that he is also much stronger than last time. She sees his development and realizes that he is trying to find the best solutions. Besides, Adeline will also take part in the battle tomorrow, so they will definitely cope and everything will be fine. Sighing thoughtfully, Rudd looks at Lion's smile and agrees. He begins to think that she has knocked out his tooth. The battle with the dragon was approaching. Lion was surprised by Grimm's presence. Hennis thinks it was because of his hatred of dragons or to gain sympathy from the people and the press. Meanwhile, Grimm turns his attention to Rudd and calls him to talk. He tells him that if he wins, Rudd will be a real hero. In response, Rudd argues and says that he does not deserve such a title. Rudd is also interested in the recognition of the title by the Holy See. However, Grimm did not think that Rudd would turn out to be a believer. Instead, Rudd reminds him that the Church of Arnek is the national religion of the Alpheus Empire. He also remembers well how his brother received these privileges. According to Grimm, religion is just a belief. He is upset because he thought that Rudd agreed with the idea that the sword that will slay the dragon is more important than the power of healing. It's time to leave, so Grimm asks Rudd to come back alive so they can meet again. Meanwhile, Iris begins to give introductory instructions. First, she will open a passage to the subspace that exists thanks to mana and is connected to Elfale. This way, the subspace will exist as long as the caster is alive. The only condition for breaking the seal is the final destruction of the Thunder Dragon. It will be impossible to retreat or get help from the outside until the battle ends in victory, but to be honest, this place is more like a barrier. If the human forces are destroyed and the dragon enters the heart of subspace, it will not be able to hold it for long, even with a huge amount of mana. However, she doesn't think it's worth telling what kind of catastrophe will happen if the subspace is destroyed and the dragon escapes, because everyone already understands it. Finally, she wishes the team the best of luck and opens the passage. Many wishes and calls to return unharmed are pouring in their direction. However, at some point they do get inside and the space closes behind them. After making sure that the subspace has formed a powerful defense, all the warriors prepare for battle. An excited Ayin announces that they can finally start hunting the beast. A stone with a dragon sealed in it appears in Liana's hands. She begins to cast a spell to free him. A moment later, the stone flies up and starts to crack. It spins and pulsates until cracks form on its edges. All eyes are directed only at the stone because each soldier has his own personal task. With bated breath, they gather their inner strength. This battle must be won. It is destined for success because the team has a winning strategy. 2 weeks ago, Rudd said that he had accidentally received one of the diaries of his comrade Benar. In it, he managed to find a detailed description of the battle that could have resulted in the resealing of the Thunder Dragon. Roderick's first thought was that such a diary could be sold for a fortune, but Abel quickly shut his mouth. Meanwhile, Rude continued his story and said that everyone knows that the powerful seven are either dragons or draconians. Among them, only Thunder is able to change his form. He is not only cruel, but also very smart. He can run away or change his appearance if he feels that he is at a disadvantage. That's why the team needs to catch him off guard. Meanwhile, in the present, the stone does explode, unleashing the power of the Thunder Dragon. He appears before the team as a giant and extremely powerful monster. His voice roars in subspace, asking who exactly woke him up before the agreed time. He sees Red in front of him and notes that he is an ordinary person, so he asks what the fool's name is. Rude does not give an answer, but assures us that he has come to destroy the dragon. He decisively points the sword Demios at the dragon and openly threatens it. Meanwhile, Harma recognizes the sword and the mana, assuming that Rude is a follower of Benares. He assures us that Benar did not look like a man, but he was definitely one. It was he who left Karma to rot in prison for 700 years like a piece of garbage. He also notices the space created around him and asks if Rude also created it. However, he doesn't even need this answer because he is sure that such a simple creature as a human can do nothing against him. Just one cough will be enough for Rude to fly out of here. However, because he is so bold and has forgotten his place, Karma threatens to burn his city and spread terror across his land. He calls himself the embodiment of disaster and the harbinger of destruction and proudly says his name. By ordering all those present to obey and kneel, the dragon uses an intimidation technique. During the planning, Rude warned about this. After all, fear is a unique mental technique unique to dragons that imposes an intimidating effect on the mental body. According to Rude, the heroes present will be able to withstand this effect, but you should be prepared because it can be unpredictable. It is worth remembering that the first goal is to destroy the mana shield that exists around the dragon. Harma's shield, which has the properties of lightning, is incredibly strong. However, if you use a plane attack, its area of effect will decrease. This way, you can provoke it to use breath-type plane attacks. Unlike magic attributes such as lightning strike, breath will be easier to dodge because it only releases a large amount of magic. However, if he has to fight a large number of people at the same time, he will use the more powerful lightning strike. However, if you confront him with only one specific opponent, he should quickly lose focus. In reality, exactly what Rude had predicted happens. Since he has only one enemy, the dragon informs him that he will deal with him very quickly. He uses breath itself, so a powerful stream of magical flames erupts from his mouth. It was at that moment that Rude gave the command to the other soldiers. Each of them has a specific task and sticks to it. With Abel's cloud skill, everyone except Rude will be able to hide in the shadows and remain invisible. Only when the dragon uses its breath will the operation begin in full. Liana is responsible for the defense against breath. She can easily handle this technique, so she uses a powerful blocking spell by prior arrangement. And while Liana holds her breath, Master Ein jumps up high and uses his power to create cracks in Harma's defense with the immortal heavenly sword. All it takes is an arrow-sized hole, so Ein can quickly jump back and stay safe. The tiny cracks around the hole will give way without any problems. That's when the Sky Archer enters the fray. A hit from his loaded arrow should result in a powerful explosion that will destroy the barrier around Harma. And Roderick puts all his strength and skill into making it happen. The charged arrow flies through space like a flash of divine light, hitting the target and destroying Harma's iron defense.